I don't know the Kyle story completely. So you graduated high school, right? And then
All right. So when I moved to Atlanta, I moved for the girl. I went after her. I wanted to be closer to her, and
was this a girl that you dated in high school?
yes, it's all the same girl.
Okay, then I know the girl.
Yeah, it's all the same girl.
All right. Yeah, Kyle has
Had a long.
has had a long off on our relationship with this one girl in particular that
When I want something, I do whatever it takes.
she owns his
It took me
heart.
10
It would
years.
seem. Yeah. All right.
I whittled her down.
Now, why was she in Atlanta? Because she went to your high school.
Yeah. So we graduate high school. She moves to Atlanta because she first moves to Athens, stays there for a year, then to Atlanta. She didn't like our small town, our small county, our small section of the state. It's not much to do.
She
here.
wanted to be in the big city, so she moved to Atlanta.
Yeah, she wanted all the things to come along with that. So she moves to Atlanta. I follow along as a very much sort of in a weird quasi friend zone type place. I get my job there selling cars, and I'm working with and I make some friends at the dealership.
Wow, so you moved to Atlanta on the hope that you'll escalate to girlfriend boyfriend.
Yeah. Oh yeah,
It's a real gamble.
I don't care. It's whatever. You know,
Wait, were you shaking
those are
dice? In that?
That's double. That's double. Those are dice and my cock, and just rolling it and coming. This is all of them in one.
Okay. So you moved to
take
Atlanta to follow the girl on the hopes that you can escalate your relationship to boyfriend-girlfriend.
Get my job selling cars. I'm doing well there, loving it, kicking it, having a great time. I get an apartment in an apartment complex right across the street from where she lives, not the same complex.
Do you have roommates in this apartment?
No, by myself.
Oh no.
By myself. So I get this apartment all by myself out there, and I'm living right across from the street from her complex. We're separated and everything.
Are you 18?
19.
Okay.
19. So the first thing that happens, it's my birthday. We're gonna go out to dinner, and my apartment floods. I had my shirt hung up on the sprinkler, ironing, twist it, sprinkler explodes, whole apartment's destroyed, all my belongings destroyed. They put it on my credit report, didn't let me off the hook for like 8 years. They put a hawk report on me or something like that for damaging the apartment. It was a whole thing.
So people know the fire sprinklers thing, that sometimes they have like a little red piece of glass that almost looks like a Christmas light. If you break that, horrible things happen.
Game over, bro. Thousands of gallons in this apartment, ruined the apartment. So now I got nowhere to live, right? Like, of course, she's not gonna let me go live with her. That's not even remotely in the cards. So I asked my roommate, I asked my coworker, who's 24 at the time. I was 19 at the time. I'm like, hey, can I crash with you on your couch for a while till I get things figured out? So I'm crashing on his couch for maybe 2 or 3 weeks, and then like our quasi friendship, boyfriend girlfriend thing, whatever it was, meets its end. She breaks up with me, tells me this thing isn't going to work, whatever. Like, it's just not going to happen. Then I go into suicide mode. That's when I almost killed myself, outside her apartment that night. I've told that story a bunch of times. Don't kill myself. And said, limp my...
Spoiler.
I was hanging on every word.
I go to work, and I'm just sitting there. My manager's like, what's wrong? He sits on the golf cart with me. He's like, what's wrong, brother? I just go... start crying or whatever. And he's just like, go home, man. Come back when you're good. Come back when you're good. So like I go back to my friend's apartment, and I literally sit there and eat peanut butter sandwiches and milk for like 10 days until I'm like able to like collect myself together again. Watched all of Band of Brothers, every DVD that man owned. Really beefed up my film knowledge during that sad time. And so I'm just like, well, what am I gonna do? Like, 10 days ago, I was ready to kill myself because, like, what's the point now? Everything's been about getting this girl. We've moved here. We've done whatever it took. We financial hardships, whatever. My parents hated this whole thing with me moving out there. The whole nine. Like, they've cut me off financially. I'm making my own money now. I'm doing well, and I had some savings, but I'm cut off. And it's just, it's rough, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know where to go in my life, what my next step was, and I was just like, well, I'm not going to fail. I'm not going to turn around and go home. I'm gonna be a winner when I go home. So I got to put my head back down to the grindstone, get back on this thing, and make some more money. And so that's what I did. So I just went back to work, and I worked for another 9 months until I felt like I was going home a winter, and I did it that way.
Or did you stay
But
at this apartment?
I stayed with them the whole time, crashing on the couch, 9.5 months, and
You
they
pay
didn't
rent?
care. No, I didn't.
Oh,
pay.
you piece of shit.
I pitched in a little with the rent sometimes. I may have left them in a tough spot when I left, but I did the best I could. And I always paid my part of the rent in any case. But when I left, I'm gone, and I'm not there to pay the rent anymore. So whatever. But I paid. Yeah, I paid rent, and I paid for my share of the food and all that stuff. But I'd occasionally eat all their fucking food. But in any case, there were these two Lithuanian motherfuckers, and it was crazy living with them because they had their all. I'd never met Europeans before.
How did you go from living there, working at the car dealership, then you moved back home, right?
Yeah.
So what was the catalyst for that?
I was just done. Like I didn't want to.
You weren't happy.
There was nowhere to go from there. Like I had already been promoted. I had already gotten as far. I was making plenty of money. I was doing everything I wanted to do out there, but I just didn't enjoy being out there. The whole point of being out there was the girls. So the more I did, the better I did at my job. And the more that people respected me at my job, the more every compliment I got was bittersweet because it was like, why doesn't she see this about me? Why doesn't she care about this? Everybody around me is kissing my ass and telling me that I'm the best at this and the best at that. Oh my God, how did you do this? She doesn't care. And it was just really bittersweet and I didn't like it. And I just wanted to get out of anything that reminded me of her.
I'll tell you, I've met her a couple of times and she just seems like a normal person to me.
She's great.
She's just a regular person, I swear to you.
I mean, I've known her longer than you have.
That's true.
Yeah. So and I dated her for another 2 years. I came back, got her back 4 years ago. Dated her for 2 years. 3 years ago, dated her for 2 years, and she broke up with me last year. And then I can't. And Woody was like, "What's wrong?" I went, "She broke up with me."
Is that the one that hit you really hard?
Yeah. I cried for the last for 8 months or something like that. Yeah.
Whoa.
What are you gonna do?
That's cry for 8 months,
Yeah, you cry for 8 months. I don't cry anymore. Not in public or anything like I used to. I get back home, get the cry blanket out, wrap it around my head, just sob.
As you do, yeah.
What else?
It's a
Weeping
combo
to the pizza guy.
sand protection turban thing.
No, that really is a sad. That's not even a happy story. There's no happy ending to that
No,
one.
that's
That's just
sad.
kind of a sad chapter in my life where I feel like I wasn't good enough to be the me that I should have been, and I missed out on somebody who was really great.
Were you going places and they were reminding you of her? You go into Fridays and be weeping. Oh, we used to get anytizers.
Oh my God, 1,000 things like that. 1,000 things like that. Woody asked one time. I was telling Woody, I was like, we watched Game of Thrones together. And he's like, has this bitch ruined Game of Thrones for you? That'll be the last straw. And I'm just like, no, I mean, Jon Snow's pretty sweet.
It's funny because I'm Team Kyle on this thing, right? Whatever that
I would
is.
hope so.
Right. Well, it's a tricky thing to be sometimes because it's it'd be easy if Team Kyle was, you know what? Fuck her with a knife, a rusty one, jagged, screw that girl, I hate her. But that's not how he feels, right? Team Kyle is, it's actually, I don't know, I'm not great at this. Yeah. And I will,
It's
in
so
all.
much worse than an angry breakup is a breakup where you're longing for it and thinking of all the possible ways you could have saved it. It'd be so much easier just to be
I did my
bitch,
best to hold
hate
it together at the end too, and just to no avail.
How long did you know that it was tumbling down? Was there quite a bit of play up?
No. Well, I mean, I knew it wasn't going that well. There had been a couple of stumbling blocks, but I thought things were pretty cohesive. And then there was a week period where I did a couple stupid things. And then instead of going to fix it, I did some more stupid things.
I feel like you're telling it wrong, and I don't want to give it anything away, so I'll allow you to. But I don't think it's what you did. I think it's what you didn't do. Someone might hear you did stupid things and think that you were unfaithful or that. Those kind of stupid things.
Well, she had seen where I'd been communicating with this other girl through email. Shouldn't have been doing that, but it's the chick had been contacting me, and her butt was just so big, just so big.
What are you gonna do?
You're not going to not talk to her.
Honestly, just correspondence. It was just kind of well, what do you like to do? And I'm just like, what can I do to that big butt of yours? And it's just that kind of talk, And she saw that on my computer and my email, and that really took things down a rough course.
You didn't tell me about that. Can I say what you did tell me? I don't want to ruin anything away. I don't.
Probably.
I'm going to because I don't think it's awful.
Okay.
She wanted more attention, and Kyle didn't give her the attention she wanted.
Sure, that was part of it. Yeah. And by attention, it was just like we talk about the languages of love. And I feel like we were also hitting on different ones. Like, to me, a big one is like, like gifts and things that I might provide for you and places I might take you and things I might pay for. Like, that's kind of how I show my love in a lot of ways. And I feel like she needed more, I don't know, more of one of the other ones. Not necessarily physical touch.
Like words of affirmation is one. Quality time is one.
I don't know. I don't want to dissect my pitiful relationship from last year. I've got a new girlfriend who's just absolutely gorgeous, best looking girl I've dated in quite a while, and I like her a lot, and that's where things are now. But yeah, I still feel bad about that whole thing. That was a real rough time. Both times every time, like, that girl has been responsible for like all of my biggest lows in my whole life. I think like at least
she responsible for a lot of your highest highs.
Yeah, that too. Like some of my fondest memories are like trips I went on with her and like going to Six Flags with her when we were teenagers and just like making out on her couch or something. And
I feel like your current girlfriend is a better fit. Now, no girl's perfect, but like, and I'm cautious about all the things I say, but for example, the love of your ex, that's what I should call her. She didn't like hunting. She didn't like, I don't think she was particularly into guns. She didn't like some of the things.
Like guns.
She liked guns.
It was
okay.
she was a vegetarian and she didn't like aspects of. She didn't like when I used the pig as the target and stuff like that. That sort of thing. None of that stuff bothered me. Like I was fine.
Those to me seem like some pretty core value system mismatches.
No, I agreed with her in a lot of ways, like on that stuff. I really do. Like, I feel bad for those animals, and I had no problem eating what she ate. She had to be on a diet for medical reasons for a while, and it was virtually a vegan diet. And I mean, there would be it sounds weird to describe. I can't remember what it's called, but there was grilled chicken involved. That we would like. That was what we had to cheat with at the end because there was like nothing else for her to eat. There was like 8 things. It was like quinoa and like pepper. Like, really, that's it. That's the only. But it was really only like a handful of things. But I didn't mind eating her very restrictive diet. Like, she was a great cook, and we'd cook. I don't want to get into this whole thing, but that was the same girl that I had the almost suicide with before. Hey, this time around I didn't think about killing myself, so there's that. Hey,
that's great.
By the third breakup, I won't even feel it.
Funny.
Right?
He told me, he specifically said, like, I'm not suicidal. And in my head, I'm like, how'd that get on the table?
Yeah.
Why?
Because last time I was like, well, let's just do this down here. And then I was like, but she'll find me. Or at least, the ambulance will be down here. And she'll ask her neighbor, what's this ambulance doing down here? And they'll say, oh, some guy shot himself in the parking deck last night. He's over there in that black Acura TL. And then I ruined her life. And I was like, well, I'll just suffer through my life so that hers will be a little easier. And that was literally what I did for a long time.
And it's like admitting defeat to do that right then.
I would have been happy to. I was defeated. I'd have been happy with defeat. I honestly kept living to make her life easier there for a long time.
And think of the life that you would have skipped. Like, there's been some cool shit.
No, if I'd killed myself, maybe I'd have been the
vacuum.
emperor of like Neptune or something. We don't know what kind of reincarnations out there. I could have done some real cool shit. Like blowing up houses.
You've got a 20-sided D&D die, and you roll it, and you got like a 19 or 20, and you're like, oh, probably the next one would be even higher.
Yeah.
No way.
Just keep fucking
Because you've
rolling.
got all your charisma modifiers that couldn't get any higher.
Well, thank you, Taylor.
Yeah.
Wow, that means so much coming from you.
I'm glad. I don't want you to kill yourself.
You've got nice charisma modifiers too.
Oh, you.
But yeah, sad talk.
I'm the gay one here, guys. Me.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry, I was encroaching. I'll lower my percent back down to its normal levels. Yeah, that was. I like that little peek into your life, Kyle. I didn't know really hardly any. You've mentioned that stuff to me like briefly before, but never much. It's interesting.
Yeah.
So then you moved back home because just nothing was. I guess you felt like
and
you,
then
you
and
got
then,
your
like,
achievement.
As I was moving, I didn't want to be out there anymore. And then like as I moved, I hurt my back, and I was literally on the couch for like 4 weeks. Got real fat, and then just got real depressed and didn't want to do anything. Didn't want to work at the dealership. Didn't want to sell cars. Didn't want any part of that. And ended up just working with my dad for a long time. Just really enjoyed. I felt like Rambo whenever he's done killing in Vietnam, and he's like out there with those monks. I really felt like I was doing that for a while, just working with my dad, like out in the field, and just trying to like get my head straight after that whole thing with the girl. And you know, eventually that kind of leads into playing way too many video games to deal with the pain, and getting real good at those video games.
COD 4.
Top 4 what?
I said COD 4.
COD 4.
Oh yeah, COD, yeah, and then you know getting deciding that professional poker might be an option for me, and I did pretty well at that, and I bought my first gaming console with my professional poker winnings, and kind of started playing more. So there was a time when I would play poker like all night and play video games all day, and like do like zero work, and so yeah, like that. It all comes full circle, you know. If I don't go through the depressing, awful time with her, almost killing myself and all, then I don't end up swinging from helicopters and blowing up houses and flying drones and being Call of Duty commercials and fucking like half of Twitter or whatever I did. So you know, you gotta hurt to feel good. There's gotta be some lows so you appreciate the highs. So I'm happy with the way things have gone so far. At least I know what it feels to really love something a lot, and how intense it is to lose it. I feel like those are intense feelings that I've felt. And I don't feel like everybody gets that, the full spectrum of intensity of horrible lows and super duper highs. But I think I've had both. I'm just getting started. I'm not even 30 yet.
I know.
Yeah.
But 30 to 40 probably goes way faster than 20 to 30, right, Woody?
If I make it to 40, next year's gonna be fucking crazy. I got some cool ideas. I'm gonna get that ejector seat out. Did I tell you about that ejector
That's
seat
what
my
you
buddy
said.
has?
Yeah, you said that could actually paralyze you.
Well, they said compress my spine. I mean,
Yeah, 601, right? You know.
yeah, I'm like 6'1", 6'1 and a half. Like I could do 6 foot flat, whatever.
You might, probably make you look broader too.
Oh,
Get some more
I'd like
shoulder
that.
action. Fill
Yeah.
out those shirts.
I like that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm doing all right. I got some.
You'd have that squat wrestler's neck. Look more muscular.
More
Yeah.
difficult to choke.
I say go for it.
That is true.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's that was just a real sad story. Woody, why did you put me in such a bad mood?
I think it was
Bring
a
up
really
all
good
my-
segment on the show.
all my
PKA
painful-
Golden Age right here.
Painful memories and.
Dude, we're
Oh.
almost 3 hours into the show, and it's been all gold start to three
I've enjoyed the
quarters.
show so far.
Start to 3/4.
Woody, I've been a fan of your channel since the summer when my friend linked me to your video about your suicide attempt. I've been suffering from clinical depression since 2008 and have had a really rough time. I know this seems like a lot of pressure that you might feel outside of your element of help, but just keep in mind, I don't go overboard anymore and my depression is healing just slowly. Now you don't have to answer this or read this, however I look up to you because of everything. You are everything I wish to be. Yikes. Now here you have an amazing wife and 2 wonderful children, you're great with tools and offer real advice. He thinks more highly of me than I think of me. But anyway,
Yeah.
I'm 19 years old and I'm on antidepressants due to my depression going extreme. I recently attempted to cut myself and overdosed multiple times. It was about a girl. So, long story short, the girl I loved was raped twice, and I did everything to help her return to normal. I was friend-zoned multiple times, and she has a boyfriend. We no longer talk. I'm so depressed. I wish I could sleep forever from this nightmare. It sucks. For the record, by the way, we no longer talk. She called me up and said sorry for everything, but I don't believe her. I haven't picked up her calls since. I can't escape this depression. I feel lonely all the time. My therapist didn't do anything, and my antidepressants only do so much work. Help me. Nothing feels right anymore. I talk to as many people as possible, but it doesn't help. I can't sit down and play a game. I can't sit down and read. I can't do any of my university readings, and I have zero confidence in myself. I feel worthless and pathetic. I'm working out every so often, so that helps, but there's always those depressing moments. I'm sorry for rambling, and if this is too long, I'm sorry. But if you don't want to reply or look at this post, that's perfectly fine. You're not responsible to do anything. If you want any more information, I guess you could ask. Not like I'm doing anything.
Can I take this?
Yeah.
I broke up with a girl that I'd known for a really long time, about 4 or 5 years ago. I think I've told this story to Woody before, but I was in her apartment and we broke up, and I was crying my eyes out, and I like got all my shit and I went downstairs to my car, and as I was walking down to my car, I was planning on shooting myself when I got to the car, because my gun was in my car. I was like, when I get down there, I'm gonna kill myself. And I got down to the car, and I was like, maybe I shouldn't. And I look in the back seat, and there's a big bag of her shit, and I'm like, yep, I'm killing myself. So I get the gun, and I'm gonna kill myself, and then I think, well, she's gonna come down tomorrow, and she's gonna find me in my fucking car when my brain's blowed out. I'm like, I can't do that to her. I was like, I love her too much to do that to her, you know? That's why I'm killing myself, because I love her so much. I can't do that, so I'm like, I'll go home and kill myself. I'm like, all right, let's go home. So I go home, and I'm like, all right, it's time to kill myself now. I'm like, well, now my roommates are going to come home and find me. What the fuck? Where am I going to go kill myself? So I'm like, all right, I'll kill myself tomorrow. We'll go to the park. It'll be a nice day. So the next day I was too lazy to kill myself, not going to lie. So I sat there and I was like, dude, I'm not going to work today. I worked with my roommate at a car dealership, and I was like, so I'm just sitting there on the couch, and he had this huge library of DVDs, so I started watching them, and I watched every DVD that he owned, including the entire Band of Brothers collection. I watched 60 DVDs before I left that couch. I lost 13 pounds because all I ate in like a 3-day period was a glass of milk and a peanut butter sandwich. And after that experience, I felt better. I think maybe like you just need to get some perspective on the whole thing before you make any rash decisions. And think about how like hurting yourself would hurt the people around you. And always remember that there's always another day. And Band of Brothers is awesome. You might want to watch that. That cheered me right up.
I have a question, Kyle.
Yep.
Did your friend have the Gun with the Wind box set?
No.
Ah, damn it. That would have made everything way better.
I'd have blew my brains out on the couch if he did.
I know this might be bad advice, but I'd say give up on that girl that you're going after, because if she's went through 3 different guys, she's obviously really good looking and she's pretty much superficial, and you've already ascended into what you call the friend status. Once you go into
different guys, did I miss it?
He said she got raped twice. I don't know if it's about the same person, but
okay,
But I'm just assuming it's 2 different guys there. But you've ascended into what you call the friend category, and once you get there, you're basically considered harmless. It's kind of like guys in wheelchairs. Girls will flirt with a guy in a wheelchair because they consider them non-threatening.
Yep.
And you're in that same category. My best bet for you: buy a hooker. I'm dead serious.
So that's a short-term solution or long-term.
No. The fact is, buying a hooker and getting your whistle wet will make you forget about a lot of things like girls and make you less stuck up on certain aspects like that.
What if he
that's
gets
a
an
personal
STD?
thing there. Like, so I'm thinking about that. Like, if he were to go that route, and I wouldn't judge him. What if afterwards, he has this view of himself that's pretty low? Like, what if afterwards he's like, man, what am I doing here? This isn't where I want to be. Like, it's not the happy experience with the glow afterwards that you are predicting it to be. What if it's this like moment of, I don't want to say shame,
Animals and heat,
project, but yeah, I can just picture him sitting on the edge of the bed thinking, oh, wow, where am I?
Well, here's the advice to that. No foundation ever built upon happiness ever lasts. Happiness comes in second samples. I mean, nothing you ever build on the foundation of happiness will ever last in your life. You can build a marriage based on happiness; it will never last. You have to be able to deal with the person for an extent. That's why marriages has such a high fail rate today. That people are happy when they get married, but once they learn they have to actually live with each other, they fall apart and they just don't want to deal with each other. If you have a more of like a consistent basis, or more of like a serious relationship, your marriage is going to succeed a lot more than just being happy for that moment of time and making rash decisions. I never base your life upon, is this going to make me happy? Like Woody probably wasn't happy going to school, for example, like doing all those degrees, but he's probably happy where he's at now that he can support his family and all. You kind of see what I'm saying?
And buying incredibly expensive table saws.
that his wife almost destroyed.
with their awful driving. So like my thoughts on depression. Now I'm not trained on this, but I've got experience with it, so that's just one person. But for me, what the depression was really about was a future that I didn't think was very bright. And I wonder if he's in the same mental spot where he's like, man, this girl's not digging me. Life isn't going my way. What's the deal here? I can't find happiness. And, if he sticks it out, if he just keep plugging away, he will find things that do make him happy. He will find some success in life. He'll find something that captures his interest, and things will get better. This girl broke his heart. Yeah, girls are known to do that. And it's like that whole many more fish in the sea thing sounds so cliche when you hear it. It sounds so worthless, but it's so not. There are so many girls out there who can be your life partner, who can be on your side through thick and thin. That you just start
and guess what?
Trolling.
New ones are created every day.
He's 19.
I don't think.
Hey, I wouldn't give that away, dude. I was thinking, I met somebody who had like a husband that was 51 and she was like 26, and I was like, dude, he was like 20 by the time you were born. I wouldn't throw that out the window.
I don't think any one girl who's gonna act like that, or at least not give you the time of day, is worth that much turmoil. I mean, you just eventually have to find someone who will give you the time of day, because they are out there. There's a ton of them. There's got to be one eventually you'll stumble across that's going to be even better than what you're trying to get now.
Yeah, like, what are you looking for in a girl? Like, we could probably hook you up with somebody.
How we gonna hook him up with somebody, Kyle? We don't even know where he lives at.
That doesn't
Well,
matter. I
well,
know
ask
girls
his
around
email.
the country.
Yeah, that's
Like, that's
Golden
one of my
AK gets
issues.
you
Like, a
that
lot of
notoriety.
times,
I think relationship's the last thing he needs at this point in his life. I think he needs companionship, but he doesn't need like a relationship with a girl. Like, he needs to be able to feel good about himself. He needs like a group, maybe like a YMCA would be pretty much the ideal place for him
so
to be.
really needs some kind of like
Some place where he can
quasi-support
feel like
group
he's part of a
sort of
team.
like you don't want to go to like one of those meetings in a circle
don't-
or
you
anything.
don't
But if you
know.
just had like a group of friends you
Need
go
a-
bowling with and get
Or a
drunk, that's
basket, or like play basketball or something like that, where you
Yeah,
feel like
that's-
you're important to somebody else.
That's a really, really good idea, Wings. I love that. And so, like, people have heard me talk about sports before. You don't have to be great just to play. First of all, like, let's say you're a small guy. Like, man, there's sports out there for you. There's like a wrestling team or whatever. He's 19, so he's out of high school. But you can jump in a men's basketball league or volleyball league, or there are adult lacrosse leagues filled with people
Yeah.
who don't have tons of lacrosse experience, just like you.
Yeah, what you want to get into is like a what is it when it's like men and women? It's like
Co-ed
co-ed.
league. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to get
That's
into like co-ed volleyball league.
Yeah,
soccer,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I
but
want one now. Does anybody know one?
co-ed beach volleyball.
let me go on about this a little bit longer. That it's a fun thing to do, and what Wing said was really, really neat. In that, like, you'll be in this locker room and you'll be important to somebody. After you're there, like 5-7 weeks in a row, you are part of that team. You have a bond with these guys. You have a common goal, and you're joking, you're goofing, you're whatever, saying nasty things about each other in lots of fun, in a fun spirit. And yeah, man, getting into a group like that and forming some relationships, that's where happiness comes from, right? Your relationships with other people.
Chiz made a good point. Chiz is like, you haven't even told the stories about when you were in jail, and those are some of my favorite stories ever. It's like,
Do you have any that you would feel comfortable saying right now?
I think,
I don't want to put you on the spot. I was just
yeah, I
curious.
don't know. I kind of want to save them. I don't know, and like do a whole like I got hours of silly.
Do you got just like a tease for us, like a?
Oh man, eggs were a commodity. Eggs, hard boiled eggs.
I never take that story back. And
Hard boiled eggs were a commodity. Okay, like food would come, and it was I was only in for like 3 or 4 days or something like that. But it's rough, and everybody was like, "I've been in prison. This is rougher than prison. This is awful." He's like, in prison, we get to go outside for like 2 hours a day. We get this, we get that, we get that. He's like, you see that cooler of water over there? We had to strike for that. There was a hunger strike to get that water. All right, well, I'm glad y'all did that for me.
Yeah.
Shout out to you guys one time.
Solidarity, brothers. you know, and then like it's like mixed. It's white guys, black guys. We're all wearing our orange jumpsuits, which are a little itchy, by the way. I'm gonna be honest.
I'm sure they don't have fabric softener thrown in.
I doubt it. A lot of starch. Yeah.
The beds suck, and they're like, I've been in prison. The beds are so much better. The beds are so much better. I'm like, yeah, this bed does kind of. It's like this thin, like roll up, like pad you throw onto like a metal bed, and the pillow is so thin that you've got to like fold it twice to get a pillow, like enough pillow to put your head on. And
is it cold?
Oh, it's cold. Oh, it's cold in there. Oh yeah. Oh, absolutely. But then it'll get hot, and there's no way to get cool again. So I've got like I got my orange jumpsuit buttoned down to like my belly button with like my chest hair hanging out, and I'm sitting over there like.
And now you're worried about being too attractive for yourself.
No, that's not an issue. That's not even
tying it up like a Britney Spears look.
Yeah, yeah. Food is so awful. Someone said that they had like a 37-cent a day like budget for each prisoner's food, and I was like, I believe it. I believe it. This is,
what was the food like? Get served.
I like prison. It was gruel, gruel all day. It was breakfast with slop. Breakfast was oatmeal with nothing in it, just kind of spattered onto a tray. A hard-boiled egg. There was hard-boiled eggs at every meal. Hard-boiled egg. There was like 2 sausage links that were like your pinky finger, and they were all like dried up and gross. And
I'd rather
they
a
were the
dried up,
best
overcooked
part.
thing. Yeah.
They were the best part of breakfast. That's what I ate. Some days there were grits. Some days there were oatmeal. I preferred the grits because you can salt
Shout
and
out
pepper
grits.
those.
Yeah.
You can salt and pepper those, but there was no sugar or butter or anything like that for the oatmeal.
Yeah.
Every meal had the same beverage. It was Kool-Aid. Okay, you had Kool-Aid in a very small cup, and it was like, this is my cup of Kool-Aid for the next 6 hours. Once it's gone, it's gone.
They don't have free refills in jail?
No. So it's like, there's a little. I think it's berry. Is that berry? I hear grape. I hear tomatoes grape. Sipping on our. I had an appointment. To be arrested. I showed up punctually.
You were on time for your
Yeah,
arrest.
they don't even put handcuffs on you.
Can you tell me more about your appointment? I thought they surprised you in the.
Well, that's the first arrest. I'm
the
talking about the U.S. Marshals. Like when the U.S. Marshals are like, all right, show up at 10, next month, and we'll arrest you, and
Where'd
then
you
we'll
show up?
release you. At some federal building in Atlanta, and that's when they like DNA'd me. Took a cheek swab and took my passport away. Like I turned it over to them, and I think that's about it as far
Were
like
you on
fingerprints
time?
again. Of course, I was on time.
You were late for a court date.
That wasn't my fault. Everyone explained that the prosecutor told the judge, he's like, just so we're all clear, this isn't Mr. Myers' fault. He wasn't fucking informed. Like, I was not late to shit, Woody.
Okay. All right.
I'm fully confident Kyle would have been on fucking time with his Sunday best on for every one of these things.
It's funnier to say, well, I was high.
I'm a drug addict.
No, what you're referring to was,
I hit someone on the way in my car.
like what you're referring to in a normal person's life would have been the scariest thing that ever happened to them. But in mine, it was a Saturday that was rough. It wasn't a Tuesday or whatever. I wake up at 9 a.m. in bed with my girlfriend, and I'm like, nice little lazy Tuesday. I get a call from the fucking courthouse in Athens, because that's where I think there's a federal thing there. That's initially where the stuff was happening, and then they moved to Atlanta. Anyway, they're like, supposed to be in courtroom D, where are you? And I'm like, in my fucking bed, an hour and a half away, yo. But I didn't say it quite like that. And so I'm like calling my lawyer and his people and everyone in my legal little sphere and everything. And what it turned out was I hadn't been informed, my lawyer hadn't been informed, and the prosecutor hadn't even been informed. Nobody knew that we all needed to be there that day. So it just so happens that they work in the legal field, so they're there, you know. But so everyone is very understanding when I show up an hour late. to this thing, and like,
Sure.
and even the prosecutor told the judge, just so we're all clear, like this man didn't show up late. Okay, like I wasn't informed, his defense attorney wasn't informed, and of course he wasn't. So the only it was explained
Then
there.
by
and
the
we're all
rules
good.
of Georgia, you are free to go.
I wish, but
That's how it works in college. Like
Yeah.
if the professor's 15 minutes late, we could go.
but
It's
there was
double
this,
jeopardy. We can't get appointments wrong twice.
but the whole process of me getting ready that morning and then driving there was pure terror.
I'm sure.
Because like, you know, I've been trying to like mind my P's and Q's this whole time, and now I'm an hour and a half late to like sentencing or something, like a major fucking thing. And so I'm just fucking getting no shower. I'm getting dressed as fast as I can, like brushing my hair and fucking. Where's my belt? My good belt? No, it's not that one. That one doesn't fit anymore.
I need a sturdy belt in case this goes poorly.
Not my rhinestone belt that says "girl toy."
I think I ended up going with no belt, and I hit it with my hands in front of me like this. I literally like couldn't find a belt.
Clearly,
I
this
couldn't find-
awful postured man.
Yeah, I think my suit and pants were slightly mismatched. Like it was a dark navy and a black or something like that, which is fine. But like I was driving as fast as you would think you wouldn't get pulled over the whole way, aggressively, terrified, leaned forward on the wheel with her next to me going, "It's gonna be all right. It's gonna be all right." And there's me constantly calling people, constantly, so scared. That was
Heart at like
nightmare mode.
130 BPM sitting down. You're so nervous. That sounds like a
It's like,
nightmare, man.
It's like this isn't my fault. Nobody
That's how
told
Kyle
me.
did so well
Yeah.
in the fucking fitness competition. Just 130 BPM resting pulse for some reason.
Did they not like
Very
explain?
stressed.
Did they not explain the extent to which you weren't in trouble up front? Like your attorney wasn't like, "Hey, huge mess up in the scheduling office. It's okay. Like you just get down
I
here
don't-
quick."
I don't think I knew for sure that I was good because I couldn't get in touch with him
That's
either. He hadn't
shitty
been
of your lawyer.
See, he didn't know. He's in court with somebody else, or he's like,
Oh, yeah.
or he's driving and he won't. He can't answer the phone when he drives. It's a crime in Georgia. Your lawyer gets a fucking thing on. It's a problem, right? Like you can't have your criminal lawyer. So he's obeying the law. He won't answer his phone when he's in the fucking car. So I think some of that was part of the deal. In any case, yeah, in that fancy car I bought him. But yeah, I wasn't late for anything. I promise you.
Was
during
there
that
any
whole
wiggle
legal
room?
thing.
Like when they told you show up at 10 for sentencing or to be arrested.
Oh
if,
yeah.
Like if you or your lawyer had said like, "We are going to be there. Can we do 11:30? Mr. Myers has a dentist appointment."
Oh, totally.
Really? You can like
Yeah.
kind of like stop and get a meal, like go to the
well,
arcade.
Well, see, like this, what I'm describing as arresting is like me turning myself over to the U.S. Marshals, and they take me into their custody, and they technically process me a little bit, but then they just turn around and release.
You know what
me
would have
on
been
their
fucking
recognizance.
sick is if you turned yourself in wearing like spurs.
Oh,
Like spurs and a vest. Chink, chink.
so they have to take them away and put them in the box.
That's
When I went to prison, that would have been when I went to prison. When I checked in, I should have had like lots of accessories.
a bandolier of weapons.
so that when I'm released, they're like rhinestone belt buckle, 2 water pistols filled with spaghettios.
Yeah.
Those dried up, sir. Like I'm just going through my random shit, and I'm nodding intently and taking each thing and putting it on. Yeah, I was never late for anything. I don't think, now that I can remember. I think there was a couple times when they fucked up their information and I didn't show up for a thing, but I never messed up. But yeah, the U.S. Marshals still have my passport. I guess I guess it's expired, so no need to get it back. But I kind of want it back, but I don't want to talk to them.
It makes it easier to get another passport if you just have your old one.
Yeah, why?
I know it does,
I
right?
think that's true,
Yeah.
but I'm not sure why.
It
Because
is.
it's like
Well,
on the
I think-
list of like, because I had to get a passport like a couple of years ago, and the list is like, you can bring this, or your license and old passport. And it's like, damn, like if you don't have your passport, it's going to be a pain in the butt. Do you have everything else like birth certificate, like all that shit? Every time I need that shit, I have to find it, and then I
got my
lose it.
I have my original birth certificate. I'm looking at it, and it got sent to me. I had it sent to me the other day, and when I went to tear open the envelope, I tore.
That sucks. I could see making that mistake.
Would
Yeah.
you just straight through the middle? What'd you do?
No,
I'm not paying this bill from the public records department.
Fuck you, Mom.
Yeah, that's what I pictured.
Like
Yeah.
birth certificate. No, it had like I tore it right at the top, like forgetting what might be in that envelope. And I thought it was like an Amazon. It was a Manila thing. So anyway, I tore the edge completely off my birth certificate, and I'm not sure if it's even technically valid anymore.
As long as it's got all the good stuff on there, I think
it's got all the good stuff, but it's a tear right through the one of the edges is for an inch and a half is torn off all the way down. But it doesn't matter. I'd like to get my passport back from those marshals, but
give them a call.
Yeah.
Hey, you remember me?
No, we didn't.
I'm that cool guy.
Now,
remember the rad guy in Georgia? Like that's me. I need my
tubular fellow you were
I was
so fond
about to
of.
drop a tubular. We were racing to it.
Yeah. Yeah. So there were a bunch of charges at first, and most of them were nonsense. There was a charge that said I had a gun with a destroyed serial number. That was a gun that had been coated, painted with like a pretty design on it, and 2 of the serial numbers were kind of hard to read. You literally scratch them and you could read them. But like destroying the serial number on a firearm is like a 10-year federal like mandatory sentence. So like they lump stuff like that in.
These were guns you bought brand new from a gun store normally and then had professionally painted.
Yeah.
So this wasn't like a wacky thing.
This isn't one of those deals where I like paint a gun like green and red in my backyard. This was a professional job, and they did a bad job at it. And so they lump stuff like that in with possession of marijuana, and just made it so that I really had to do a plea deal and just plead guilty to possession of marijuana with intent to distribute. And the intent to distribute thing, even the judge today was like, so was he selling marijuana? And they're like, no, absolutely not. This is, the prosecution's like, no, he wasn't. No. Was he shipping it? Nope. Was he trading it for favors or influence? Nope, not at all. Never did that.
Was he going to parades and releasing it over the crowd? Like what?
Nope.
It's
But
the Joker shit.
but
Exactly.
but we're quite sure that women would come to his house, his girlfriend even, and smoke a joint with him occasionally. And so that was distribution. So
the judge was like, so he was like a good host?
that is not what the judge said. No.
So you're saying he was a polite person? I would go so far as to say considerate.
We're going to charge you with 3 counts of being considerate.
Yeah.
Which is a felony in Georgia.
Yeah, so like I was glad that like that was part of the hearing today, where he was like he made sure that she explained that, and she was like, yeah, no, he didn't sell it. He's not a drug dealer, but he did share it with women from time to time. And just so everyone out there knows, if you're ever in a situation where there's some marijuana, if you share a joint with someone, you just distributed marijuana. So
that's crazy.
What a great excuse for not giving someone your pot.
You said it, not me.
Nah, dude, sorry.
So
I don't need extra charges.
Can you explain how sentencing works? Because I was very surprised to learn that your gun collection, they tried to combine it with marijuana and make it a really worse thing.
Before you do that, I like the idea that like she's basically saying like you tried to ply women with marijuana.
No, that was not what she said. It was just that like people would come to my house and they would smoke marijuana.
But you would but the idea is that she was trying to get at the fact that like you having marijuana is part of why girls came over.
My lawyer essentially said that. He was like, first of all, these friends were ladies. I was just like, I'm looking at her.
And the judge just gives you a high five.
Yeah, I really, and just a little sidebar here, a little core humor there for you.
Nice.
If anyone finds himself in a similar situation that I was in, and they're in the Atlanta area, hit me up, and I guess I could refer you to an attorney. I really thought that my guy did a good job for me over the last year and a half that this thing's been going on for.
Seems like so long ago. This started.
Yeah.
Sometimes it comes up and I'm like, they're still mad about that.
Yeah, they're still mad about it. Yeah, it's
that's part of the legal system. If you wait long enough, they just go, eh.
Yeah, bygones.
In some situations, they do with statutes of limitation, but this isn't one of those situations at all. That doesn't apply here in any way.
What's the statute of limitations to fake pot charges?
So Kyle, the guns combining with pot use became a weird thing.
So there's like federal sentencing guidelines. We've all probably heard that terminology before, and it's like this sliding scale of like a point system. And it's like, oh, you did a good thing, 2 points off. Oh, you did a bad thing, 1 point on. And the things that took points off from me were, I have no criminal history whatsoever. What was another one?
So wait, it's like a fucking driver's test?
Kinda. And the more points you get, the more time you can do.
Are there like multipliers?
Yes. Huh. On the left, there are numbers that go from like 1 to, I don't know, 50 or something like that. And just to the right of those are how many months that's recommended that you do in prison. And so I started out at 31.
Which is 31 points?
Yeah.
I don't think people recognize how outrageous that is. That is a really, really big legal problem.
It's like 35 years in federal prison.
Jesus Christ.
Well, that's also. But did you guys listen to season 3 of Serial?
You're really going to interrupt his story for okay?
No, because they take you through the court system and how pleading, how basically they lump all these false charges on. And not only that, but they charge you twice for the same thing. Like they'll be like possession of a firearm and also possession of a weapon. And it's like that's the same thing.
And possession of a firearm by a drug user. It's like, wait a minute, am I getting charged 3 times for one gun?
And they do and the reason they do that is so that by the end they're like, you're facing 31 years in prison, and you're like, all right, I guess I'll plead to 2. And really they just wanted you to have 2 in the first place.
That's absolutely the situation. And what it was in my case is that it didn't make any sense to go to trial and potentially face all that craziness, the level 31 stuff. It made so much more sense to just plead guilty, even though I really disagreed with the distribution charge. That seemed wrong to me. I'm not a legal scholar or anything. And then there were a lot of inconsistencies in the whole case. The way the search warrant was obtained and some stuff like that I won't go into, but. It wasn't. I could have won if I taken it to trial, but the risk was absurd.
You lost.
And
you
that
also
was the
could have lost.
And
yeah.
So you were FPS Russia, which meant that you owned a lot of specialty, interesting guns, silencers, and short barrel, all licensed, all completely above board.
Yeah.
But in this context, they became like extra big problems. Can you explain?
Well, at first, that was adding on like 8 points, which is a lot.
For owning legal guns?
Yeah. And that got brought down to adding on 2 points. So again, like points got deducted for things like I'd never had a criminal history, and it's like first time offense, and the possession of marijuana under a kilogram or whatever, I under a pound, one or the other was, X amount of points, and it all came down to 6 points, from 31 down to 6 points. And the recommended sentence for that, which is what I've been saying kind of all along for like 2 years, is 0 to 6 months of prison. And the last 6 months of any federal sentence, you don't actually spend in prison. You spend it in a halfway house. So yeah, it's kind of like a dormitory that you sleep in at night with some other cool guys, I guess. And you have
with all the people you've been making fun of for years.
Yeah. I'm sure I'll make good friends there. And you get your days to yourself.
Heard what you were saying on the podcast.
But you get your days to yourself, and you're not like locked up. They're just keeping tabs on you for a little while. And there was a maximum of, I think, maybe $9,500 they could have fined me, and it was up to 5 years of probation, which is pretty annoying. That much probation. That's a long ass time.
What does that mean?
Does probation include drug testing?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay. I think so. And so we went in today, and I got there at 9 a.m. to Athens, which is like
Racked
a
up
2-hour
dawn in
drive.
Kyle's world. Yeah.
I got up at 5 a.m. I got
That
up
is
at
early,
5
yeah.
a.m.
I probably wouldn't have slept at all. I would have been so nervous.
I slept pretty well, honestly. I went to bed at like 9 p.m.
It was
I
all the
would be-
pot that helped him sleep.
Get out of here! Get out of here! Fuck off!
Not a funny one, Steve. Not a funny one.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Anything of the sort. It was my wholesome nature and
melatonin.
my love of Jesus Christ that helped me sleep well.
Hey, cool kids, gather around. Let me tell you about Jesus Christ right now.
I've been taking random drug tests for 2 years now. I'm clean. and so I got up at 5 a.m., got there at 9 a.m., and my lawyer's not there. And I'm like, and see, there's no way to really coordinate with the lawyer because as a lawyer, he won't answer the phone when he drives. I understand that. He understands it's a crime to do so in this state. And he's got a long drive just like I do. And I'm not going to call him at 6 a.m. And so I can't call him on the phone. I can't take my phone into the courthouse, because I'm a defendant. One of the interesting things
I didn't even know that.
Yeah, you can. One of the interesting things throughout my whole legal process is I've got a very nice suit that I had made, and every time I go into any courthouse, lawyers on the left. I'm like, no, I'm not a lawyer. Really? What are you doing here? Wait a minute. Are you that? You look familiar.
Is that your hitman
That internet
suit?
guy? Yeah.
That's literally what happened at the federal courthouse both times. The metal detector guy recognized me, and then we ended up watching videos, my videos with the metal detector guy having a good little chat. So I get there.
Please tell me he was like taking selfies of you, and he's like, but not with your phone. You're not allowed to have that.
Yeah. I get there and I go up into the courtroom, and I'm there before they even unlock the doors. I'm ready to go here. I don't want to be late. There was an incident a few months back where they didn't notify me that today's my court day. And so I just get a phone call at like 10 a.m. and they're like, hey, you're supposed to be in court. And I'm just like, what? What do you mean? No one told me. And I had to like rush and drive 2 hours, but they were told that I wasn't notified. So it was all good. So the court opens up and I go in there, and I'm going to be the last guy on the docket for the day. So that gives plenty of time for my lawyer to get there. And he does eventually, although I'm very nervous because court has begun by the time he gets there. And today was mostly sentencing. And so there's this big chorus, I'll call them, of people in orange jumpsuits and shackles over there, kind of like a, sitting in like a choir formation.
Mm-hmm.
I want them singing now like it's Sister Act.
Like about how many people are in front of you? Like 10, 20, 30?
I would say eight or 9 people. And so I get to watch each of their cases go. And the thing about it is, like, they go up and the prosecutor is like, they tell you what these people did. They're like, if the person pleads guilty, like the whole spiel is, they go, if we had proceeded to trial, we would have proved beyond a reasonable doubt that so-and-so did this on this day, and then this happened, and then this happened, and they really lay out what these people have done. Yeah.
Wait a second. Like, the idea of having to go last, like having to, I feel like that's more nerve-wracking than getting it out of the way right away. Because, like, you have to...
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
prefer to go
worse.
on
They were
first.
icing the kicker all day. Now,
Yeah.
you got 2 months? Is that right?
Yeah, I got 2 months.
But we don't know 2 months of what?
It's almost it depends. It's 2 months of the halfway house, and the only thing that would change that is if they don't have enough beds at the halfway house. It's this weird scenario where, like, my lawyer's like, I mean, we could probably just talk to the parole officer, and maybe we'll just wait until there is a bed, until you have to go and start serving that 2 months. But we don't really know. Like, worst case scenario, I have to go to something that they described as summer camp. Which that's I don't know.
Sounds fun.
Not really.
But it's Bible summer camp, Taylor.
Oh yeah, it sucks.
I was laughing to myself earlier today, thinking about the possibility of you getting house arrest for 2 months or something, and just like them being like, now you can't leave your house. You have this anklet on for 2 months, and then like 3.5 months in, they're calling you like, we do need that bracelet back. Like you know you can leave now, right? And you're like, yeah, I'll get around to it.
He's just
Day,
doing
though.
Postmates and Rust all the.
There's a whole new season of One Punch Man out. I think maybe next week.
So
Does the halfway house have a sex swing though, or you don't have to?
I don't think so. I think and that's the in that scenario. So yeah, I got 2 years of probation, which is the minimum amount of probation that I could have gotten. He could have given me 5 years of probation. I was pretty thankful for that. The probation was the part I was most concerned about. Honestly, like how many years I would have to continue to do these like drug tests and be under like the sort of have a babysitter to some extent.
You've
My
kind
probation
of-
officer
Kyle, you've been under probation, am I
Oh
right?
yeah,
You
yeah.
have.
It's called pretrial. It's called pretrial probation. I've been on that for.
And what impact does it have on one's life to be under probation? There's drug
Can't
tests.
Can't leave the state without permission. My parole officer calls me maybe once every 2 months or something like that, and is like, "Hey, I'm gonna stop by, see how you're doing." But yeah, just us tonight. This will be my last show for a little while.
I know you're like they're all Kyle episodes. I'm all contraire.
Tune in next week for a look at how that's not the case. Yeah, so this is, I'm sure it's even more surreal for you, but even though I knew how serious this whole situation was, even going back a couple years, when it was talks like, oh, it could be years in jail. Like in the back of my head, I was like, Kyle's not going to jail. That's not going to happen. It's going to be fine. This is going to pan out. And now you're going to jail.
Yeah. It panned out. I'm pretty happy with
Cue
it.
the Always Sunny intro.
That's
Who's checking the mail?
Kyle goes to jail.
Yeah, it's the Curb Your Enthusiasm music. Yeah. No, I think I'm pretty happy with the way things panned out. All things considered, I think it's a pretty good spin. We were hoping that they'd have room at a halfway house because I got sentenced to 2 months, and I don't think it's been hinted at that but it won't be 2 months. So we'll see. So maybe, I don't know if that means 2 calendar months, 60 days, 56 days, well, 28's the shortest of the months, and maybe it's a leap year and we'll make it 50. I don't know exactly how they factor that in. And then another thing is you often don't do your full sentence no matter what the amount of time is, it would seem. So I'll find out very soon. I go in tomorrow. But yeah, all things considered, I'm very happy with the way things have panned out and everything. I'll have all this nonsense behind me here in October. So
after thinking it could be decades in jail, them
Taylor,
coming to you and being like 2 months.
You were quieter than you were pre-show, and I didn't speak up.
It's just the distance.
Yeah,
do this, Taylor, a lot, real fast.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, keep it going. Don't stop now.
I'm almost done.
Yeah, but yeah, I check in tomorrow, and I don't want to be too specific about where I'm going, but it's below minimum security. Like there aren't fences where I'm going. Like you could just walk out.
It's like less secure than a nursing home.
It's literally less secure than a nursing home. I'm not positive there are locks on the doors. There's definitely not cells. Like there's no like shachunk like sliding like cell door or anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of activities to do. Like there's literally like I think it's called pickleball, that tennis game. There's like a tennis court.
That's a fun game. You're gonna have a good time in jail.
How is pickleball different than tennis? Does it use tennis rackets?
It uses this little tennis racket. It's like between ping pong and tennis. Like it looks like a ping pong racket in that it's solid, but it's much bigger than a ping pong racket or paddle, I should say. But it's smaller than it's a silly game. I don't play it. Kitty plays it though, and she's like, I'm so excited. You're going away, going to learn a bit of pickleball. When you come back, we'll play a few rounds. And it's like, yeah, that's the silver lining, Kitty, that I'm going to learn pickleball.
I bet they're not called rounds either. I don't know for sure, but I just imagine there's sets or games.
Play a few sets of pickleball. So yeah. I don't know exactly how long I'll be going. It shouldn't be more than 60 days. But it could be less. Like maybe it's just a month, like maybe it's something like that. I'll find out like pretty quickly. And what I've done, I don't know about you guys, but there aren't very many phone numbers I have memorized. And
literally only my own. I feel like a retard.
I know my own. I know my mother's because it hasn't changed since I was in high school, and that's like it. So I'm going to memorize like one phone number, and I'm going to give that person my list of phone numbers. So when I get inside, I can call them. Like, all right, I need Woody's number, I need Chiz's number, I need my dad's number, my mom's number, and I'm gonna once I'm in, I've got access to all kinds of nonsense like notepads and pens and paper, and so I'll have. I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to have quite a bit of phone time, and in an ideal scenario, I'll be able to like I'm just guessing. I don't know anything about how this is going to work, but let's just say I get 20 minutes of phone time a day. I'm guessing it might be 2 hours a day, or it might be all day, or whenever you want. There might just be a phone hanging there. But ideally, I would like call Chiz and be like, all right, let's set up a call. And like maybe like one afternoon, like when you guys are doing PKN or something, like we just record a segment where I call you guys and we record like however much time I've got. And I tell you what's going on in prison today. Like, well,
that's going to be hilarious.
I'm here with Dirty Mike and the boys. Say, hey guys. Hey, Woody. Hey, what's up? Hey, what's up? And funny. And Woody, they're letting me know that they're going to need a lot of boggle timers mailed in. They're all out of boggle timers here. That's a reference from King of the Hill where Peggy.
Woody, you've got to get boggle timers in. It's critically important.
They want their own special sand for the boggle timers. You're going to pick up a package names from a guy named Slippery Steve. He'll be coming by twice a week.
Peggy, you don't find it odd he loses the timer every week?
What I've seen
take it from him.
What I've seen in TV is people don't know their checkout dates, right? In my head, it should be like vacation. You know exactly what your starting and ending dates are. It's firm. Taylor's situation aside. But in prison, they don't seem to know your checkout date. This is weird to me.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know how that works or how that will work. Like I said, I think I'm gonna learn a lot of stuff tomorrow. Figure out what's going on. I'll get checked in everything, and I think I'm allowed to bring like $200 with me, so that'll like be an instant injection into my commissary, so I can buy like basic necessities like fucking sneakers and shorts and like soap and shampoo and like
protection.
all that. Yeah, a shiv,
a toothbrush,
Colgate now with extra stabbiness, so I can get all that stuff down, and I'll get going, and I guess I'll be able to call you guys pretty quickly. I'll let somebody know like what the situation is, and like the phone situation. I think is what's going to be cool because I love the idea of like you guys doing PKA and be like, all right, now we have a segment from Kyle. And being able to, I don't know how my audio will be in prison.
Honestly, the worse it is, the funnier it's going to turn out. If you sound like you're just in an empty concrete room.
Yeah, and there's a riot in the background. But yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting for like content for the show. Like this whole experience should be, because I didn't even go to camp as a kid, so this is going to be interesting.
I never slept at my friend's house.
What if you get into pickleball so much you're like Ricky in Trailer Park Boys when he's like they like force him to leave. He's like, you can't force me to leave. Today's the hockey tournament.
I've gotten so good at pickleball. They're trying to kick me out of jail, so I don't get to.
After 20 days, you're dominating the pickleball league amongst all these 57-year-olds, and they just like, get him out of here.
What's the main thing you're concerned about? I'm going to guess the shitting situation.
No, I don't care.
Are they nice bathrooms? Hopefully.
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea what it'll be like, but like I just won't care no matter what. When something is established as the norm, then I just accept it as the norm and I'm good with it. So like if everybody was shitting in a hole in the corner, I would just go ahead and go shit in the corner, whatever it's going to be.
So you'll be serving time in India, I see.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the pickleball court.
I haven't eaten anything but curry in 2 months.
Yeah, so honestly, I'm not worried about anything other than the bed being uncomfortable because the beds in jail suck. Like it's not a bed. It's like a metal frame, and they have like you remember those nap time pads you had in kindergarten?
Yeah.
That like, all right, everybody go get your pad, and you like throw that thin fucking wafer of a pad on the floor, and for a 5-year-old, 80-pound child, that's fine. But like when you try to lie on your side on one of those, like my like hips dug into it and like my shoulder and my elbow, and like you have to lay flat on your back and distribute your weight to get any sort of comfort in one of those. So I'm really hoping the beds are something better than that. That's really the only concern, because I've looked at like the commissary thing. It's like 5 pages of shit that I have access to, from food and like toiletry items, all the shampoos and soaps and detergents and deodorant and hair gel and brushes and combs and like all that stuff.
Do you get a TV, or is it like you sit in a big public room and watch Judge Judy with everybody else?
I don't know anything about that. I know that frequently there are jobs that you would have at this place. You would go and you would work like some sort of a menial labor type thing, like around the camp or at a local army base or something like that. I think they do that sometimes. But I'm there for such a short period of time. It might be one of those issues where it's like, well, it takes 2 weeks to initiate you into the course and 2 weeks to remove you from the course, and you're here for 6 weeks, so you're just gonna hang out in the barracks. So I'd be fine with that. Like, if I don't get bored easily. So like I could literally sleep all day and like read books and do push-ups and maybe like jog a mile a day, and I'll be happy. I'll be fine. But yeah, just us tonight. This will be my last show for a little while.
I know, you're like, they're all Kyle episodes. I'm all contraire.
Tune in next week for a look at how that's not the case. Yeah, so this is, I'm sure it's even more surreal for you, but even though I knew how serious this whole situation was, even going back a couple years, when it was talks like, oh, it could be years in jail, like in the back of my head, I was like, Kyle's not going to jail. That's not going to happen. It's going to be fine. This is going to pan out. And now you're going to jail.
Yeah. It panned out. I'm pretty happy with it.
Cue the Always Sunny intro.
Who's checking the mail?
Kyle goes to jail.
Yeah, it's the Curb Your Enthusiasm music. Yeah. No, I think I'm pretty happy with the way things panned out. All things considered, I think it's a pretty good spin. We were hoping that they'd have room at a halfway house, because I got sentenced to 2 months, and I don't think it's been hinted at that, like, but it won't be 2 months. So we'll see. So maybe, I don't know if that means 2 calendar months, 60 days, 56 days, like, well, 28's the shortest of the months, and maybe it's a leap year, and we'll make it 50. I don't know exactly how they factor that in. And then another thing is, you often don't do your full sentence, no matter what the amount of time is, it would seem. So I'll find out very soon. I go in tomorrow. But yeah, all things considered, I'm very happy with the way things have panned out and everything. I'll have all this nonsense behind me here in October. So
after thinking it could be decades in jail, them
Taylor,
coming to you and being like 2 months.
You were quieter than you were pre-show, and I didn't speak up.
It's just the distance.
Yeah,
do this, Taylor, a lot, real fast.
Yeah, real quick.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, keep it going. Don't stop now.
I'm almost done.
Yeah, but yeah, I check in tomorrow, and I don't want to be too specific about where I'm going, but it's below minimum security. Like, there aren't fences where I'm going. Like, you could just walk out.
It's like less secure than a nursing home.
It's literally less secure than a nursing home. I'm not positive there are locks on the doors. There's definitely not cells. Like, there's no like shachunk, like sliding like cell door or anything.
Mm-hmm.
There's a bunch of activities to do. Like there's literally like I think it's called pickleball, that tennis game. There's like a tennis court.
That's a fun game. You're gonna have a good time.
How
in
is
jail.
pickleball different than tennis? Does it use tennis rackets?
It uses this little tennis racket. It's like between ping pong and tennis. Like, it looks like a ping pong racket in that it's solid,
Mm-hmm.
but it's much bigger than a ping pong racket, or paddle, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
But it's smaller than it's a silly game. I don't play it. Kitty plays it though, and she's like, I'm so excited. You're going away, going to learn a bit of pickleball. When you come back, we'll play a few rounds. And I'm just like, yeah, that's the silver lining, Kitty, that I'm going to learn pickleball.
I bet they're not called rounds either. I don't know for sure, but I just imagine their sets are games and matches.
of pickleball. So yeah. I don't know exactly how long I'll be going. It shouldn't be more than 60 days. But it could be less. Like maybe it's just a month, you know, like maybe it's something like that. I'll find out like pretty quickly. And what I've done, I don't know about you guys, but there aren't very many phone numbers I have memorized. And
literally only my own. I feel like a retard.
I know my own. I know my mother's because it hasn't changed since I was in high school. And that's like it. So I'm going to memorize like one phone number, and I'm going to give that person my list of phone numbers. So when I get inside, I can call them. Like, all right, I need Woody's number, I need Chiz's number, I need my dad's number, my mom's number, and I'm going to once I'm in, I've got access to all kinds of nonsense like notepads and pens and paper, and so I'll have. I'm pretty sure that I'll be able to have quite a bit of phone time. In an ideal scenario, I'll be able to like. I'm just guessing. I don't know anything about how this is going to work, but let's just say I get 20 minutes of phone time a day. I'm guessing it might be 2 hours a day, or it might be all day, or whenever you want. There might just be a phone hanging there. But ideally, I would like call Chiz and be like, all right, let's set up a call, and like maybe like one afternoon, like when you guys are doing PKN or something, like we just record a segment where I call you guys and we record like however much time I've got, and I tell you what's going on in prison today. Like,
that's going to be hilarious.
I'm here with Dirty Mike and the boys. Say hey guys. Hey Woody. Hey what's up? Hey what's up? And funny. And Woody, they're letting me know that they're going to need a lot of boggle timers mailed in. They're all out of boggle timers here. That's a reference from King of the Hill where Peggy
Woody, you've got to get boggle timers in. It's critically important.
They want their own special sand for the boggle timers. You're going to pick up a package names from a guy named Slippery Steve. He'll be coming by twice a week.
Peggy, you don't find it odd he loses the timer every week?
What I've seen
take it from him.
What I've seen in TV is people don't know their checkout dates, right? In my head, it should be like vacation. You know exactly what your starting and ending dates are. It's firm, Taylor's situation aside. But in prison, they don't seem to know your checkout date. This is weird to me.
I don't know anything about that. I don't know how that works or how that will work. Like I said, I think I'm gonna learn a lot of stuff tomorrow. Figure out what's going on. I'll get checked in everything, and I think I'm allowed to bring like $200 with me, so that'll like be an instant injection into my commissary, so I could buy like basic necessities like fucking sneakers and shorts and like soap and shampoo and like
protection.
all that. Yeah, a shiv,
a toothbrush,
Colgate now with extra stabbiness, so I can get all that stuff down, and I'll get going, and I guess I'll be able to call you guys pretty quickly. I'll let somebody know like what the situation is, and like the phone situation. I think is what's going to be cool because I love the idea of like you guys doing PKA and be like, all right, now we have a segment from Kyle. And being able to, I don't know how my audio will be in prison.
Honestly, the worse it is, the funnier it's going to turn out. If you sound like you're just in an empty concrete room.
Yeah, there's a riot in the background. But yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting for like content for the show. Like this whole experience should be, because I didn't even go to camp as a kid, so this is going to be interesting.
I never slept at my friend's house.
What if you get into pickleball so much you're like Ricky in Trailer Park Boys when he's like they like force him to leave. He's like, you can't force me to leave. Today's the hockey tournament.
I've gotten so good at pickleball. They're trying to kick me out of jail, so I don't get to.
After 20 days, you're dominating the pickleball league amongst all these 57-year-olds, and they just like, get him out of here.
What's the main thing you're concerned about? I'm going to guess the shitting situation.
No, I don't care.
Are they nice bathrooms? Hopefully.
Oh, I have no idea. I have no idea what it'll be like, but like I just won't care no matter what. When something is established as the norm, then I just accept it as the norm, and I'm good with it. So like if everybody was shitting in a hole in the corner, I would just go ahead and go shit in the corner, whatever it's going to be.
So you'll be serving time in India, I see.
Oh, yeah. Welcome to the pickleball court.
I haven't eaten anything but curry in 2 months.
Yeah, so honestly, I'm not worried about anything other than the bed being uncomfortable because the beds in jail suck. Like it's not a bed. It's like a metal frame, and they have like one. You remember those nap time pads you had in kindergarten?
Yeah.
That like, all right, everybody go get your pad, and you like throw that thin fucking wafer of a pad on the floor. And for a 5-year-old, 80-pound child, that's fine. But like when you try to lie on your side on one of those, like my like hips dug into it, and like my shoulder and my elbow, and like you had to lay flat on your back and distribute your weight to get any sort of comfort in one of those. So I'm really hoping the beds are something better than that. That's really the only concern, because I've looked at like the commissary thing. It's like 5 pages of shit that I have access to, from food and like toiletry items, all the shampoos and soaps and detergents and deodorant and hair gel and brushes and combs and like all that stuff.
Do you get a TV, or is it like you sit in a big public room and watch Judge Judy with everybody else?
I don't know anything about that. I know that frequently there are jobs that you would have at this place. You would go and you would work like some sort of a menial labor type thing, like around the camp or at a local army base or something like that. I think they do that sometimes. But I'm there for such a short period of time. It might be one of those issues where it's like, well, it takes 2 weeks to initiate you into the course and 2 weeks to remove you from the course, and you're here for 6 weeks, so you're just gonna hang out in the barracks. So I'd be fine with that. Like if I don't get bored easily, so like I could literally sleep all day and like read books and do push-ups and maybe like jog a mile a day, and I'll be happy. I'll be fine as long as
the funniest way to handle this would be, obviously it's below minimum security, but you should go in there and just try and alpha the whole situation. Like you walk in like you've done hard time in real prisons, and you're going to be in there with like what, bankers and loiterers? They're not gonna do
essentially, yeah. Everybody's got like a pretty minor sentence. It's just it's a matter of like a half a decade or so. Everybody's doing like 5-10 years that I'm in with, or less. I think
even that
more
seems
frequently.
like a lot of time.
It does. Our sentencing laws are so draconian. There's like I saw everybody the other day. They were upset because that guy who mailed those fake bombs to like Hillary Clinton and all those people, he only got 20 years, and I'm like, fuck. They weren't even real bombs.
Well, he was trying to make real bombs. It was just
was he
like 10 cases of
I'm doing my
attempted
Thor
murder.
face right now. Like, was he?
Thor face, yeah.
But was he?
Right.
If that was his best attempt, then maybe he needs some sort of special education, like instead of prison, because those were, they weren't even wired up. There wasn't even a way to like for them to go off. He was hoping upon hope that they would get the package, stick a fuse in it, and light it. Like he needed a lot from them for them to get hurt. This was not the Unabomber.
Are you sure about that? They weren't even wired. I wonder if the wires came off in the mail.
No, none of them were operational in any way. There was no way for them to be triggered. Like there just wasn't. Like you've got.
We made fun of this guy at the time, unless
we did, because the bombs were like, they showed pictures and they talked about the makeup of the bomb, and a few news outlets discussed the fact that the bombs were essentially non-operational joke bombs. But then that kind of got squashed, and they didn't talk about that anymore. But that was the case. Like,
joke bombs is pretty fucked up to do to people.
Oh yeah, look, not defending the guy. I'm just saying maybe 20 years is excessive for sending somebody a scary joke.
That guy who in like Norway or Sweden, I think it was Norway. Remember that guy like 10 years ago or whatever? What was the fuck? Breivik or whatever. He shot a bunch of people, like
the children on the island,
dozens of people.
There was
and they can only put you in jail for up to like 22 years in Norway or whatever system it is. And so it's like, oh, you raped a bunch of children. Oh, 22 years. Sorry. That's as much as we can put you in there for. Oh, you killed 24 people. Yeah, 22 years, almost a year a person. Like that's.
I don't know, man.
Definitely not enough.
I think I have a different view of that. Like imagine it. Like imagine 5 years. Like you're in the prime of your life right now. You in particular. Like if the next 5 years of your life gone, like not worse than gone, because if you could snap your fingers and there was a episode of Star Trek where they're on this planet and they get caught for some nonsense, and the punishment on this planet is they put you in this machine and you experience a long prison sentence in the snap of a finger, but you're in there and you're living in this cell for like 25, 30 years or something. So when they pull you back out, you have the mental scars of a person who's been in solitary confinement for 25 fucking years. And the guy was like broken. He came out and he was just broken by this. And it like, I don't know, man. Like if you imagine what 5 years really is.
It's a lot.
There's a Black
Unless
Mirror
you're a
episode-
hoodlum. Like there are some people, I think, like us here. It's like we got goals and like missions in life, and like we got friends and family. Maybe if you're a person, well, not all of us. Really. I know. It's almost over for you. Clearly, some of us have given up, and we're doing loop-de-loops at 3,500 feet. But Taylor and I have a mission. We're steadily
What's your mission?
chugging along here.
Fortnite wins. I mean, like,
You know, there's goals here. But like. Maybe if you've like been in the system your whole life, like you were in juvenile detention centers and you constantly doing like 6 and 8 month stays throughout your life, it's just peppered with that. Like you're like, yeah, 3 years. What the fuck? I get to hang out with the boys again. You're literally like a trailer park boy at that point, where it's like prison's great. Yeah, they got the best dope in jail. All right, like we got booze. You know, it's a little weak, but whatever. You just drink more. You know? I'm sure there are people who are like that.
It's like in Goodfellas when you see the prison thing and it's just a bunch of Italians like enjoying food, like sitting around playing cards, and it's like, you know what, this doesn't look that bad. Like,
yeah, their level of prison was a whole different kind of thing. It was like, what? Why do they even keep them in there? Like just let them go.
Yeah, it's like they run this place evidently. So
that happens now. I'm trying to remember who's enjoying that.
Epstein, maybe. Madoff.
Madoff is in my head. I'm just
Madoff,
not sure. Yeah, but some of these guys are living it up.
Madoff's not living it up now that I think about it, because I actually saw an interview on. It was Michael Cohen the guy who got sentenced to a few years recently, like maybe 2 or 3 months ago? Okay. So on maybe Fox News Radio or something like that, they had this prison expert. They were interviewing him about where Michael Cohen may go and what his prison life might be, because he's a wealthy guy and he's lived like this privileged life, and now where's he going to be? What's he going to be doing? And they referenced Bernie Madoff quite a bit in that. And they were like, well, what's Bernie Madoff up to? And he's like, well, you know, I know that Bernie liked to collect watches. You know, he had hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of watches. They're like, what kind of watch does he have now? And they're like, well, it would be digital. And it would be of no more value than $137. That is the rule. And it's just like going through like all these things, like the things that he can have, like the best of the best thing. Well, could he get like candy bars and well, not good candy bars. We're talking Payday, Almond Joy, Mounds.
I like
Almond Joy and Mounds, I'm on the same page with you. Paydays are pretty good.
Did you get the whole shebang potato chips? Did yours arrive?
Let me tell you.
Dude, I'm right there with you.
Arrived.
I kept mine. You know what?
Go get them.
Put a pin on that, and I'm going to show the audience.
While you're gone, I'll describe mine, and we'll see if they match. I think that'll be fun.
What are you talking about? Potato chips?
Yeah, you were you weren't here last time, bitch.
So you guys ordered chips.
All right, so we were. I was pretty drunk last episode too. Me and Filthy started drinking, and we both got pretty wasted. And Woody brought up how in prison they have these potato chips called the whole shebang, that are like. The prisoners, I guess, he watches a lot of his prison YouTubers for some reason, and he's like they rave about these whole shebang potato chips and how good they are and how you can't get them. And we're like, Amazon real quick, and there they are. And we both clickety click clickety clack. We order these bitches. Mine showed up, and Kitty goes, yeah, potato chips came. They came in a fucking envelope that somebody had stomped on.
Yeah, they came in this envelope. I saved it for the show. And then I guess postage. Who do we have here? I can't tell. They must have smushed it to make it extra flat. I did not do anything to this bag. I don't know.
That's exactly what mine was twisted. Mine was flat and then twisted like a screw.
You might think I somehow altered the bag, like to exaggerate it for comedic effect. No. This shit is. I'm gonna open. I haven't opened it yet.
Yours looked better than mine, frankly. Mine was flat as they could be, and then like torqued.
Actually,
like
this
twisted.
looks a little better inside than I expected. But they're
Can
all
we see the front?
Really
the front.
the whole shebang.
These potato chips, they're only sold like over the counter in prison, and they're supposed to be so amazing that some prisoners are going back for them. So far, I'm unimpressed.
Yeah, that's why they're going back.
Yeah. No, I just love the chips. It's like, well, that's the 5th time we've caught you in a girl's restroom spying on people. It's like, no, it's just love chips.
It's really not about the
chips.
girls. You know what? These are pretty good, actually.
Well, I reordered mine, so maybe when I get out, yeah, I sent them back. I'm like I'm not gonna accept this.
You returned them.
Yeah,
You returned a bag of chips.
yeah, it's Amazon.
How? Oh, I guess yeah.
Amazon
Jeff
is good that
Bezos is
way.
the richest man in the world. He could afford to send me a second bag of tater
They're
chips.
going to be the same. I don't.
I'll keep sending them back.
No, the second ones you sent me are stale. Well, you spent several months in jail while we after we were.
I
Yeah,
wonder
but,
if you can get Amazon deliveries to jail.
No, you
These
cannot
are
get
actually
Amazon
good.
deliveries to jail.
As long as it goes to the front office and they're like, well, he wanted to play cornhole with his buddies. I don't know. I don't know the routine in this. You stressed so much how little security there is. Now I think sky's the limit. Where you can be ordering things and
like they literally were like, you could just walk away, but don't do that. that's escape. And I'm just like,
There's no
all right,
fences, but there are towers with rifles.
we ain't got no fence around here. That's right, boss. We got the gun line. Tell them about the gun line.
So, are there there's an enforced schedule, right? Like there'll be a lights out, like a sleep schedule and a wake schedule.
I think so. I think I read something about like maybe you wake up at 7 a.m. and you go to bed at 11 p.m. or something like that.
Are you like low grade looking forward to getting that, like helping?
Sure. You know, why not? You know, I'll just get into that sleep schedule. It's not like I'm gonna be staying up late, you know, doing anything anyway. Once, you know, I'm sure I'll be sleepy, you know, by the time it's 11. I'm gonna be active during the day, I guess, doing shit. Depending on whatever's going on. Like I'm hoping there's a gym. I'll do some working out, do some running, and I'll be eating that delicious prison food that you always hearing people rape about.
The potato chips are actually good. Like
those come from the commissary.
I want more right now. I'm like, oh, they weren't so crunchy. I see what they're talking about. They're super seasoned, and that part is immune to breaking. They're really good.
I'm wondering what the food's like. Like in my head, I'm thinking minimum security, better food. But it might be the same slop they're giving people who like, you know, raped kids or murdered their spouse. So that would suck.
Maybe.
I think that if you don't do something that bad, you should get better food. Like,
yeah, I have no idea. I know that like jail food was god awful. It was so nasty, man. It was so awful. Just the lowest grade of everything. The like sausage links looked like they were just dried out and like shriveled. The oatmeal had no sugar or butter in it or anything. It was just oatmeal. I don't know if you've ever eaten oatmeal by itself. It's like mashed potatoes. If you're not putting something in there, what's the fucking point?
It's not
it's
great.
terrible.
For people that don't know,
allergic to oats.
I think jail is where you spend your time while you're awaiting trial, right? So that can be a long time. Sometimes trials drag out for more than a year, and people spend that time in jail. Then there's prison. Prison is where you go after you've received your sentence. And sometimes, especially like in Kyle's case, jail is worse than prison because once you go to prison, you're sorted with people who are of a similar level offender. Whereas when you're in jail, you're mixed in with everybody. So if you're like not really an axe murderer like Kyle, then you're mixed in there with the people who are axe murderers in jail. But after prison, the grand sort happens.
Yeah, that's mostly accurate. I think sometimes if you've done certain crimes, you would be sentenced to jail. You know, if you've done some low level like local or maybe state crime, and they can sentence you just to jail. And the jail that I went to, they actually did have us separated somewhat. I think that the guys that we were all in very similar accommodations, but it seemed like everybody in my like block, we were all in there for fucking drugs. Everybody was in there for weed or meth, except for that one guy who had got caught breaking into his neighbor's shed, and that other guy who had apparently molested the small girl. but that was
sounds
kind of
fucked up. But I feel like if you're entering prison, that's definitely a guy you want entering at a similar time to you. Is a guy who like raped a kid, because you're like, nobody's paying attention to me right now. Like everybody's like, and then you can join in too, like you said you did, where you're like, man, did you hear what Ted did? That sick son of a bitch, man. I sure am glad we're not like him. You know? You guys want to be friends? No, I don't. I definitely don't want that SS tattoo. Looks good though. Looks good.
Sit Kyle. I was watching Indiana Jones last night. I forgot this little part. You know, there's Nazis mixed all in it. The whole first movie is them trying to get the Ark of the Covenant from the Nazis. And there's this part where the guy's got the little Makuchin monkey or whatever the fuck on his shoulder, and he's meeting up with the Germans, and he goes, you know, Heil Hitler, and the Germans go, Heil Hitler, and the monkey goes, and they return the salute to the monkey. And I love that part. I had forgotten that. I hadn't seen it in so long. It's so fucking good.
It's funny. The
little monkey
goddamn Germans, and they're teaching monkeys to sing Heil. Is there no extent to which they won't go? Man, I'm trying to think of more stuff. Like, they probably have classes, right? In prison where you can go and either make license plates or learn to paint or something.
So again, like, I hear about that stuff. I think maybe that's like, it depends on what prison you're at, what's going on. And I think maybe like, I hear about that, but I don't know.
What new skill would you choose to develop in prison?
Interesting.
Self-defense.
Kyle's going to come out like a ham radio operator.
Yeah. Can I join that ladder building class? I don't know. Maybe, I don't know. Like, I'm kind of handy, you know? I mean, I built my own PC, not to brag. You know, I can do some basic plumbing. I can wire up a ceiling fan. I could, like, you know, I'm not gonna.
So would you like to like further that, like home ownership type stuff?
No.
Okay.
You know, I can do my own crown molding. You know, I got some skills. I can do basic shit.
Automotive, maybe.
Well, if I ever need automotive advice, I'll go to Conway, South Carolina, first of all.
What about the kitchen?
I prefer to learn from a master. All right?
What if you could?
Anakin Skywalker didn't just go off and learn his trade from. He went to the Jedi Council. Okay, so if I were to learn something, and I have Wings of Redemption at my disposal, I'm going straight to him for that.
He's the Yoda of automotive repair.
If there were a coding class, I would take it just because I guarantee it's in an air conditioned room in a chair.
That has to be true.
Smart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
another
doubt
thing you can do is, like, from my understanding, is that at every prison there's at least one elderly man who knows a lot about chess, and so you can become good at chess. That's
and he has a pet crow.
He has a pet crow that he feeds little bits. Yeah, but then you got to look out because a mean sociopathic criminal kills the crow and then infuriates a younger but good prisoner who comes back and fights on behalf of the old guy after he learns chess from him, of course.
Not Mr. Jangles.
Yeah.
He was going to be a circus crow.
He's gonna be a circus
He's going to be a circus mouth.
Oh, that's so sad.
It's so sad. I cry every time he stomps that guy. Fuck you, Percy, you piece of shit.
That's a movie that like I get, like, Ramsey, Joffrey, whatever. I thought they were entertaining. When I see Percy in the Green Mile, it's just like, God, I know you're just an actor, but I want to shoot you. You're the worst. You suck.
He's the worst. He absolutely is. Yeah, I doubt there's going to be class, especially again because I think that the fact that I'm there for such a short amount of time will like prevent me from really getting the full prison experience. Like I probably won't be there long enough to get any tats or join a gang or anything like that. But yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully not. I might get a little fucking done though. You never know.
I won't judge. Right? When you're in prison, there's new rules.
Yeah. Well, Tony Soprano laid all this down. If you watch that episode, he's like, now just to be clear, my incarceration it was not extensive enough for any sort of homo penetrations. Homo penetrations. He said something like that. But yeah, if I had to guess, I would say here's what if my guess is going to be that, like, you get up at like 7 a.m. and if you want to go to breakfast, you can. If you want to lay in bed, you can. And then there's probably some sort of like at 9 or 10 a.m. there's probably like work for everybody to do. They're probably filing us all out of there to go pick up garbage or like
just keep you busy with something.
From what I understand, we don't actually have to clean the prison. They've got people that's their job is to clean the prison. Like they're prisoners,
right?
But they've been given that job, and so it's like, keep your area tidy. But like otherwise, like it doesn't seem like that's something you do. So I don't. I'm guessing that there'd probably be like several hours every day of like I would guess picking up trash or garbage or something like that, or maybe we'll get to go tar a roof and drink some beer. Maybe something like that.
Probably
I
not
hope
that one.
I hope that it is a lot like the Shawshank Redemption,
Yeah.
except without the sisters.
I'd like to
You
tell
know.
you that Kyle fought the good fight and beat up the sisters, but I can't tell you that.
I'd like to tell you that when Kyle left prison, his farts still made noise. But they didn't. And they never would again.
Oh God. Yeah. So yeah, I think it's going to be pretty monotonous days of like nonsensical, like trash picking up kind of work, and maybe some working out and some reading of books. And I hope there's television, but I don't have high hopes for television.
I thought television was common even in like shit tier prisons for people who
I
murder.
honestly don't know.
I imagine there's television. I'm just not sure there's. It might just be common room television.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be fine.
I don't need my own.
Now,
As long as
there's
it's like a nice
drama
70-inch plasma, you know.
Then there's
I have
drama and
standards.
politics around the television, right? Like
That's how you make friends in prison. The first thing I do, standard death?
Yeah.
Standard. No, thank you. What is that, Shrek 1?
You're going to be watching like E! Entertainment or something. You'll want to change it, and you'll find out that the different gangs have different TV shows they want to see.
Never turn off Maori when the Latin kings are watching. Man,
I'm on easy episode, Holmes.
God damn it, I've seen this one before. Yeah.
Spoiler alert. I am a father.
The baby's not his. Yeah.
That would be so funny if I imagine that's like a real thing. And I get all my information about prison from that show Oz. That seems realistic. You know, all you have to do is get past the first day without having someone tattoo a swastika right near your butthole, and you're home free. But
that's
Belcher, or whatever the fuck his name was, he didn't do well. And the guy from the State Farm commercials, well, you know, or Allstate, whatever it is, right?
Yeah, I think it's Allstate. Yeah.
He was in that movie about like being angry at a band. I don't remember that.
Yeah, Schillinger. I can't think of his the actor's name. He's a good actor though.
It's Schellinger. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm glad it's a minimum security
What are you
prison.
wearing to it? Like, did you show up in an outfit? Did they say bring a white tee?
No, I'm sure they're going to provide some sort, some prison clothes. You know?
Well, they take all your shit when you go in and put it in like a bag, and then when you go out, you get it all back, right?
Yeah.
Who's taking you there? Dad, I guess.
No, I got a ride. I got a friend who's taking me.
Okay.
Yeah. So I'll head out tomorrow. I head out in the morning. Get
What
there,
time are you supposed to get there?
Before noon.
Oh,
Before
okay.
noon.
Yeah, it's that's not so hard to accomplish.
Get there
Yeah,
around
not at
7 or 8 to make a good impression.
You might extend your sentence.
Yeah,
That's so funny. Yeah, that it is such a stress on how not intense what you did is, that they're like, show up noonish. Is that work for you? Is that okay? I know you probably want to have a late breakfast with your dad and mom or something, but yeah, noonish. We'll call it noonish. You'll be out of there in 4 to 8 weeks. I wonder if you could get off for good behavior.
And
does that even apply to a sentence?
I don't think so. I don't think I have enough time to show any good behavior.
You have time to show bad behavior. You can see how that works.
Definitely to have time for that. Yeah. We'll try not to do any of that. My parole officer, probation officer, he was like, give me a call whenever you're about to go check in, so I know that you're checking in. And I'm like, well, if I was going to run, I'd have ran 2 years ago. He's like, I was like, I had to be a real maniac to go through all of this, get sentenced to 60 days, and then run. He's like, I've seen crazier. I'm like, trust me, I'm going in. like I'm going in, dude. Like, doesn't seem to be another option.
Well, I'm glad that worst case scenario, 60 days or whatever it is, because it's had the potential to be real shit.
Yeah,
we're not sharing the location, but I tried to find pictures of it and pictures of inside of it in particular, and couldn't. Do you have any did you try that too? Did you have any success?
No, I didn't really look too much into it. I looked at the outside of the place or whatever, and I read like a review or something like that. Like there's a website where like prisoners review prisons. Like it's
oh my
like
god, what's this website?
it's like Yelp for prison.
Yeah, I don't even want to type it. I don't want it in my URL type ahead autocomplete. Like,
Yeah,
I have secrets to keep.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be. What
How
it's
did
gonna
it do on Prison Yelp?
Oh, I like the posts that I found were literally like 8 years old or something like that. So I didn't even look too much deeper into it. I was really just trying to find out what part of the place I was going to be in, not to give too much away, like which area of it, because they've got like multiple kinds of they got like several levels of prison at each prison, and I was just trying to figure out what that was about. But yeah. Looks like
Yeah, I looked into something similar and I didn't have a lot of success. So.
Yeah. I love that there's a Yelp for prisons, though. You know, it's like the mashed potatoes suck.
You know, that's an area where you could do well, right? You're looking for a prison job, maybe. You know, we talked about coding or car repair. What if you worked in the kitchen and really elevated their shit to the next level, right? That your phone calls to PKA could just be 20-minute diatribes on pepper and salt and other seasons I'm unaware of.
They're loving the spaghetti. It is the rave of Cell Block D. Everybody's going nuts. I got other people committing other crimes just to get into my cell block. Everybody's talking about it.
After lunchtime, they carry you on a chair like at a bar mitzvah or something.
They're sucking dick for spaghetti.
It would be funny if every time you came back on the show, you got a little bit more like, you know, and these guys teaching me a lot about Hitler. I didn't know. And then you get further and further down that line.
Yeah, I'm bringing my manifesto with me. You know, that thing I read on the show about the Holocaust. I think that is going to really, really elevate me several levels once I get in there. When they hear my my take on that, I'm going to be one of the guys.
These potato chips are stupid good. They're really good. They're everything they said they would be. I'm eating like broken potato chip crumbs, and I can't stop. They're really good. Oh, the whole shebang. They're not a sponsor. They're not a Slicks hidden. No, they're just
to all those people out there listening in prison.
Yeah. If you're listening to this from prison, check out the whole shebang. If you get them off Amazon, they'll be destroyed. But good God,
dude, you have a short enough sentence. You could get racist henna tattoos and they would last long enough that you could pull that off.
What if I get these racist henna tattoos and it's all black guys in my cell block?
Well, then you just go wash off.
3 to 5 days. I don't think I'm gonna last that long.
No, I always shower in a shirt.
This is my shirt shower shirt.
I'm a never nude.
A never nude.
Yeah, you know, I think it's just going to be like a real boring, annoying prison camp camp. I was going to say just camp, like summer camp was what I was going to say. It is a prison camp, but you know, that I'm just annoyed that like I won't be able to do the show with you guys. I won't be able to play my video games. There's so many UFC fights I'm going to miss. Are
there a bunch of good ones scheduled for you?
Yes,
dude, sell the bit and come back with a shaved head, please.
Dude.
That'd be really funny.
That would be
I'll tell you what I am gonna do. I just got a haircut today. I'm very excited about it. It was hadn't cut my hair in 6.5 months, and I got a cut today. It was down to here.
It was long.
It was super duper long.
You hide a lot of length.
Yeah,
with the way that you comb it, you can hide a lot of length. But I saw
back.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It was like behind my ears. Like it would like cover my ears all the way up. In the back, it was shaggy. Like it was like almost down to my shoulders and like thick. Like when I ran my fingers through it, it was a problem. It was getting very annoying. And when I'd be cooking, it like my gel, the steam is like making my hair product give up, and it's just like falling in my face. And like I'm in the middle of cooking, and I'm looking for something to tie my hair back with, and I'm not a girl, so I don't possess these things. I don't own a single hat. So I grabbed like a knee sock, like a dress sock, and just went cha like Mr. Miyagi. And I'm in there with this sock around my head, fucking making like pasta, and everybody's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" But yeah, I got to cut today.
I'll be right back. I got a thing.
But what I am gonna do is I'm not gonna shave the whole time in there. Now I don't grow like a crazy beard like you do or anything. I this is like 4 days or something that I got going on here. You know, it's nothing crazy. Just
You
got
gonna
some.
trim it? You got a plan?
No,
You're
no.
gonna go down to like a cool cowboy style mustache once you're out and shave the rest, or just keep the beard?
I'm gonna keep the beard. I'm not gonna shave the whole time I'm in there, and unless they make you, I don't think they do, and I'll see what I come out with. It probably won't be too cool, but it'll be what it'll be.
Well, if you're not shaving in there, then I think that Jackie needs to allow Woody to also not shave, and I won't shave for the 2 months, and we'll all have
Jesus.
solidarity
It'd be like
beards.
hockey.
Solidarity beards, Woody.
So I think it was last week, Kyle, we were talking about hats, and I was saying, man, I need a hat that helps you with the sun, that keeps me a little cooler.
Yeah.
He's like, you need a cowboy hat. So I go to Amazon and I start looking at the different cowboy hats, and it comes in, and Jackie's like, your cowboy hat's here. I'm like, cool. I put it on, and she's like, that is a lady's cowboy hat. I say, no, it's not. This is a cool cowboy hat. And she's like, it has a jewel in the front. And I'm like, you don't know, you didn't see Urban Cowboy? Like, it's cool. It's
You were
cool.
still defending it.
Yes. I was like, this is a nice cowboy hat. I'm going to wear it on my tractor. Well, damn, Kyle. I hope you have a good time. I think there's a chance you literally might. Right? Like, it sounds like a joke. Have a good time in prison. No, it wouldn't shock me. Wouldn't shock me if he was like, you know what? Got my sleep schedule in order. Really started lifting weights. Turns out I enjoy lifting weights. Whatever. There were some nice guys there. I quickly figured out how to navigate the social structure of minimum security prison, and you know,
all the potato chips you could want in here. Woody.
the whole shebang.
The whole shebang.
Dude, they're
$1 a
good.
bag.
That's
On the
his roommate's
outside,
nickname.
Kyle's gonna hit commissary late tomorrow and be like, I'm gonna pick one up on Woody's recommendation.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, I gotta try them now. I'm kind of interested.
Yeah. The ones that I liked are original.
Okay.
Because you ordered a different one.
Oh, did I?
Yes. Yeah, there's another
shit.
flavor. Yeah, you might have got barbecue or something. Yours
no.
seemed attractive to me. After you do it, I was like, maybe I should have got that one, but I'm happy.
I was so drunk at the time I don't even recall.
I'm like not letting Kyle go. I'm like straight, like ever want to hang up, and the chick is like, "Oh no, that's so another thing." I'm doing that to PKA right now.
Never let go, Woody. Never let go.
All right, PKN 260. Our in between Kyle's series begins. I knew that he wouldn't be around for PKA, but somehow I didn't fully process that he would also miss PKN.
I didn't think about that either.
I'm glad you admitted to that, because it's pretty obvious. but I was like,
he's not going to be here.
wait, it's just two people. Kyle and I did PKNs for some length of time. I don't know how long. When you first joined the show, so it'll be all right.
It'll be fine. I'm really not concerned. Everything's gonna pan out. But it is Kyle being gone. It's kind of like having a family member with cancer, and you know they're gonna be gone at some point. And then when they are gone, it's like, well, I just never thought this day would come.
Yeah,
And Kyle's in prison as we speak. He's in prison, which is kind of funny.
We got a picture of the prison, which we won't share. Kyle has opted to keep the exact which prison he's going to secret from the fans. But I got it added a dose of reality to it. You got the same picture, right? You were in that chat?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I saw it.
It was just like, what? Like he really went in this morning?
Yeah.
Okay then. and then the last PKA, right? Like we were wrapping up, right? It's like, I don't know, going on midnight or something like that. The next day by noon, he has to be at the prison. And it, like, I don't know, I was drawing out the conversation. Like, I don't want to hang up yet. No, you hang up. No, you hang up.
It was a little bit sad. Like, after the show ended, we were all kind of actually being nice to each other. Where I was like, you're a good buddy of mine, Kyle. I hope everything goes good. And Woody's like, man, you mean a lot. You're going to get through it just fine. And Kyle's like, I know. See you later.
That's about how it went. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm glad that Kyle seemed to be going into it with high spirits. But like, I think for you and I, thinking about it is like, oh my God, going to prison. That's not even like jail. That's a step beyond jail. That's prison. But for him, he's thinking for the last 2 years, I could go away for 30 years. I could go away for 5 years. I can go away for 2 years. 2 years in prison. Oh, that would ruin my life. So to get 2 months for him probably feels like a birthday almost. So Kyle, anything new in your world?
Yeah, man. Yeah, I've had a real interesting time. I spent the last 56 days, Talladega Nights, Legend of FPS Kyle, just having a real good time, meeting new interesting people, learning all sorts of new and interesting techniques and skills and tactics.
Nice. Lifelong friends, I hope.
I mean, I'm gonna see if I'm allowed to contact some of these people. We'll get to that in a little bit, but yeah, made a couple of real good friends in there. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to talk to them because we're both felons, but I'm gonna find out. Worked out a ton, did a lot of running, did a lot of dieting. I lost 35 pounds. Had a real good time. It was
nice.
It was a nightmare is what it was, Taylor. It was a nightmare. All right. I woke up.
I don't even want to ask questions. I want to let you just go.
I couldn't sleep the night before, right? You know, I'm up like till 3 a.m. I gotta wake up at like 5 to like get going and get there in time.
Go to prison.
To go to prison. Crack it dawn, time to get to prison.
You're having to wake up early to go to prison, insult to injury. Like
because it's a 3-hour drive from they didn't send me to the one in Atlanta. They sent me to Talladega, Alabama. All right. Don't go. The people aren't interesting and the locale is disgusting. And it's 108 degrees while I was there, by the way. So I get a ride. Kitty's neighbor actually drove me. Very nice woman. And she came and picked me up as well. And all she wanted was gas. Like she has a relative or an associate, I'll just say, who's also in prison right now. And so she understood. She's like, oh no, you're not taking an Uber or whatever or hiring a car. I'm going to take you.
This is Kitty we're talking about?
Kitty's friend. Kitty's neighbor. Yeah. And so, get to prison like right before the cutoff. Like I got to be there by noon. So I get there at 11:30. You know, I'm going to enjoy as much freedom as I can. Before I go in, stop at Zaxby's, get myself some chicken fingers, some French fries. Can barely eat it. Can barely get it down. I'm drinking like Malox the whole drive because my stomach's so upset and I'm so stressed out with heartburn, like not wanting to go in there. And so I go in and the guard's like, yeah, they'll be here in a minute to get you. And I go through these x-rays and this guard leads me up to this R&D room. I don't even know what that stands for. Maybe it's not research and development.
It's certainly not research.
I promise it's not that. It's a reach around something. And so they photo me and thumbprint me. God knows how many fingerprints the government has me at this point. I've done it at least 10 times. At least 10. Well, no. You. And so they strip me down, and there's no cavity search. I go through which I thought there might be, you know.
I was hoping.
And yeah, you were hoping. I was like, hey, I thought we were gonna get a little closer here in this one phase.
I want the cute one.
I brought my wet platinum and everything. I'm prepared. So they put me on an X-ray, and it X-rays me, and I'm like, I need to lose some weight. I can see in the X-ray I'm getting chunky, and so go back there. They strip me down, put me in these super lame prison clothes. Like I can't even figure out which side of the underwear is the front.
There's no dick slot.
There's no dick slot. They're brown. Like they remind me of the burlap sack that you would see people wear in cartoons.
That's not cool.
On TV, the newbies have a different brown versus orange. Did that happen there?
It's funny you mentioned that. I liken the experience of when you first get there and when you've been there for 2 weeks, 4 weeks, 6 weeks, and then I'm sure for years, as like a Skyrim character, like an RPG character in Fallout or something, and how at first you're like wearing like ragtag, you've got a spear, and then by the end you're like all armored up and you got a machine gun and everything. You're like fully kitted and fully geared. Very ragtag at first. You could tell that I just got there. So
were there orange? Was the jumpsuit orange or striped?
Green. There's no jumpsuit at all. No jumpsuit at all. The uniform is green pants, brown shirt for the summertime. And then there's a green button up that goes over that in the wintertime, but it's so they let you wear a t-shirt. And so they lead me that's at the medium security where I was there. And so somebody picks me up and takes me over to the camp, which is just a stone's throw away. So we get to the camp and, I'm shown where my barracks, my dormitory is and everything. They give me a bed. I'm using air quotes because it ain't a bed. It's
More of a
one of those-
cot.
No, I would love a cot.
What was it?
It was one of those kindergarten pads that's about 3 inches thick. Like it's nap time.
But it's on a platform of some sort.
On a bunk bed that's like a net of springs. So that it's like when you throw that up on the bunk bed, but everybody's got their own mattress. So I go to the laundry. They fit me up with some green clothes and some brown shirts, and then they give me some big army boots and some socks and a couple more pairs of underwear. Get all that in a bag, and I go to my cube. They're called cubes, not cells. We're in a big open dormitory.
It's pretty progressive.
And each one is separated by a block wall that's like 5.5 feet tall, kind of like here on me or something like that. I can look over.
Painted.
Yeah, cinder block wall. And there's about 80 of us in each dorm. And in my cube, there's already 2 guys in there, and I'm the third. And it's David, this little Mexican dude, and Block, this black dude. And I'm like, yo, what's your name, man? My name's Block. And I'm like, yes, it is.
Yes.
And in there, we've got a little locker, and there's the 3 lockers side by side. And you open these double doors up, and you got 3 shelves on each side. And you can put your shampoo, your soaps, your clothes, all your nonsense, all your food, whatever. Well, everything was fine. I was like, this isn't so bad. First of all, air conditioning is roaring in there. It must be 65 degrees on the hottest of days. They had this massive industrial air conditioning, and running down the center of the ceiling is a gargantuan, maybe 3 foot in diameter AC pipe with the big heavy duty industrial vents pointed out to the edges toward the cots. So it's just blowing cold air.
Our tax dollars, keeping felons cool.
That's the only thing they spend money on there. And so I'm like, all right, it's going to be okay. Now for the first 5 days, I had no commissary money. We couldn't get it transferred in. My bank was blocking the transaction. So I couldn't buy any shampoo. I had to use borrowed soap, and I was still wearing the bullshit level 1 RPG character clothes, which is super lame. And I didn't know where anything was. Didn't know what to do about anything. I couldn't even get a cup to put my water in. I had to someone gave me a bottle of water, and I would just keep refilling it at the water station. So, and then everything's fine. I'm getting to meet some people, getting to know some people. And then and there's a TV room, which I would love to go to and watch television, but you can't without a radio. You have to have a radio and headphones, which are about $100. And of course, you need your commissary money to get that. So I got to wait till the next week to get my radio and everything. So I basically just chill in my cell or my cube or whatever until I get my commissary money. I can get equipped at least as a level 2 character. And finally that happens. And now I got my radio. Now I'm wearing sweatpants. You don't have to indoors. I would just wear sweatpants and a t-shirt and flip flops.
This radio powers private headphones, I'm imagining?
Yeah. Okay. It's just a little hand radio, and you would tune it to the a station that corresponded with one of 4 televisions. On the left, you got ESPN. Don't change it from ESPN. That's where it stays. Just to the right of that, you got the black TV. Don't touch it, Whitey. In the middle, you got the Spanish TV. Don't touch it, Hueto. And on the right, you got the Whitey TV. Now, you don't need to know this. You could walk in and tell. Because obviously on the left there's Sports Center. Just to the right of that, there's BET or VH1. Just to the right of that, Telemundo. And just to the right of that, it's the History Channel.
I was going to say HGTV. That'd be such a funny.
They're watching
Get out of here. I've got a lot of garden ideas.
Yeah. So it doesn't take long before I start, some people know how long I'm in there for. And I didn't realize it right at first, but I was told about a week or so in that they think you're a snitch. They think that you are either part of one of those 60-day in reality shows because you don't look like a criminal and nobody gets 60-day sentences here. We've never seen that before. Or you've gotten transferred here because you're a rat from another place, and that's why you've only got 60 days. So there's immediately people who don't like me and don't want anything to do with me and are talking about doing something to me.
How'd you find this info out initially?
I was told by the friends that I made about 10 days in. They were like, yeah,
You're very good at fitting into new environments, right? Doesn't matter. Boston people, redneck people, even Canadians, I imagine.
Sure, these are felons.
Did that superpower work in prison?
I got along with the people I wanted to get along with, but there's 80 of us in there. So immediately I felt like I needed a representative from each race. So I found a white guy who was, there weren't any big, tough white guys. There were only old white guys. There weren't any really young and big, tough white guys. So I found an old white dude named Pops, and I made Pops my friend. Pops gave me a pair of sneakers the second day I was there, so I wouldn't have to buy any, like some Under Armour like sneakers. And then I decided I need a black friend. So I noticed that this big black dude with dreads, big dude, had his radio was like busted up, and he had it all taped up with tape. And I was like, "Hey man, what happened to your radio?" And he's like, it fell and it broke. These things. I was like, "Look, I'm leaving in 2 months. You can have my radio." And he's like, "For real?" I was like, "Yeah, you can have the headphones too. And this is $100. And to these people, if they don't, not all of them have loving family members sending $150 a week like I do, or a bank account that Kitty can just take some money out of and send it in. This guy, he was like, "For real?" Now he's my friend. Now he loves me. Now he's coming to me all the time with information and goodies. He'll bring me a pair of flip-flops. They're $25. Here you go, man. I got you something. He's like, "I saw you like those Diet Pepsis. Here's a 6-pack. He's always bringing me shit. Then one day, well, let me complete my trio of protectors. Then I'm assembling the Fellowship of the Federal Prison System here, the Tolkien style band of merry men. And then I was like, well, I definitely need a Spanish dude. And this guy Snow is sitting there watching TV one day. So I'm sitting like 2 chairs from him, and I strike up a conversation with him. Snow is a big fucking dude. And I told him what I was there for, and he thought that was bullshit. And he starts telling me what he's there for. Well, he's a member of a Mexican crime family out of Texas. He's in for trafficking, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and fleeing the police. And that's just what they caught him for. He confessed to 2 different capital crimes to me while I was there that he had not been charged or for. On the track, he runs 3 miles a day, and then he does 10 chin-ups every quarter mile with 40 pounds tied to his waist. And he changes his grip every 10 chin-ups. So it's a different grip for each set. It's either these or these or these or the wide ones. They're always different. And he explains this to me in great detail all the time. Like he's very meticulous about his routine.
Are you telling me this fucker repeats stories?
Every day. He's been in for 10 years, and he's got 5 more to go, something like that, on his charges. And he's got a really strong like Cholo accent. "Yo, Holmes, yeah, I've been in here a long time, Holmes." And I'm just like, cool, man. That sucks. You're gonna get out soon. You're gonna see your family. Well, he's after like 2 days of knowing him, he's like, "Hey, man, you want to go work out with me?" And I'm like, yeah, that'd be great. He's like, I'll come by your cell 7:00 in the morning. All right, you be ready? I'm like, yeah, I'll be ready. So every day I go with him. We run our 3 miles. I'm not doing chin-ups. I run my 3 miles and have a good day. And it turned out that he was watching my back the whole time I was in there, and anybody that wanted to fuck with me, he was squashing it before I even knew anything about it. Because like the scariest thing that happened was about 10 days in, the black guy comes by my cell, and I'm sitting in bed reading.
Do we know this black guy?
Your friend?
The dreaded black guy I'm giving the radio to.
Yeah.
He comes by and he goes, "Yo, man, I thought I'd let you know. There's somebody in here that's wanting to get with you." And I sit up in bed, I'm lying down, like reading like this. And I sit up and go, mark place here. "Someone's looking to get with me?"
I already have a workout partner.
Yeah.
He's like, "Yeah, they looking to get with you." I was like, "Well, you let them know that I'm not looking to get with anybody, and I won't go down without a fight." I was like, "That's not happening." He's like, "I'll pass the word on, man, but you watch your ass." And I'm thinking like, I wonder if he's going to add literally at the end, but he's not a smart guy, so he just walks away. And now I'm terrified because he's not bullshitting. He's very serious. He whispers this to me, and he's one of my closer associates in there. And I'm just like, fuck. Now I'm terrified of the shower. Now I'm terrified to go in there. So now I have to time my showers for when Snow showers. Now me and Snow, the big Mexican guy, like we work out together already. So it works out fine that
Yeah.
we both go back to our cells, get our towels, get our stuff, and we go to the shower. And so the shower, you walk into this room and there's 5 different shower heads, and they're each separated by a partition wall with a shower curtain behind you. It's very private, and
It's nicer than my high school showers.
it's really nice. Those shower heads have excellent pressure and never-ending hot water. It's excellent. And by this time, I've got good soap. It's the same brand I use. Good shampoo. I've got a good towel. I got everything. So you walk up to the door of this thing. It's a shower curtain too, and you pull it back a little, and you avert your eyes in case somebody's standing there naked, because you don't want to get caught or accused of cock looking or something
Meat
like
gazing,
that.
yeah.
Meat gazing, a dick peek, and you say as aggressively and as much of a manly tone as you can, shower. And whoever was last to go into the shower, you don't go shower. So whoever was the last to go into the shower, they call back, and they answer with whichever showers are available. So if somebody's in 1 and 3, they go 2, 4, and 5, and then you holler back, going in 5, and then you do it while averting your eyes once again, because it's just a shower curtain separating you. And then I would always go in 5 because that was a handicap shower, and it was very nice. It had the big shower head. Yeah, and the like chest high shower thing too. So I would take incredibly fast showers. I get clean, then I get the fuck out. And when you're ready to leave, you say, leave in 5. And everybody says, all right. And then you get the fuck out, averting your eyes again. But the whole time, I'm going to say from the time that dude told me that until like 2 weeks ago, I was terrified to go to the bathroom. The whole time. Like there was a day when I didn't catch snow in time, and I was like, I'll shower tomorrow.
What's the actual bathroom situation like?
There are 4 toilets in stalls, just like in a department store or anywhere else. There's a urinal, and there's like 6 sinks. So it's fine. The toilet paper was awful. I immediately bought toilet paper. Like, I got some fucking Charmin right away. It is a must-have item to anyone who's about to go to prison. Get your Charmin toilet paper. So yeah, the snow guy, it turned out, was like watching my back the whole time. And anytime anybody would say anything about me, or anytime I did something I shouldn't do, he would pull me to the side and be like, hey, like one time I pissed and I didn't wash my hands. He said, hey, somebody said you didn't wash your hands. I'm like, somebody told you I didn't wash my hands when I pissed? He's like, yeah, you got to wash up, man. People take that shit seriously, because you're going to touch the microwave or you're going to touch the TV. And I'm like, I didn't even touch my dick. I was like, I just whipped it out. He's like, don't matter. They don't know. For all they know, you're washing your hands and pissing there. You got to wash your hands. And I'm like, I'll lather them bitches up like I'm about to go into the operating room from now on, if it'll keep anything bad from happening or anybody from yelling at me. So now I'm scrubbing the fuck out of my hands every day in there like I've got OCD. They're getting red. Like, I'm looking around like,
all dry.
You know how red they are? I only used hot water. Just hot. Like,
my skin's cracking. I'm so clean. Yeah.
They're coming out like crab legs. And I'm just like, this is just. Then I get into a shouting match with a guy one morning at the TV room, because it's just me and a black guy. I get up at 4 a.m. at this point of my stay, and it's just me and this black guy, and the TVs are on the local news, like all of them are. And I'm like, I don't give a fuck what's going on in Montgomery, Alabama. I don't give a fuck. I'm going to change the white TV to Everybody Loves Raymond. I want to watch the sitcom. He goes, yo, we watch the news in the morning. And I was like, well, watch it on one of those TVs, man. There's 3 fucking TVs here. We watch the news. He's about to crack. I found out later he's been in there for 14 years and he's got 2 more. He's got 2 more. This maniac named Chico.
He's coming out soon.
He takes them unless he has a fucking conniption fit over the morning news while I'm away. Then yeah, he'll get out soon.
So Chico wanted all 4 of the TVs turned to the
various
local news.
ABC, CBS, NBC. He wanted all of the local news stations on simultaneously, so he'd know everything that was going on in downtown Birmingham that morning. He needs 3 different fucking weather reports, 3 different weather girls. And I'm just like, all right, here you go. Click, 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 click. Happy now? He goes, great. All right, fine. Won't come back. I just won't come back in the mornings and watch, because I don't want to watch the morning news. For some reason, it just seemed real depressing to like watch what was actually going on just outside the fence and down the road. Like CNN is one thing, but I just didn't give a shit what was going on.
And boring as fuck.
And boring as fuck. It was a weird fucking time. They were, those guys thinking that I was a snitch didn't wear off until about 6 weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago. It was when I started like making more friends. When people started realizing, like, oh, I guess he's actually just in here. I guess judges really do give people 2 months.
So there wasn't an event. They just got to
Yeah.
know you over time, and you started to fit in.
Yeah. They trusted me with the locations of the hidden knives. I was trusted with that information. So if you want to slice up like an onion, which is contraband, by the way, we're not supposed to have onions, or if you want to make your own relish, because there isn't relish out of a pickle, I've seen people nibble those items down and into chunks. The guys but I was trusted with the sacred location of 2 of the 3 knives in the dormitory. I won't say where they were, but they're hidden in public area.
I won't say where they were.
They're hidden. What was that last word?
In like a public area, like not in anybody's cell and not in anybody's locker. They're put somewhere where nobody would get in trouble. They're hidden in a third-party location.
To anyone, right?
Exactly. And they've just, it's really rudimentary blade that you can chop up an onion or a tomato with without mushing it all up.
Mm-hmm.
The stuff that people ate in there, I couldn't get over it. First of all, let me start with this. There's a currency in prison. They're called Macs. 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 And I didn't know what a Mac was for the longest time. And I didn't want to ask. I felt like a dummy. And then I realized it about 4 or 5 weeks in. Macs are packages of mackerel fillets.
Oh, I was ungodly confident it was mac and cheese. The crap in the blue box. I was like, I can't believe Kyle didn't figure this out.
I guess if these guys are working out all the time, they need their protein, their lean meats, and so they want their max.
What it is, it's a 70-cent item in the commissary. So it's close to $1, and it's also one of the cheapest things in the commissary, and it's meat. And they all ate it. It's what they all ate. It was disgusting. I only tried it once. Like Snow would cook for me, and I ate some of it, and I was just like, this is not for me. This is fucking gross. So like they gamble with Macs. They loan each other Macs for like favors and any number of things. Like they bet on football games. I got 15 Macs that the Bills are going to cover the spread. They'll play poker with Macs. I'll buy in for 20 Macs, and he'll have some like chips that they make out of tearing playing cards in half. Each of those is a chip. Each of those is a Mac. Mm-hmm. And I couldn't understand why these motherfuckers were eating Macs, because there was tuna in there, and what I ate the whole time was chili. I found right away.
Thumbs down, Kyle.
This isn't Jackie's chili. This is prison chili. This is good chili.
Okay.
It's a company called Brushy Creek. I wrote it down because I want more of it. That's how good it was. All right. I stopped going to the cafeteria the 3rd day I was there. Not because the food was bad. It was good. It was like high school food.
Huh.
It was just like high school food. They had hamburgers. They had hamburgers and hot dogs on Memorial Day. They had hamburgers once a week, fried chicken once a week. They'd have baked ziti. It was pretty good. Swedish meatballs one day. Breakfast was gravy and biscuits, grits, oatmeal, stuff like that. Scrambled eggs some days. Pancakes once a week. It was fine, but I didn't feel like it was good for me. So like 3 days in, whenever I start working out with Snow, I'm like, I'm going to go on a diet. So I averaged out to about 375 calories a day for the 2 months I was there. I did the math, because a bag of chili is 300 calories, and I'd eat 1 bag a day. But most days I would skip at least 1 day. I would eat today, not eat tomorrow, eat the next day. So I would eat like every other day. But one week I went 4 days without eating. And
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, because you're not doing a lot. I'd run my 3 miles during in the morning, and then you're just like sitting there, like reading or watching TV or sleeping. That's all you're doing all day.
On the so you said you were getting up at 4 a.m. Were you napping? What's the napping situation like?
Yeah. So the schedule is this: at 5:20 in the morning, the lights come on, boom, bright as fuck, fluorescent, right in my eyes, because I'm on the top bunk looking straight up, and that wakes you right up. You're up now, and at 7:30, your bed is supposed to be made. Now you can still lie in that bed, but it has to be made beneath you. So if you get caught still in the covers, the guard caught me one day and he went ding ding ding. You need to make the bed and get over them covers, buddy. I was like, no problem, man. I just overslept. All right, good day. And just kept moving along. It's not a big deal. But that was the only time it ever happened, because it was really the only time I've ever done it. It was a fluke that he caught me. So I had a sheet, and I would cover up with the sheet to take a nap. And I had a pillow that I made by taking a sweatshirt and stuffing it full of like regular shirts. So I had a decent pillow, and I would nap a lot. I would try to sleep the day away as much as I could. Like the middle part of the day when there was like, I'd already eaten or I'd already read for like 4 hours, and I was just, I needed to just chill out, and nothing on TV, or midway through my stay, they took the televisions away during certain daily hours so that people would work their jobs. I would just sleep through that. And it was,
you're trying to create the stasis they have in sci-fi where you can wake up 2 months later.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. And I said that openly. I was like, if I can go in a coma and wake up when I get out, because this is like throwing away life. Like there's nothing to gain here. But I did read. I read an incredible amount. First, I read Lord of the Rings. I got Lord of the Rings out of the library, and I read it in 5 days. It's about 1,000 pages or something like that. So I didn't make crazy good time. But Tolkien is kind of a tough read. Yeah. And so I got through that, loved it. I still like the movies better. And I think they did a good job combining multiple small characters into one main character. And I think that really benefits the story. And then I just started getting crazy with the books, just more and more and more. I read The Fifth Wave, which is this alien invasion series of books. There's 3 of them. They made a movie about it. It's probably a book for teenage girls, but I still liked it. It was fun. The main character is like a 16-year-old girl. Aliens have basically killed like 99% of the human population. And she's kind of on the run, and she's like a freedom fighter trying to fight against the aliens. And I loved that. I thought it was pretty good. Read all 3 of those books. They're 400 or 500 pages each. And then Chiz sent me Anthony Cumia's book. I read through that in a day. He sent me Howard Stern's latest book, read through that in a day. And then I got a whole shipment of books. Kitty sent me all 7 of the Harry Potter books. I read through all 7 of those in about 2 weeks. And the later ones are like 1,000 pages. So I just blazed through those things. Then she sent me 11/22/63, the best book I've ever read in my entire fucking life. It's Stephen King. It's Stephen King. There's a Hulu television show about it, based on it, with James Franco playing the main character, which I'm going to start watching tonight. The premise is this. I won't spoil it. There is a portal that this man can walk through that takes him back to 1958 on a specific day at a specific time at the same location he's sitting at. He's only traveling through time, not space. Once he's through, he can do whatever he wants. He could live there if he wants, or he could just go like shoot a guy and walk right back through the portal and see how that affected the future. If he goes back through the portal, completely resets everything. Same thing. He goes right back, same day, same time as the first time, and he could kill a different person and keep experimenting. Well, he decides he's going to prevent the assassination of John F. Kennedy, who was assassinated on 11/22/1963. The only problem is he's in 1958. So he's got to live in the past for 5 years. And he's got to make sure that Lee Harvey Oswald actually kills him, because he doesn't want to kill an innocent man, especially after spending 3 years there. Because if he does, he goes back and JFK's dead anyway. He's wasted years of his life, and he's got to go do it again and find the real killer. So
is he aging as this happens?
Yeah.
Oh.
He starts out and he's 35, but he's going to be 40 by the time he gets back. And so he decides that he's got to make sure that Oswald did it. So he has all these meticulous notebooks that his friend gave him, who owns the place where the portal exists. And he basically stalks Lee Harvey Oswald and goes really like cloak and dagger, like private detective on him, planting listening devices in his apartment. He would rent the apartment underneath Lee Harvey Oswald so he could run a wire in and listen to his conversations with this other guy and see like what he's up to. He's stalking him everywhere, seeing what he's doing. He watches him get the rifle. He watches him hide the rifle. Like it's great. And and you know, he lives a life during that 5 years. It's not just laser focused on Oswald, because Oswald doesn't even come back into the country from Russia until like, I don't know what, maybe 60, 61, something like that. So he travels, the portal's in Maine, That's where all Stephen King's books are based for the most
Yeah.
part. So he's got to travel, down to Dallas, Texas, and he goes on an adventure the whole way. He meets a woman and he falls in love and he makes friends and relationships. He gets a job that's very fulfilling, and he changes people's lives for the better. And then, and in the end, he's finally got to do something about Lee Harvey Oswald. It's excellent. Love that. If you're doing real time, if you're doing, I don't even know if you call a year real time, because a lot of these guys are 9 years into 12 or 8 years into 15 and stuff like that. That's real time. One guy had been in prison for going on 25 years, and he's old as shit. He had 3 more to go. If you're doing that, you want to get a job there at the prison. You want to get into the auto mechanic shop, and you want a routine that is constantly filled with things to do. See, my routine had lots of holes in it, where I've got like 4 hours to kill and nothing to do but read. And you're eventually going to get tired of that. These guys have jobs. He's like, I wake up, I work out, I shower, I go to the auto mechanic shop, I wash some cars, I change some oil, I come back, I shower again, I eat, then I go to the leather shop and I make purses for my wife. I'm going to send her these bootleg Gucci purses that I make here at prison and mail them off to my wife. He's like, you want one, bro? And I'm like, nah, I think we might be committing a felony. Just doing what you're doing there, but keep it up, buddy. They look real. They look legit.
Counterfeiting Gucci purses in prison. That guy is awesome.
They look so real.
How does smoking work? You didn't mention smoking.
Oh, buddy. I was gonna light up on the show, but I ordered clove cigarettes, which only have like 10% tobacco. They're mostly like this herb, like they're like clove in there.
What's
and
normal?
100%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and so they're not bad for you. I don't want to smoke a real cigarette and get addicted again. But like, I was gonna light up so I could show you how you light a cigarette in prison. You take 2 AA batteries, right, just like this, side by side. Obviously, they're inverted, positive, negative, and they're taped together with masking tape. And then out of a scrub pad, not steel wool, but a scrub pad that has like the mesh of wires in it, you get one of those wires out, and you connect the 2 ends, and the center of it turns red hot, and you can light a cigarette with that. And there's 2 classes of people. There are the people who have real cigarettes, Marlboros, Cools, and there are the people who are rolling their own. They have a bag of tobacco and some rolling papers. Now, getting caught, they're not going to give you more time, but they're probably going to send you to the SHU for 2 weeks. That was my experience.
The SHU is solitary confinement for guys who don't watch prison videos like me.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I believe it stands for it is solitary confinement. I think it stands for solitary housing unit, and it sucks. You're not allowed to flush your own toilet in there. You have to, hey, it's brown, flush it down. And he has to come and from the outside and flush your.
It looks yellow.
toilet.
I'm gonna let it mellow.
Yeah, yeah. And if you're in there, you're just locked down 23 hours a day. I think you get out for a shower once a day, and that's it. That's it. You're just locked down. And I didn't want that. A guy had gotten that. Excuse me. Right before I got there, the guy who had been in my bed, I was like, where'd this guy go? Because he left a lot of his shit in his locker. Like, I'll take this toothpaste. I didn't have any. I'll take this brand new toothbrush. All right, now I got one. What happened to him? He's like, well, the warden came through. We were warned, of course, as we always are, and she was inspecting. And when she walked past his cube, he was stuffing rolled cigarettes into his sock. And she went, doop, 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 doop. What's that? He went, what's what? And they snatched his ass up and they threw him in the SHU for 2 weeks. I met him about 2 weeks later. He told the same story that everybody else had told. Like, fuck, I don't want to get caught. And you're not going to smoke. You're not going to smoke in there. I would
risk it at all.
No, I would never smoke in there. There's no way. Like, no matter how stressed out I got. But everything is available, by the way. Like, forget cigarettes, because every time there's a count, that's the most important thing as far as the guards are concerned, by the way. Guards don't care about your safety. They don't care about what drugs, tobacco, alcohol, contraband you have. As long as nobody's bleeding and you're all there, that's all the fuck they care about. And they come through every 3 hours and they count you, 3 to 4 hours roughly. But you know exactly when. Mm-hmm. It just varies whether it's 3 or 4 hours spread out.
That ties into one of my questions, the guard relationship. So you made friends with Snow. You didn't make friends with guards. They weren't there to protect you. Is that a bad idea?
So that's a terrible idea, and I had to stop that. The guards wanted to be friends, and I had to tell them to get the fuck away from me. The guards recognized me, like 2 or 3 of them did, and those 2 or 3 told their buddies who I was, and then they became like fast fans. and they all wanted like autographs and to like talk to me and ask me about all kinds of stuff that I'd done. And they kept coming by my cube talking to me. And Snow was like, "Hey man, I see you talking to those guards a lot. What's up?" And I'm like, "Oh, they're coming by because I do this thing on the internet with guns and stuff, and they've seen it before and they like it. So they're kind of like fans." And he's like, "Oh, that's cool, man. That's cool, but everybody ain't gonna believe that." He's like, "That looks bad." He's like, "That looks like you snitching, you know, because they seem to like you a lot and you just got here, you know? That don't make no sense." And I'm like, "Oh shit, you're right. Yeah." So I have to tell this guard, I'm like, "Hey man, I appreciate you coming by. It's nice to talk to somebody who isn't a fucking criminal, but you gotta stop." And you tell the others not to stop too, because these guys are looking at us right now. Turn around. And like, sure enough, there's a dude over there like fucking watching.
Just mean mugging you.
Listening in, trying to see what I'm saying, see if I'm telling about snitching, see if I'm fucking snitching. And I'm like, they think I'm a snitch already. Like day one they have, and y'all are friendly with me, and I just got here, and like I would love to go to your house and chill and have a good old time and drink a beer, but I can't be seen with you like this because it's looking bad. So then the guards cut that out and they stopped it. They respected what I said and they understood it. So I definitely had to shut that down right away. That was not going well.
So but your situation's special. Could a regular person use that tactic of like, I don't know, just getting a little guard protection? It seems like that's what guards do. They don't guard people.
No, fuck no. No, they guard you from me. They guard the civilian from the felon. They're there to keep you there. That is their only concern. That is all they care about. They'll come through. The only thing they would ever yell about, they would scream it, "Don't you fuck up my count." Because they're coming through to count everybody. And you know they're coming because they just announced it. And you know what time they were coming anyway. So if you're in the fucking shower and when they come around to count and they count everybody and it comes up one short because your ass was in the shower and they got to come back around, they might take you to the shoe for that.
Really?
Yeah, I saw a guy get threatened severely because he was in the shower. He'd been there a year. This gay guy that was next to me, in the cube next to me, he was in the shower when count time came around. And he was like, "I just didn't know." And I'm like, "Motherfucker, I've been here for a month and I know. How do you not know?" And he's like, "I lost track of time." And I'm like, "Well,
don't."
Everybody seems very upset with you. He's like, "Nah." The next day, they fucking straightened him out right away. They cussed his ass out and screamed.
Guards?
Some dudes. No.
Oh,
some inmates. Yeah. Because they'll lock us all down. They'll lock us down and like they'll take our microwave away, or they'll take our television privileges away, or they'll take our rec time away, or they'll do something like that. They'll fuck everybody up over one guy. And
it's like the military in that way, it seems.
Yeah, and so that we'll punish the offender. Yeah, and that's all it's about. They would never say that, but that's what it's about. There was a guy right before I got in there who had snitched on somebody over a cell phone. They had a cell phones are one of the worst things you can have in there, like as far as getting in trouble. For whatever reason, in my opinion, they should just let us have cell phones and because I don't get it. I don't know why we can't have them, but we can't. There's a lot of cell phones in there. I would go into the bathroom and I could hear the guy in the stall talking to his girlfriend. "Yeah, babe. Yeah, I'm just chilling up in here doing what I do. How's little Ray Ray?" And I'm like, "All right, let's finish this piss. Get out of here. Don't want to be in here. Don't need to hear about Ray Ray.
I don't need to hear about Ray Ray. As far as I know, there is no Ray Ray."
That's right. Is there a Ray Ray? I don't know. So he snitched on this guy over a cell phone. Well, the next day, 3 dudes beat the dog shit out of him in the cube until there's blood on the floor. And then at the end of the day, they decide that's not enough of a beating. So they chase him out to the end of the rec yard and beat the shit out of him again over snitching on them over this cell phone because they knew it was him. I think most of the time you don't know who told on you, but in this instance, they were like, "That's the motherfucker right there." And plus he wasn't popular enough or protected enough or with a group of people enough that you could single this guy out and whip his ass. Kind of like I was. And
as it's like happening across the rec field or whatever, are there not guards like just watching that?
Nowhere near. You could murder somebody out there, nobody know.
God damn.
Cube mates. So you mentioned Block at the top of the show, and I thought he was going to turn into an ally, but we haven't heard him since.
Nah, he was gone pretty quick. He moved to a different cell. because there's 3 of us in there and 2 is the standard. So he went somewhere where he'd be doubled up. Then Greg came in. Greg's a 50-year-old black guy who's the most annoying motherfucker on the planet as far as I'm concerned. Real nice guy. Not only does the man talks to himself, he eats all day long, and he puts the most disgusting stuff. He's black guy. He puts the most disgusting hair treatment in his hair that I've ever known to man. It's a mixture of kerosene and those big fat permanent markers that could get you high if you sniffed them.
Okay.
It's that. He's rubbing a gel that smells like that in his hair. It's so strong that I'll be covered up like a blanket over my head, sleeping in the middle of the day, and I'll go, wake me out of my sleep.
Smelling salts.
I don't even have to look. I know that Greg is on the other side of that blanket, putting his daily 4 times a day. He put it in. I counted. Plenty of time. 4 times a day.
Yeah.
4 times a day. He puts his hair treatment in, and he talks to himself about everything. All right. About to start this Monday morning. Yes, sir. Start another day, Sally. You call your cellmates Sellies.
Okay.
So he's talking to me, but not really talking to me. I found out quickly that he doesn't expect a response from me. Just maybe a nod or an acknowledgement or a smile. Yeah, Sally. My Sally about to get on up out of here. About to get on up out. Get to the house.
He's dictating your life too.
Yeah.
My Sally feeling a little constipated. I can tell.
I saw you eating them prunes. Eat a few of them. You gonna poop it out. It's like I got Bill Cosby sitting right next to me 24 hours a fucking day.
I can't follow your roommate situation. So you moved in, you were the third. Snow leaves. Greg moves in.
Block leaves.
I said it
Snow
wrong.
was never his roommate.
I made a mistake. And Block leaves. Greg moves in. You're back to 3.
Back to 3.
Okay, well, I am keeping up.
Then David leaves, and then it's just me and Greg.
Lucky
David
you.
had enough of Greg.
So
I asked David. I was like, "Hey man, why'd you move?" He's like, "Man, I couldn't take much more of him." He was like, "How do you stand it?" I was like, "I didn't know I had an option. Can I just leave?"
Cell changes?
Could you leave,
Yeah.
or when it was down to 2, you can't leave anymore?
I think I could have left, but that would have been pretty obvious why I was leaving, right? I didn't want to be rude to Greg. And Greg's
gonna walk over to your new son and be like, "My former Sally about to catch an ass whooping."
Getting the lock
realize
in
he
the
grievously underestimated Greg.
The
now
shins
Miss
are in the
Sally's
public
nose
area.
Sally gonna wish she hadn't fucked Greg.
How's my hair smell now?
Just so annoying. Nice guy. But
it's so
just
funny
super
that someone
annoying.
that's just annoying as fuck is in prison too, and the same rules apply. Where it's like, God, this guy, bless his heart, but he fucking sucks.
Yeah, he sucked so much. Nobody liked him. Everybody. What did Snow called him kerosene because he thought he smelled like kerosene. But Snow can't pronounce kerosene, so it sounded more like cherosene. Snow. When Snow said shank, like a shank you'd stab somebody with, he said chank. Yeah, they come at me with a chank. He come in with chank in the kitchen. I was gonna box him. I said, I don't need no blade, Holmes. I got these bows to cut you up. And I'm like, all right, man. Sounds good. Snow's
So
also
going for a run.
This is during the run. During the run, he would tell me crime stories. He would tell me all his criminal history, even that the federal government didn't know about. He told me all. First of all, man's 48 years old. He has a son 2 years older than me. 2 years older than me. I'll save you the math. He was 13 and a half.
Thank you. It was incalculable over here.
Had his first son when he was 13, and he married that girl. But he kept some bitches on the side. You got to. And he's just telling me all of his exploits, both criminal, personal, family life, talking about the time they drove by, shot him, and we stopped, and he shows me the bullet wounds. Talking about this time they stabbed him in medium security, and he shows me this stab wound that looks like Frankenstein fucking stitched it up.
God damn.
All this crazy shit. Talking about all the fights he's gotten into. He almost got into 3 fights while I was there, but people would back down when he came after him. Like they would apologize and like put their hands up.
He was just that big from his pull-up regimen.
I mean, he was just down to fight, and if you get in a fight in there, you're in trouble. And what did he say? You got to represent. That's what he'd say. I was like, man, you're about to get out. You got to keep your head down. He's like, got to represent. And I was like, who are you representing? The family. And I'm like,
Oh, you said he was part of a Mexican crime family.
He's part of a Mexican crime family. They tried to charge him for an extra blanket in the commissary, or not the commissary, the laundry. He said, "Yo, you trying to tax the family? Do I need to let my people know?" And he was like, "What? What are you talking about?" He's like, "You better ask around. I'll be back for my blanket." He came back. I saw him an hour later with a blanket. And he's like, "You want a blanket? I'll get you one too." I'm like, "I don't want to be involved with the family." I don't need a blanket at all. You can have mine if that's what it takes, but don't involve me with your blanket crime family nonsense, man.
3 mile running, right?
Yeah.
If Snow had offered to take me on 3 mile runs, I'd be like, where are we going to start? Are we going to start at did you run 3 miles right out of the gate and do it next to Snow?
Well, there's breaks when he does his chin-ups.
So that's what you needed to get 3 miles next to him.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
had rests.
We would take a break, and he would, however long it took him to do 10 chin-ups, and it took him a while because he took a net and put the 2 medicine balls in it, 20 pounds each, and then he's got like an S hook type thing. I can't do it with my hands, and one of the hooks goes on a belt that he had custom made, where it was Velcroed together and then stitched so it wouldn't come off, and so he'd hook that onto his waist, and he'd do his 10 pull-ups, and then we'd go around, and every 2 laps, every half mile, we would stop and drink water. That's how we kept count. So he's like, "Yeah, we drank last lap, so now this is 4 laps," or "Yeah, we drank last lap, now it's 8 laps." So it's quarter-mile track. So yeah, I could do 3 miles the first day. I was beat. I was fucking wasted.
I would be. Yeah.
I almost fainted. I wasn't eating at the same time, so like I was running and not eating. And when I got in the shower, my hands went numb and my feet went numb, and I could barely get dressed. And so I almost fainted I had to turn that water all the way to cold and like blast myself with cold water to like not pass out in the shower. I did not want to be unconscious, naked in the shower.
No, it seems like a poor.
Even Snow would
Andy
be like,
Dufresne realized he should have eaten breakfast.
And it's at that moment Andy Dufresne realized his ass wasn't nearly as tight as he imagined. They slid in easily, helped by the lubricant of the chili he hadn't finished that morning.
Unfortunately, it was very spicy.
Yes.
Were there any fights while you were there? Like, I know you weren't in any. You did. So, even though there was a constant concern about fights, it wasn't a constant occurrence.
No, it was not a constant occurrence. It was there was talk of rape though. I talked to people who had been sexually assaulted and people who had witnessed sexual assault. The gay guy next to me, they had been coming after him a lot because he was like 20. He was 20 years old and like fit, and he was doing like 2 years for cocaine distribution. He had an ounce of coke he was selling, basically. Real nice guy. He was one of the few people who was intelligent enough to have a normal conversation like I'm having with you guys. I was like, "What kind of TV shows do you like, man?" He goes, "Trailer Park Boys, It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, and Parks and Rec." And I'm like, "Man,
it's a winner."
Don't say that.
That's what he said. That's what he said. He said, "Keep it down. Keep it down. Just between me and you." So yeah, there were definitely like talk of that had happened and that did happen, and both consensual and non-consensual. But it was like, don't.
So he had been frequently raped, this guy you're talking to. Did he manage to stop that from happening going forward?
Yeah, he eventually told on the person, and he was pretty ostracized. Snow even said it to me. He's like, he snitched on somebody who was trying to get after him. And I'm thinking like, well, what's he going to do?
What did you play into it? Like, yeah, what a bitch.
What a bitch.
But that's the thing. Like, I'm with you. What are you going to do? This is like when parents tell their 13-year-old to just pop that 16-year-old in the nose. Bullies are actually very weak people. No, they're not. You stupid fuck. That's why they bully.
Of the wrestling team.
They're bullying you because they can't.
They're bullying you because they're not at even risk. They can easily take you.
Dude, I can't, like, the scariest thing you've said so far is when Snow came in and was like, "Man, there's guys who want to get with you," or whatever.
Oh, that was the black guy. Yeah, the black guy said that.
Oh, the black guy said that to you. Like, if someone said that to me in prison, thank God I'm not nearly as pretty as you are. Like, I would have been like, what do I do? Like, what's the move? Do I just go about my mile?
It stressed me out. It stressed me out so much. I didn't know what to do. I knew I couldn't tell because you can't tell. It would be the equivalent of like, if you're in like the 5th grade or something and Billy's fucking broke your pencil and you went and told Miss Walker and she goes, "All right, I want the class to hear this. You've been picking on little Tommy here. Billy broke his pencil. Billy, you go outside and sit in the hall. I don't want anyone to be picking on little Tommy here anymore.
Tommy, you take that supple little ass and sit it back in your seat.
Now everybody's like, all right, bitch. That's what you do? Okay. So you can't tell. You can't. And that's why when I would talk to Kitty or Chiz or anybody, I would be like, yeah, no sweat. Because the guards are listening. And if I'm just talking to you saying, yeah, man, they're threatening me in here, the guards are going to have to be, because it's recorded and monitored, they're going to have to do something. And it's going to get back that I said something, even though I didn't go like tug on a teacher's shirt tail and cry like a bitch, you know, I did sort of say something that got back to the guard, that got back to them.
That makes sense.
And I didn't want that because I knew that would only make things worse. Like the worst thing that was going to happen was I was just going to have to get in a fight. We were just going to have to fucking fight it out before anybody was going to fuck me or anything. And I was going to end up in the shoe probably alongside them. And I was like, that's not that bad. As long as they put me in the shoe with them, we're straight. I'll steal my books.
That's not how solitary works, Kyle. Maybe
it's
you're not
2 man.
kidding.
They call it solitary, but it's 2-man cell. Yeah.
Oh, I was joking. Okay, that's a surprise to me. All right,
it was to me too. It's kind of an oxymoron. Solitary housing unit. Yeah, both of you get in there.
So they could put a rapist in the shoe, and then someone smokes a cig, and they're like, "You're going in there with Rapey Ray," and you're like, "I'm so sorry for smoking. Like, I promise I'll never do it again. Please don't put me in there with it."
Yeah.
Was it a mistake to talk to the wrong people? No, I'm a little surprised that you were able to have white friends, black friends, and Mexican friends. This is different than I saw on YouTube. And you mentioned that you even liked a guy who was a snitch, and you talked to him, and you said he was a smart guy and you enjoyed his company. I would have thought you'd be like, I can only talk with old white guys or something.
Well, I wouldn't associate with the snitch outside. Like I would only associate with him in the way I would be sitting in my top bunk, and I can see him over the wall into his cube, and that's the only time I talk to him. He would always ask me to come outside and play frisbee with him or something like that, and be like, no. I can't do that. No, I don't want to be seen with you outside. They're either going to think I'm gay.
You told them
or
that.
They're going to. Yeah. Well, I didn't tell them they're going to think I'm gay. I just said, no, I don't want to play frisbee. You know, I was polite about it or whatever. I didn't want to make a big deal. But as far as being able to like get along with all the races, there is a lot of racism in there for sure. Snow was incredibly racist. Like when I said that my cellmate smelled bad, Snow was like, yeah, the blacks, they stink, right? And I was like, it doesn't have anything to do with his race other than the fact that, you know, he's using a hair treatment that's specifically for black people, but he chose the stinky one. You know, there's plenty of them that smell fine, I'm sure, because not everybody smells like this guy.
You actually would offer up like a little response to him? I feel like I'd be so afraid. I'd be like, yeah, dude, super stinky. What else do you believe that I also
No, it was the opposite.
I have a suspicion he's a bad swimmer.
They can't swim for shit either. Low credit scores, having motherfuckers. No, it's the opposite because we're not alone on the track. The black people are the majority. If I had to break down the racial breakdown, I would say 15% white, 10% Mexican, and the rest is black. Right? 75% black or something like that. So as we're going around the track, we're surrounded by black guys, and he's literally saying, yeah, the blacks, they got no honor. They'll fuck their own sister. And I'm like, he goes, right? And I go, right? and he's older, and I think his hearing wasn't that great because I had to really speak up, you know, and like look at him. The funny thing about this guy, not only was his English not 100%, neither was his Spanish. I don't know where he's from.
He never committed to get even one language down 100%.
He had a hard time with Telemundo, and his conversations with me weren't what you'd call fluent. So, but he'd say these incredibly racist things out loud, definitely within earshot of black men. Like he'd be like, "Yeah, the blacks, they stink," and I'd just be like, I don't know.
Was he saying the blacks, or was he saying some other more?
He wouldn't.
Words.
He only used the N-word one time when he said that he's like, you can't call them the N-word though, and I was like, yeah, of course you can't. Well, I didn't say that, but I was like, yeah, they don't seem to like.
Where was he at the top of this year for me?
It's hilarious because to him that was like he showed up in prison and like something happened. He's like, well, I guess that's off the table. So what was So the food wasn't that bad. I was gonna ask about that.
My
That's
chili was
surprising.
so good. Let me tell you what I would make when I would eat, because I got good at it. I would make cheese rice, which it comes in a pack. You just add hot water and this package of rice. I would add a ton of sriracha, 5 tablespoons of jalapenos, enormous. I remembered that spicy foods release dopamine, and I figured this would make me feel better. So I'm making the spiciest shit I can. So ton of sriracha, 5 tablespoons of jalapenos. I went through 3 family-sized jars of jalapenos while I was there, and 4 bottles of sriracha while I was there. And I would put a jar of salsa, 4 ounces of salsa, and then I would put my 11-ounce baggie of chili in there, and I would cook it until it boiled, until like the beans softened up a little bit and everything incorporated. And I loved that shit. And I would still add more sriracha, like to make it as hot as I could take it, until I had tears running down my face and I had to blow my nose like 2 or 3 times a meal. And I loved that shit. Like I genuinely wrote down the name of the company so that I can order some and like eat it here at some point. It was really fucking good.
Your cube?
Yeah,
Or
I would just eat in bed. Yeah, I would go in the microwave room, cook it up, and go back to my bed. And I would just kind of sit up cross like Indian style, and I would have the book folded out to my page, and I would put the bowl in my lap, and I'd just read as I ate. And that was my day. That was sort of my daily experience: was wake up, run, take a shower, nap, read, eat, nap, lights out. Now I'm going to stare at the ceiling for a few hours. All right, mission accomplished, and the lights are on. It was I had a calendar, so I was marking the days off, which seems a little silly with only 2 months, I guess, but still it was helpful for me to like visualize.
No, I like it too.
Yeah, and man, every time 9 p.m. would come on and the lights were about to go off, I'd kill one of those days. It felt good.
Yeah,
I was living for that.
Were you able to sleep at 9? Like if I nap during the day, in your situation, my sleep schedule might have been not very good.
I could not go to sleep. I was up most of the night, every single night. I had a book light, the thing that clamps onto the back of your book. So I'd read a lot at night, and I had my radio, and there were only 2 radio stations though. There was new country, like modern country. It's disgusting. And there was classic rock. So I'd listen to classic rock. I'd read my book until probably 3 a.m., maybe 3 a.m., 4 a.m. I could get to sleep. I get about 2 hours of sleep at night, and then I'd sleep the rest during the day. And I liked that because it meant more sleep during the day, during those loud, obnoxious hours that I didn't want to be a part of anyway.
And that's a sleep schedule you're already accustomed to.
Pretty much, not too far from it.
Plus,
no. I
like the daytime is like there's a little danger there. There's opportunities to make mistakes. Maybe you don't worry about that, but I do.
Yeah. One of the things that I didn't like about the daytime was, all right, so the heat index there was 105 to 108 degrees for a large part of the time I was there. And I only wanted to take 1 shower. I'm not going to be filthy, because if you're dirty, they'll talk shit too. That's just as bad as not washing your hands. If you stink, you're ostracized as well. So I'm like, got to take my 1 shower a day, but I don't want to go out and get sweaty again and have to take another one. So I'm not going to go outside. So I'm just in here. It's either watching television, reading my book, or sleeping. And it's really loud during the day in there, but I got to where I could sleep through it. Last night was weird sleeping in silence, because even at nighttime in there, it is a symphony orchestra of farts and coughs. There needs to be a Harvard study on the digestive system of Talladega prisoners, because there is something. Those farts sounded wet and hot and angry.
Oh god!
It was every 2 seconds. And you're in like a concrete room, so it's resonating.
There's 70 or 80 of us in there, and it's just. Just everywhere. They're popping off like shooting stars all night. And this one guy would have a coughing fit every night that we would all make fun of. And everybody would laugh as people made fun of it. He would just start coughing, and I'm not going to like duplicate the cough because it would just be obnoxious on a microphone, but it's just like, oh! There'd be a lot of those mixed in. And a lot like when you're coughing so bad you gag, there'd be a lot of gagging. And so you'd hear some black guy yell, "Spit it out!" Like he gonna die.
He gonna die.
And every time, put him out of his misery, Big Tim. And every time that somebody would say something, like 8 of us would crack up and start laughing at this guy. And meanwhile, I'm thinking like, that gentleman's very ill.
Dude, on that note, so sometimes I put myself in this position. I need a CPAP machine. If I don't have the CPAP machine, I snore on an Olympic level. People would make fun of me, I guess, with or without.
Oh, don't worry, Woody. They let you have your CPAP in there.
Would they?
Oh yeah, plenty
Wait.
of guys have them. I'm
Get
not making
out.
this up. Yeah, my neighbor has one. Tolliver, Mr. Tolliver.
And
He
I
was
wouldn't
in
be
there
the only one. That's how I pictured
Mr.
it.
Tolliver caught in the wrong neighborhood when he was committing a crime.
Mr. Tolliver is a 45-year-old black man, so not quite accurate on the
That's
accent.
my 45-year-old black man accent.
Yeah,
Guy
'cause
homie.
so there were a couple of it, and no one cared. No one like what?
No,
what-
they're quiet. They're this isn't-
even quieter than that. Yeah, they're
Yeah, except one of them malfunctioned one night and started like making all kind of crazy noises. It made the high pitched squeal
really
all night,
Oh,
and
that
nobody
was-
did a
that's
thing.
awful.
Nobody
No,
did a thing.
I just felt myself like guys, look, I know it's weird, but you want me to wear this. Otherwise, I'll keep
nobody
this
cared.
whole floor awake.
There were guys in there that Trump passed a lot. By the way, the people in I think we'll close out like the talk of the prison stuff
Okay.
maybe in like 8 minutes or so, because I got plenty more. We'll carry on next week. I don't want to do a whole show of this, but there were guys in there who needed to get out. It was bullshit that they were in there. Everybody's a big Trump fan in there, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Black people, white people, everybody loves Trump because Trump is all about getting the federal prison system streamlined. It's like, oh, are you over 60 years old and you've done 75% of your prison sentence? Well, get the fuck out. I think you've learned your lesson and you're barely a threat to us anymore. And so he passed this law that says just that. I may be off by 5% or 5 years up and down on the age and percentage, but it's roughly that. It's like it might be 66%. If you've done like 2/3, or I think it is. I think it's 2/3 of your sentence, as well as being over 60 or maybe over 65. They're supposed to let you go. He passed that like a year ago.
Did a couple good things. Kushner led that. Carry on.
The guy right across from me, 66 years old. He's done 75%. He's done like 10 of 12 years or something like that. He's sitting over there. He cannot walk. He has to use a walker. Snow brings him his meals. Snow's a genuinely nice guy. I'll say this one more thing about Snow. Snow doesn't eat in the cafeteria. He goes to the cafeteria and he gets a meal for the old man, and he gives that meal to him. He only gets one meal, and he gives that meal to this old man who can't make it to the cafeteria, and nobody else is going to bring him any food. And then he cooks for himself, and he would offer me food every day. And he's a good cook. He would make breakfast burritos. He would steal eggs out of the kitchen and onions out of the kitchen, and it would be like a tortilla with refried beans, Spam, scrambled eggs, and onions. It was good. It
Sounds
was
good.
fucking. It was actually. I mean, I don't love Spam, but like in prison, it's like hell yeah, give me some more of that. He made me a nacho bowl the last weekend I was there. We'd been talking about it for a month and a half. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna make you a nacho bowl on the last week, because he knew I was on a diet. And he just get this big bowl of like Doritos and chips with tortilla with refried beans and chili and also like steak. He made carne asada in prison in a microwave. It was absurd. Nice guy.
Is Snow the one you offered your radio to? Is that how?
No, that's a black guy. I honestly don't know the black guy.
That was the dreadlock guy.
Yeah, dreadlock guy. When I finally gave him that radio day before yesterday, I told him, I'll give it to you on the night I'm about to leave. I gave him the radio. He couldn't believe I had actually fulfilled my promise. He was like, may God bless you and all your future endeavors.
For $100 radio.
He's like holding my hand, like I'm shaking his hand. May God bless you and all your future endeavors, young man. Folks in
That's
here,
really
they
nice.
say
I'm,
one
like, tearing
thing.
up. That's-
They say one thing and they do another, and you are honest man, and I appreciate that, because that's a rare thing in the world, and that's damn rare in this lockup right here. Thank you, young man. And I was like, I guess I'm an honest guy, man. I've intended on giving you this radio the whole time. It was my idea. Like I don't want this radio. But I'm just like, yeah, man, you enjoy.
Did you have other things to give out? Like maybe
Yeah,
the rest of your
I gave shit out to
toothpaste,
everybody.
clothes?
Yeah. Greg, my cellmate, he got my cup, my reading light, my dishware, my Tupperware, my knives and forks, and my shampoo. Snow, he got all my condiments, my mayonnaise, my ketchup, my mustard, my sriracha sauce, my spicy Asian sauce, like all my condiments and stuff that was actually kind of valuable. little things that I just passed out to random people. Oh, here's some extra earbuds. Here's a crossword book. Anybody who needed a thing. And
Did you ever go to the commissary with the purpose of buying things to hand out and kind of ingratiate yourself to the population there, where you're like, max for, hey, 10 of you, each of you get 5 max?
Yeah, no, but I was going to do that on the last day, but it wasn't my dormitory's day to shop, and they wouldn't let me shop. And I was like, I'm leaving tomorrow. Just let me shop. I'll go last. I'll be last in line. He's like, no. I'm like, all right, well, fuck you, you piece of shit. All right, I'll take the money out of your stupid prison system and spend it in a mall somewhere. By the way, I've got this debit card. I'm not going to show you. It's out in the car somewhere. It's hideous. I've got this debit card. It's the most bootleg ghetto shit ever. It's like my mugshot on like a Citibank debit card. It says like Metro Bank or something like that. It's got $87 left on it, which is my commissary balance. I'm going to use that for online purchases. I am not. That's not the card you hand to the maitre d' at Morton's.
Oh, this will pay for half of my first steak.
I know we're getting off of prison stuff. I've got one more thing. Did they have whole shebang potato chips there?
Nope. Asked about them. They didn't exist. They had Lay's stacks. They had pork skins. They had tortilla chips, and they had Doritos. That was the potato chip menu.
Okay.
I'm curious about that myth where, they're like, oh, don't take a fucking Snickers from someone on day one or you're going to owe them until you pay them back. Like, was there anything even akin to that?
There was a lot of owing people things, and everybody paid. There were records kept, paper records, of who owed who what. Whether they were doing football's big. They bet on football a ton, college and professional. And everybody paid up, everybody paid up. No, if they don't pay up, you don't want to play anymore, right? And that's the whole point. So like they're gonna pay up. But yeah, we'll get off this. Next week I want to talk about the prison entrepreneurs, the drug class I was forced to take, the job they tried to force me to work, the counselor, my case manager who was dyslexic and messed up my paperwork 6 times, my release paperwork. And we'll talk about some of the other minor inmates who were bizarre individuals. And we'll talk about some of the other nonsense that went down, like some of the random things, like the guy who shit on the toilet seat, or the
wait, go into that, please. Please,
whole topic.
Motherfucker done shit on the toilet seat. What ignorant motherfucker done shit on the toilet seat that every one of us motherfuckers got to sit back down on? Get your ass in here, clean this shit. I ain't cleaning this shit. They pay me 8 cents a goddamn hour, and it ain't the clean shit.
I got some questions
moved.
too. I'll
Nobody
wait for
moved.
Just
a good time.
Spraying shit all over a prison bathroom. That's risky.
Somebody goes, which toilet was it? What fucking difference does it make? I like to use 3.
Is that what he said? That's a good answer. Yeah.
I like to use 3 too. It was all the way in the back. You didn't have to sit between 2 people.
I like to use 3.
I'm like, touche. I'm sure that's what he replied.
Man,
I'm gonna shit on 3 then.
It's so funny because Woody and I and every guest we've talked to while you've been gone, we'll bring up like, yeah, thanks for coming on the 2 guest show because Kyle's in prison. They're like, oh fuck, really? Like for real this time? And we're like, yeah. They're like, God damn. We're like, no, it's fine. He's having a fine time just reading Harry Potter and napping. And it does not sound like that was the case at all.
No, it was pretty. It was a lot of nonsense going on. I told somebody this yesterday. I was like, it certainly wasn't Oz. Okay, I'm not trying to say that, but it certainly wasn't summer camp either, which was how it had been painted by some people.
Yeah.
As soon as I got there, the guard who took me from medium over to the camp, she was like, "Don't let anybody pressure you," and I was like, "The fuck do you mean?"
What?
It means don't let anybody pressure you to suck their dick. Or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
And so immediately I'm like, fuck it, this is for real, huh? She's giving me and it's not a dude who might joke around. It's this woman she's a counselor there. Counselors are like, it's not like a guidance counselor. She's like running a dorm. One of the dorms is her to look over, and like the prisoners are her charge. She's like a sergeant in the army, kind of between an officer and and a grunt.
Yeah, like an
If the guards are grunts, the counselors are sergeants, and then there's like captains who are over the whole thing, and unit managers, and then there's the warden, and then there's a whole chain of command in the Federal Bureau of Prisons. But yeah, next week will be interesting. I'll get into some of the nitty gritty nonsense.
You started one of my questions, so let's finish. The summer camp thing. Were you intentionally playing down your expectations for this, or were you just off target?
No, I was intentionally playing it down. I do that with everything. Whenever, I feel like if you
as a coping strategy or a social one?
No, as an internet strategy. I feel like anytime that you talk about what actually bothers you or something like that, you're exposing a weakness to a lot of people that like to hurt you. There's plenty. So you're opening a wound for them to pick at if you do that. If you're like, oh, I'm really worried about this, I'm really worried about that. Well, now they've got something to pick on you about or something to go after. So I've always had, stuck with the mantra of, you can't get blood from a stone, right? Just always stuck by that. And I always will, there's no, some people you're like, well, I know what gets his goat, and I just try to avoid that. But yeah, going in, I was, I don't know what my expectations were. I suppose my expectations were across the spectrum. I was like, it could be this bad or it could be this good. It could be fucking fun and good times, or it could be a nightmare. So, but one way or the other, it's 2 months, and I'm gonna survive it, and I'll just do it. Every day. It was such a weird coincidence, Woody. The blocks on the wall from the front of the dorm to the end of my cell, there were 56 blocks, and I had 56 days. And so when I first got there, I counted them just because I'm laying there with nothing to do. And I'm like, holy shit, that's how many days there are. It's this panning, head-turning motion of counting all the blocks. And I was like, that is an impossible amount of blocks.
Not
56 blocks, of course, not impossible, not quite. But it was daunting to look at 56 of those blocks. As time went on, it was like, 12 blocks. Can I visualize 12? And it's kind of hard to get 12 in your point of view. Yeah, that's 12. I can see the amount of blocks right there in front of me. And then just every time, 6, 4, 2, 1. And 1, it was like, you're in trouble. Yes. I'm grinding you down,
friends.
You see what I did to the rest of them? I'm grinding you down tomorrow. I'm gonna sleep so long.
You got out early.
One of the big takeaways for this
2 months, 28 days.
No, well, I'm not saying it right. You got early in the morning. I was surprised. I knew that your release date was Thursday, and I got a text at like 8 a.m. or something. That you were outside.
Yeah. My release date, I could have gotten out a little bit earlier than that. Kitty got there at like 8:15, 8:20, and I was good to go by 7:45, I guess, something like that. You get there at noon, and that day still counts. And then you leave there in the morning, and that day still counts.
It's nice.
So yeah, it's nice. Of course, it's a pretty big percentage for someone only doing 2 fucking months. But for a guy doing 10 years, he's like, oh, gee, you let me out at 8 a.m. Wow. Thanks, boys. It would have been nice to get out in the 90s, though.
Yeah, it's like both my parents died while I was in here.
It's all like, I don't know, like that last day might present a hazard, right? People might think in a weird way, like, get them outside. Not you're in for 2 months. But if someone did 8 years, there's no reason to keep them waiting around till 4 p.m. It might freak them. It might mess with them.
Yeah.
Snow is the cool guy of the last 8 weeks.
Yeah, I'm gonna work on getting a photograph of Snow. It shouldn't be hard because I've got his name and his prison number. His name is nothing like Snow. It's a very odd, like Spanish name, and I'll try to get a photograph of him. He's bald, like shaved head completely. He's like a Spanish Mr. Clean.
I love that he is the way I pictured him the whole time.
Yeah, he's a cholo. He's like one of the. It's like, remember that scene in Training Day where the 3 Mexican guys are sitting there with Ethan Hawke, and it kind of turns more and more awkward and then scary as he's handed them his pistol and they're playing cards, and then they take him in the bathroom, put a shotgun to his head. It would be like if those guys' dad walked in. Yo, you gonna blow away that white boy? All right, don't get Weto brains on the bathroom. He called me Weto. which is Spanish for white, I think.
Is that
Probably
instead of
more
Kyle?
accurately.
Like he only called you Whitey?
Yeah. He mostly called me Whitey.
I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure Blanco is.
Yeah, I was gonna say
that's black, I think, right?
No, that's Negro.
Oh,
Negro's
okay.
black, Blanco's white. Yeah.
He called me Hueto.
Hueto.
What the fuck does Hueto mean? Oh
I don't
no!
know, is there an H in it? Yeah, right.
That means the guy I'm gonna fuck after 9 weeks of getting to know him. Oh fuck, man! Like, oh, fuck. I lured him into a real sense
Oh.
of false security.
Actually, I got the answer on this. It's Wedo, Wedo, a Spanish language derogatory term for a male of Anglo-Saxon or European descent.
Whitey.
This is used most commonly in a derogatory way by Mexicans as opposed to Spanish-speaking peoples.
Yeah.
Spanish-speaking peoples to which the term does not take on a derogatory meaning.
Yeah, that makes sense. So he's basically, it's like calling somebody Whitey. You know,
It
it's
actually-
derogatory.
It also adds similar to cracker, honky, or whitey.
Yep.
Oh, I would have rolled with that too if they're like, "Hey, honky, want to come for a run?" I'm like,
Oh, and next
whatever
week I'll
you want to
also
do, man.
Beep, beep.
Next week I'll also tell you about how Mr. Snow feels about the chomos, as he calls them.
What is
Those
that?
are the
What is a
child
chomo?
molesters.
Oh,
Yo, had a lot of chomos up in the medium. We knew how to take care of them. Ain't got no chomos here, but Indio. I think Indio might be a chomo.
That's one of my fears. That like people would Google Woody's gamer tag and there'd be like a million false accusations of like, and I just
Yo, homies! I was in the library, did a little Googling.
Yeah, that'd be bad.
What is a chomo?
You don't understand. Do you know what? Do you understand memes? No.
One time,
man, this guy be saying children are built for it.
remember he was telling us he got rich off video games.
Yeah, now I wonder what kind of media he really made his money on. You know, born.
Yeah. It involved Oh man, it's such a ridiculous misunderstanding, and I couldn't change his mind, and he scared the man so much that he was terrified. But I'll get to that.
Kyle. Probably
Yeah.
most people haven't seen PKN. iStory? They must be curious. They've been watching you for 2 hours now, or 2.5.
Yeah, it's a little like black, I guess, on this
A little swollen.
still. Yeah.
Looking better than it was a couple days ago already.
Yeah, it was Tuesday and today's Thursday.
Mhm.
So yeah, I had to get this. I had a mole like right on the edge of my eyelid. It was really small. I told them it looked like there was a booger on my eyelid, and it was just unsightly. I didn't like how it looked, and I've been wanting to get it off for a while, but I procrastinate things like that. There's a lot of steps you got to get. I had to get one doctor, which is kind of a problem, and then he has to refer me to a specialist. But anyway, I went, and it was a very painful ordeal. They gave me a Valium, which I don't even know what the fucking point of that was, to relax me, I guess. Like, I wasn't nervous.
Wait,
I
didn't
was
you
just
like
not-
it?
I mean, I loved it, but it didn't kick in until right about the time I got back home. Like I was high all afternoon.
Oh no! Yeah, I've had a bunch of surgeries, and they give you that. What do they give you? Fentanyl? Is that what they give you? Or what-
No, I don't think so. But this is a pill. You know, this is just a
I
benzodiazepine.
get
This
something
is
in the IV, and I really am a fan.
No, I want to do this as cheaply as possible. And they asked if I wanted an anesthesiologist on board, and I'm like, well, what's he going to do? Is he going to give me gas or like intravenous medications? Like, no. He'll just watch us do what we were already going to do. And I was like, well, fuck that. Let's save $2,000 here. Because like the whole thing like was $1,000. I think it was like $400 for the doc and $600 for like the ancillaries. But anyway, it was more painful than I ever thought it was going to be, because they put some numbing drops in my eyeball, but that was just so that they could put a Q-tip under my eyelid and roll my eyelid back, and it wouldn't be so uncomfortable. And then they put 2 shots of lidocaine directly into my fucking eyelid.
And that
with
hurt
me.
too, right? Burned, right?
That's what hurt. That hurt a lot.
Your anesthesiologist sucked, man. Mine comes.
I
in
didn't have an
there,
anesthesiologist.
He's like, "Hey, Woody, I'm Dr. Steve. I'll be your bartender for the day." And I'm like, "Steve, you seem cool. You and I are gonna get along."
I didn't have an anesthesiologist. I just had the doctor, and he shot 2 shots of lidocaine into my
I
eyelid.
misunderstood the story. There was a guy there who was going to do what
No, they offered an anesthesiologist, and I said, "Well, what's he going to do? Is he going to give me some drugs?" They're like, "No. He's going to watch us and monitor your blood pressure." And I'm like, "Fuck that. That's like $2,000 wasted money." Like, no, I don't want an anesthesiologist. So the doctor shot 2 shots of lidocaine just into my fucking eyelid. And it hurt so much. I didn't scream or anything, but my toes curled in my shoes, and like my hands were crossed on my chest or whatever, and they were just kind of like gripping each other. And after each shot, I just went, that really hurt, you know? He's like, "Oh, I bet it did." And but he had the thing cut off there in 60 seconds, and then I had this huge eye patch on with like masking tape and gauze that I wore for about half the day. And then I wore sunglasses on the show the other day because my eye was just so fucked up. But yeah, it's already healing. I'm on antibiotics and some antibiotic ointment. So by next week, it'll all be healed up. And I'm glad I did it because it was annoying. I didn't like looking at it.
I've had maybe a dozen surgeries, and at this point, I'm good at it. You know, and Woody, how you doing? Oh, I'm scared. I have to do this, but I wish I wasn't here. I'm a thrower upper. They call me the upchucker back in high school. And I don't know. Everything kind of hurts a little. Maybe you can help me with something. You know? They're like, "Oh, yeah, we got a cocktail for you. We can solve all that shit." It's gorgeous.
I would have loved some hard drugs. I would have loved some fucking some morphine or some Tylenol 3 or some codeine or anything to really fuck me up. But
anything but one Valium. Yeah.
The Valium was so worthless. It was so worthless because I got there maybe 5-10 minutes late, and I think maybe if I don't know, it really didn't kick in until like I was getting home.
Mm-hmm.
Like I said, that picture I sent you where if you look at my good eye, it's all droopy, and I sent it to my dad too, and he's just like, "You look kind of fucked up." I was like, I kind of am. That Valium was good. That was a big one.
I forgot you were having that thing taken off your eye. Because all you texted us that morning was just a picture, like from your vantage point, laying in a hospital bed in the room, and I was like, "Oh no! Oh my god! I hope Kyle's okay." And then he's like, "Yeah, getting this thing off my." I was like, "Oh yeah, fuck, he's not dying."
Yeah, I like to do that to people.
Yeah, just send a troubling photo with no commentary.
Send the photo and then just give it half an hour.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad it worked out.
I'm just thinking, not last year, 2 surgeries ago, I did that whole thing. You know, they made me feel happy. I'm telling the nurses, like, "Man, you guys got an iPhone charger around here? I'd love it if I came out of surgery with a fully charged phone." They're happy to help. Like that. Just be grateful. These people are in. Not everyone's nice at the hospital, and if you are, they're happy to charge your phone. Someone's got an iPhone charger in the hospital, and I was away from home, so it was a big deal. It was like, man, this thing's my lifeline to my wife. I've been talking to her. She's nervous. If I came out of this surgery and the phone was all charged up, that'd mean a lot to me. They got me.
Yeah. I'm really happy I finally got that done. It was, like I said, it was really annoying me. I hated it. I hated that thing. Every time I looked in the mirror, I was like, there's a booger on your eyelid. You got to get that off.
And it's right in your eye. You can't see anything but it.
I couldn't see it like out of my eye. I could just see it in the mirror.
For what we told you this before, I never saw it. I see you 5 hours a week.
Yeah, you got to be really close to see it. Like it's. I mean, it was literally. I don't even know what else to describe it as like the size of a booger. Like I don't have an object on my desk that's as small as this thing was, but it was ugly and it needed to go.
And it was like a low grade cancer scare, maybe, or just was cosmetic.
No, no, because there were eyelashes growing through it, which the doctor said was a good sign as far as that goes. I had that one removed from my side a few weeks ago that I showed you. That was like 4 stitches. And that one was a cancer scare for sure.
When I first sent back that it was nothing, right?
Negative, yeah.
When I first met Jackie, she had a big mole, like I'm covering with Mike, like right here-ish, like under her neck, on like the top of her, just under her throat, and it was a little unsightly. I felt like it dropped her a point, and it was like, all right, we can be a thing, but get that fixed, right? And her.
You ever feel tempted when you're like making out or whatever, just to, just bite that thing off?
I think
I gotta say, Woody, that's one of the most alpha things you've ever seen. We're working out okay, but yeah. we're gonna give that the old the sniff.
The sniff, right? We're gonna take care of that. Her parents, I think, were a little bit like, "What? He doesn't love you the way you are." No, he was concerned about cancer.
He pulled out his leather, man.
It was like, yeah, it was
melanoma. He's sawing it off.
It was 15% cancer risk. That much is true. The other 85% was cosmetic.
Yeah,
that's got to go. Yeah, I don't like those unsightly moles. Whenever I see like, it seems like black people get them a lot on their face. Like they'll have like a bunch of them.
Morgan Freeman,
and I'm just like, no, those are freckles. But I've seen black people with like lots of little ones all over their face and stuff. And I'm just like, come on, chief.
Oh, like skin tag looking things almost?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I anything like that, I get cut off. You know?
What causes those skin tags?
Homosexuality.
Old people. Oh, really?
Yeah. My preacher told me that. He was riddled with them, so it was weird.
It's just one time when I was younger. Now this is what God's done to me.
One
just
cock, and look at me now.
Yeah. So, yeah, those things are very unsightly. And they seem like they're so easy just to get taken care of.
Yeah. I mean, both of these little things I've had removed in the last month or so, I've been shocked at how good the doctors were at their jobs. This last guy was a plastic surgeon that deals with the eyes specifically. And the one before that, it's like 60 years old, but he's like what was it? He was, I don't remember the exact like phraseology of it, but he was like a dermatological cancer doctor. It was something. Oh, plastic surgeon was in his background, but it was specifically with some sorts. I don't know, but he was more than equipped to cut a fucking mole off of my side, and I'm so glad to get that one going, because every now and then, like, go to scratch my side and I'd nip it with like my fingernail, like, that thing's there. Fuck. But that's going too now. So I'm
kind of cool. Professionals are. I worked at the accounting firm. The oral surgeon removed someone's wisdom teeth, and they were like, "This is like a 1040 to him." It is. Now you have to know how good these guys are at 1040s. 1040 is an individual tax return for Americans, but audience might not. And everyone I worked with could name, and there's like, I don't know, 87 lines on the first 2 pages. They could tell you what they all were, every single one of them, and all the subsets. They know so much about taxes. It's like, yeah, that level of expertise exists when someone does it 40 hours a week for year after year.
Their whole life, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm glad I got that thing taken care of, though. So I got that thing taken off my eye last week, and what do you ask me, like it wasn't cancer or anything, was it? And I was like, no. The doctor assured me that because there were eyelashes growing through it, that's a sign it's not cancer. Well, they call me Friday, and they go, so it's cancer. They call me Friday, and she's like, she's like, the doctor would like to talk to you about your test results. And I'm like, okay, well, tell me. And she's like, well, he wants you to come in. And I'm like, that's not a good sign. Well, I can't come in. And my dad just had come in that day. So like he literally has walked in the door like as I'm on the phone, and I'm like, I can't come in today, and it's Memorial Day weekend, so like it's gonna be Tuesday, which is Tuesday a couple days ago, before I can get in there and actually see this guy. I'm like, it'll be Tuesday before I can get in there to see him. Just tell me. And she's like, hang on, I'm gonna get him. And I'm like, oh, this is bad. And the doctor comes on, he's like, so I was wrong. The test results came back. It's cancer. You have cancer. And I'm like, well, that sucks. He's like, yeah, we're gonna have to. He's like Lumberg on Office Space. Yeah, we're gonna need to go back into your eye on Saturday and remove a little more skin on Sunday and get clean margins for Monday so that you don't die. Yeah. And I'm like, well, that'd be great.
Can you go?
So No, go ahead. What's the question?
I didn't understand the timeline. They're going in on Saturday to get.
No, that's an Office Space reference because
I'm sorry.
To come in on Saturday and Sunday.
Sharp as a marble. Sharp as a marble. Right.
Yeah, it'd be different if you hadn't seen that movie many times and referenced it. In any case, got a little bit of the cancer. They don't think it's spread anywhere else, but we're gonna do some scans or blood tests or what have you and find out for sure.
Yeah, whatever test.
And my doctor is a plastic surgeon. That's his like primary thing he does. And so he's going to take like a very small wedge from like the bottom of my top eyelid and then bring it all together. And he assured me there'd be like no scarring or anything. He's like, I deal with people who have car accidents and it literally like rips their whole eyelid apart. And I piece those things back together like puzzle pieces with very minimal scarring. So I'm good with that.
You're gonna look great. And if you have a little bit of an eye scar, you're gonna look hardcore.
Oh, if they do that, I'm gonna ask him for a Khal Drogo. I'm just get it to run all the way through.
Or an Omar.
Exactly. I don't want an Omar. No, the Omar is
man
not
up.
Omar.
Would you get an Omar?
The Khal Drogo is intense. The Omar is even more intense.
the Omar is not the kind of look I'm going for.
Okay, first of all, real side thing. I want you to introduce yourself to every guest we have from here on out as a cancer survivor.
I'm putting that one right here. I can make cancer jokes forever now. I don't give a fuck.
I'm really jealous of your ability.
I got my C card
valor now, and you don't even have to steal it. You don't even have to steal cancer valor. Just don't answer what kind of cancer you have. They're like, oh my god, what kind? You go, I don't want to talk about it. John McAfee style.
What kind of torture was it? It was fluffy fingers. It's when they get you and just tickle you and won't stop. And that works.
Well, they killed my dog. I'll tell you that much. All right, thanks, Kyle. Yeah,
they cut off all my hair.
Comments.
Yeah. So
we were talking about wire stuff. This character Ziggy.
Wait, we can't leave the cancer thing that quick. We're talking about Kyle's cancer.
Enough cancer talk. Let's talk about this HBO show from 2005. You're not going to believe it. All right? Who cares about your T cells? Omar Little. That's what it's about.
And it's 2002. I'm sorry. Keep updating us. What do we got?
I'll go back into this. I haven't called him yet. I should have to arrange the next surgery. I'll probably call tomorrow or whatever. I've had a lot of stuff going on. But I'm going to call and schedule the next surgery and go get it. This time I'll get fentanyl, Woody's favorite drug. So I'll be really out of it, so I won't have to feel them cutting my eyelid apart.
If they ask you how you feel, there are two answers: anxious or nervous. Either one of those. Yeah.
I'm already in pain.
Yeah, that's the point of the fentanyl. Like, I'm anxious. I'm scared. Shit like that.
Yeah, I talked. That's the main thing I asked him on the phone. I asked about scarring and I asked about anesthesia, and he's like, no scarring, lots of anesthesia.
Those are the answers you want.
Yes. Those are the answers you want. So yeah, they'll cut a wedge. They'll make sure they got clean margins. Sew me up. And I ordered a really fucking cool eye patch off of Etsy that's handmade. Yeah. So I'll be rolling that thing, and I'm not going to spoil it, but it's one of those movie, video game, like iconic eye patches that I'm gonna. I think it'll look pretty nice.
Cool.
Iconic eye patches.
Yeah.
I look forward to it.
No, it's not like Google. Yes, it's what. No, I googled custom made eye patches, and it led me to an Etsy link where some fucker makes these like leather fancy eye patches from a certain property. So I ordered it.
That cannot be a very large marketplace to serve.
There was only one for sale. I got the last one. So either they're very hot or that's the only one he ever made. Either way, limited edition.
I'm telling you, hun, as soon as the first one orders and gets the word out there, we're going to be selling them like hotcakes.
Might be right. You guys might see my cool eye patch and be like, God damn, that's a good look, Kyle.
I found two cool eye patches. I think I know which one is yours. I won't spoil it.
Link it in here, and I'll confirm or deny.
Should we solidarity purchase eye patches?
Oh, that'd be cool, boys. Get the Mad Eye Moody one from Harry Potter. That'd be cool.
I don't know.
It's got you really should get into that's the exact one I bought. I bought that one. You'll notice there are no more of those for sale. That is the one I bought.
And it was Woody's first guess.
Yep. Nailed it.
$30. Look like Solid Snake.
It says ships in 1 to 2 business days, so they might have restocked.
Oh, it's on the way. Oh, I ordered it as soon as I got the diagnosis.
Oh, well, it's a really serious diagnosis. Doc, am I going to get lots of drugs? And what are your recommendations on eye patches? Well, we'll provide one to you at the hospital. No, I was talking about serious eye patches. Even after the procedures.
I'm looking to style and profile. All right, do you understand?
During the PKA trip, we have to have an intervention with Kyle, being like, Kyle, you got to take off the patch, man. It's been fine for 9 months. And he's like, this is who I am now.
I'm a patch man.
I know, but and the patch was fine, but you're carrying a scimitar in the peg leg.
The parrot is shitting everywhere, Kyle.
The parrot, and no matter what you say, you're not teaching it to say anything. It's saying racist epithets. It's hearing in the rap songs you play in your car. It's made our trips outside very uncomfortable here in Atlanta.
The Jews control the world.
I think it'd be saying a different word if it was listening to hip hop.
I found a pretty cool eye patch, but $96.
$96.
Yeah, you want to see that?
Does it restore sight? What the fuck is that thing? The dragon eye. That's the gayest thing I've ever seen.
Well, now that I look at it through that lens, I see.
You're gonna look when your good eye's looking over here, and you got one straightforward dragon eye. You're not gonna look intimidating. You're gonna look ridiculous.
Oh, the dragon eye's this one.
Oh, what the hell is this one? Modern steampunk eye patch that doesn't even seem to cover the eye.
That's awful.
Well, I mean, now that you say it, I see it.
I can see this bitch's eye through the through the screen.
It's the fact that the dude isn't, he's low T. If the model was a little higher T, maybe it'd pull off better.
That's a handsome man, Woody. I don't know what you're talking about. He's got the little chin cleft.
A handsome man, but he still has the peach fuzz on the side of his chin, his jawbone there.
Why is this shirt made of lug nuts and screws and nails?
Washers and shit, yeah.
You know what? I'm not buying from this person. I'll find another seller. You know what? Instead of paying taxes, we should be able to pay in thoughts and prayers.
You've been sending me any thoughts and prayers for my goddamn peeper?
Yeah. Do you know how many thoughts and prayers I'm firing about? I just fired one out just now.
I felt it.
Oh shit!
Oh, slow down! You hit the wrong. It's this eye, Taylor. I'm feeling it over here.
Wrong eye.
This is the cancer eye. I'm feeling it over here.
Do you have a date on that?
I'm finding out tomorrow when the date is going to be and what the recovery period is going to be. I don't know yet. I haven't been. I'm not afraid to do it. But I have been putting it off. I've had a lot going on, and that has. The cancer operation has been kind of low on the totem pole of shit to do this week.
Well, that makes sense. Sure.
Yeah. I am excellent at prioritization.
Hey, you're Tarkov level 10 for fuck's sake. Obviously,
as a doctor, I'm only level 10. I haven't been grinding as hard. I got a marked key and I haven't been able to turn it yet. I've died every time I've gone to turn it. It's been kind of upsetting.
Not to go too deep into Tarkov talk, but which key? Custom store?
For customs. Yeah, I bought it for 385,000 rubles.
I found one for West. In the basement. I have
basement
right?
of what?
I do have it right. West, on reserve.
Oh, on reserve. The ZB bunch of numbers bullshit key. The marked room. On reserve.
Ones, but yeah.
Oh, in West, of course. Yeah, got it. All right, yeah. Yeah, that's enough Tarkov talk, but yeah. I'm only level 10.
Did you get your cool eye patch yet?
I did.
It has not fucking arrived.
Mine's here.
They prioritize the guy with perfectly fine eyes over the guy with potentially
Amazon versus
life.
Etsy. I like a little human slavery in my products because they get here on time.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true.
The Apple Corporation figured this out decades ago.
They've all got COVID, just hacking their lungs up, making sure you get your eye patch in 2 days.
Yeah.
Ooh, gross. COVID from third
It's not even enough time for the virus to die off of it. I got a surgery next Thursday, and I'm so looking forward to being high because I get some hard drugs.
It's almost worth the surgery.
It is worth the surgery.
You get to call yourself a cancer survivor. That's cool.
I hope
Yes,
you've
I'll be a
learned from my
cancer
lessons.
survivor.
If they ask how you're doing, Kyle, you are scared and you are nervous.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Well, they're gonna be operating on my fucking eye, so I think they're gonna juice me up real good.
Why are they? I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Cancer.
One of my motherfucking neighbors is weed whacking at 8:30 at night. What an asshole!
He's stupid. The man. What would Hank Hill say?
You know, he's a fan of the show.
That's the kind of man I respect.
That's the kind of man that has a yard worth envying. Bobby, take notice of him. A man. So
yeah, I've got a little bit of cancer in my eye, so they're gonna do this eyelid surgery and remove a bit of it. It's gonna be fun.
You're gonna take a wedge out, close it back up, and no more cancer.
They obviously they put you out because no.
They already went in, and there was a very small mole, like the size of a pinhead, on my eyelid, like right on the edge of it, that had cropped up over the course of like a year, and they took that off, and I was fully awake. They just they put 2 shots of lidocaine in my eyelid, and it was like the most painful thing one of the most painful things I've ever done in my life, and I've had 3rd-degree burns before. They stuck the syringe into my eyelid. He's like, all right, little pinch. And I just remember going,
Kyle,
all right.
I think you did this wrong. I like if they had told me, no, what are you going to be awake and you're going to be watching the whole thing? I'd be like, you know what? I'm not the guy for that.
No, I volunteered for that.
Yeah. Bad call. I'd have been like, it is in your interest and my interest for me to get some Propital or whatever the fuck that shit is.
Man right here.
Yeah. Very rarely take drugs over here and seizes those opportunities, right? That's where I would be.
And call me whatever you want, pussy, whatever. But I'm out.
I'd be like, I don't like needles. I don't like surgery. I get nervous. I don't even know if I can stand still while somebody operates on my face. So
they put a Q-tip under my eyelid and rolled my eyelid up like it was a garage door.
I'd be like, get your fucking bartender MD over here and let's get high.
No, it was cheaper. I saved like $2,000 or something by keeping the anesthesiologist out. I think that surgery only cost like $1,300 or something, like the first time. But they didn't think it was cancer, and they're like, it's cancer. It's basal cell carcinoma, and we got to go back in and do the wedgectomy or whatever we talked about before. And I was like, all right. He's like, this time we're gonna want to go with the anesthesiologist. And I'm like, I know. I know. Because last time that hurt more than anything in my life.
Yeah,
no way.
No, we have one of those. They call like the Cadillac health insurance plans. Like that shit's all prepaid, bro. We pay for that every month.
No, I'm smart. No insurance at all.
Good move.
Thinking ahead.
Yeah, good move.
Yeah. So that cancer won't cause any. I hope it's 100% gone, Kyle. I hope it stops here. Because when the chemo rolls in, that shit's $1 million.
Oh
my God. It'll be fun.
Can you imagine the jokes we'll have to do? Kyle sitting there. He's got an IV on a roller next to him. He's got a
chemo joke.
He's got a bandana around his head. He looks emaciated as shit. And Woody and I and the guest are joking around, and Kyle feebly tries to enter in, and we go, "Oh, you guys, stop! Kyle's got something to say. Kyle, what do you have, buddy? What do you have? Oh, wow, that's great, man. You're looking good.
Wait, everyone. Kyle's corpse is animating again. Kyle, go.
No. Woody, stop real quick. Wait, we'll get back to the bit. Kyle, what's up, bud? What's up, bud? Sitting there looking just sunken eyes. Shit. Bandana on.
I need my juice.
I don't even know what no insurance cancer treatment is like.
We have to take little tactful breaks to pretend he's not vomiting into a spackle bucket next to him.
Spackle bucket is the greatest.
You just... Oh, sorry. I hope it's all. I hope everything works out.
You can get insurance. Like the whole pre-existing condition thing is gone now, right?
Yeah, but that shit's like $200-$300 a month, Woody. I mean,
That is. Yeah, no, we pay thousands a month, but
you've got a family.
yeah, it's a different company.
That's true.
Yeah,
Yeah. And you've been healthy up until this. Like you've never had any big stuff, other than like burning yourself, and that's not like genetic. That's just.
Well, my dad would argue it is.
That's the thing about not having health insurance. It's a really great idea until it's not.
Yeah. I'll probably get some health insurance after this. Seems like the time.
Yeah, it might be a good move.
Maybe start with major medical, see if you like it.
Yeah, just dip your toe in a little bit.
Yeah.
Then I can be real reckless. Can you
Yeah.
imagine I was blowing those cars up and shit with no health insurance.
Hello, this is FPS One Leg Lift. Yeah, jump into why Kyle, our good buddy Kyle.
I love how that's followed by Kyle has surgery.
Yeah, so Kyle had cancer on the tip of his eyelid. You guys know he had the one surgery already, and now they're taking a wider one to get more margins. He's probably asleep right now. He told us that he was in pain and would probably miss the show. So thankfully, Blame 2 stepped up.
He said he was so fucked up he couldn't text with his hands. And so he was just like text to speeching, responding to us, asking questions. And a lot of them just didn't make any sense whatsoever. So he's hopefully having a nice night with those pills I gave him.
Yeah.
He had the best reply to me. I'm going to try and find it. Oh, I wrote, I look forward to hearing if you like the drugs as much as I do. And he said, baby, you know I like drugs more than you.
It's true. But anyway, we can talk more about Kyle in a bit. Our group chat, Woody, on text. He says it's going to be a week before he can get those stitches out from the inside of his eyelid. So he's like, because obviously you can't just look one direction with one eye. Like you look.
You have to be a lizard.
Yeah, you have to be a lizard to do that. And so he's going to have to deal with a week of constant pain of stitches scratching his eye.
Oh,
Sounds
God.
awful.
And when he sleeps, if he does like REM, where your eyes.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That would bring on nightmares.
Yeah.
It'd be terrible. That's a nightmare itself. Having something scratching your eye.
I wonder if he has eye drops for that. Like,
I'm sure they gave him lubricant. Yeah.
Yeah. My wife got so funny thing about Jackie, her blink reflexes are like bottom 5%. It's terrible. I swear you could reach forward and just touch her eye and you'd get her. She's bad at it, which is, pretty much how she got them scratched so much because she watches babies. She loves babies and babies claw at your eyes. I guess it's just a baby thing. So, shucks, it felt like for 5 or 6 years she was always getting these like corneal abrasions from kids' fingernails. And they gave her this like lubricant for her eye that would make it, while it was healing, maybe make it hurt a little less or whatever. But what's funny is it was like glow in the dark lime green. So she'd put it in there and just like around the corners, maybe by the tear ducts, it'd be like, what the fuck? Like, you're shining at me. It was crazy. But
pretty cool.
Yeah, it's a good look.
Not for her, really.
No, but it's
for you though.
So long as it's funny.
Yeah.
As long as it's funny for me. Yeah.
Been good.
Doing good. Have you been on not even since Kyle's had his whole prison debacle? Like it's
I'm out the loop, man. Put me in the loop.
Yeah,
man.
Kyle's had prison and cancer since you've last been on. So welcome to the show.
Busy. I'm a productive kind of guy. All right, prison and cancer. All right.
Feel me? Prison. Let's start with the prison. I guess that's the lighter.
Yeah. So I had marijuana charges.
You can do the fast forward.
I had marijuana charges going back like 3 years ago. I had half an ounce of marijuana. And
where do you live? Where do you live again?
Georgia.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay.
So I had to do 2 months in federal prison for that and pay a bunch of fines and shit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
And the guns. That's
it. Yeah, and like $500,000 in property, that sort of thing.
That's no joke.
Yeah, that sucks.
That's an expensive half ounce of marijuana.
I'm about to say.
Hey Kyle, do you ever regret it?
No. No, you got to live your life. All right.
So do you still smoke? Are you
Oh,
on probation?
never.
So
Yeah,
Kyle's on.
I'm on
sorry.
probation still. I got 2 years of probation, so I was
There's at
getting
least a
drug
dozen ATF officers listening right now.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I was getting drug tested up until like 2 months ago or something like that, like very regularly, like maybe once every 10 days or something like that for months and months and months.
And even now, there's a slim chance, right? Maybe.
Yeah, they can test me anytime they want. I'm just not on the regular scheduled testing program.
Yeah. So
Jesus.
best to wait until probation's over. Parole.
we can jump.
I
we
messed.
can,
What are you on?
probation?
Probation.
Yeah, I've been told parole doesn't even exist anymore.
Oh.
And then I got cancer in my eye. Found that like a month or two ago, and so I just got the stitches out today. So it's still a little fucked up. I was gonna wear an eye patch because we were joking about it, but the doctor told me not to because I just got the stitches out today. But it looks pretty good. He did a great job. You can just see a little bit of a cut right there.
Mm-hmm.
You looked better with the eye patch.
So it was eye cancer, and it was not eye cancer.
On the eyelid. Yeah.
Eyelid cancer.
Right where the eyelash would grow out is where
Yeah.
the cancer was. So they cut a wedge out of his eyelid and sewed it back together. So they had clean margins. You've probably heard that before.
Right.
Yeah, it was
Wow.
fun.
So I mean, you're cancer free as of right now.
Yeah, I found
He's
that
a
out like
survivor.
3 hours ago. Like, yeah, I am a cancer survivor. Kyle Strong, hashtag Kyle Strong. You can buy your shirts on the PKA store, never. And
We do need that. My goodness.
We could
Kyle
sell
Strong.
a decent number of Kyle Strong shirts.
I want
I'll
one.
get on that.
Prison and cancer.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah, me and Woody haven't had cancer or been to prison in the meantime.
Yeah, pussies.
As far as I know.
Boring life y'all live.
I know.
Taylor, we might have cancer and not know it.
Ooh,
That's a
fingers crossed.
Just something to worry about. Yeah. Just
That
the
is
amount of meat I
wild.
eat, it's just got to be just an absolute sausage grinder of an intestine system I'm working with. That can't be good for when
Yeah,
I'm like
colon
50,
cancer.
right?
That's a good
colon
one to have.
cancer. I think that's one of the worst ones, right? Pancreatic is like the last boss
Stomach.
at the end of the cancer game, like very like Dark Souls level cancer boss is pancreatic, and then like bowel, that'll fuck you up, and then at the bottom of it, like the first boss where it like says X to parry and then stab with Y, like it tells you how to beat it. That's the one you got on your eyelid.
Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. Well, I hope you get a more manly cancer than me. As a matter of fact, I'm going to be praying. I'm going to be praying for you to get a manlier cancer than what I got, so you don't look like such a bitch.
You got the tutorial version of cancer.
Jesus.
It's like the part where they tell you how to mount the horse and ride around in a little corral.
Test results. I don't think you talked about them yet.
Yeah, cancer free. You know, they got good margins. That was today. As well as taking the stitches finally out. They had been rubbing on my eyeball for 7 days now. So that was good. She's pulling them out and she's like, let me know if I hurt you. I'm like, bitch, you could take these things out with a fucking angle grinder and I wouldn't complain a bit. Just get them out of my fucking eye.
Because the
I was
stitches
so
were on both sides of the eyelid, right? So they were rubbing your eye. Not everyone saw
actually
PKN.
weren't.
Okay.
They weren't on the inside of the eyelid, but the problem was they were on the bottom of the eyelid. And so they were like lapping over onto my eyeball. So every time I blinked, it's like scrubbing my eyeball with like those two loose ends of stitch, like that are on the knot, you know,
They're
where they
pokey.
tie the knot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pokey.
I don't like thinking about it.
Oh yeah. Try to get it off your mind when it's in your eye.
The worst place for something to be.
That's what I told her. I was like, I can't think of a worse place for this to be. And I meant it. Like they could have sewn my piss hole up and I'd have been happier with that. I feel like you get your mind off that.
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Sew that bitch up.
As long as you can still pee.
Yeah, right?
Like
Catheter or whatever.
We'll put a catheter in my gooch. I don't
You might
care.
be
That
right.
would be
really?
preferable.
In my
You might
head,
be
you
right.
were just volunteering for a split stream.
Oh, that'd be cool.
It's not even.
Oh, I
dental
got my
anymore.
bill for my cancer surgery. All right, let's guess how much it was. Anesthesia, the surgery, and everything. No insurance.
Using
$10,000.
Taylor going with $10,000.
Yeah, I feel like The vibe I'm getting is it's surprisingly low, but it can't be under 10 grand. So I'm gonna say $18,999.
$1,200.
What?
Yeah.
No, neither of us won.
No.
That's really cheap.
How the hell did you get that taken care of for $1,200? Where did you go? Did you go to a vet?
My wife had
horses, but
like
I knew when he gave me that dog treat afterwards that
all right, you did such a good job. Who's ready for their dentist stick?
When I walked out of there with that cone on my head, I knew I had made a decision that was.
When he kept calling me good boy, it felt like reverse racism. But
I just liked it when those girls patted me on the head. I didn't understand.
They come in after the surgery and you're just pawing at the top of it. Kyle, no. Dad.
I don't understand. It might be cheaper because you had or didn't have insurance. I don't know.
Exactly.
My wife had a kidney stone like a while back, call it 7 years ago. And she was in a lot of pain. It was a problem. She went to the ER as you would, like it was a acute issue. And basically, they diagnosed it. They took not an X-ray, but some sort of scan of her belly, and gave her a drug to make it go away a little more easily. $18,000 for her afternoon in the ER.
It's outrageous.
Yeah. No, we were insured, so
fuck
copay.
Best healthcare in the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was very cheap, and
it was literally a surgery with a team dealing with you. This was a doctor who just seemed to stop by every couple of minutes.
Wow. Yeah, my daughter's awesome. Like I really genuinely like this guy. And doctor anesthesiologist, like 2 nurses in the room at the time. I was there for hours, and $1,200, not bad.
Yeah. And it was general anesthesia, did you say?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the whole recovery room experience. There's a team there watching over you.
Yeah, the anesthesia was like $500, I think. So that's like of the
500's a good night.
Damn right.
Right.
But a lot of fucking good shit for $500.
I feel like you could spend half that at a bar.
Oh yeah, that alcohol's bullshit, especially in like a bar.
Yeah, I watched a TV show today where the guy, he was having a really bad day, and he got the whole bottle of whiskey from a bar. Like, what does a bar charge for a bottle of whiskey? Like $100?
More.
Couple hundred.
More. Yeah, when we were in New York, we ordered table service. So it came with a bottle of Absolute vodka, a bottle of orange juice, and like a pitcher of ice. And I want to say it was like $250.
Right?
And that's a cheap ass. It's Absolute vodka too. Like it's like a middle level vodka.
Oh, I thought that was high. Okay. I mean, maybe I'm like, yeah, Absolute's really good. You can tell because they have excellent photography in their ads. I think that the Absolute ad campaign is like a feather in your cap as a photographer. Like if you land them and do that, then you're a hot shot.
Yeah. Vodka's what I drink when I can drink and if I'm going to drink, but I don't like Absolute vodka. It would be my vodka of choice. Big fan of Tito's. Just tastes better.
Okay. I thought Tito's isn't tequila.
Mm-mm.
What's the tequila that you like?
I can't think of the name of it. There's 2 different ones. It's Spanish, obviously, the name of it. So but the bottles are beautiful. It's got like this big, like golden egg stopper that goes in the top, and it's got like the cantilever thing where it like goes up over the thing, and you like
alcohol comes in some pimp bottles sometimes. Crown Royal is in my head. Does that come in the velvet bag? Am I thinking of the right one? Yeah. That's amazing.
I got my Magic the Gathering dice in one of those bags.
Yeah, everybody uses those for something interesting.
Yeah.
My barber's cool, but it's been a year.
I got PTSD. I got things. I can get medical marijuana.
Sometimes nauseous.
Always nauseous.
Mm-hmm.
Feeling a little sick to my stomach right now.
I have to wonder if it just seems like the perfect anti-chemo drug, right? Like chemotherapy patients have problems with nausea and pain,
weight loss,
appetite. Yeah, like
they're all kind of the same, but
right. But Anyway, it just seems like a good thing to do all the time.
Regardless of your situation.
My mother-in-law didn't want it. I would have tried to make it happen.
Why not? Why didn't she?
Probably just old-fashioned, eh?
Right? Yeah. She'd be 78 now. She was like 75, 6 at the time. And just not a pothead.
If I'm living my last few weeks, I want some medicinal heroin. I want some medical fucking meth. I want some whatever, anything. Give me some cot if you think
Dude,
that'll.
I'm going to take medical meth and absolutely rob a bank.
What is a pain management doctor called? Do you guys know what the name of them?
Drug dealer.
There is a term for it, and I've forgotten it. But maybe they have stuff that's way better than pot.
I mean, they do. That's way better. Like, I mean, opioids do a lot better job of getting rid of the pain, but there's also a lot more problems associated with that than
Osteopath.
Osteopath.
Yeah. The problem. It seems like It seems like almost all of the pain killers, except for the ones that are like for like migraines. I think there's some really specific stuff that's for migraines that's not opiates. But it seems like anytime you're in like just a ton of pain, that opiates are almost always the stronger option.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
Which again, like if you're on borrowed time, if you've got weeks, maybe a couple months left, who cares if you're addicted to opiates? Right?
Yeah. Get totally addicted to opiates. Have a ball.
What's morphine? Is that an opiate?
Yes.
Morphine is, yes.
That's what she was using.
That's some good shit.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan.
I'm a huge fan too, man. I like they gave me morphine in an IV for when they scrubbed all the all the skin off my hand. One of the best days of my life,
dude. Yeah, I've had it for a couple of surgeries. I don't even remember which, but then they give you a button like, "Hey, if you're in a lot of pain, press this button. It'll deliver some morphine." Liar. Liar, pants on fire. This button doesn't do a goddamn thing. I'd have noticed. I don't have a huge morphine tolerance.
It gives you a drop every 30 minutes or something.
I think it was a placebo.
Yeah, probably.
If you watch enough House, you'll know how to open the cover on that fucking machine over there and do a little adjusting.
Yes, but you will, unlike House, go to jail.
House went to jail, actually.
Yeah, but didn't he get out pretty quick? Because they're like, oh, someone's got not lupus again. You don't want to figure it out. So, all right, well, you escape on the TNT loophole because we need more episodes.
Yeah, I would definitely get on some morphine or something. They gave me ketamine, which is for my when I had the eye surgery recently. I had I don't know if you know, Blame Truth. I had this little mole on my eyelid that was like just unsightly. I didn't like it. These guys had never noticed it on camera. Like you just couldn't see it. Yeah. But it was gross in real life. Like if I looked in the mirror, I was like, every time I looked at myself in the mirror, I was like, Argh! It was like the Austin Powers thing where he's like, mole. And and I just thought it was a mole. So I went to the doctor and they're like, yeah, we'll take that right off. No big deal. We'll just shave it off even with your eyelid. I'm an expert at that. It is what I do. And, this guy does eyeball surgery all day. So like cutting a mole off is no big deal. So he cuts the mole off, tests it. It's cancer. And so then he's like, well, we got to go back in. We've got to cut a wedge out of your eyelid. So they cut this like pizza slice shaped wedge out of like my eyelid and then like made another cut over here so that they could reattach my eyelid so they'd have enough slack to like stretch the eyelid back together.
Yeah.
And it was a fucking nightmare. It was a fucking nightmare. That might be like the second worst place possible, maybe third worst place possible to have any kind of small surgery. Maybe like I'm thinking like maybe like your asshole and the tip of your penis might be worse.
Yeah, asshole surgery. Imagine if they had to cut a wedge out of your asshole.
A wedge out of your asshole.
It would just you'd never be the same.
It'd never be the same again.
Your O-ring just damaged. No, not. It's got a little bit of slack in it.
I remember that happening. Didn't you say they stitched your eyelid up and you had like stitches fucking grinding your eyeball?
Yeah. Yeah. Every time I blinked, stitches rubbed across my eyeball.
Oh God.
For a week. It
looked pretty cool.
Yeah. I just remember when she was taking those stitches out, I was sitting in the chair and she's like, "Let me know if this hurts." I'm like, "Lady, there's no way in hell I'm gonna tell you anything hurts. Just get them out. Just get them out. Nothing hurts as much as this has been hurting for the last week. When I sleep, I have shooting pains in my eyeball. Please get them out."
Were you worried the whole time? Like, oh, this pain in my eye, I'm gonna go blind. It's gonna cause even more damage than before. I just know my mind would be running wild with silliness like that.
Like, the weird part was, like, I would lie down to go to bed and I'd close my eyes, and literally every 2 minutes or so, I would have what felt like an electrical jolt in this eye. I don't know why, but it would be so painful that I would, like, you know, if you've ever been electrocuted, like, suddenly, and you go, like, it was that. I would do that, like, throughout the night until I just got so exhausted that I just, like, couldn't stay awake anymore.
Did you ever blow the covers off in anger? Like, I can't sleep. Just storm up and go.
Yeah, just get up, just come in here and sit down and, like, put numbing eye drops in my eye and, like, sit here for another hour or two or watch fucking YouTube or something and then lay back down again. That was awful. And the worst part is I didn't know if they had gotten clean margins for, like, several days. If they didn't get clean margins, they got to go back in and cut more of my eyelid out.
You lucked out there. One and done.
Yeah.
Yeah, one and done. He took enough the first time, thank God. Yeah.
I mean, I understand hating the doctor and hating to go to those things. Like, I've never had to have an intense infection on my belly lanced. I can imagine that sucks. I remember even at Mizzou going to, like, the health center to get, like, STD tested and medicine, like, if I had one or something. Like, the first time I went there, being, like, all embarrassed, like, oh, what a shameful thing. And then you get in there and it's, like, obviously, like, full of your classmates, and you're like, oh, okay.
You guys fucked her too, huh?
Yeah. But you were all there last night? Yeah. But it turns out it's just a good thing to do. You don't want to procrastinate those visits.
It's really stressful. Like when I was getting that stupid eye operation, like there was nothing I wanted less than to go in there and have them operate on my goddamn eye.
Yeah, except cancer. So it got you moving.
Except cancer. That was the only thing I wanted less than them to operate on my eye. I just like talking to the Uber driver on the way there and explaining to her why I was going. She was just like, "Oh no, oh no!" I'm like, "Yeah, they're gonna cut a pizza slice out of my eyelid, and then they're gonna sew my eyelid back together. But there won't be enough slack, maybe. So they've got to, like, cut the corner of my eye like this to get enough slack, and then they got to sew all that up. So you gonna have stitches in your eyelid? Yeah." And this is happening now? It's where you're driving me.
It's
right now. She's like, "I wouldn't go." I was like, "I don't have a choice. I don't have a choice. You're taking me."
Cancer.
It's eyelid cancer. I have cancer. I have to go. She's like, "Oh." I'm like, "So if you're the one that picks me back up later in a couple hours, I'm going to be fucked up because they're giving me some drugs today." And
I knew you would never do it for a one-off joke. But I was hoping after you, like, broke the cancer thing that you would show back up to the show totally bald. And, like, I don't know, in my head, that was such a funny visual. And you've got, like, a bandana around it, like you're trying to hide it. You just look sallow and shitty.
Dude, if you just worn the bandana, it would have been a decent bit.
Yeah. Just wearing the bandana.
If you had brought this up to me, I'd have gotten the bald cap and the bandana and gotten, like, super pale for it. Like gotten, like, that pale makeup put on. And, but over time, like just every week, paler and paler. Like cough. I'd like already have a tissue ready, but cough and then be like, and, like, try to hide the blood.
Val Kilmer style.
Like, then after a while, there's an IV bag sitting on a stand right here next to me. I'm getting chemo on the show.
You have an orderly come in, check on you every so often.
Kyle, what's in that IV bag? It's just fluids. It's just fluids. I'm feeling a little down this week. I think I got the sniffles. It's just
you don't admit it. I've just been tired recently.
Nap on the show.
Yeah,
dying in front of us.
Oh, I feel so differently about the doctor than you guys do. Like Kyle's like, "I don't want to be here." I absolutely want to be there.
Like when I go to the doctor, it's like I have a problem. This thing is problem. This thing is sore. This thing is broken. You know, this thing's not healing on its own. I have a problem, and I am in the presence of a problem solver. There's no place I'd rather be. Like that's always where my head is when I'm laying out my prognosis to the doctor.
I mean, I was happy to be there.
Prognosis.
Like I was happy that being there was an option, right? I went as soon as possible. Like when we went the first time and they just cut a slice of it off, that really hurt. Like I always say this, but I think I'm pretty good with pain. I didn't flinch, but as they were doing it, my toes were curling.
Why couldn't they give you a painkiller?
They just wouldn't. They just wouldn't.
What dickheads?
Dude. Because like the painkiller is going to have to be a shot into my eyelid.
Yeah.
So, wait. They did give me a shot into my eyelid. That's what hurt. Now, I'm remembering it correctly now. So they gave me a Valium, which is it's supposed to relax you a little bit. Look, you're dealing with someone who has relaxed themselves quite a lot in their life. I don't even notice a fucking Valium.
Can I interrupt?
All right.
If you're a pot smoker, you're supposed to tell your anesthesiologist that because you need more. So
I hadn't smoked in so long.
There. Well, I don't know how that lie.
Maybe I've numbed the part of my body that gets numbed.
I actually got high 30 minutes ago. I'm high right now. You better dose me up.
So but when they stuck that needle in my fucking eyelid, my toes were curling. I just went, "Argh!" And they went, little pinch here. And I went, "Argh!" It feels like you're stabbing an ice pick into my goddamn eyelid. It hurts so fucking much.
Damn, you know what I hate? This is something I hate. Surprise medicine. Do not fucking surprise me. If it hurts, tell me it hurts. I want to prepare for this mentally. If they say a little pinch and they know goddamn well this is worse than a bee sting, don't lie to me. And sure as fuck, don't do this. Don't surprise me with your needle. Right? That doesn't. Yeah, this doesn't really happen to me as an adult, but as a teenager or something, oftentimes they I don't know, if they just stuck me when I wasn't looking or didn't tell. I like to be informed. That's my happy spot. I want to know when it's coming. I want to I do so much better informed. I can be a little anxious and lay it out for me. Don't get the surprise medicine bullshit is not good bedside manner. Not for me.
My thing at the doctor is to just railroad them at the end of the appointment saying that because I am an adult, I deserve 4 suckers. I wait if that's the distribution method. Danny's frozen. Yeah.
I was like, Danny hasn't blinked in a long time.
Oh, I didn't even notice he was frozen. I thought he was listening attentively.
Yeah, me too.
This evening.
Let's all sit like Danny.
Yeah.
Very pensive.
So but the worst part of that whole ordeal was, they took the little. They cut the wart off, the actual cancer part off.
It was a pie wedge, right?
Well, first they just cut the wart off. Like it was just this little bump on my eyelid. And then they were like, "You're all good. We're gonna test it, of course, but that's not cancer." Like I know cancer when I see it. That's not cancer. And I'm like, well, fucking great, because you did a great job. Like there's zero scarring. It looks great. You shaved it off even with the eyelid. It's perfect. And then, of course, a week later, my dad's over here, and they call me and they're like, Dr. blah, 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 I need you to come in. He wants to consult with you about the test. And I'm like, could he just tell me right now? Just get him on the phone and get him to tell me right now. I was like, is he there? She's like, hang on a minute, I'll see. And he comes on and he's like, yeah, I need you to come in. I want to talk to you about this. I was like, just tell me. Just tell me right now. He's like, well, it's cancer. I'm just like, fuck.
Don't worry,
with you, though.
The best kind you can have.
I don't know why they would have thought their plan A was a better plan. Who would be like, you know what? Yes, suspense. Let's do a little suspense. That's what I need from you. No, that. I don't see how that's good ever.
Yeah, if you're just trying to get another copay out of me, for showing up, I'll give you the $100. But tell me right fucking now what it is and what we're going to do about it, and let's schedule the next appointment. And that's what we did. We literally, he was like, we're going to call you and schedule the surgery. Surgery will be like this. it's like 99.9% effective. Like you've got the bitch of cancers, it's basal cell carcinoma. And I was, all right, great. So then I walk back in the living room, my dad's there, and I'm like, so that was my doctor. Got a little bit of cancer.
Don't worry, it's a good kind. And
yeah, he reacted really well to it. I don't know if I ever told my mom. I don't think my mom still knows.
Never told her.
I don't think I ever told her because I didn't want her to worry, and she's not good with stressful shit. But my dad was just like, "All right, well, sounds like it's gonna be all right then." I was like, "Yeah, it's cancer light, they say, so shouldn't be a problem."
It's good.
I do like that cancer survivor is on your resume now. Like of your list of things you've done.
I wish you would bring that up so much more.
You're a professional dancer, and I'm a cancer survivor, and I'll hear nothing to the contrary.
I don't have anything like that, so I'm going to pick something to lie about to guests that have never been on the show before. Some skill. Is it believable that I won a big karate tournament when I was like 12?
Yes. Everyone else should be 11.
Yeah, when I was 17, I won nationals. The glitch in the system, I was fighting 9-year-olds.
All the other yellow belts were not on my level.
I can't even imagine a less impressive life.
I won the Junior Karate Nationals last year, actually.
No, I don't even win. I almost placed.
There was this 12-year-old, and he was big for his age, I'm going to tell you.
Damn, he was top of the pack, ish.
Jesus,
if you guys don't know, I had cancer on my fucking eyelid, and the first thing they did was they shaved it off because the doc was like, "Trust me, I know cancer. This is not cancer." And I'm like, and it's incredibly painful to get them to when they cut it off my eyelid. Like it was top 2 most painful things ever.
Jesus.
Yeah, it was a little mole on my eyelid, like right in the eyelash region. It was like unsightly, and I immediately went to and they shaved this bitch off. They cut it off, and I'm all fucked up from it. And they call me like a week later, and they're like, "Hey, some secretary, hey, Dr. Mike would like to see you as soon as possible, And I'm just like, you get Dr. Mike on the phone right now.
Yeah.
I'm like, you get Dr. Mike on the phone right now. She's like,
yeah.
He just wants you to come in. I'm like, right now. Get him on the phone. And she like immediately, like 2 minutes, had Dr. Mike on the phone. And I'm like, "Hey, Doc, your lady says you need to talk to me. We're going to do it over the phone." He's like, "Well, it's cancer." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know." Because we're having this weird, awkward conversation. What kind? And so anyway, they're like, "What we got to do is as soon as possible, I want to go back in and I want to take a pizza pie shaped wedge out of your eyelid, and that is going to
and then put it together.
And then put it together." He's like, "One problem though, you don't have enough eyelid to do that, so we're gonna have to cut you over here and make a big fucking cut, so your whole face can slide over."
Whoa! So you need some slack.
Some slack. So
Please tell me you were asleep.
I'll get there. So I was right in the middle of I just had started TRT, and I was lifting every single day. And so when they told me I couldn't eat before I came in, I took that as a suggestion because I got to get my calories. So but I get in there, they get me hooked up to the IV or whatever, and they give me a pill or two, like some Xanax, like bullshit, like doesn't do anything. I do real drugs, like that's and I fucked up. And she's like, "When's the last time you ate?" And I'm like, by now it's like 4 hours ago. She's like, "Wait, what?" And so they make me sit in that fucking bed with the IV stuck in my hand for the longest fucking time, like 3 hours or something, because I'm a dumbass. Anyway, I get in the surgery room, and no, I'm not asleep at all. They put my head in a fucking vice, like a chiropractor type thing, elevate me. They take a Q-tip, put it under my eyelid, and roll that bitch inside out. And then he starts injecting my eyelid with painkiller. Okay, and every time he sticks that fucking, and I'm not moving a hair, I'm taking it. My toes are crossed 3 times in my fucking shoes because I'm just in so much pain every time.
If you did something like this to someone at Gitmo, it would be torture.
That's torture.
That's torture.
Yeah.
I paid $1,800 for it.
Yeah, you paid
like 3 or 4 shots, and every time he does it, I go,
He goes, yeah, not so bad, just a little pinch. And I go, He gets them all in, and then he starts cutting, and that fucking hurts too. And like, I'm talking to him throughout the whole fucking thing while he's sewing me up and like making this cut over here, and I can feel the cold blood running down my face, and like, get that. And I'm like, this is pretty awesome. I can't believe y'all let me be awake for this. I'd have really paid you because it was $1,000.
Oh, you're awake?
You know,
that's what I said.
Oh, it is.
Oh my God! Why didn't they use a general anesthetic for you?
Did you save money on this, Kyle?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me tell you how much it costs to have a fucking anesthesiologist come in. It's $1,500 extra just for the gas.
Why won't you people get health care?
This was
What's
pre-lock
wrong
and
with
load.
Americans? Get
Nowadays, he would have got the.
They made it sound like a dental appointment.
Oh,
like we had this talk. And I was like, he's like, yeah, it's. I'm like, what's it gonna run, doc? And he's like, I don't know, $1,500 to do the thing. And but it's another $1,500 for the anesthesiologist. I'm like, so like double. He's like, yeah. And I'm like, do we really need it? Do you ever do these without an anesthesia?
Oh
like, yeah.
my God! What a set of balls.
He chose to do this.
Yeah, he was
chose
down.
to do this.
I mean, I was part of the negotiation process. He ended up knocking a little off at the end too. I negotiated a little harder because like with taxes and everything, it was like $2,100.
Wow.
And I was like,
Nice work,
I don't know
Wiki.
about this.
You should
Bite on this piece of leather. We'll pry the bullet out of you.
I'll bring my own leather for
Doctor,
$10 less.
No shit. Have a snort of whiskey.
And then I was supposed to like not drive home, obviously, because I'm all fucked up and shit.
Oh, please
and,
tell me.
She wheels me outside and she's like, so your Uber's on the way? And I'm like, yeah.
Not only are you fucked up, I would assume there's a patch over your eye. That
big patch and bandage.
So you're
my whole
one-eyed,
face, my whole
fucked
face.
up.
I like that you saved $12 on Uber.
It's the inconvenience.
The whole thing is a cutting measure. Shit.
Don't look happy. Get done. Do I look happy there?
No, you don't look very happy.
Oh, Jesus.
That's
Murphy.
cool. That's like
That's
one of those
insane.
things you can level up and get that character. I unlocked the eye patch guy.
Cancer Kyle. No, it fucking blew.
God damn, Kyle.
It fucking blew.
Dude, I have an eye phobia, so I that would kill me. I can't even put in eye drops.
I think everybody freaks out whenever.
Dude,
a
there was
friend
this
of mine
moment.
has some kind of problem where they literally have to inject something into his eye with a syringe every couple of months. I don't know what it is. It's some kind of problem with the fluid in the eye, and they lay him down and there's a needle into your eyeball. Like that is something from a horror movie.
Yeah, that's literally from like X-Files or you remember Fire in the Sky?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
the UFO it comes down. grabs the guy.
Can you
Do they
switch
drug- do they
states?
drug
How
test
hard
you?
is that?
Sorry, go ahead, Woody.
Do they drug test us?
No. Can you switch states? How hard is it to do that?
You can go just about anywhere you want, but it takes 18 months. You have to be in a place for 18 months to transfer.
Do you have 2 years probation?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh, me personally. I thought you meant prisoners in general.
I thought maybe you'd like to live in a different state.
That wouldn't help me, like because I got federal charges. I know. I see what you're thinking there. Yeah, it wouldn't matter if I was in Colorado where like weed is legal. Like I still couldn't smoke there because I'm on this federal probation or whatever.
But that would only be an issue if you were dealing with federal agents. Like if you were in California, so long like if you had 13 pounds of that's too much.
I have a federal probation officer though.
13 pounds.
Who drug
so
tests
you have
him?
to check in with him. Gotcha.
Yeah, Bruce was asking about the drug test thing in prison though. Did they test you
he
throughout
was talking
your
about
tenure?
No, they don't test at all unless like there's a reason to test. But it's expensive to test, and they're trying to come the farther under budget they are, the bigger their bonuses are. So they don't want to waste money.
Well,
on
yeah, and
spending
then they
drug tests.
definitely don't want to drug test and be like, shit, there's people smoking, there's people doing heroin in our prison.
Yeah.
So
And there are people doing heroin in the prison. But yeah, I'm on federal probation. So like I've been tested twice since I've been out. I think I'll do.
Out.
Wow.
Yeah.
You've been out for 2 weeks.
Not even that.
No,
Yeah,
less
7
than
days.
Oh, my math is way off. It's been 2 episodes, Kyle.
Yeah, 7 days. Because I got out, we did an episode, and then this is the 1 week later, 7 days. So yeah. Well, when I got out, I like the next day I reported and I drove up there and I met the senior probation officer who formerly was my probation officer. Real nice guy. I like him a lot. We watched the same YouTube channels about cooking, and he tested me. And then I came back Monday, this just past Monday, and I met my personal probation officer. And he tested me, and he told me like you get tested like 3 times like right away. And he's like, we'll just try to knock those out as fast as possible. And then I'm going to be on the Codaphone system, I think, for a couple months, which is where you call in. I have a personal number that corresponds to me. A voice reads out all these 3-digit numbers. If they call your number, I drive to this place just down the road, and I get drug tested there. So they test for everything.
I have a question.
And this lasts for 2 years.
Yes and no. Like I think the drug testing, I think the Codaphone thing, for example, I think that's only going to be for a couple more months because I was on it for like a year and a half, and you know I didn't do any fucking drugs. I guess I don't know how else to put it, and I think as long as I don't get in any trouble for like the first half of my probation, I can go back before the judge and maybe be like, hey, can you let me out of this thing? I've been good for a year, and I think he can release me and let me out in a year, and I'd be able to do anything I want.
So hypothetically, if you had a normal day job, either office hours or your car salesman type job, how difficult would it be to comply with probation while you're trying to earn a living?
Not at all. They'll work around you.
Okay.
They'll work around you because they want you to be, stable and employed and all that stuff.
Oh, cool.
And I think I'm going to have another probation officer anyway. Like I met with a guy just the other day, and he was like, I think we're going to put all your relevant information into the computer, and it'll spit out your threat level. And he's got like a chart over there that goes from like blue to red, like 4 or 5 levels. And he's like, I think you're going to be a low. And I'm like, if I'm not a low, I don't know what is. and
I had, just barely more than 100 guns.
Yeah. Well, so I think I have a different probation officer. I think it'll be this young lady who just got promoted to a probation officer, so she'll probably be my officer soon enough.
I think that question was my bias showing through. Like I have this idea that like, man, they put you in there, you come out broke and hopeless, and then you can't get a job and this and that, and it's only some of that is accurate, I guess.
If you're broke going in, you're going to be broke coming out.
But like, wouldn't it be cool if that didn't have to be? Like, if you earn more than 8 cents an hour and you could have a little nest egg coming out and land on your feet.
8 cents an hour, that is crazy. Like that's just slavery.
Nuts.
Yeah.
It's about $20 a month.
Oh my God!
How do they justify the fact that they're paying you 8 cents an hour? Like, why even pay you at that point?
Yeah, I'd rather have nothing, more dignity.
Well, whenever they abolish slavery, what the part they always read the first sentence. They never read the second sentence of that amendment. The second part is, except in the case of punishment.
Does it say that?
Yeah. So it's literal slavery. They force you to get a job, and they'll punish you if you don't work it.
But you weren't there long enough to get jobs.
There was some kind of mess up in the system, and I didn't get medically cleared until I had a week left to go. And then they assigned me a job on the day before my release, and at about 2 p.m. And I almost was like, so what do I need? Who do I report to? What work do I do? But then I was like, don't say a word. Walk away. Was I in prison when you were on last time, or did I just have a terrible memory?
No, you had just gotten out. You've been out for like 2-3 weeks.
Gotcha. Okay, cool.
Yeah. So, how are you feeling?
Sore.
Have you adapted? Like, you feel back to normal society?
Yeah, more or less. Lights still go
really
out at 9
predictable
PM.
shit schedule now.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah. Everything, things are nice. I'm allowed sharp objects. I mean, not dangerous ones or anything, but
no, of course
reasonably sharp objects. And
what's
all
the sharpest
trappings.
thing you can have? A steak knife?
I can have kitchen knives. I can just
wow.
But as my PO said, keep them in the kitchen.
That is hilarious. You make steak knives for your fine ass sous vide steaks. You got to keep them in the kitchen. Sitting there upset.
He's gonna like bust in. I'm gonna be like cutting a steak up in the living room. And he's looking like, aha!
I gotcha.
What are these extra pointy tweezers doing in the bathroom, Kyle? No weapons.
A toothpick. Yeah, that kind of shit. Yeah, that sounds pretty terrible. I can't wait till you're off probation and you can just get on with your life.
I can't wait till my drug tests are over. I took another one today. You know, they come on these like randoms. Like schedule. I never know. I call the number. It lets me know. So today I had to go pee.
What's a bigger pain, calling the number or taking the drug test?
Well, taking the drug test because calling the number requires just me to make a phone call, and it's
you
an
gotta drive
automated
like an hour
system.
away, don't you?
But
So
like that would bother me. The calling the number, like it's a schedule. It's a thing that needs to be done. If it doesn't get done, the consequences could be huge. Like that's. Yeah,
it is a little stressful. Like sometimes I'll be like, "Did I call? I have forgotten to call," and I'll just be like, "Probably didn't have to take a drug test today. They'll call me tomorrow if I did." That's what would happen if I missed a drug test. If I didn't show up, like I'm 99.9% sure that they, my probation officer would call me and she'd be like, "Hey, you didn't show up for your urine analysis yesterday." I'm like, "Oh shit, I must have like called too early or called too late."
They'd be understanding, given how busy your agenda is. Like, and I'm sorry, I was coming off a 14-hour Tarkov binge, and I was feeling a little loopy.
How do you call every day, Kyle?
Yeah, not weekends.
That's the kind of thing that's very difficult for me to remember. Like let's say I have a run of like painkiller, not painkillers, amoxicillin or whatever it is I'm taking. Because it's so similar, I'm like, did I take this today? I have a memory of taking it. But that memory is identical from every other time I've taken it. And that's why it's hard for me to remember like that.
Well, your phone does that thing where I just go to recent calls and I'm like, Thursday at 9 a.m. I called. And like it does work. So like after I think 4 p.m., like I could call right now and find out about tomorrow. Because I could have called 3 hours and found out about tomorrow. I haven't because I put it off to the last minute. I usually do it like when I wake up in the morning and I'm just like, please not today. Please not today. All right, let's go drink some juice because the worst thing is like you get there and you can't piss because then they're like, oh really, you can't piss.
They're suspect of you immediately.
I have been there before, and like the one I go to now, there's a couple different places I go. Like if it's the holidays, I have to go to like a federal building like an hour away, and it's like sketchy.
It sucks.
You go through metal detectors, and they're kind of rude. They're like, take your coat off. And I'm like, oh, I'll take it off slowly. They're like, you got any weapons on you?
In there. Dicks in that coat.
They're like, take your shoes off and your belt. I'm like, I'm wearing flip flops and I didn't bring a belt. And they're like, good. God. It's almost like I've disarmed them. They're like, damn it, I can't make him take his shoes and belt off. That's like 90% of how I get off.
There's some guy out there whose job it is to watch what you do, and he's just like every day he gets home from work, he's like, another wonderful day.
I'll tell you what.
Watching piss tests.
So the probation officer, he was in the bathroom with me, like whenever I had to go there, and there is a mirror like right above the toilet. So I just assume he's looking in the mirror and looking at my dick, but whatever. But when I go to the place I went to today, which is like 15-20 minutes away from me, he's just like, do your thing, and he's like in the room back behind me filling out the paperwork, and I go in, I fill my cup up. He doesn't wear gloves. He doesn't care. I'm thinking like, I hand this cup of piss to him so carefully because I feel like it'd be so awful if I spilled some piss on him.
Gross.
I don't think he'd flinch. I don't think he'd flinch.
Urine is sterile. I mean, so urine, you can spill urine, you can drink urine, you can basically do whatever you want with urine, and it's totally fine.
Right then. Hey, you were telling us before the show started that you got a surprise visit.
Yeah. So my probation officer showed up randomly yesterday, I think it was yesterday. And he had called me and he had also emailed me, but I didn't see either. The call was like a number I didn't know, and we were playing zombies. So I was just like, screen. And I didn't check my email for like a day, and so I missed it. But he just showed up and had his piss test in his hand. I'm like, aha! I knew it was him because he introduced himself because I'd never seen him before. I thought I I could have sworn I had a female officer, and I'd never seen her either.
Uh-huh.
So I started with this one guy pre-trial, and while I was in prison, he got promoted to regional manager or assistant to the regional manager. I'm not sure which. And so when I got out, he assigned me to this other guy, this young guy, and but that guy only dealt with more high risk people, not people who had half an ounce of marijuana one time. I think he's dealing with actual fucking hardened criminals and violent criminals. So he's like, I'm gonna bump you down to this girl who's just started, and I'm like, all right, cool. And I have literally never seen her. I was there doing a piss test one day, and you have to have a male officer obviously look at your dick. So the female officer wouldn't be the one to come into the bathroom with me. And so the high risk guy, he goes in the bathroom with me. We do the piss test and everything. And on the way out, he kind of yells down the hallway and into a door, "Hey, Diane, do you need to see him for anything?" And I just hear, "No." And he's like, "All right, you're good to go." That's the only contact I've ever had with her. And so I assumed that I had a female officer, but I haven't had any contact with them other than I do this online self-report thing where I just go to a website, put in my password and code.
Have you done drugs? No.
That's one of the questions.
Really?
That's one of the questions. Yeah. Have you done any illegal drugs? Nope. Had any guns? Nope. Had any, just all these and it's the same questions every month. I'm just nope, 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 nope. Yep, yes, yes, yes. Nope, nope, nope. Yes, yes, no.
So you have to get I hate that. They should make the right answer all the same.
All the same. Oh, I pay so much attention. What if they're like, well, it seems you filled out that you've been in possession of firearms and drugs. And I'm like, oh no, that's a misclick. Tough shit. You verified it with your password at the end.
Right? It's like,
just put your hands behind your back, please.
Have you taken any drugs? Have you been avoiding guns? Oh shit.
Oh no. The phraseology, Your Honor.
Yeah, so did the drug test and it was all good. He was
Were you nervous? I took a drug test for a job once, and even though I don't do drugs, I was like, do I do poppy seeds? Do I do I don't know. That's the only one I can think of. There's a couple that can give you false positives.
Sure. Yeah. No, I wasn't nervous at all. I've taken so many at this point. Especially when I used to have to go almost every week or every 10, 15 days, 3 or 4 a month. And so I don't know. I've taken so many at this point. It's not a big deal. And you pee in the cup, and the cup itself is the test. It's like a pool, like one of those pool things where you dip the water
pH.
in, and it shows you the pH and everything.
So you got an instant answer. You knew you passed it.
Yeah. I pee in the cup. I put the lid on. I hand it to him. He goes, "Oh, you're all good. You can pour that out," and we're kind of done. But it was good to see him because he asked me what I was doing for Thanksgiving, and I was like, I don't know. Family probably come out here. I'm not allowed to go to them. And he's like, "Oh, anytime you want to go up there, you just can." He's like, "Just email me and let me know when you're leaving and when you're coming back." So that I knew I could ask for that, but I never wanted to bother them about it. But now I think I will. I'll shoot them an email and
see if you can parlay that into a Colorado trip. I'm an avid skier, and
Am I right to say that your passion for motorcycles has kind of waned?
I'm just sort of putting everything off because I'm so close to freedom that I don't want to get held down by making a major purchase of something like a motorcycle or a car right now, because I feel like I could get the call tomorrow. They're like, you're free to go, and it's just all right, got to figure out a moving situation and someone to do it because I'm heading to the airport. I just want to go immediately and get and leave, and I don't want to be tied down by any real material possessions. I've got things here that I'm not leaving behind. I like my bed, I like my dressers, I like my living room furniture, and all my kitchen gadgets, and I've got a couple of really big TVs and all my gaming shit and my whole setup here and all this, my wardrobe. But that's about all I'm taking. And then that all needs to be packed up, U-hauled across the country. I've been making plans. Every evening, I put some thought into what that move is going to be like and how to facilitate it efficiently and quickly and cheaply all at the same time. I really hope I can get somebody like Jeremy to like drive a U-Haul with everything I own in it across the country while I immediately like fly there, get an Airbnb while I start looking for houses and figure and if I can't find a house to purchase fast enough, I'm just going to rent a house, even if it's for like 6 months while I like make a non-rushed purchasing decision of a house. Like I'm going as soon as possible. Though. There's no way I'm staying in Georgia while I research houses that are in Colorado for months at a time and then going through what's that process?
Closing?
Going through a potential like 30-day closing or something like that. No, I want to be high as soon as it's fucking possible, and I want to stay high forever.
Yeah, just a few months from now, you'll be like, "Can you believe that I used to put on PBS and take sleep pills to try and get high?"
No, because like when I'm high, first of all, I have no dreams when I'm high, and I sleep so well every night. It's 8 hours of the most restful sleep ever. I wake up and I'm just like, don't even yawn. You're so rested. You're just like, all right, the day begins. Like, gotta get high again. Let's get to it.
Oh, well, I've woken up not high. Time to get high.
Luckily, I took an edible before I fell asleep, so I'm still a little high from that, but not high enough.
Your tolerance is going to go from 0 to so high so quickly.
I'm going to enjoy that ride.
You're going to be like 2 months in and be like, I got to take a tea break already. I'm not high from anything.
So yeah, I haven't lost enthusiasm for the motorcycle or a new car. Those are things I still look at pretty frequently. I'm going to get the Shadow 60. I think that's what I was set on. Is it
Jaguar?
No, that's the motorcycle. It may not even be the It's the I think
Indian?
it's the Indian, the 60, the 5-speed, not the 6-speed. I like that one. It's like an 1100cc motorcycle, but whatever, fuck it, I don't care. It's the one that looks cool and sounds good. And I've seen a lot of like people say it's a decent beginner's bike. I'm just not going to twist the fucking accelerator to the point where I murder myself. Like I think I can handle that. I'm not going to be one of those people that's like interested even in going like super fast or even accelerating super fast. Just I'm going to ride that thing from like 0 to 50 miles per hour on streets and stuff and just cruise around. That's my use case. I emailed my probation officer the other day and I was like, hey, dumb question. I ask you those a lot because like I never know what he's going to say yes or no to. It's kind of weird because at first I was under the impression that this guy was really want to be locked down, but like after meeting him, like he realizes that like my whole situation is kind of bullshit. Like he deals with like hardened criminals on a daily basis. Like he's all stressed. He's telling me while I'm pissing in a cup, he's like, Kyle, I'm so stressed out. You don't even know this job. And I'm just like, I don't know, man. I just got out of prison for half an ounce of weed. I'm pretty stressed out too. I'm pissing in a cup in front of a stranger in my guest bathroom right now. But he's just like, yeah, you don't even know how stressful this job is. And
I'll be back.
So we kind of got this connection, I thought. And so like when I wanted to go gambling with some friends, I was like, there's no way that he's going to let me drive to Cherokee, North Carolina, out of state, 2 states over, and gamble. Like, it just seems like something he's going to be like, are you fucking kidding me, bro? But I emailed him because I was in a call playing poker with friends already, and he was just like, yeah, where are you going to be staying? Like, he didn't give a fuck. He's like, how many days are you going to be gone? Like, where are you staying? Like, that's all I need to know. And I'm like, I'm going to stay for 3 days, and I'm going to be at the Harris Resort in Cherokee, North Carolina. He's like, all right, have fun. Don't lose too much money. Like, didn't give a fuck.
Damn.
Why? Like, so I guess I'm just kind of confused. Like, what is he choosing to be lenient on? Like, do you have an in-state order, or like what's the deal here?
Yeah. So my deal is no alcohol. I'm stuck within a certain region of Georgia, not even just the state of Georgia. Like, it's the northern region, I believe, which doesn't even extend to Northeast Georgia, where my parents are from. So I have to ask permission to like go see my dad and shit. And so it's really just like Metro Atlanta and like the surrounding counties out, like maybe 3 counties deep, if that makes sense. So it's like this like radius of 60 or 70 miles from Atlanta. And so like I didn't know if he was gonna like let me go or not, but he was just like immediately, like 60 seconds later, just like, yeah, let me know where you're going with the email. So the other day, everybody I know is doing Delta 8. Like everybody I know, like guys who don't even smoke weed, who never smoked weed,
The
who
fuck
are like
is Delta 8?
You don't know?
No.
I don't either.
All right, so Delta 8 is made from hemp.
Oh
and,
no, it's synth weed.
No. Don't think synth weed. This is not like K2 shit or whatever. This is
Yeah,
like
right.
that,
It's
like,
not spice.
No, it is not spice. Nothing like that. Like this stuff is really legit. And it gets you high just like marijuana does, apparently. And the industry has exploded. Like if there's some way to invest in it right now, do it for the short term, because states haven't caught up yet. Because they've got like flour that you can smoke, they've got pens, like vape pens, and they've got concentrate. They've got everything that you can get from marijuana. They've got edibles as well. And like everybody I know who's in like non-legal states is doing this shit. And they're telling me like, oh, I'm so fucking high right now. I'm like, yeah, but do you have like a hangover? Like, no. It's just like weed. I sleep super well at night, and then I wake up and I'm just ready to smoke some more if I want or not. I just feel great. I'm just like, shit, I want to do some Delta 8, because it's like I don't understand the chemistry well enough to really break it down, but it's like one molecule off of marijuana essentially.
Oh, I'm reading it. It literally is one molecule, because Delta 9 is just normal THC. And then it's just a little it just says that it's less potent. They don't really know why it gets you less high, because it's still, shit, but it'll get you high, just like not. It's like a gray area. So that's cool.
It's a gray area, and that's exactly what I wrote to him in the email when I asked him if I could smoke Delta 8.
Yeah.
I messaged my probation officer. I'm like, hey, another dumb question here. Can I do Delta 8? Because, everybody's doing it, and it's federally legal because of the hemp law, and I'm on federal probation. And he just like finally gets back to me after like a week or something. He's like, absolutely not. You cannot do that under supervision. Blah blah blah. And I was like, fuck.
Man, that makes I can't believe that you can't even drink or anything like it just does. It really truly is one of the most wild concepts to me, that you're literally just locked into a small area of Georgia, not allowed to do fucking anything. And I'm like, yeah, I could go get that right now delivered to the door. And it's like,
yeah,
and then fly out of state with it.
Yeah, it's super fucking lame.
Oh,
I was showing the camera earlier, but my camera's reversed and I don't know how to fix that shit. But I've got this like countdown on my phone that I've shown people before, but it's got William Wallace.
What it is.
Yeah, it's like William Wallace, and it says freedom at the top.
Freedom.
And there's 106 days and 7 hours left. And I'm
Colorado, right? Or
I've got this big trip planned. First things first, like the moment I'm allowed to, like I'm going to try to time it so that my plane is like leaving the state of Georgia the moment the clock rolls over. So I'm like 100% legal. But like I'm flying to Colorado with a bunch of friends. Like it's actually a bunch of people. There's like 5 or 6 PKA fans. Like we've got this like $50 Discord, and like I hang out with those guys a lot. So like I'm bringing them along, and so we're gonna rent this pretty nice house. I wouldn't say mansion, but nicer than a house. I wouldn't say house either. It's a nice ass place for like a month, and I'm gonna smoke weed every day. So much fucking weed for a fucking month solid. Just get stoned every day, all day, every day. With these dudes, and then like when they all go home, I'm staying for another 2 weeks at least. I'm smoking some more, and then when I get back, I'm gonna start like moving. I'm moving immediately. Like I'm getting out of this state. Like probably going to Colorado.
Colorado's nice. Colorado's nice.
Yeah, I love Colorado. I've been there so many times. Because every time I went, it was for like a smokecation.
Mm-hmm.
Like me and Chiz or me and Chiz and Taylor, like we went for the Super Bowl one year. We just sort of planned a vacation that was all about getting high as fuck in Denver or in Telluride. Telluride's awesome if you've never been, and just having a good time in Colorado for 7 days or 2 weeks or something like that. I never do like those bullshit vacations where you just drop in somewhere for 3 days or some shit. Like
that's the only vacation I do.
It sucks, man. Although you're in LA, there's fun shit to do already.
Yeah. I'm not pressed to. I don't have to leave the state to do staycation or whatever in the fucking woods if I want to. So.
Yeah. Zach says Texas allows guns for fellas. I don't give a fuck. You think I want a gun? You think I want a gun more than I want a joint?
I like guns. I love weed. I'd shoot myself in the foot if I could smoke right now. I really would.
With what caliber? I mean, because a foot bone's like that's gonna shatter, take a long time to heal.
I'm aiming between the bones, but I anything smaller than a 38, I think. I think anything smaller than a 38, like any of those really smaller calibers.
You didn't specify like lethal weapons, so you just pick a pellet gun technically.
Oh
so.
Yeah. That's true. That's true.
Paintball, honestly.
That's the other thing that's on the list for 106 days from now, because obviously felons aren't allowed firearms, but people who are on probation aren't allowed like anything. Like I can't even have like pepper spray or like I asked about my kitchen knives because I cook a lot and I have really nice kitchen knives, and the guy was just like, keep them in the kitchen. I'm just like, all right, good. Thank you for not taking away my expensive ass fucking like chef's knives. And so like, but there's this whole list of things that as a felon you can still have, and they include like also anything archery related, and there are like some scary fucking crossbows, like repeater crossbows that cock themselves, and but also they make these air rifles that shoot 50 caliber bullets at like the speed of sound. So I definitely got to get one of those. And black powder weapons. Like you remember how in the movies, like the pirates, all they had was those little like one-shot pistols.
Yeah.
So they have like 8 of them. So they're just like Jack Sparrow style, like pulling multiple pistols. So I got to get like a tactical vest with like 8 muzzle loader pistols, like stuck into holsters on it.
You're
so
literally going to be
packing
down. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I can reach for another one and go again. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on the shopping list for October 2nd. I'm pretty excited. I'm glad that this shit is almost wrapped up. I was thinking about it today. I was like, I can't believe it's been 2 years since I got out. Almost 2 years. It's a year and 9 months or some shit.
I had no idea it was that freaking like restrictive as well. Being confined to one area, like it's crazy to me. I don't know.
Yeah, I thought it was, every step of the way. I've just been like, okay.
It sounds miserable.
All right.
Yeah.
All right, cool. We're like, oh yeah, and you'll have to come in for drug counseling sessions. And I'm like, all right, how many? 8. I'm like, cool. Who pays for that? You do. Cool. Y'all take debit card? No. This is like,
I remember when I got
right.
into a car accident a couple of years ago, and it was taking the insurance company, like they were incompetent or something, and I was just sick of paying for my rental car. They only paid for it for a certain amount of days, so I'm like, okay, I'll pay for it after the fact or whatever. I paid for like a week or so, and I got sick of that. So I was like, you know what, just like take the rental car, I'll just sit it out until all this shit gets worked out or whatever, and I get the insurance claim. And I was here for like 2 weeks or whatever, and it's not even the fact that like I wanted to go somewhere, it's the lack of option. Like the lack of freedom. Like I've been sitting in the house for like 2 weeks, no big deal, but 2 weeks and I don't have the option to get the fuck out if I want to. It does something to your head.
All right.
I don't know.
This reminds me of something. Remind me. All right. So I'm 35. I turned 35 in May. How old are you two guys? I know
32.
You're
32.
32.
28.
Good looking 32, by the way, and 28. Okay.
Yeah.
You don't look 28. Both of you. Just we're all aging well.
Young
here.
G.
Damn, we're looking good. God, I want to smoke weed so fucking.
You can only get canceled if you agree to being canceled. That's what
Right.
Donald Trump taught us. Just next week heroin, and they won't be talking about the pot.
Next week, you're right. The classic.
Double down, just double down
something
week
worse.
after week.
Yeah.
I don't know what I'm gonna do after heroin. Morphine, maybe. I don't know.
No, that's
fentanyl.
Crocodile.
Crocodile, yeah.
Angel dust. Angel dust.
You know those like time lapse videos where they put like food and watch it mold? Do that, but with your arm in crocodile, just like decompose time lapse.
Yeah, like we talked about it last week. I think I was like, I'd probably do heroin. Like I don't know if we talked about it on the show, but maybe privately even. Like I was like, yeah, I'd probably try heroin. Like if it was legal, like because there's that bill that just got dropped recently, proposing to decriminalize most major drugs.
Good luck.
Yeah, I know, right? They can't even get.
They can't even do
marijuana
weed.
banking.
Yeah.
They can't get the banking straight for marijuana on a federal level. So who fucking knows? But I was just like, yeah, I'd probably try heroin. Like why not? Like just a little heroin, not a lot.
Just a little bit, just a spoon.
A little bit. A sample size. Yeah.
Yeah, a flight of heroin. of heroines.
Heroin. I've read how the different drugs make you feel, and heroin is the one that's most appealing. Just unstoppable happiness and contentness. Just whatever's going on.
Just
this
a little
is a thing
too
of beauty.
Just a little too addicting.
Oh, it will ruin your life. It's good that first time.
Like what I really want is like, I want to try the heroin, but I don't want to know where to get more. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Like the problem with like alcohol and marijuana in most places. I mean, my whole problem, the whole reason I got in trouble was that I didn't know where to get more marijuana, right? Like my drug dealers, dealers, like if I'd known where to get more, I wouldn't have had a problem. I had to like have a friend send it from out of state, and that caused the whole kerfuffle.
Mm-hmm.
But my drug dealer got locked up, and then my second drug dealer also got locked up, and then it was just like, fuck, where do I get? And then like my third drug dealer was like friends with an ex-girlfriend, so it was weird to like call an ex-girlfriend and be like, hey, you got Dave's number still? Like, I don't want to call her and ask for Dave's number, and then I got to drive into the city. So it was a whole thing. It was easy, and I was just complaining to like a girl I knew, and she was just like, I'll send you weed. And I was like, oh, deal. What could go wrong? But, if I just known where to get some weed, it would have been a problem. The same thing with heroin. I want to do some heroin, but not have any idea where to get more. Because if I do the heroin, I'm just like, that was amazing. You know what I'd love to do now? A little more heroin.
It's a sizable stopgap, right? Because you're right. If somebody was like, go get heroin, my best guess would be like walk down Skid Row and just be like, does anyone have some heroin I can buy? And I don't know if that's going to be I don't know if that's going to work as well as I think it would.
Yeah.
But so you're right. Maybe it is a safe stopgap. Safe enough.
Yeah. Yeah. I have no idea where to get heroin. I could get weed super easy.
Yeah. I was going to say, do you know how to get weed now? They do.
Man, everywhere I go, they're smoking it. Like if I just go for like a nice little leisurely walk in my like my neighborhood, like there's like this like mile and a half like loop that I go on sometimes in the neighborhood, and just I'm waving to all my neighbors, and like I'll smell weed at least once through that walk. Like at least one of my neighbors is smoking weed in their yard in broad fucking daylight. Like I don't know, I know all the neighbors who smoke weed because I've seen them do it in their fucking yards. And if that didn't work, I just start going to gas stations and sniffing for it. I smelled it today, like I said. Like I could totally be like, hey man, you smoking a little weed over there? Can I hit some? Can you tell me where to get some?
You got just the green crack, brother.
If I wanted to smoke weed at home, I don't have any way to get it. I don't have any idea, right? I could either ask subs, but that's sketchy because some of them hate me. I could go to a local college campus and just grab my skateboard and hello fellow kid it, but I don't know if that's going to work out either. What I would actually do is just use Delta 8 instead, because I can buy that at stores.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just a little too easy. I mean, not even, it's like literally, I could get it delivered. I could walk across the street. I could do it and they take card. I can pay with card for delivery weed. In-app purchases. It's like at that point, it's like, well, okay, there is no limit. Like, and they'll deliver it at like 4 a.m. It's like
that's amazing.
That's
God.
so sick.
Oh, it's wonderful.
So much luxury. Like
it was because that was like the nightmare, right? To like run out of weed
and then have no way to get more.
Imagine the horror. I can't tell you the horror. It really is fucked. Like when you're just like when you like to smoke and you smoke a lot, and like your friends like to smoke with you, and you're just out and they're out. Like I'd be calling, like I'd have like 2 or 3 friends that I like spoken code to. I won't go into the code at this point. I don't want to get anybody in trouble, but like we had code. So I'd be like, hey, do you have any blah, blah, blah? But blah, blah, blah sounded nothing like weed. And they'd be like, nope, I'm fresh out of apricots or whatever I was, calling weed. And they're like, do you know where I can get some tangerines maybe? Or some navel oranges or anything like, Nope. No citrus to be had. Fuck. All right, I really need some vitamin C over here, man. Like, I don't want to get scurvy. It's been a day, but that's how it was for a while. It was one point where I had lots of friends who just had it or knew where to get it, and then like it seemed like there was some like broad sweeping fucking thing in my area where like all my contacts got locked up. Like within like a 3-month period, like they were all getting arrested. I should have taken that as a sign
right? I just be like, seems like everybody's getting arrested.
Yeah, I should order mail.
Maybe I should pack my bags and go to Colorado. I should just pack my bags and move to Colorado. There's no reason I couldn't have. Just go.
How many more days? It must be 101?
108 or something.
I feel like it was 108 last show.
I feel like it was 108 a year ago. You know, it's fucking ticked down so slowly. 106 days, 5 hours, 57 minutes, and 45 seconds.
Maybe it was 108 on PKN.
Yeah. But I'm pretty excited. Me and the boys are going to have a great time in Colorado, and I might never come back.
Honestly, I probably wouldn't.
I'm never going to smoke. I'm not going to smoke in a state where it's not legal again. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
No more trouble for me.
Yeah.
Not only legality, but like it's not as safe. There were these the last time I had any, I guess, experience with marijuana was a really bad one. We got these like homemade edibles someone brought over, but the person that brought them didn't make them. Whenever she handed them out to everybody, it was a bad time. A buddy of mine started having like he was like sweating, and the best way I can put it is my teeth itched. I don't know what the fuck was in them, meth or something. I don't fucking know, but it was not good. It wasn't a sensation I've ever felt before, and I don't want to feel it again. So I haven't really messed around since
That's
then.
the other thing I want to get back into. Like I used to cook a lot of edibles. I'm really good at it. Like I've got a whole process. It's really in depth. It takes several hours, and I make really, really fucking good edibles that taste good and are strong as fuck.
Nice.
And but I've had edibles from other people before that just ruined my night.
Yeah,
that just ruined my whole fucking night.
I'm convinced that I don't really like.
Most of my therapy was court mandated, so.
yeah, but that's funny. But I think you said that it was time well spent.
Yeah,
like without digging into it, but like
yeah, it was time well spent for sure. I'm glad we did it. She was great because she was like, so you're here for substance abuse. What was it? Heroin or meth?
You're like, I got caught with weed.
Like I had half an ounce of marijuana. She's like, that's not substance abuse. That's just okay. Is there anything else you'd like to focus on while we're here? Because we gotta do these sessions, and I'm here no matter what. So are you? And it's like, yeah, we can knock some other shit out because I really want to smoke some weed, but I don't think I have a substance abuse issue. I'm not getting the shakes or anything over here. Yeah,
and at that point, you were off it for some extended period of time. Like,
yeah, it had already been like a year or something crazy.
What happens if you were to fail a drug test? Is it one strike, you're out?
It's up to them. It's sort of discretionary. Yeah.
We should find out.
29 days away. Kyle, roll the dice. I want you to smoke a blunt 1 minute before it goes because your officer calls you and he's like, "Hey, what are you doing right now?"
Video it.
Yeah. I think the PO it would be up to him what happened, what the first step would be. I think he could just do nothing if he really wanted to, or he could potentially send me back in front of the judge, and then the judge he's got a ton of discretion the way I understand it. Like he could send me to jail for weeks at a time or something like that, or maybe even go back and give me prison time, like reopen the case or something. So I don't think that they would do that for a first offense of marijuana or something like that, but it's not something that I've even
what a shitty system
fucking
though,
around
that's
with.
even an option. The fact that can be done is just
because there's marijuana all around me. I don't know where to actually go to get it. I guess I know people who probably know where some is, but I'll be walking through my neighborhood. I walk a lot, and dudes will be in their yard smoking weed, hanging out, just right in their yards, or I'll be at the gym.
Walk by like this.
Yeah. I'm just cross the street and go around or I'm at the gym and there's a guy who just has the stinks of weed.
The aura.
He's like an aura
a fucking dope stink on him, and he's just blazed out of his
He's got
mind.
some good shit, huh?
He's got some real good.
You probably
shit.
want to get to know him after
maybe
the next
so.
29
Maybe
days.
so. No,
he's going to Colorado. His
I'm
weed
getting
stores
outta
look
here.
like Apple stores. You
All
know,
the yeah, exactly. All the weed that I'm going to smoke from now on is going to be legal weed, whether it's medical or recreational. One way or another, I'll get some legal weed. So nobody.
There's going to be marijuana in my system in 30 days. Let me tell you right now.
I guarantee it.
I keep bringing up politics, but I'm disappointed the Democrats in this. Like they started.
Legalizing
it. Something passed the House, maybe,
it's
and
awful.
they stopped there.
I don't know. It's such a slam dunk. I don't understand. I'm like, I think they're saving it for the next presidential election issue. Like I think they're gonna like. It is. I'm pretty sure it is of majority preference to legalize or decriminalize marijuana across the aisle, right? Both Republican and Democrat. There is a plus 50%. There's probably a disparity between the two, but like, come on,
That's
man.
my impression too. It's like all Democrats and half are Republicans.
Who doesn't like weed? What's the problem? LAX, the fact that the TSA in California has an official statement that you can carry up to an ounce of flour through TSA with no problem, no matter where you're going. They don't.
Really?
Yeah, they have no problem. I do it all the time, and it is a wonderful thing.
Can I interrupt? What about the other side?
Yeah, what about
is
the
there
other
any
side?
checking on the?
That's their problem. But nobody checks you on the way out from the airport. I'm not condoning this. This is illegal. You should not do this. But if you do fly, it is not the TSA in California's problem when you land in Texas and you walk out with your half an ounce of marijuana. If you get stopped by a dog, like shit sucks. That's on you. But
It's not the TSA's problem, but you feel
It's
like there's a minimal risk on the departure side.
I have never in any point or at any point been pulled. I don't even know if drug dogs give a shit about marijuana, if I'm honest with you. Because, like, I mean, I wouldn't know either. But, like, the amount of time for the last 8 years that I've traveled with marijuana, I cannot fly without smoking prior to getting on the plane. It's just not a thing I can do. So that goes for both ways. I just get anxious. I like to sleep on the plane, whatever. Never been caught at any point in time. And I've flown, like, upwards of 150 times in the last couple years. So it's
Now,
like,
to
you
be
know.
clear, you're only talking about domestic.
Yeah, no, absolutely not.
International is a whole different risk level. You wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't bring weed into another country, but I would bring weed into the airport and then eat the weed prior to the international flight every time. That's
right. Yeah, I get that. I just saying because no one checks you on the departure side, but they check you in the international.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, at
going
no
through
point.
customs.
Going to like Dominican Republic. No, don't bring. Do not.
They might
bring
have
illicit
more there.
If it was the Netherlands, they'd be like, yeah, you're good to go, brother. But like, no, I would never do that. But I promise you that like the state of Wilmington, North Carolina's TSA on my walkout was never like, wow, can't believe you do such a thing.
Yeah.
It's time.
So 29 more days, Kyle.
Yeah. I'll.
You're going to Colorado. That's locked in. And you might even stay there. Is moving to Colorado locked in?
More or less.
More or less.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm going to stay out there for 2 weeks guaranteed. That's how long I have the first Airbnb booked for, with like a bunch of people. And then I'm probably going to just stay out there for at least another week or two, either on my own or with like, if a couple of those guys want to stay longer, like Scum or Chiz or somebody, I'll get like a 2 or 3 bedroom. Or if they don't, I'll just stay by myself and fly a girl out there or something like that. Like I'm staying for at least 2 or 3 weeks, maybe a month. Depends how I feel. Like if I'm like 21 days in, and I'm like, all right, maybe I need a tolerance break. This has been an ordeal. Then I might fly my ass home and start packing my bags and like arranging the move and everything like that. Because I still have to do that. It's hard to like begin the moving process before I'm like legally free. Like, because I can't like even travel to like look at houses or apartments or whatever. With the way the real estate is right now, I think I'm going to rent for like 6 to 8 months before I buy a place. Like real estate's so fucked up right now. I think the shit's going to crash within the next year.
I hear you.
Like 18
It's on the way
months
back
at
down to
most.
Florida already.
Yeah.
So
Is it?
in the next couple months, you might be able to start finding some deals. Who knows?
Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. I think I'm going to rent for a little while.
The company that I rent through right now, like they have like places all around the country, and I know that if I like go through them, then they can like plug me right into a place at like a discounted rate, and I think they'll even help with some of the moving costs a little bit.
You're
They're pretty cool
pre-vetted.
about
You don't
that.
have to go through the process and everything.
Yeah.
Be good.
So I may just do that wherever I go, and then like once I'm there, it's a lot easier to like buy houses because like right now, like what would I do if I wanted to like let's just say buy a house in Colorado? I can't go out there to even begin the paperwork until I'm free. So then that would be in this no man's land where I'm like living here in Georgia and trying to buy the place, trying to close on a place across the country without like a home base in that country, like.
What you might want to do, Kyle, even nowish or not too long from now, is get pre-approved for a mortgage.
Yeah.
That'll grease the skids for when you buying a house, and also it might like there could be something on there that you're not aware of that you need to address. I had a negative thing on my credit record that was a mistake. It was a medical bill. They said I didn't pay $110.
Yeah,
I swear I never even got this service. I don't know what it was about. I tried to pay it just to clean up the record, and the place was out of business. Like it was just
that's
wrong.
Whack.
And
Yeah,
I had to wait for 7 years. But shit like that happens.
I spent the last like as soon as I got out of prison, I started working on that. Like calling up like I had one thing on my credit from like I had let my insurance lapse once, my car insurance, and they had put it on my credit for like $60. And so like I called and I was like, hey, I have Progressive insurance right now, and Progressive has a fucking thing out of my credit. And they're like, yeah, we already sold that to the bullshittery fucking credit collection company.
Sharks.
So I called them up, and they said if I settled it, they would remove it, and it would like remove all negative impacts on my credit within like 3 months, and it did. So like my credit score went up like 80 points in 3 months or something like that. And then so I've been working on my credit for the last 2 years or something like that, and I've got it up to a pretty respectable range these days. I don't have anything negative on there anymore for sure.
Trevor, did you say yours was 900?
No.
Oh.
It's probably high 700s or something.
Mine was 8 something. I didn't know it went over 800. And then when you said yours was 900, I was like,
it depends on who you're asking.
Does it go to 9? Isn't like
I don't know what it goes to.
Equifax is 950 and FICO is 850. I'd like to flex my 838 out of 850 FICO score. Thank you. It has gotten me not laid, but it should, and that is why I'm saying it. So call me if you have bad
Tinder
credit.
profile? Do you
I
have that
should.
screenshot? That Credit Karma screenshot?
Oh my God, that's so smart. Yeah, no wonder.
Well, boys, it is. Let's see what the old ticker says. It's close. We're close.
What are we looking at? A ticker?
Kyle, countdown to freedom. I'm like vicariously excited for my friend Kyle. I'm so excited for him.
I was on the WhatsApp today. Like, hey, it's today. Did it happen? I felt guilty. Like I missed a birthday.
I wouldn't be here. I mean, I'd be here, but like here would be in Colorado.
You'd be on the plane.
I mean, maybe
if Freedom Day was this morning, you'd probably wait till tonight or something. No, really? But you have to travel. You have to. How would you?
It's a 3-hour flight.
Got a podcast today.
No, if Freedom was,
I'd be here to do the show, but I'd be doing it there. Like I'd have made it happen. So
you'd
that
have
I was
figured
there.
it out.
Even if like,
you mean if it was like in an hour, in 2 hours?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I do the same thing.
You'd probably leave after the show. Yeah. The real challenge is if it was right before the show somehow.
Yeah, I can't leave the state until like the ticker clicks over or whatever. But yeah,
it's like a day and 2 hours, right?
A day and 2 hours. Yeah, 1 day, 1 hour, 57 minutes.
Wow,
exactly.
I wanted to ask you some about that. Like just kind of recapping all that. Is your current mentality like, finally this is up, or is it like, well, obviously it is, but like, do you look back and kind of think, how did I get through this? Like, how did I buckle down and just grind this for so long? Because I'm sure looking back, it's a percentage of your life, like a tenth of your life.
Such a grind. It's been such a grind. Such a grind.
When was the day at the post office? Do you know that date?
Oh, I don't remember. We looked it up the other day.
It was early 2018, late 2017. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Maybe early 2018.
Yeah, you can find it pretty easy. It's been 4 years ago almost, I would say.
Mm-hmm. what was the most I mean, obviously the prison part, but like as far as like
I don't know if that's
as far as the waiting part, like what was the most difficult? Was it the very beginning where it's like this is an insurmountable amount of time, I can't fucking believe this, I can't even get high, or was it like 2 months to go, you can sniff it and it's times in slow motion?
I mean, I put the timer on my phone like back in January or something like that. The timer started at like 250 days or something. I don't really remember exactly. But yeah, and just looking at the timer slowly tick down from 250 days to like 4 months, 3 months, 2 months, 1 month has been just a real fucking grind. Yeah.
Over 10% of your life has been lived under the cloud of this fucking
oh my God.
hot raid.
Yeah.
It was 2017, August 2017.
And Kyle's 39 years old.
It's been a while, man. It's been a while. I'm so glad that it's just on the cusp of being over.
I'm so happy for you, man.
Oh, it's going to be great. I've got the whole thing. I know what I'm doing Saturday. I'm flying in, heading down the Telluride, getting in the fucking house. I know I've already talked to the homeowner. I know when I'm getting like able to. I can't get into the house like as soon as I could because like somebody's staying there right now. So, but like as soon as the cleaning is done, so I found like a place that I can stay and smoke weed, like during the interim. Like I found like a pot bar where you can like you buy your weed at a dispensary, take it in there, and you can smoke it indoors. But you can't use like you have to use vapes or nails. So you can do dabs and stuff.
I've been to one of
light
those.
up joints.
They sell pastries too.
Yeah, they sell all sorts of stuff.
Pastries or like
regular pastries. I mean, you can go next door and get some weed pastries.
No, like this place that sells zero weed. It is only a place for you to legally smoke what you've purchased somewhere else. So a lot of times it'll be like in Denver when I go there to visit my cousin. It'll be the weed store, and then there's the little coffee
the
shop
store.
Yeah, and you just go over there and you can buy coffee or you can buy like pastries, like Starbucks.
I know the place you're talking about. You're talking about the coffee joint.
Yeah, I've been there.
Yeah, you're talking about the
That's
coffee
gotta
joint.
have a funny name.
What are you doing for a car?
Just rent one, right?
Well, okay. I guess so when I rent a car, maybe I do it dumbly. It's like as expensive as the room. Like it's kind of a big deal. And you were talking about staying for a month, and I'm like, shit, I think my dumb ass would spend $1,500 on that car.
No car. I'm gonna Uber
type stuff.
Yeah,
okay.
and just split Ubers and get everything delivered. Like I can just switch my Amazon address to the house. I've got Instacart. I've got like for groceries and stuff. And if they don't, you can't get weed delivered in Denver. So like we will have to like Uber out to do that. And if we are for our activities, like everybody's talking a big game right now about all the things they want to do. I'm sitting there like, if we do one of these things, I'll be shocked because I'm going to be comatose. I'm going to be so goddamn high the whole time. And they all are. Like
none of these guys have gone on a vacation with you. And when you think Kyle is exaggerating when he says, I want to do nothing, he is not. He wants to, like if you bring something up, like it could be anything. You want to go out to dinner? The thing about that is, Taylor, they don't play Trailer Park Boys at restaurants. And I'm high as shit. And also, Taylor, we can't play Magic there. I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'm in for staying in the house for the 5th day in a row.
Yeah. I don't usually go out very much. I think I will this time just because I have such a big, diverse group of guys. Like the activities on the itinerary include, and again, if more than one of these happens, I'll be shocked. One of them wants to go fishing, and I'm just like, that ain't happening. Horseback riding, ATV rentals, skydiving, motorcycle rentals. Scum wants to go to a very fancy restaurant. That's probably
not undoable. Yeah, you can go to.
That'll probably happen.
They don't play Trailer Park Boys at fancy restaurants, Taylor.
But you can just
get your head in the game.
Just get stoned as shit and like walk in like slightly scared mode, and by the time you're sitting down, you're going to be in prime munch.
Yeah, I could just I'll go into a restaurant with my vape at this point. I'll just go into the bathroom and get the top up. So yeah, like they want to do a whole bunch of activities, but I have a whole playlist of like stoned songs that I've been building for the last month.
read a couple off of it.
My music taste is lame, but it's Enjoy the Silence by Depeche Mode, Take Me to Church by Hosler, Float On by Modest Mouse. I like
That's a good song. I like Modest Mouse.
Paper Planes by MIA. Life on Mars, David Bowie. Power by Kanye West. White Rabbit by Jefferson Airplane, which is one pill makes you larger, one pill makes you small. Live and Let Die by Wings. I Do Anything for Love by Meatloaf. Bat Out of Hell by Meatloaf. Hurricane by Bob Dylan. Psycho Killers by Talking Heads. And it goes on and on and on.
I was waiting for the Ramones. I Want to Be Sedated.
24 hours to go.
Is it worthy?
No, he's a Meatloaf man. No room for the Ramones on the Meatloaf playlist.
Hang on, let me see.
I don't know much about music because I don't really listen to music, but I do like Modest Mouse. It's a very chill, good stoner band.
Yeah,
maybe that's not cool to say. I don't know. Is that not a cool band?
I don't know. I like it. I added a couple.
It was.
I only listened to the
15 years
coolest
ago.
music, Taylor. I can't be bothered with that.
I only listen to what I personally am recommended from high schoolers, so that I'm always on point.
We've got a whole like Discord to like figure out what movies to watch. Like we've got like a gigantic list of movies I want to watch.
Now this is interesting. What's a couple of the top ones?
Are they stack ranked?
You're ready.
Oh, so you got to keep in mind these are movies that I think will be fun high. So like not necessarily good movies, but movies that will be silly with a group of guys while we're stoned. And some of them are like so bad it's good movies, like The Room by Tommy Wiseau. Flash Gordon, the original with the terrible special effects.
I haven't seen that.
Childhood me love that movie and love that song.
Yeah,
so
right.
much.
Queen does the soundtrack.
I love
so much.
He's like riding that silly sky scooter.
Savior of the universe, I think.
It's great. Hey, I've got to. Let me just pull up the whole.
Pull up the list.
Yeah, I some of them I like my suggestions. I ignored everyone else's suggestions.
And some of them are new that you just have purposely put off until you can smoke, right?
Annihilation with Natalie Portman is supposed to be looked pretty trippy to me, so I've been putting it off. So I'm going to watch that. See, these guys have been filling my movie suggestion thing with nonsense. Samurai Cop. That's a very bad movie. That's
Never
so
even
good.
heard
It's
of it.
funny. Troll 2 is so bad that it's good, and it has like a cult fan base where they like there's meetups and group watches in theaters and stuff. Mandy, I want to see that. I know Woody doesn't like it, but it's going to be so fucking trippy high with the colors and the synth music. Princess Bride.
I like that.
I like Ted. I like the first Ted movie. Pineapple Express. I like the Dread movie, not the Stallone one, the Carl Urban one.
It's very old, and like most people have seen it so much they don't want to anymore. But Super Bad, I remember watching that in college and getting stoned to shit, really liking it.
I like Superbad a lot. It is on the list, honestly. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. It was so funny this first time I saw it. I'm hoping it holds up. Haven't seen it in a while. Definitely gonna watch some Trailer Park Boys. Yeah, there's a bunch of them that are on my. I've been adding them to my list on my Amazon Fire device because I'm just gonna bring that and plug it into the system. But yeah, a bunch of movies like that. A lot of so bad it's good. 2001: A Space Odyssey, stuff like that. Like movies with trippy visuals.
Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle.
I don't like that one.
Okay.
I also didn't find it very
Dazed
funny.
and Confused. Anybody? No.
I know a lot.
Is
of
that the
people
one
like
where
that
he's like, the thing I like about high school girls is I keep getting older and they stay the same age.
I enjoyed that.
That's like a pedophile thing to say.
It's very
There's a
much so.
scene
And
where-
like in that movie, it's like, damn, this guy. You're supposed to be like, damn, this guy is cool.
There's a scene where the guy gets kind of bullied, and he decides to confront the bully because he doesn't want to live with the introspection or self-judgment that he bowed down to the bully. And I'm like, I like that guy. I like that guy. He's like, you know what? It's not that he wanted to do this. It's that he didn't want to live a life where he didn't.
Yeah,
You said you were taking an edible. How many milligrams?
100.
Oh, that's a nice little dosage there.
It's a big
So you're in aren't you in? Well, never mind. I guess I won't go too into it.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it's
You're in
not legal
Tennessee?
here. It's not legal
Yeah.
here. No. But you
Good
know
luck.
what? My theory on that, Kyle, is
good luck.
If they arrest me, it'll be the best thing that ever happened in my career. So come get me. You know what I mean?
Kyle disagrees because he was arrested for this.
Were you arrested for drugs though?
I had half an ounce of marijuana. Yeah.
Which isn't a whole lot.
I'm aware.
Oh, so what happens for half an ounce of marijuana?
Heroin.
If you set aside the $500,000 worth of seized property and legal fees, $5,000 fine, 2 months in federal prison, and 2 years of federal probation.
So I think here in Nashville, now I can't say for the rest of Tennessee.
Federal. It's everywhere in the United States.
Yes. I know it is federal everywhere in the United States, but there are some areas that decriminalize it, right? And so here, I'm not saying in other parts of Tennessee, but Nashville is a fairly progressive, especially for Tennessee City. And so I've asked a ton of people who live here before I started, and they were like, yeah, you're going to be fine. So I was like, phew. But the 100 milligrams is what I take before my late show on Saturdays.
Okay. That's a nice dose. I'm doing a full gram when I get to Colorado next week.
Fucking Christ, dude.
You what?
I'm doing a full gram when I get to Colorado next week.
And you haven't smoked in 2 years.
For this show, I'm gonna take a full gram at the beginning of the show, and
Can you
then
do the
Kyle?
countdown? Kyle, what did?
By the way,
feel like
Kyle,
this snuck up on me.
if you ever wanted to do that,
9
I would
days.
do it with you. If you ever wanted to do that live, I would do that with you 100%.
1,000 milligrams. That's too much. You're not going to have.
I'm
fun.
aware
You're
it's
gonna-
too
you're-
much.
You're going to be.
I'm gonna
just
get scared.
You're going to be very scared, and you're going to think that like, is it really legal that I'm doing this right now? Have I
Taylor,
been set up?
We're going to a scary place.
He's going to be scared after the 3 hours that he thinks he's on a different planet.
Yeah,
Yes.
once you can like form thoughts again,
Yeah.
you'll be afraid.
Yeah.
What you should do, Josh, is like this is pretty much every state has this stuff called Delta 8 that's legal.
Yeah, we have
And
it here.
Yeah. I just take those like gummies, like Delta 8, and it's just a weaker version of weed. You just need to take a little more, but
They
it
don't
is more
affect you at all.
relaxing. If you're taking 100 of like real weed, then your tolerance is probably too high for that to fuck with you. But I like it.
So, William Wallace, how is your freedom?
Oh man, we've been having a great time. Just a
Good.
great time. Yeah. Landed a couple days ago and got to our place here and just been smoking a lot of marijuana. It's been a good time.
Who's there?
Oh yeah. who's there now?
ZT and Scum and Chocolate Thunder and Fish right now.
It's a good group. It's a good
Yeah.
group.
It's a good group of fellas. What? So it's just been. Has anybody been trying to push you into activities, and you've had to be like, I don't know if you thought I was joking when we were leading up to this, but no, I'm going to get high all day.
Yeah, they've attempted it to no avail. You know?
Dumbasses. They thought you were being facetious.
For one thing, I have just so like no tolerance whatsoever. So like just a little bit, like not only is really strong, but it lasts for a really long time. Like I'll be high for like 4 hours or something stupid. And so if I smoke the wrong thing, then I end up just passing out and going to sleep for 4 hours in the middle of the day anyway. So
Waste of money.
Has that happened a couple times?
Yeah. I slept in today. I was like, they were like, "Hey, go-karts," and I was like, "You know what? I'm gonna sleep right up until PKN. That's what I'm gonna do. You guys should go. You guys should go ride some go-karts, though."
I want to see you rent motorcycles. I know, I like it, but also Scum is there, and he is the wheelie master I wish I was. So I just want it to happen. That's all.
It's not going to happen.
Oh, okay. Well, you know what? You set clear boundaries, Kyle. I have to live with that.
Yeah, you just throw some cold water on
months leading it.
I talked about the possibility of it, but then when we got down to the nitty gritty of it, it was like
scramblers or
it was like,
something.
but where was I going to put my helmet? And like I have 2 bags, and they're both like packed to the brim with all of my stuff. They're really honest. Like, I mean, I did bring my sous vide, but other than that, there weren't really any luxury items that I packed along for the trip. I really couldn't have fit the helmet unless I wore it onto the plane or something.
So I'm sure. Is it weird? Because I'm assuming you have the lowest tolerance of anyone there.
Mm,
And that's
very much
probably
so.
not a position you've ever been in with weed. And so for once, you're the one where it's probably Fish sitting there like, oh man, just try one more of these, just half of one. Just half of one, and you're just getting two. Are you even able to do edibles right now? You're probably getting so ripped on just vape hits that you don't even need it.
Oh wait,
no.
You have to build your tolerance in the next 2 days.
That's not going to happen. I'm just
Kyle,
going to.
you
I'm going to be a
have
I'm just going to be
something.
Yeah, I'm just going to be a zombie on PKA. Is what's going to happen, and I'm going to put my sunglasses on, and I'm going to sit here, and I'm just going to nod when you guys say things.
Maybe not take it the first few minutes. Like, help us out a little bit for half a show.
Yeah.
Can you give us the first 2 hours so it's not just a nap?
Yeah,
if you get that high, I'm going to get the vape in protest.
No, please don't.
We do that in protest. I just go eat way too many Delta 8 gummies. You get the vape, and it's just
And we all
episode
sit here and
500
do
whatever.
nothing.
We just nap.
Yeah.
But if you guys like really thought about like black holes, like, none of us know fucking
What I'll
anything about it.
What
I
I'll
hear
probably
that-
do is I'll take it about 2 hours into the show.
Mhm.
That way you get 2 hours of like this version of me, which is still a little altered, but can form sentences. And then like it starts kicking in like 2 hours into the show. And so, oh no, I would take it 2 hours into the show, but it would start kicking in like an hour later. And then like right at the end of the show, I would be the least here version of me that there was going to be.
Have you
Maybe
done
that's
any
the plan.
sous vide cooking yet, or no?
No, dude, no.
There's been no.
Have you done any Uber Eats or Postmates yet?
We made some tater tots last night. That's the extent of the cooking so far. But I had a lovely charcuterie board on the flight over, so that was cool. The flight was
flexing on poor Taylor.
Wow.
Yeah, we landed in Denver, and I was excited I was high when I landed because I smoked Delta 8.
Mhm.
So like I smoked Delta 8, which is legal in Georgia but illegal in Colorado. So before I got on the plane, I just got real good and high. And when I landed, they couldn't get the bridge to attach to the plane.
Oh no. That's
For
annoying.
almost an hour. We sat there, and they had already taken the luggage out. So now it's kind of weird moving the plane because the weight distribution is all wrong. And they're like they're tail heavy, he said. And so what they need to do is leave this terminal and go to a new one that has a better like bridge attachy thing, whatever that
I
thing's
hope
called.
they told everyone to walk to the front.
Attention,
You
passengers.
rotund, sir. We're
Not
gonna
up here
need
with
you
me.
to come to first class.
We are going to need everybody to jump on 3.
We sat there for 45 minutes, and you ever see like a professional struggling with their area of expertise?
Yeah.
And you want to be like, hey, do this. But you're like, but I'm not an airline pilot, am I? Turns out I'm not a cardiologist. Maybe I'll let him make the incision. But I was sitting there like, why don't we just pull forward a little? An hour after we've been sitting there, he goes, we're going to try a little maneuver here. He pulled forward 2 feet and it hooked up. I swear to God, this happened. He pulled forward 2 feet and hooked us up, and we all got off the plane.
That sucks. So just
I
an
wonder
hour
who
of your
was
time wasted.
responsible for you not being pulled far enough. Was it the pilot? It was probably the guy on the ground with the flashlights.
I don't know, but like the guy sitting next to me, his wife was actually in the terminal, so she was taking pictures so you could see the outside like viewpoint and sending them to him. And they're like 2 guys on top of the plane. The pilot's like looking out of the window. He's got the windows open, and they're just yelling at each other. I don't know what the fuck happened, but when I finally got on the ground, I was so happy that was just over, that I was just off that plane, because it didn't seem like we were going to get off. It seemed like they were just going to turn around and take us back to Atlanta.
We're
No
trying
luggage.
to maneuver. We're going to go back to Atlanta.
Turns out being tail heavy makes launching easy.
Yeah.
Turns out we have someone who illegally brought not the product, but they were high on Delta 8 right now. We're flying. We're going to parachute them off at an Alabama penitentiary.
You weren't high when you landed, were you?
Yeah.
The good times were over.
Yeah, I'm sure.
No, they were still going.
Oh yeah, I was still high. Yeah, I was still high when I landed. Yeah, for sure. Just no tolerance whatsoever, and everything lasts longer too. So that's been interesting.
What
we
movies
went to?
Oh, go ahead.
We went to the most depressing place I've ever been to. So there's this. There
What
are
were you doing in Conway?
There are very few places in like Denver that you can smoke that aren't like your like private place, like your hotel room or your some hotel rooms allow it, but you know your whatever you're renting, your house, that sort of thing. But one of them, it's called like it's that place you and I talked about, Taylor. The
the little cafe place.
The little cafe.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me that it was like something out of a horror movie in there?
I mean, it's a little seedy, but I don't remember it being that bad.
Dude, we're led into this place where she's like, we have coffee, tea, and water. They're free. Would you like a bag of Funyuns? And it's like, I was like, no, I don't need Funyuns.
What's their profit model?
They don't have one because something about the zoning or the property rights there, they don't technically own the place. They're like renting it. And because they're renting it, they can't sell food, which doesn't make any sense to me.
That's bizarre.
Did you pay for anything?
The weed. We paid for weed.
I thought that was a different place, the way you described it previously.
Okay. They're like
right next to each other.
They're like they're attached. They're attached at the hip, like same entrance and everything. You just kind of turn left, and it's the same staff. And that's the racket that you buy weed from their terrible dispensary, and then you smoke it in their incredibly terrible cafe. We went to this back room with a big table that had cigarette burns all over it, a TV that didn't work, and an old couch in the corner. And we just sat there, and like one of the walls was nothing but like painted concrete blocks, like high school, and the other was like this really dingy board that was like warping into the room. And I was like, we gotta get the fuck out of here. We gotta get the fuck out of here.
Like people are doing more than just weed in here.
If we were watching a movie and people were hanging out here, we'd be like, why are they still there? Why are they still there?
Why haven't they left? Don't they know, you know, the one-legged patron behind the bar who's like saying cryptic messages at
Don't they smell the bodies? Don't they smell the bodies?
Okay, these two places had the same owner. Right.
Oh, 100%.
I'm sure.
Yeah. All right.
Now, there's more than one of these places. Like, this is like a common thing.
Not really.
I don't remember a seedy back room. Then again, I didn't get anything from there. I was with my cousin,
you didn't go into the seedy
and it was
back
literally
room.
like we just went over there briefly, and then we're high, and then went out to a restaurant. So we didn't really spend any time there.
Yeah, we hung out there for a little bit, waiting on people to land.
Do you have any plans to cook, or not?
Yeah, whenever we can get the great minds that have assembled here in Colorado together to decide on one meal, I'll do that. I'm making up some sort of breakfast casserole for everyone in the morning with like sausage and egg and cheese and hash browns. That thing that like Woody's wife made for me one time that was really fucking good. When I stayed over, she made this breakfast casserole, and I went home and I was like, in North Carolina, they have a breakfast dish called breakfast casserole. It's incredible.
It's all your normal breakfast ingredients, but layered.
I'm glad that you liked it.
It literally is. It was so good.
I'll
it was
pass
so
that
good.
on.
Yeah.
So as you know, obviously, at least one person has been getting a little too uppity with wanting to do things and not just chill. What
was
is
it? Give us the name. Who
was
wanted to
it?
do
Fish?
something? I bet it was Scum. Scum just looks like an active person.
I think it might have been ZT.
Damn, both wrong.
Yeah. I think so. I don't plan on doing very much of anything. I do want to do the go-kart riding.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to be about it. That's
enough for 1 week.
Because the thing is, 2 weeks.
Wait, is it the same crew for?
No, it's some leave and then some filter in. Like a few get replaced, a few don't. Because this weed is like so strong, and I have no tolerance whatsoever. Like the smallest amounts are like crippling amounts of weed. Like I don't need to be doing anything right now that requires any sort of responsibility or know-how. I made those tater tots last night, and I was so careful getting them out of the oven. I was like, hang on, let's think about this a minute. We're gonna want the pot holders. I wasn't sure at first.
We're gonna want the pot holders.
It's 450 degrees.
Wait, do you have a thin napkin?
Soak it in water first. That'll keep it cold.
If you get your hands wet, you can quickly pull it out of. So it was just a
for those who don't know, that'll
steam
burn you.
right?
What now?
Just a frozen bag of like Ore-Ida.
Yeah, I put them in a fucking metal pan and baked them for 20 minutes. Yeah, that was the cooking. But no, I'm going to do that breakfast casserole in the morning. Mornings are a good time to get to me because
you're not high yet.
I'm not high yet.
So what are you? What do you? I don't know how to ask it. Are you doing edibles? Are you smoking flower? What do you smoke out of? I'm curious about this.
I've been smoking a disposable vape a lot. That's like 90 fucking percent THC. So like one hit of it is just so strong.
So I probably have a bitch vape.
I don't know. I don't know. I didn't realize that vapes were more like taking dabs now, or at least some of them are. And so I've got like a 1 gram vape
You've
cartridge.
changed your opinion on vapes, perhaps, because you were kind of anti-vape a month or two ago.
Yeah, this vape is incredibly strong. Like one or two hits of it is. Sometimes I'll get high and I'll forget what I'm doing, and I'll just sort of be like puffing, like I've got my nicotine vape, and it's like, oh no, like
someone else is gonna have to handle the tater tots tonight.
I'm literally like, I'm in my like recliner chair, like leaned all the way back with my hands like this, and I'm not trembling, but I'm vibrating on the inside. And I'm just and nobody else can like fathom how high I am. So I'm just not even bothering to tell them, because what are they going to do with that information? But
are you getting to that point where like when you tell your hand to move, it's behind your like mental impulse and
little input lag?
You're like, yeah, the input lag. That's when I can tell like, oh, I'm way too fucking high.
Yeah. I've gotten way too high like several times already, just from smoking, because like they'll smoke joints and they get these fancy caviar joints that are like marijuana mixed with like concentrated marijuana rolled into a really big joint, and we'll pass that thing around.
Sounds potent.
It's very
it's the best weed you can imagine, rolled in the best concentrate you imagine, with the best crystals on earth. Wrapped in a pot leaf.
They managed to make the wrapping out of mushrooms.
Don't even pick it up. It'll leach into your skin. I mean,
yeah. And like 2 or 3 hits of that, and I'm just way too high. So yeah, just a little bit of anything, and I'm way too high. So it's been really easy to get there.
What's the entertainment been like? Like, what was like number one on your docket of I'm stoned to shit, let's put this on?
You know, I really didn't care once I was stoned. So we watched a bunch of stuff so far. A lot of Trailer Park Boys, because a few of them had never seen the Trailer Park Boys.
That's surprising.
I'm looking forward to being here for a few more days. We're just getting started, really.
You're going to stay in that building for the next for the first 2 weeks. Does that sound right?
Yeah, I'm coming back after 2 weeks for sure.
Oh, because you had previously talked about finding another way to stay there.
Yeah. I considered staying out longer, but now that I'm here, I'm 2 weeks is going to be plenty of this.
Yeah.
2 weeks is plenty of this.
Okay.
And also like having tried that Delta 8 before I left Georgia, that shit's really strong. Like it's just I don't know why people call it weed light. Like those people have a problem. They should seek out some assistance, because good God, I took a hit of that Delta 8 like concentrate vape, and it was much stronger than any of the weed that I've smoked. Like it's
really?
it was so goddamn strong.
Wait, pause on that. Stronger than the weed you smoked in Colorado?
Yeah.
Is it possible you're not qualified to measure right now?
I think I am. I don't know. I took one hit of that thing and I was just pants on head high. And then I smoked, like a good bit out here. And I get that high, don't get me wrong, but like with more weed than just one hit.
You're a shell of who you used to be. You used to be an Olympic level pot consumer. You were world class. And now, I mean, I don't mean to hurt your feelings, but you've faded since.
I have.
And I hardly respect your opinion on Delta 8, to be honest with you.
It's amateur time over here.
You don't even seem to have a drug problem.
I mean, my friend smoked it too, and he was like, oh yeah, it's really fucking strong. I think they just are. I went to the vape shop that I normally get like nicotine vapes, and I was like, you got Delta 8, right? She's like, right here next to the nicotine stuff. It's like, oh my God, I don't need a.
You were here all this time?
I knew it was there, but I didn't want to look. Like I'd go in there and like avert my eyes. Like I wouldn't look over there at the over the counter stuff that's essentially just as good as weed that everyone here can smoke.
Is there anything a consumer needs to know when buying Delta 8? Do you say I want Delta 8 concentrate? Give me the 90%. Or you?
I don't know. I would go online and do some research about the different vape companies because it's not FDA approved, so you want to find a company that's a well-known company, I think, so you're not smoking anything weird. But I just got a vape pen, and they came in half grams and full grams, and I got a half gram, and it was really, really fucking strong. But I don't know anything about it. Not well enough to tell anybody about it, other than my anecdotal experience the other night was that it was really, really fucking strong.
Thank God you have your Dr. Peppers.
Yeah,
back up.
Yeah, we're good.
Did Fish bring them?
No, I never ran out. He was just offering if this one runs dry, he's there like a pit crew.
I feel like we have not mentioned the fact that you are a free man in Colorado. To us, it seems like we did PKN, but most people didn't see that.
Oh, those people. Yeah.
Check out the Patreon for PKN, an extra hour of the three of us retards.
The best hour.
The best hour.
The one we try on. So
yeah, this shit sucks, but it sucks by design. We're paying you to go buy the good stuff.
Yeah, you might not know it, but we do PKN shirtless.
Yeah,
that's true.
Absolutely.
Or at least Woody always does.
And pantsless. Yeah. So landed in Colorado on Saturday, and I've just been real high ever since. Having a great time. I did do Delta 8 before I came out here because I wanted to be able to compare the two. Delta 8 to me is just as strong as like
there was a gap after
else.
midnight where you were free but still in Atlanta.
Yeah. So I tried that Delta 8 stuff, and it was really strong. Really strong. I got a Delta 8 vape, and then when I got here, I compared it to like a strong marijuana vape, and I think the Delta 8 is at least as strong and maybe even fucking stronger. It was so goddamn strong.
I meant to mention it on PKN because you were like, because you talked about how like before you smoked, like you weren't that into vapes. You liked like the concentrates, like using a dab rig. And it's like, it was funny thinking like you were out of the game for so long that technology increased to the point that like you're hitting it and you're like, it's just like taking a dab.
Yeah.
But it's in a pen. Like,
yeah.
I mean, being out of the weed world for 4 years is like, I mean, like this is the burgeoning industry. Like it's changed.
He's like one of those prisoners that are like, dude, phones have screens now.
Yeah.
Their payphones are gone.
Yeah. For those who don't know what you're talking about, like when I was smoking a lot of weed 5 years ago or whatever, it seemed to me that like vape pens were like weak sauce. It was like an electronic joint, essentially.
You told me I hadn't even been high.
I'm not sure you have, but I mean, I want to believe. I'm kind of like, just like in kind of Mulder in the X-Files kind of thought process.
At the 2 hour point, I'm
you're gonna go get get hydrated. Yeah, go get hydrated.
Right.
But yeah, it seemed to me at least like 5 years ago when I would smoke a vape pen out here that like it was kind of weak sauce. It was kind of like a really weak joint that you had to hit like 10 times to get stoned, and even then it was kind of this like head high, not really a body high. It was kind of a giggly high. But the one that I got out here immediately, like a $60 1 gram pen, it is more like a dab rig or something. It's what it feels like to me. Granted, it's either that technology has advanced and they just literally are stronger, or I just have no sense of like any tolerance whatsoever. Because not only does it a small amount get me really stoned, but it lasts for like 3 or 4 hours, which is something I'm not accustomed to. So,
that's in Blame Truth.
Yeah.
Do you have the expertise to compare marijuana to Delta 8? Because Kyle's opinion doesn't match what I read online.
Yeah, I definitely do.
I do not. No, I do not.
It's like I feel like Delta 8 is more. I feel like there's almost like a cap on it, like a ceiling. Like you need to take a ton of it. And I've definitely taken too many Delta 8 edibles before and like woken up the next day and been like, oh, I'm still definitely high. But it's not as strong as regular edibles or regular weed. Because like I've eaten like 50 milligram edibles of like real shit when I'm out in Colorado, and I'm real fucking high. For a lot of people, that's a huge amount. For a lot of people, it's fucking nothing. Like that's how the tolerance thing works. But I'm like, I'll like get to like a borderline. I'm really uncomfortable, and then get away from that and be back to normal. Whereas like 50 milligrams of Delta 8, like I'm fucking hunky dory. There's no mind aspect to it really. Like it's not very mental. It's just like a body buzz, physical like relaxation high. So I almost prefer it more, honestly. Like it's,
I didn't understand that you were trending that way.
If it were legal, if regular weed were legal here, I'd switch to regular weed if it was the same cost. But Delta 8's cheaper than the shit in Colorado. Like Kyle, like you have that 1 gram thing for $60. A 1 gram thing here with Delta 8 is like $30. I got like one of these for like $29.99.
What is that?
And this is the same
bubble gum?
It's a little vape. A Delta 8 vape. And they like this is a 1 gram one. They last, this is still half full. I've had this for weeks. Like
and
it's
it
not
was
the only one I
$30
have.
and you've had it for weeks.
It's not the only one I have, but like yeah, these last a super long time. Because again, like you don't need to just rip. You don't want to like just sit and rip it all day. Like I'll take a hit. Like it's one of those things where like sometimes like you have a stressful day and it's like, damn, I'm gonna hit that pen 1,000,000 times and I'm gonna soar off into the sky. And then like you sit down and you hit it once, maybe twice, and then like 2 hours later, it's like, oh yeah, I was gonna hit it a lot. Get really high.
It's what form was I just assumed that you had a Delta 8 vape pen, but I don't think you ever said what it was.
Yeah. I got this little it was like shaped like an oval, this vape pen from my local like vape shop. And I took one hit and it didn't really work. Like it wasn't heated up yet. And I took a second that actually did work, and that was enough to get me so like just coughing my lungs out and like salivating, so to the point where I'm like spitting in the sink and like throwing cold water in my face.
Yeah.
It was never that harsh again, but that first hit was like super duper harsh.
Yeah,
and I was off. It was like burning some plastic out of the way to get to the Delta 8. Who knows? That shit's not FDA approved. Nobody's looking over their shoulder. There could be anything in there. That's the real issue.
I do know that I like as far as people who have like really high weed tolerances, I have one friend who used to smoke an insane amount and he had to stop because of some job thing. And then he switched to Delta 8, which you'll still piss hot on Delta 8. So, but for him, like he needed like 3 times the amount of Delta 8 to get to the same level as weed. Like, and maybe that's like a specific tolerance thing. It's weird. It's like your tolerance varies so much. Whereas with like booze, like, you know, it doesn't.
Did someone tell me, maybe it was Taylor, but I'm not sure, that if you build up a Delta 8 tolerance, that doesn't cross over to pot and vice versa?
Yeah, someone was telling us that.
Yeah, like just interesting. Anecdotally, like when I was on vacation and smoked after doing nothing but Delta 8 for a while, just a couple hits off of a joint or a blunt, and I was like too high. So yeah.
Oh, so your tolerance recovered while you did Delta 8.
Because I went and I was like, oh, this
solved how like a tolerance break sucks.
Literally, yeah.
We don't do tolerance breaks. We just rotate crops.
We just switch drugs. We just yeah, it's great. And like the biggest edge it has over weed is the price. At least here, it is so much fucking cheaper than like stuff even at the dispensary. Because I've looked online at like if you get your medical card, what the dispensary is like. A friend of mine has it, and it is easily twice as much for the same amount at the dispensary.
Yeah, but again, you know, it's not regulated, and we're not 100% sure what the fuck's in there, which is a little scary. I think I'm gonna do some research online when I get back to like find a more reputable like Delta 8 source or like company, maybe somebody who does it.
Find a good brand that makes
feel
good
like
stuff.
the gas station's not. So that's like
I went to a vape shop.
That. Oh, you did? Okay. I thought it was
so like
they sell it at gas stations.
They do sell it at gas stations, but I went to the vape shop because I felt like it might be a more reputable brand if it came out of a glass case instead of like some guy reaching back behind the lotto tickets.
You might be right. I never considered this. Like when I buy a Monster energy drink because I'm driving tired, I never consider how reputable the source is.
No, I guess not. That's because there's no brands with this stuff. I mean, there are, but I don't recognize them. So this could be the Coca-Cola of of Delta 8, or it could be like the Hyundai. I don't know.
You know, that's a thing. I went to there's a gas station kind of near me that, best way I can put it is, everything in the store is like expired. I wish I was joking. I got
these
some,
things have to be 18 years old when they're Fritos and like.
I mean, it's
Coca-Cola.
everything in the store. I got some of those sour punch straws. You know, they're like kind of chewy. You ever had them? Anybody ever had them?
Yeah, when I was like 8.
Yeah, well, fuck it, man. Like, they're good. And yeah, these were hard as a rock. I could have like wrapped them around my hand and used them as like brass knuckles or something. It was insane. Super expired. I still ate them though. Fuck it.
I mean, candy. I don't know that candy really does expire.
It probably doesn't. I'm gonna tell myself that at least, but
neither does canned food out there. You know, I like to give a little public service announcement occasionally. I've told people a lot about salt and the non-dangers of it.
And then my blood pressure went up.
Yeah, that's because. Come on, you got better genetics than Woody, though, right, guys? Like, you're not some salt-sensitive Nancy that can't handle a little more
They're
salt
not
on your
hanging
potato.
half 100 on the calendar either.
That's
true. But also the oh shit, what were you talking about? I lost my train of thought. The
Delta 8 brands.
He's talking about
what's
the
good,
candy.
what's bad,
sour punch
candy,
straws.
old,
Oh,
out of
canned
date
food.
canned food.
Canned food never gets old. Canned food has expiration dates on it, like those cans of soup and stuff, or
That's
green
just the
beans.
trick
or
by
peas.
Big Can to make you buy new ones.
They had to put something there. They couldn't just write, who knows? And that's the truth, though. Like 75 years, and those peas are still good.
We were just starting to talk about last week's PKA.
It's awesome.
It was awesome.
Taylor,
always the best episode ever.
Perhaps
that everybody
Taylor-
loved it.
Taylor was saying right before we pressed record, he was like, I finished the show and I thought, Taylor, you're doing good. That was a good performance by you.
Yeah, and it's so funny when that happens too, because more often than not, if I do have a thought about the show afterward, it's like thinking of missed opportunities or like shit that you botched or fumbled over your words on. And so like to finish one and be like, that feels like it was a pretty good one. And then it's just the least favorite one in ever. We
had a 90% dislike ratio at one point. I think it's gone up since then, but I don't know what it is. And I was like, you've made 3,000 videos. I'm not sure you've ever had this bad a dislike ratio. That's a lot of videos to break new ground with.
So they're mad because I didn't do the edible on last week's show. Is that it?
Yes.
That seems
And,
to be the
I want
main-
to talk about that a little bit. So I sort of fouled up. In my faulty memory, I thought we at least talked about it or explained it. And it may have been pre-show, or you think it was pre-show? Because
I know for a fact it was, because we talked to Blame Truth about it. Here's what happened was, believe it or not, I'm really fucking high over here, and like planning things isn't going to plan very well. But no, we like discussed this before the thing. I was like, yeah, I don't have the edibles yet. I'm gonna have to do it next week, which is this week's PKA. And my memory of that was that it was part of the show. So like, as we progressed through the show, I was kind of like, yeah, we covered that thing. And we had also talked about, being out here and just smoking and having a good time and the whole vacation and everything. So,
now, why couldn't you take 10 100s? Because it's something about a medical card, and I don't know.
Because then I would be 1/10 of the way there. Did you say 10 100s?
Yeah.
You can't get 100s.
I think you can only get 100s if like you have a medical card, but recreational users have it capped at like 10s or something like that. Is that right?
So you would need to take 100 10s.
Yes. So
that would be so funny.
So
Twitch
obviously,
chat doesn't seem to know that.
so obviously, like that's a bit of a slow up too. Got to make sure that we can get an edible powerful enough for me, which I think we have figured out how to do.
Well, you have by tomorrow or so to get it.
Yeah, by Thursday. Yeah. We'll be good.
You're making me
I'm
nervous, Kyle. I want this delivered.
I guess I'll take it like 2 hours into the show. That way I'm awake for 2 hours and then slowly going to sleep for 2 hours.
I mean, if you take 1,000, if you take a gram, like, you might throw up.
I will throw up. Yeah.
You'll probably vomit. Because that's not a pleasant amount to have.
I'm underestimating the severity of this dose.
It's a ridiculous amount to take. Like, it's absurd. 100 gets you fucked beyond it. Way too much. 100 is for most people,
and 1,000 is more than that.
As soon as
times as much.
Yeah, there's no telling exactly how much more.
It's like someone being like, "Well, I mean, it's like a shot of vodka, right?" And it's like, "Yeah, but Kyle promised he would do 30 of them, and so that's like that big bottle at Costco, you know." So he's gonna be vomiting.
No, it'll be fun. We're gonna go to a scary place. Gonna get scared, as they say. I haven't really done any edibles since I've been here. I took about 20 milligrams about an hour ago, just to see how that feels, and it's not that strong. I mean, I'm high, but 20 doesn't really register that much on like the crazy scale. As soon as Dirty got here, he ate 100.
I'm just stuck on, hey, I did a 20, and it's not that big a deal. So I'm sure 1,000's fine. Like, what can 980 more be?
Well, there is a difference, right? Because like, if I was really feeling 20, like 1,000's awfully scary. I think there's a saturation issue that comes into play at some point. It's like, how much can your body even like utilize?
Yeah, or 1,000 and 10,000 are the same, probably.
I believe that. I believe.
You know what? I have had that theory about calories. And I'm not sure it's true, but I just feel like if I eat, say, a 4,000 calorie day, that gets me fat. If I eat 40,000 calories, I'm not sure I keep 10 times as many.
No, there's no way. There's no way we're that like efficient at like.
It's like the Japanese, the hot dog guy. Like, he's probably like a lot of what he's shitting after those competitions. It's probably like damn near fully formed hot dogs because he's barely taking bites. His body can't digest all of that in a day. So it's the same principle.
No, but yeah.
Kobayashi's theorem, they call that.
Sorry, I guess we didn't cover that. Sorry, I guess that we didn't cover that. We
that's our bad.
I don't take any of the blame. I was mostly apologizing for them because they're sober. Like they don't have an excuse. Like I paid my bills today. Like my checkbook's out right over here. Like I'm this high and I managed.
If that's true, show us your bank account number.
Show us your checkbook.
I was so ready to. Yeah. It's real fucking high pretty much the all day since I've been here. I've been having a great time. Like Taylor said, I think they underestimated like how little I want to do. Mm-hmm. But I am having a fantastic time.
Speaking of chocolate and yummy treats, Kyle, you made some delicious baked goods today, packed with just probably a stupid amount of marijuana.
So I took, I wrote it all down.
That's less than I expected.
I took 7 grams of 25% THC marijuana, and I cooked that into cupcakes for a total of 1,750 milligrams of THC, which is a little more than we want tonight.
Almost twice as much.
So we are doing 6
about
of them.
About 10 times more than I want.
You took about 2/3 of the cupcakes.
I've got 2/3.
The other 1/3, I guess, is for
the only problem is 2/3 of the cupcakes when you're trying to hit 1,000 milligrams is an entire plate of cupcakes.
Taylor, are you looking at that and thinking, what's the problem? Because
I started on this one already.
What are you gonna eat the last 3 hours of the show?
So I think what I'm going to do is start like by eating one now and then slowly rank.
Yeah, you should ease into it.
Yeah, that's. Do they taste good? Oh, sorry.
No, they don't. Fuck. That was my question. They don't. They don't. They taste like grass, probably. That tastes like chocolate. If I had to guess, like everything that I've had, especially that strong, just tastes like grassy chocolate.
Yeah. It's really strong with weed, but I did put real frosting on top, so that doesn't taste like shit.
Yeah, it looks like you put a huge amount of chocolate to mask it.
I went to this smoke shop today and I bought Delta 8, an edible.
No!
Wait.
No, I just the whole Delta 8 stuff is kind of it's legal for me to get regular weed here, so it's like why I always have this weird connotation. Yeah, I have this weird connotation with like anything that's not traditional THC. Right, like when I was growing up, kids smoking spice and like the other like stuff, it just is weird. But I think Delta 8's fine. I'm pretty
You
sure
also
it's
think
fine.
Delta 8 is the bee's knees. That it has like
It is great.
It's
Yeah.
not bad for you in the same way that pot's not bad for you, right? Like alcohol's worse. And anyway, I could go on. And it's legal. And I thought that, I don't know. I guess I'm just trying to. They were really mad last week, and we're doing like a makeup episode. We're trying to get it right.
We'll get high as shit. And no, like if I know what you mean about spice and having that hesitance, because like if this were like spice, no one would be doing this, because I
know,
did
but it's
spice
not.
in high school and it was just a panic attack. We've talked about it before, so I won't dwell on it, but it was the least pleasant drug I've ever done in my life, and I would never do it again. The reason that Delta 8's so popular is because it feels pretty much the same as weed.
Mom,
So
if you're watching,
that's what I've heard,
This is a
but
gentle thing. Alcohol's
Yeah.
way worse. They say it's science.
So
yeah, I mean,
so my probation ended on the 2nd. So I got a Delta 8 vape pen. So at midnight we started like just fucking hitting that thing before I flew to Denver, and in the morning, and it got me so scary high. Like the Delta
I would
8
hope
got me
so.
like maybe it was just because that was the first thing I'd ever smoked, and when I get back I'll be like, oh, this Delta 8 stuff's weak, but like it seems as strong to me as like this like dab pen. Like it
I
seems
asked the
so
guy-
strong.
We'll see. I asked the guy behind the counter if Delta 8 was stronger than pot, and I'll save you what an annoyance that was. But the takeaway was, some people say one, some say the other. It's close.
Dude, that is such a like rule one. If you've been in a dispensary before, don't ask that fucking weirdo his opinion on any of the weed.
Yeah, don't be
Google
like,
it on
hey,
your
can I like
phone.
it? Yeah.
It looked his size. If I did an ocular pat down, and I thought, this guy is a subject matter expert on weed and Delta 8, and I could use a little hand holding. When I did that in Colorado, the dude was like he knew what was up. He's like, yeah, I know what you need. We'll get you all set up. We'll point you in the direction of success. This guy wasn't that guy. He was unable to answer questions well.
What a
He was
dick.
like
Shocking.
elusive. I was like, is this a bad question? Do I look like
How
a
was
cop
he
or
elusive?
something?
Are you like, how is this drug better than that one? And he's like, maybe.
That's me. He was like, oh, it's hard
We'll
to say.
see,
This-
won't we?
And then he kept thinking that I was going to think that he was lying to me. He's like, yeah, but see what happens if I tell you this thing, then you'll hear something else from someone else, and you'll think that I set you wrong, that I'm not telling you the truth. And I'm like, no, I just don't know. I don't know. I want some help.
Yeah.
And
That guy's smoking too much weed. He's paranoid.
Yeah, he's paranoid in his own like head shop. He's like, "Are you a narc, dude?" Like, I don't
asked
know.
him. I was like, is this a bad question? Like, am I coming off like a cop? He's like, no, Delta 8's legal. It's not a cop thing. And then he proceeded to dodge my question.
Do I look like you're like open carrying
Yeah.
in the store?
I worry that I
Fiddling
look
with
like
the
a cop.
trigger.
Like, I've got a bit of a cop look, right? Does this not scream undercover detective at least a little, right?
You absolutely,
Detective, no.
yeah, a little bit. If you had a mustache, damn.
Detective would have, or a regular cop would have shorter hair, no?
I
No,
don't know.
I've seen
I
regular
think
cops
you've got a very copy. I was gonna say you're the top from your eyebrows up. Looks like I should be afraid.
Very
Okay.
copy.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very copy. Just from there up, though, you look like it works.
What does a detective look like? Well, I guess detectives. No, I was thinking of like an undercover agent. It wouldn't matter. A detective isn't solving crimes like.
He looks like a normal
in the
normal
shadows.
person.
Like Sherlock Holmes.
Yeah.
Like Sherlock Holmes.
I was wearing a trench coat and a paperboy hat.
It was
Maybe
that
that
pipe.
was the issue.
This is me and my gay assistant, who has a crush on me, and I'll never acknowledge it.
Wait, is Watson gay?
I thought, maybe I read a tweet about that.
Was it a fan fiction about like how they wanted Watson to fuck?
I guarantee that's out there.
I want to explain what happened last week with the lack of pot. We explained it on PKN, and we all knew we'd do it again on PKA. So why didn't we do 1,000 milligrams last week?
Because it's irresponsible.
No, it was
that doesn't stop us.
We talked about it pre-show, but I was so high that I thought we talked about it during the show last week, but we just couldn't get any edibles, and I wasn't really thinking of doing it that week necessarily. I didn't think that like I had said it was going to be the first week or whatever. I just said I'd do it on the show. So I was surprised anybody was upset.
Regardless, we got everything now. You've got your nasty ass chocolate muffins, and you can just wolf those down.
I can wash them down with this
cream
Zevia. Yeah.
You need milk. What
There
what
is-
is that you have there?
It's cream soda. It's like Zevia.
Oh, okay.
It's not a good. It's a terrible mixture.
Why are you looking at it like it's bad? The cream soda.
Because
is
I'm
the best
eating these
flavor.
weed cupcakes with it, and they
Well, then
say
don't rip Zevia. That's a good soda.
You know what you really should have done? You should have blended it into a smoothie, and it is probably easier to drink your THC your can of butter than it is to eat it.
I don't think we have a
I
blender
bet.
here.
Oh, you would have. So you would.
you could throw it in there.
I would take
Shake,
milk.
shake.
I would just take milk and there's actually ice cream up there too, and like ice cream and like all of those, and just blend them up and just
There you go. Well, he blended his internet.
like
up.
realm.
Can you get high through your asshole?
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what they say?
Is it like the same? You know how like one shot of vodka in your asshole is like way more because it's just going right in. We all know.
Sure,
it.
I know. Yeah,
we've
yeah,
all
yeah.
tried it. Dozens of
They
times.
say 5. I think 4.
Yeah.
You don't use a tampon for that.
I wonder if it's the same with weed. Like if you put 10 milligrams of like a gummy and let it dissolve in your asshole, maybe
You
you get as
get-
high as if you ate like 80 or something.
I just searched. You get more high boofing weed, and we're not going to get a lot of good answers from Google on this one. I'm going to let you know.
No studies have been done.
Bing question.
No one's
Metro.co.uk wrote an article March 21st, 2017 with the title, "You should be putting weed up your anus instead of smoking it, doctor's advice."
Doctors advice.
Yeah,
Hi, everybody. You should be shoving it up your asshole. I'm Dr. Nick. In case the impression was so bad, you didn't know
It does
what
make
I'm
a
doing.
certain sense. Like if you smoke it, there's some particulate matter and lung damage. I know it's not a lot because you tend not to smoke as much air, I guess, as you would a cigarette, right? But people don't
they
smoke
say-
22 joints a day.
No, your throat would die. They say use a repository and then throw it up there, not like sit on the trees. And
Do they sell marijuana suppositories that you can stick up your butt?
But I'm thinking of a market now if they don't.
But and I don't know how this absorption works. Do girls have 2 options?
Oh
Yeah, they can get twice as high, and you can too if you're really dedicated. Just
Wait,
sounding it. You're like rolling it and sounding. I've made a very
Now you
long
have my
spike-
attention.
long spike of honey oil you need to insert into your dick hole.
God damn it! Wait,
that is
but you-
we're all progressive here with sex and everything. That should be illegal.
Sounding?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no need for that. I can understand a need for getting elbow deep in somebody's ass medically, but not. There's no need for to stretch your urethra.
Yeah, those are like the ultimate like send some. It's like what Jar Guy and
BME
Goatsy
Pain
used to be.
Olympic, yeah.
BME Pain Olympic. That one, it sucks how like all of us who came up on the internet in that time, like I can close my eyes and picture every bit of that guy's asshole.
Yeah, yeah.
You know,
I can. I know I can recognize Goatsy so well that somebody had in a video game I believe I was playing had like carved it into like the hieroglyphics and stuff. I turned the corner and I was just like, wait, that's oh man, like it was like 5 pixels and I'm like, yep, he's spreading his ass.
I have easily recognized pretty small Goatsy ASCII art before.
Yeah,
I remember like having to consciously get myself like away from looking at Bane's mask. Like
my,
Goatsy.
you're right.
Because I
Yeah.
was like, this isn't going to be a good movie if I'm looking at his mouth like it's Goatsy. But it wasn't that great of a movie anyway. I think the more years that go by since I've seen it, the more I'm realizing, yeah, the Bane one really dropped the ball.
I need to see it again. I liked it at the time, but I think I've only seen it once.
Yeah, it's not a terrible movie or anything. It's just
Yeah, it
compared to the first two. No.
They have a fist fight in broad daylight. Nobody brought a weapon.
God, it is a bad
True.
movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it is.
That is the
Batman.
problem with low tier superheroes. That like
Well,
that
he's the
regular
piece-
people can beat them with
He's the
guns.
peak in DC, right?
His vertebrae was
Batman?
sticking out of the skin, and he crawled out of a pit, traveled across the entire globe, and then started that signal fire on the fake Brooklyn Bridge.
Only because he had health insurance. If he were a poor superhero, he would have been fucked.
You're right.
He had no way to call like a jet or anything. They didn't even explain that. He was just in the middle of nowhere.
Didn't he
After...
fix it by rehabbing it himself in a pit?
Yeah,
They
yeah, he
had
rehabbed
universal
in the
health
pit.
insurance in that country. It wasn't high tech, but
Vertebrae was sticking out.
And that is
Taylor's blended his internet.
Like fuck,
Taylor. That usually when someone pauses, they look bad, but Taylor's got a good look going on right there.
He looks suspicious. He looks like he thinks someone's lying.
I'm seeing handsome.
He looks
now
like
that
a
you
screen-
say it, I see that too.
He's like, yeah, keep going, but sure, you got stabbed. Okay, Hey, what's up? It's Blurry Taylor.
Fuck. You'll come back, Taylor. I think it'll just move. It'll fix itself.
Oh, you hear me still?
I can. You're a robot-y, but I got the words.
What the fuck up, you guys?
It kind of looks like DJ Khaled in this one.
That morbidly obese guy.
Yeah, but just in the face with the.
Feel better.
That's a good ass burn. Yeah. No, that's horrible, ugly. You look like him, no, but not like the funny part.
All right, you're so fucked up. You're so fucked up.
All right, I'm gonna be back. I'll come back.
So let's edible.
Mm-hmm.
I'm thinking of taking it 1 hour in. I'm taking 25 milligrams.
Ooh,
look at us.
That was
That's
good.
better.
I like that one.
You like that one? All right.
No, I mean that one looked like we were about to have a debate on like ESPN on like which quarterback is less racist or something.
I was thinking of taking mine 1 hour into the show so I'd get more effect from it. They said there'd be more show around it.
30, 45 minutes an hour. Depends on what you're taking and how much you ate and all that stuff. But I mean,
Just
if
had
you
dinner.
take
Does that
Yeah.
hurt it or help it?
hurt it, but I don't think it's not like you'll get less high. It just will probably take more time. It's got to mingle with the food.
Not
Now
yet,
you're
Taylor.
fucked.
Now you're actually fucked.
Yes, silly Taylor.
This is
I
what
think it'll
happens.
just go away as soon as your wife's download finishes. Why did I bring her into it? Then, because it was a joke, then it'll be fixed.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, if I were, depending on how confident and comfortable you are operating when you are when you have taken edibles, I think a full hour of the show at the end is plenty for you to get. Everybody's different. For me, if I take edibles, I'm gonna fall asleep.
Yeah,
Like,
he's
I don't
never
know.
taken them before. I'm gonna make some coffee soon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go get a coffee in a moment. But yeah, I don't know. It's been fun. This whole trip's been really fun. Dirty, just getting so fucking high, and I'm always joking about like slipping drugs into his drink and stuff to keep him on his toes. And I pretended like I was injecting him with something last night. He flipped out. It was great. So I've been keeping him really paranoid because I got like syringes, so I can. If he just sees me, like
right.
I can like boop him with my finger and then just be like, like as I'm walking away, like pay no mind.
Eric, are
Yes.
these good jokes or bad jokes?
I mean, if you're the type of person that's gonna fall, like if you think Kyle has an injectable drug he's gonna spend on your forearm to get you high, then you kind of deserve to get pranked.
If I have injectable drugs, I'm not sharing them.
That's what I'm saying. Whenever somebody was like, "Man, they're gonna lace your weed with like psychoactives with LSD," I'm like, nobody's wasting fun drugs on weed. Okay,
No.
Nobody's gonna be like, "Hey, man, laced it with some coke. It's gonna be 4 times the cost now, though."
Yeah, the only thing that'll happen is people will put like fentanyl and stuff or fentanyl or whatever. And
yeah,
stuff.
but no, and cocaine, but like not in weed. I also don't know.
Yeah,
why
not
they
in
do
weed.
that.
They do it because it's so cheap and it gives such a big, like, powerful boost. Like, but they always get the dosage wrong. That's not true. Sometimes they get the dosage wrong. There's lots of people out there doing fentanyl and be like, "Man, this stuff is awesome. My dealer knows the perfect amount of fentanyl to give me. It's wonderful. My last dealer killed 3 girlfriends. This one, amazing."
It is easy to get really inaccurate information around drugs, but I read that when someone dies, it's good for sales. That they're like, "Ooh,
oh yeah,
Kyle sells the good shit."
I would say
Kyle.
I would say
But,
that is more for like heroin or something, right?
That's what it is, right? Heroin.
Right, but fentanyl. There's a current
I think I
issue with.
expected the listener to make that leap. When they sell heroin and someone dies,
Yeah.
because of the fentanyl, what an addict might hear is, "Oh, this shit's strong."
Yeah. That's great.
No, you're right.
Oh,
No,
that's
no,
right.
no,
That's
no
scary.
I mean, I would say that is one reason why they might do it. I don't know.
No injectables. We watched a ton of like really interesting movies. We got The Wizard of Oz on. Got Alice in Wonderland on. Went on some spirit journeys. It was a real
Took
good
Dirty
time.
an hour to recognize Alice in Wonderland.
Dirty gets so fucking high, dude. Like he goes to another place, and
He's not a big man.
He's a little feller, and it really hits him hard, and it's fun to watch. No, it's been a great time. I didn't do a lot of extracurriculars, but I really enjoyed myself inside this house.
You were sending videos last night of how the night was going, and he was kind of winning me over, right? If maybe it was PKN, I was like, my idea of a good vacation is like get up out of your tent and then do shit that might kill you all day. Like that to me is a really cool vacation, right? It could be motorcycles off road or acrobatic paragliding. Like those are the things I've been doing lately. Cool. Then I saw how much fun Kyle was having in a bed, I think. Couch.
We've got like movie theater seats that recline. So we all have recliners except for
What was
Dirty.
Dirt? He was in a bed.
He's on the floor because he's so high he can't sit in a chair.
He was in a bed. No.
There was like this little like one of those fancy couches that like does a okay. And so he transitioned from that to the floor a lot.
In any case, Kyle made doing nothing look like a good time.
Doing nothing is a great time. Often. Sorry, am I okay now?
Yeah, you're good.
Sorry, I don't know what the fuck was up. My internet's fine. Must be terrorists.
That is the most likely conclusion.
I'm glad somebody said something. I was just
I'm tired of
thinking it.
I'm tired of pretending we all don't know what's going on. We're a threat to ISIS with our takes.
ISIS is installed 5G. They're controlling my download rates.
Oh yeah.
Just ISIS shit.
Tucker, I was watching I don't really watch a ton of YouTube videos outside of like the hobbies I'm in at the moment, like Magic the Gathering, archery, weightlifting, whatever. But I was like, a few hours ago, I was like, we're having Tucker on tonight. I want to see what he's up to. And I watched one of your videos that was you were like doing a dab or truth or dab with like hot sauce.
Fuck that. Oh my
God. And there was one story that like I was laughing out loud where you said it was about an autograph and the pizza man and the embarrassment there. Can you say that? I don't want to steal your thunder.
It was so embarrassing. So I ordered pizza to my house back when I was living in Portland, and there's not a lot of delivery places out there. I just moved relatively recently, but it's not like it wasn't in Portland. It was like in a suburb called Washougal, and so there's fuck all there, and there's not many options. I was hungry one day. And so I ordered a pizza from, I think it was Domino's or Pizza Hut. It was like one of the big three. And of course, after waiting a little bit, I get a knock on my door. So I check the security camera. I'm like, oh, there's like your typical high school kid out here delivering food.
Mm-hmm.
And so I've only been there like a month or so, hadn't ordered. And I opened the door and the kid goes like, oh, there you are. And I was like, oh, hey, man. And he goes, all right, well, I got your pizza right here. I just got to ask for one thing. Do you mind if I get your autograph? And I was like, yeah, dude, I'm sorry. I just moved in. How'd you know I live? I mean, like, it's so crazy. And he goes, what are you talking about? And he just hands me the check. And he's like, yeah, can you just sign this for me so I can go? And I was like, word. Okay, this is great. Yeah, no, my bad. And signed it, and he looked at me weird and like walked away. He was like the perfect age to be a viewer. And the way he said it, I was like, well, of course he wants my actual autograph. So I was like, oh, you want me to just sign where? He's like, here on the check.
You're next to the tip line, you fucking idiot.
Yeah, God. That's like the only time that's ever happened.
So
but never
funny.
again will I make that assumption. I'll ask like 4 times, like, are you want an autograph or do you want me to sign? Like,
I see how that would easily happen, though. Like, you have enough people approaching you for things like that you're like, oh, now someone else has me. Yeah, I'll give you my autograph. I was like, no, idiot.
Who do I make this out to?
For the medium pepperoni.
Domino's pizza, you retard.
Yeah. You can write whatever you want there, but you got to sign it.
You got to sign it. I mean, yeah. I remember being afraid that I had my address leaked after such a short amount of time. I was like, it's unavoidable. He has to deliver the pizza that I've ordered. Like, I have to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Did you make a coffee, Kyle?
Yeah, I did. I just walked through the house and they're just passed out. Like every step I took, it was another body. Dirty's on the floor, like 8 steps outside the door.
That is just a clean crack house you have going on there.
Yeah, and it's 6:03 p.m.
laying out.
Yeah, it is 6 p.m. So, it's about time for half of us to be unconscious, I suppose. So, yeah, Fish and Dirty are in there, like, just passed out. Dirty's on the floor.
Now, you're going to do a silly amount of edibles and then take a plane early tomorrow?
Yes.
Speaking of which, let's have a few more bites of those edibles.
Oh yeah,
Of those tasty lawn clippings.
Man.
For yourself. How many are you in now? You've had one?
I've had 2. There are 4 remaining.
Okay, let's slow it down a bit.
That was a solid
the
bite,
case.
though.
I mean, I just it's
I
this
think
is
it was
great.
mostly frosting.
I'm front.
That's
I'm
the good
front.
part.
Yeah.
Was that Tucker?
No, I was gonna just say I'm like front and center to watching like a live performance of like all of the YouTube videos I used to watch when I was in college, called like by like Custom Grow 420, who'd like literally his content was, I'm gonna smoke a gram of dab in one breath or like whatever, and then just it'd be a 20-minute video, 1 minute of doing that, and the next 19 like struggling to survive. You're just like, yeah,
They were all the same. I remember watching some of those too, where it'd be like, I'm going to take a 1.5 gram dab, and then it would just be them doing it, coughing a lot, and going like, oh, it was too much.
I want to thank my followers.
Remember
Really,
to
though, right?
subscribe.
Didn't seem like they had an excess, and they didn't like if they were to take whatever it is, 1/10 of that amount, they get the full effect of it.
Yes,
but it was
there is
like
diminishing returns
spilling
of
out
weed.
over the sides. They're doing it carelessly. They're burning a gram, but they're only consuming like 75% of it. Am I wrong? Did you see
no,
it like
you're
that
correct.
too?
It's
Yeah.
literally, it's a very inefficient way to do that. It'd be like saying, like, if you wanted to get super high, don't smoke a joint, like pack it into a vaporizer and get every last drip of THC out of there.
I don't know what I'm talking
But-
about, but it looked like they were intentionally not getting it all. Like, I'm going to drink an entire beer, and then I'm spilling
All
it
right.
fucking everywhere.
But it's different because the beer doesn't go, you can drink an entire beer over the course of 10 minutes, but you can't smoke a bong after, like, the smoke goes stale, and then you're just dying, and it's not good, and it doesn't work.
I just felt like it wasn't a bong; it was a dab rig. And
Yeah,
if
but-
people don't know anything about this, is a little oil. It's like earwax almost. You put a hot, they call it a nail.
You use a
and then-
blowtorch.
Oh wait, don't you put a nail in it and then it
You-
makes it?
You light up the
Oh, the blowtorch
the
on
bowl, and then you use the nail to dip the wax or the concentrate, and then you go around the very hot nail, and then it vaporizes.
Okay, and then this vaporize comes out, and you breathe it, and it's very, very potent.
Yes.
Anyway, when I watched the guys do it, it seemed like they let a ton go to waste intentionally, like someone who was trying not to drink their drink would.
Regardless, they all ended up miserable, and
Ruined.
none of them enjoyed that time. Like when they're drooling and snot's coming from their nose, and they're just like red in the face. I'm like, nice, bro.
Strain Central
actively
had some
miserable.
hard times after that content period. Like he went like cold turkey on it, and then he got into alcoholism, went to rehab twice. Like it's not too much different than like Only Use Me Blade's business model, where he's drinking on stream. Alcohol's
Do we
worse,
call it a
but-
business model?
Yeah, I think we can.
I mean, MLMs can do it. Why can't we?
Like, hey, everyone, every time you donate, I will self-harm.
Oh my God.
And you just need to find 5 other people to chug a beer, and each of them find 5 other people to chug a beer.
Yeah.
What were you saying?
Sorry, so you guys got me thinking about this. There's another channel that I used to watch by this guy called DeBong Lord. He was just a dude with a black ski mask, but the thing that he would do is he'd smoke out of random objects, but he would either eat or swallow the disgusting fucking bong liquid afterwards, no matter what. So
okay.
like, anyways, Tosh.0, I guess, did a interview profile with him a year ago, but he hasn't uploaded in 6 years. And like, here's some of the, I don't know, here's like, I'll just link one and you guys can make the decision. They're short videos, but like, just some of the things where you're just like, but I used to watch them all like back in college.
Oh, this is
This one's
disgusting.
Yeah, this one's like 2 minutes long, but
This doesn't make weed look fun at all.
it's not. This is not fun. This is absurdly nasty.
He's punishing himself, and he's smoking out of a Gatorade bottle that he like melted with a lighter and then pushed the down stem into.
Yeah.
Just buy some glass, man. That's
Yeah,
that's disgusting.
does this man look like the type of guy that can afford one of those beer helmets that is made custom for his glassware?
Probably not. No, this guy doesn't. It looks like he spent his last money on the weed he's using in every video. Man, old YouTube was kind of more fun with this kind of stuff, where it was like just retarded nonsense instead of like going for monetization and all that. It was just stupid shit. Which, like, if it immediately reverted back to this stupid shit, I would instantly regret it and be like, this is all retarded nonsense. Where's the high quality good stuff?
Yes.
It's I really agree with you that it's not necessarily the type of content. It was how, like, the thought check process that needed to go between somebody sharing the content that they had recorded was about as simple as, can I upload this efficiently? And didn't really go through there was no pretense or idea that, like, should I frame this in a way that if it gets big, I look beneficial, or is this going to be detrimental if it pops off, or do I want to have
people are thinking things like, maybe we should think things like that, guys.
I mean, you already do, whether you think you do or not. It's just like, there's thought that goes into the show and everything versus, like, if you guys just sat down and decided to eat 1,000 milligrams of weed, right? Like Kyle's doing, without any thought behind why you should do it. It's a different type of content. It's spontaneous and not as thought through. And that's why, like, a lot of the old YouTube videos, I'm like, this is so weird. I love it.
One of my favorite old YouTube videos is just that low quality video of a dude smoking a cigarette, like, and he's one of those guys who, like, it looks cool because it's barely hanging out of his mouth, and he's somehow keeping it in there. And he's like, I'm gonna tell you about the time a homeless guy sprayed fucking 90 hits of acid in my mouth. Do you guys remember that video?
No.
Oh, it was hilarious. And he's like, so dude, I'm there. I'm in this fucking. He's like sitting on bleachers at an empty park, and he's like, so this is a crazy story, guys. It was like one of those videos on YouTube that was uploaded. Like, you click on it, it was like uploaded 17 years ago. And he was like, and so I go and I'm in this alley, I'm fucked up already, and this guy goes, open your mouth, and I go, all right. So I open my mouth, and he takes this little dropper, and he was gonna put one drop in, and he goes, and I was like, what the fuck, man? And it's like, you shouldn't be able to, like, swallow your acid like a drink. It's supposed to be something like that. And so immediately I go, I got to find a way home before this kills me. So I get on the train, and instantly there's no way I'm finding my way home. And he's like talking about that, like everything's dancing. Like it's surprising he doesn't have, like, permanent mental problems.
Yeah,
but,
that is
Do you think that he was really unknowing victim of this acid? It struck me as a little bit like, they offered me this cookie. I said, is this a pot cookie? They said no, so I ate it, and
it seemed to me like if I was like, all right, Woody, I've got these drops that are going to get you high. Open your mouth. I'm going to give you one drop, and you go, okay, and then I go, psych, 90 drops. Like, you can't undo it. You can't vomit the acid out.
You can spit it out and cut it.
No, I mean,
it's already in there.
Look at that. You click on the video, and immediately I clicked on it. I'm like, this guy looks like the type of guy that would willingly open his mouth for a stranger and take 30 hits accidentally of acid. Like, he fits it. He fits the mold.
It's called 30 Hits of Acid /LSD. Haven't seen it in years, but I remember laughing at that video. So I want to get a little update, Kyle. How are you feeling? Let's see the tray of
you're handling this way better than I thought.
We are 18 minutes away.
Yes, I got my Delta 8 gummies. I'm ready to have a couple. I'm not gonna eat a ton because I want to be able to talk.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what's the plan? What do you guys have? Because I was lured unknowingly into the pit of you guys just doing a shit ton of drugs. So like,
about to do?
So like, I mean, nothing, right? But like, nobody told me that this was the episode, which I'm thankful that I'm here for, by the way. But like, so let's say hypothetically, an hour left in the show. You guys are maybe not your game, not on point. What are we doing? What's your filler?
We will either end it early, or you will carry the show by yourself.
Oh my god!
We might play.
This
one
is
of
where
those...
I make my stand as this is the first 99% rated PKA episode where you guys are drooling and I'm doing an inner monologue.
You're like over there, like, and another thing. What's the deal?
Oh shit!
All right, I'll be back in 4 months. Yeah.
Normally, if there's any dead space on this show, I think it's fair to say, I like the first one to be like, bring up a new topic, bring up a thing.
You're good. Going. All right, we can keep it going.
No dead air. I was just
making sure that that. All right, that like
when I did pot in Colorado, there was dead air, and I just didn't give a fuck.
That's the danger. Do you see the problem? It's like, you're just like, man, you know what? What about 30 to 45 seconds of silence? We're just comfortable with each other's company.
Yeah. We're
A
fine.
dude driving 75 on like the on the
Is
highway.
this still
just like,
playing? Did I
hello?
pause it? Yeah.
That's
I'm
why
so
I'm
bored.
I'm not going to take a ton. I don't think I'm going to do more than 50 milligrams total. I'll do 25 to start.
I can
doing
engage with the boys, but not with edibles. I'm sorry.
I leave
don't
tomorrow
carry
morning
those.
on a 5-day motorcycle adventure, and I told
You
that to
better
the guy
smoke
behind
it
the
all.
counter. He explained to me. He said 25. He's like 25. You'll be 100% tomorrow.
25 milligrams.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
See?
on your tolerance level, you're going to get fucked up.
But by tomorrow morning, I'm actually
Oh,
not
no.
leaving money.
Just during the show. Like you'll wait. If anything,
Because that's
like, you
important
might,
to me.
yeah.
I'm on a motorcycle. I need to be all the way.
No, it's not. You won't be like fucked up or anything. Like you may wake up and be like, "Man, why do I feel like I need extra
Groggy.
coffee?" And I'm like, it's because I got the weed hangover where I'm feeling like just a slight bit drowsy.
I was not aware
Yeah.
of weed hangovers. That's a thing.
It's not in any way, shape, or form a debilitating long term. It's you feel you ever just feel like a little too, like Taylor actually nailed it. It's like a 2 cup of coffee morning. It's not like a negative thing. You're just like, all right, we're kind of cloudy, foggy,
Leaving it noon
foggy.
anyway.
Yeah, you'll have gotten 8 hours of sleep and you'll feel like you got 5.5 hours sleep.
And then by the noontime, you'll be fine. It's
Yeah.
not. You never go into REM. You smoke too much, you don't dream. That's a fact.
That's
I've
true.
heard that actually. I didn't want to tell Kyle because he said his sleep has been the best ever.
Your
But-
sleep is the best ever until you actually start realizing that it's not as good as a sober night's sleep.
Mhm.
Weed will get you to sleep, but you will not sleep as fulfilled and as restfully as you just actually getting a good night's sleep. The problem
what's-
I will take the 70% health sleep 100% of the night over the 100, 80, 70, 60, 50, whatever. Like, I will always smoke before bed because I am not going to turn off my brain or like get off New World or do something an hour before. Like, I'm sorry. I'm just not going to do it. So fuck it.
I feel you,
You
man.
can't go from like content creation to sleep very quickly.
Or any of
us
that
too.
stimulation, anything like that.
Yeah.
So I promise I will sleep for 8 hours. My sleep tracker will show me. It'll be like, hey, you slept pretty good, man. Congrats. That's another month of 80%. And I'm like, seems good enough for me, right?
Passing grade.
Should we get started with this?
Sure. I'm
So-
taking 25 Delta 8
Hurry up.
milligrams.
I'm doing the same. Maybe this is a mistake. So this is 100 high potency, whatever, and I'm going to cut a quarter off of it.
It's gonna be too much. Kyle, how are you feeling? You look high as shit.
So I'm vibrating, like I've got this like pulsating thing, this like whom that I can like feel like the sensation like in my head, my hands, and like my chest. I'm trying to like really form full sentences in my head before I say them,
Yeah.
because I can go like I can meander otherwise.
How many do you have left to get through? Oh my god.
Oh my God.
No, I
Wait,
went
I
to-
really didn't expect that.
I did see that him. He was eating it the whole time.
I was trying to get them all down at 2 hours.
You know what? Solidarity. I'll take another one.
Oh no.
I'm using my
Actually, I need to be able
PKA
to
knife
do the
cut
show.
my gummy.
Yeah.
I can't leave Tucker.
Wait, all right. So Kyle, I have a good. So you have had a cup of coffee, but thoughts on a second cup?
It seems really stressful to like go up there right now. I got like a flight of stairs that I'd have to hit, and
Have Fish or
that's
Dirty.
fair.
Have Fish or Dirty bring you one.
they're passed out. I don't.
Well, get those
This tastes
idiots
good.
ass up.
They sent me
Everyone
a
said edibles taste bad. And it's
no,
hard to disguise. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
You're eating the gelatin sugar cube. You know, Kyle's eating 1,000 milligrams of shitty baked. Like, I'm not really trusting Kyle's ability to bake good cupcakes, and he baked them with weed.
He takes pride, actually. in
I'm
his-
very good
really?
at it. Yeah, I'm a professional here. I use mason jars. So I decarbed at 215 degrees for an hour and 20 minutes.
Oh, yes.
And I used pretty high grade marijuana. It was 25% THC, and I used 7 grams, I believe. So that's a quarter ounce. And then I'm stick with me here. And then I added a stick of butter, and I put that in the jar with the weed, and then I threw it back in the oven for 3 more hours, and then I let it cool and filtered it with cheesecloth into the cake mix, and now I am very, very high.
So do you have the delayed input thing yet? Where if you wave your arm in front of your face, you feel like you told it to do so 2 seconds before it does it? Do you have that?
I'm like every muscle in my body is like really tense right now because I'm trying to keep from actually moving.
You don't want to move. That's too stressful right now.
No, I don't want to vibrate because it feels like I'm vibrating. It feels like I need to hang on.
All right. Well,
that sucks.
I mean, you do need to hang on.
Yeah,
you do.
I've been clutching the backs of my knees like this for like I don't even know how long. My hands are sore.
Are you like getting sweaty?
No, I'm not getting sweaty. It's really cold in the house. It's really chilly.
According to the internet, it takes 30 to 60 minutes. Another site said 30 to 90 for them to kick in.
Yeah.
And peak is in 2 to 3 hours. So I guess
I
the very end of the
disagree
show.
with the 2 to 3 hours.
That doesn't make sense. I don't feel like it works that way.
So tell me more. What do you think?
I feel like it hits way sooner than that.
I feel like peak hits like 90 minutes.
Yeah,
man.
I feel like it hits me and then I rise.
We're splitting hairs.
And then like by the time 3 hours later, like I'm at a nice comfortable high. I'm like ripped out of my mind.
A lot of it is it depends on your metabolism. It depends on what kind of edible you're eating, you know, whether it was dissolved into fat, what kind of fat, or if it's like what you've got with the gummies or whatever.
Mhm.
So there's a lot of metabolism's big though, because I can remember taking a big dose of edibles and it hitting me an hour in, and then by 3 hours in, it was just crazy town, which is kind of where we're
so
headed right now.
stressful, you know.
Yeah.
So this is why edibles stress me out. You know, unless I'm going on an airplane, love doing it before I go on an airplane, because then it's just like I plan on being comatose until this sarcophagus lands wherever I need it to land, right? But like, you know, otherwise it's like it's a little too. You could probably do that. Turn the lights out.
No, don't turn the lights out. We won't be able to see. You're gonna fall asleep.
No. Turn the lights out, but then
it might be scary in the dark though.
I mean, anything could get you in the dark.
I'm all alone in here.
Yeah.
Should I get Fish to sleep on the floor?
Just do it for you. Fish is there to help. I feel like Fish would make you a coffee or get you a
last
water.
time, the last image I got from them, they had dressed Scum up as a how do I say this delicately, a sand person, and he was.
Jesus Christ!
That is not how you say it delicately. Carry on.
That is the most ham-handed way you could have said that. To put it lightly,
as they say, a sand person, and he was in sort. He had the full like head wrap thing, and also like some sort of a cloak. So I don't want to go out there right now. I feel like there may be shenanigans afoot. And I'm in no condition to defend myself.
All right. If you take more, does it last longer?
No,
or
it's
just hit higher.
So you have to imagine like each morsel of it you eat creating this like band of intensity that lasts for like 8 hours. That's going to peak at 2 hours, and they're overlapping because I took them like in succession.
Over time.
Yeah. So like there are points like right now where I'm really, really, really high, but I'm fully aware that I ate the last bits of it like 20 minutes ago. So like
there's more coming.
There's a lot more coming. It's gonna be great.
I went okay. Ponage has Ari's number. He's gonna text him and tell him to bring you a coffee.
I don't want that.
You need a coffee.
That's gonna stress me out.
You think that'll put you on edge?
What's the point? You literally nothing better than
all right. I'm going for the
500 milligrams of THC and a single cup of 80 milligrams.
If I don't come back,
right? Like
if I don't come back in like if I don't come back in like 6 minutes, call for.
Don't get up. Don't
have
get up.
someone
Don't
come
get up.
look for me.
Don't get up, because if you get up, you're not coming back.
He'll come back. He'll
What's
come
he
back
doing?
with a cup
I
of
missed
coffee.
it. Oh, he's getting his own coffee.
I don't.
He's gonna do his best.
Okay.
Huh.
You know, he's handling this very well. But I know I also Kyle's one of my very close friends. I know him very well. He is so goddamn high right now. Yeah,
I mean, listen,
he's definitely having a ton of anxiety trying to keep himself composed.
I think it. I mean, if it's apparent to everyone that that he's going through it right now. But I am impressed by the resilience.
It was fun when we're like, "How many cupcakes do you have left?" And it's like a few crumbs on an empty
Zero. Some
I could
movie
lick this.
shit. Oh, you're gonna get some really, at the very least, you're gonna get some really good, like 30-second videos of like 2 hours later.
2 hours later. I mean, I think it was so funny that he was like, "I'm not gonna eat a bunch of gummies that are only 10 each. I'd have to eat 100," and so he makes 9 cupcakes. It was like, why? That's even more food.
I didn't think of that, but you're right. Yeah.
He probably like got into cooking them and he's like, I'm not going to admit I'm wrong. I'm going to keep making these.
That's why I was like, surely the easier way to consume this much is to eat the single, like they make 1,000 milligram chocolate bars. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of chocolate, but it's just like
He had a challenge in buying those because you need a medical license.
Yeah, because they're like this. Like, why, sir? Why would you like to buy this? There's no like responsible reason for that much. Like, really, truly,
no reason.
that's so much. Yeah, if you're watching this and you're like, oh my god, what if I just like did 50 milligrams? Like,
oh yeah.
Also, far too much. Oh, but well, yeah, 25. You're gonna be really high. I mean. 25 is a really solid
kitty
one.
amount.
No, 10 is like 5 is a dosage. 10 is like anything that you'd probably.
I think of 10 as like a normal like dose. Like if you're buying the little squares.
I told Dude Man at the counter I had never done this before.
Oh, dude, you are gonna be so goddamn high. Like
well, I don't
you
know,
better
man.
buckle up because you're gonna be so goddamn high. And it's gonna be me and Tucker doing the show at the end.
Yeah. I mean, I think you'll be high, but not that bad. Like when I want to pass out on a flight, I'll drink like a 35 or 45 tincture, like a little. It's literally cough syrup. It's so bad, but like. It is. Why do
you do that?
Guys admit it's bad.
It's efficient.
Why do you do that instead of just like having gummies instead?
Because I don't want to fucking like. I'd have to eat 4.5 gummies. That's just like a lot of work. Versus I can get a thing that's like this, and it's just a little serving. It doesn't.
Fair enough.
taste that
I've
bad.
never
It's
tried
not.
tincture. I've just heard people say that it's kind of gross compared to other administration methods.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I'm not doing it for fun at that. Like I'm not like waking up like fucking can't wait for the syrup, bro. It's like I'm getting on a metal like cylinder in the sky. I just really would like to go to sleep or something.
I've done that where like I've eaten a bunch of edibles like right. I've done it where like I bring the edibles with me in the Uber and I'm like about to get out of the Uber to the airport and I eat it all and then it's like, you know, race against the clock to get through security before it hits me. And I remember like I'm not doing anything illegal or anything, and like I'm about to walk through the portion of the airport through the security line where there's the guy with the dog that walks back and forth, and I remember being so scared that it would be able to smell my breath and know that I had eaten all those edibles. And so I was like because it kicked, I waited in line too long and it kicked in too early. And so I'm like about to walk through that area and like my heart's beating so fast and I'm like, I'm like holding my breath as I walk past the door. And like, it's not until I like come down later, like as I'm landing that I'm like, that was so retarded. Why did you think that would make a difference?
So last night we were in the backyard and we were all very, very high. And there's like a major road like back behind the house, and I could hear a siren like way in the distance. And I was looking at Dirty's face because he's super paranoid because he's crazy high. And I'm watching his face to see his reaction to the siren because I'm high too, but not so high that I'm afraid of fucking sirens. And like he has this real, he's like, oh,
you're not doing anything illegal, by the way.
Yeah.
I know, but he's terrified that they're coming for it. They're coming. And like every time the siren would go whoop, 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 he was going,
like a machine gun was hitting him. He was so
Like
terrified.
PTSD.
He was so terrified of those sirens. It was great. He's still passed out on the floor out there. I had to step over him to go get coffee.
That's crazy.
I mean,
you did get coffee.
Yeah.
He's
good for you, man.
Good for you.
Do you feel a little more grounded now that you know you're capable of like getting yourself a cup of coffee?
Oh, that was a scary trip.
But it was important that you
I got up there and he was still like half a sand person. He had the top part on, but not the bottom part.
So he's keeping half his outfit on. Just he's
yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah,
Makes
I
me-
don't. You know,
makes
I
me
think
feel-
I think it's offensive.
Makes me feel uncomfortable.
Yeah, I mean, bigoted things like that drive me up a wall, man.
You got.
Don't care for it. What is that you have, Tucker? Beef jerky?
He got me one of those
Some
suits too.
edamame sea salt.
He got me one of those sand people suits as well, and he's like, "Come on, put it on," and I'm just like,
No,
Nah.
there's no reason for you to do that.
No, I don't want to put that on. I'm gonna take it home with me and like
a little role playing.
There is
maybe
like there's definitely
jihad role play just stepped its game up. All right.
There's there's definitely a level of high and drunk, or I assume just anything you're fucked up on, where like coffee has no effect anymore. Like it just can't compete with
Whatever
you've already consumed.
Yeah. Well, it depends. That
does help
nitro
a bit.
cold brew shit, I swear to God, like the Starbucks drink. Sorry, this is like eating sand. I don't know why I thought this was a good idea.
Dude, it was so hard to choke
Oh
down
my
those
God.
fucking cupcakes. I made them
No.
I made them yesterday, and I just left them out on the
Wow.
countertop because we got fucked up last night. So they were all dried out.
So they were the worst that could possibly be.
You needed milk.
And I'm
Yeah, you
and I'm
really
so, and I'm so high already that my mouth is dry, and I'm just
It's like eating corn. It's like cornbread at this point.
Are you having fun, or are you way past the fun level of high?
I could
Are you
enjoy
fighting
this
for
if I
your
weren't
life?
here. If I were like in the recliner in there watching Fantasia, with like we've got like a really nice surround sound thing and a big projector, so like I could go to another realm right now and have a little adventure. But
You don't think you'd fall asleep?
no, I'm like it's not vibrating, but there's like these pulses of like sensation like running through my body. It's going woom woom woom. So like I couldn't sleep right now. That would be terrifying.
Okay,
Yeah.
I feel that.
I'd rather walk to the gas station.
Why? What would you get? What would you get if you went to the gas station? What would you get?
A fucking panic attack is what I'd get. Like what I mean is that my greatest fear in life right now is driving. And I mean is the only thing the only idea worse than walking to the gas station would be driving to the gas station.
Yeah,
I mean,
that would be a bad idea.
I don't remember if we said this on the show or if we just talked about it beforehand. You have to be on a plane in 9 hours or so, right?
See, I don't like that people keep bringing that up because that stresses me out.
Yeah, you don't even have
9
to
hours,
be on
you'll
that
still
plane.
be high, probably.
I have to be out the door in
It's incalculable.
like 6-7 hours.
No, make him do it.
Some have claimed 6-7 hours, but nobody knows.
7 hours and 15 minutes.
You're going to be packing this high. You might leave shit behind.
Dude, there is no way they're making.
I know,
Woody.
Woody.
310.
That is one of my major concerns is that I have to pack.
Kyle, everything that you might leave is replaceable.
You know what would suck? It would suck if you accidentally packed drugs and went back to prison.
Ah!
No, don't say things like that to him. Don't say things
Oh,
like that.
accident. My bad.
I don't think the Denver airport would care if you flew out with weed. And you know what? It's actually legal to fly out of LAX or any airport in California with weed.
Now I have to leave my luggage here.
No. But you should search your luggage, right, before you fly.
Yeah, all I've really had are these pens, and I've only had 2 of them, and they lasted for pretty much the duration. I smoked a good bit of.
That's the way to do it, man. You don't like those little vape pens, disposable, single serve, so fucking nice.
It tastes like apricot.
These
Yeah,
little
don't
things-
risk
Yeah.
flying home with the vape pen though. Man,
Of course not, because I have Delta 8 at
Swamped.
home.
yeah. I was just making jokes. No one caught it.
Just
It didn't land. Just mail it back out. Anyway.
So, Kyle, do you have any plans after the show tonight other than to just feast?
Feast. I'm not hungry. You can't eat on edibles. Like I feel nauseous right now.
What are you? What?
Do you know how?
No.
No,
he just ate 9 cupcakes. That's why he can't eat.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
I feel so like the only thing that's keeping me from vomiting, I think, is the coffee. Like I don't want food.
Do you think? I mean, that was my guess. Is I thought
a lot of
after you
cupcake.
had that much, you would definitely vomit.
Yeah.
You're handling it a lot better than I anticipated. If I was on that much, like I'd be passed out. I would be comatose somewhere, unreachable. Like my house could burn down and I would just die.
I mean, we haven't gotten there yet.
No, you still have like 2 cupcakes yet to land. You know,
They're like
it's
100
Magic the
and-
Gathering. They're on the stack. They
They're
haven't
like
resolved yet.
As a unit of measurement, we've used cupcakes and colanders tonight. I'm digging.
They're
it.
like 100 and they're like 155 milligrams each.
Kyle's like the small white girl on that couch in that meme.
Yeah, and it's 9 cupcakes behind him. Now, someone's gonna make that now. It's so funny. Like you just being high as shit all episode. We shouldn't make this a thing because it's not going to go well. We'll just get quieter and quieter and quieter, and then eventually, like literally, I said it. I think even it was either during or before the show. Like if I get super high and like if you two are comatose and I'm high as shit, I'll just be talking to Tucker like, and another deck list I'm working on for Magic is this one. See, the thing about this skeletal swarming is every end step you get a new skeleton. What were we talking
I will never let it get, I will never let it get down to that. I promise.
Thank you. You're
I will.
I feel like we've been there before.
tenured we have. Remember last episode where we just were naming states?
Dude, I love that part. I did a live stream and people fucking love that part. We
Really? They thought that was funny?
I'm
Just
getting all this positive feedback.
What's your favorite state?
Oh man, probably Colorado. You got I don't know. It's not
Wyoming
warm there.
a lot, but I did go in the summer.
Colorado or Florida? Florida because the weather there is so fucking awesome.
Wait, have you been to Florida much?
Many times. I love the heat. I'm a heat boy. I do better in the heat than the cold.
You like the swamp?
Florida is
What the fuck is a heat boy?
someone who likes the heat more than the cold, idiot.
the heat miser. He's got the yellow
I am
hair.
the heat miser.
I'm the heat meister. So Florida or Colorado, because it feels like you can do anything but the beach in Colorado.
Yeah, that's true.
Florida is.
They got deserts. You can
awful
ski.
You might as well just say
Are you
California.
going to Florida at the beaches?
Yeah, I go to some Florida beaches, but I don't do like surfing or anything like that. So I'm sure like you would come at it from a different critique.
Yeah, Central Florida is just swampland. It's impossible to go anywhere because the roads don't crisscross. Like you can be 10 minutes by air and an hour and a half away by drive. That's a little exaggeration, but not far.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It just you realize it. You think Florida and you think like Miami and Will Smith and his expensive cars or whatever that exists, but Central Florida is Alabama.
Kyle, it is so funny. Like we're having conversations, and I can see you over there quietly reconciling your fate, like looking down, like, "Oof, okay, this is intensifying."
Taylor, has yours kicked in at all?
Yeah, I'm starting to get high. Yeah, I'm already high.
So I wrote it down.
You guys have been high for a little.
I gotta be honest with you guys. I'm pretty fucking high.
I took it at 9:32 Eastern, and at 9:52, that's when I announced it came 10 minutes early. Now it is 10:02. It's been 30 minutes.
You know what? It probably didn't affect you. You should take another 25 milligrams.
That is. I have to drive.
So you're
But what you have to
feeling
say
it?
is you have to say this edible ain't shit, and then you take the other half, and
That's the
then we'll
tradition.
be gang.
I can see
Oh my
why
God.
people would take more because
Yeah.
you're like, okay,
You see, this is why edibles kind of suck. All right, it's like a time bomb. You're like, oh, am I getting high? I don't know yet. Like, right? Like if you just smoke a bowl, it's like, yes, I will be high in about 15 seconds. Like,
and I'll know exactly how high I'm going to get, and when to smoke again. Whereas,
exactly.
It is.
How
a
long
bit
does
of
it
a
take to
risk.
max a bowl? You say 15 seconds arrival. Does it keep rising?
Maybe a little bit. Like you'll take the bong rip or whatever you're doing, and you'll immediately, because through your lungs is like the fastest way other than intravenous to get it into your system, and like you're instantly high. And you'll climb a little bit, but that climb is short, and then you'll stay there. Whereas edibles, you don't know where you're going to end up. You might be in a random. You might be in
12 hours.
You might be in an Airbnb in Colorado with some patrons, just uncomfortably high. Or at your house at Apex. Not
Dude,
Apex.
imagine somebody just busts in there dressed as like.
Just as the Joker.
As the Joker.
He's got full paint on. I don't know. Kyle, how are you feeling? Just a little. I know people want constant updates into your.
Well, I'm a little afraid of the Joker now.
He's a scary guy. That's a valid fear.
Yeah, that was
You should dwell on that. Now, how are you doing? I saw you multiple times looking down, thinking. Are you still vibrating really hard? Do you have that movement delay yet?
Yeah, I feel the need to collect myself pretty frequently to keep from spilling.
You know what's funny is I can hear how dry your mouth is.
Yeah.
Have you thought about getting some water?
Have you thought about a bit of water?
What? I can't give us a review of the Canada. Is that Canada Dry? Or is that the cream soda?
It's the Zevia.
Zevia is great.
What is there alcohol in Zevia?
No, it's just stevia sweetened soda. I drink a ton of those. I love them.
Oh, it's a diet soda basically, but it's stevia.
Yeah, so it doesn't spike your blood sugar or something like that. Kyle explained it at some point. Is that right?
Tastes good.
It does taste good. What does it do to your do to your blood sugar? It doesn't impact it, right?
Don't fucking know.
Sober Kyle had facts on this. I feel like
Kyle's not here, is he?
No, Sober Kyle left a while ago.
I haven't seen him for a while.
Kyle, I got a question for you.
Oh no.
Your plan for world domination has succeeded, but instead of being an evil overlord, you are a mildly infuriating overlord. Which laws do you pass to make everyone mad? There's an example. If you wear a long sleeve shirt, you're forbidden from rolling up your sleeves while washing your hands. Slowest driver gets right of way.
I'm not going to be able to help you with this one.
I was going to say, Woody,
you can't come up with mildly infuriating. Come on,
Woody,
you get an idea here.
This is too complicated.
I would say everyone at Chipotle is required to point at their ingredients over the screen.
That's a good one.
That
All right, I like it.
What do you want? I want a chicken burrito, sir. Because of the new guidelines, you must point physically over the screen. I want that and that. Remember when Obama did that? That
was so infuriating.
Oh,
yeah.
Any celebrity that I formerly liked, like it could be anyone. If I see them point over the screen at like ice cream or ingredients, it's like, no, you're on my shit list now. I hate that.
It's
so
like
much. I don't want your fucking finger flakes all over my ingredients.
It's like the easiest barrier to not cross over. It's literally tilted away from you like a pen, and you're like,
just it's labeled. Say what you want. You don't have to point at all. We can remove pointing and just say chicken.
Boss to me.
Just say fajita veggies.
The pico.
Just say I want a queso burrito, and then when they put queso on there, you gaslight them and say, "I never asked for that, but I still want it." and you're gonna give me this without the queso fee, and you gaslight that Chipotle employee, and you say you don't. And that's what are we talking?
Have you ever seen this done? Have you ever seen this done, Taylor?
No. I mean, I've definitely.
You're like acting out some sick fantasy.
That's what I want. I mean, I have done the thing where like I say single meat, and then they switch out the person doing it, and then you get double meat, and they don't charge. Or I'm sorry, you get the double meat, and then they switch out the cash register person, and you say you had single meat, make out like a bandit. I'm saving $2 for the extra meat fee.
That's a lot of dollars for a meat fee. That's what it costs.
Yeah. But you can save that $2 if you're duplicitous. if you go into Chipotle with a plan. Oh man, yeah, I'm definitely high at this point.
Are you?
A little bit, but I've been balancing it out. I have enough White Claws in me that I'm not going to shut up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I need to get some more. Need to have some more of those. Except I think there's ruby grapefruit left in my fridge. I got through this ruby grapefruit, but that's just the worst flavor of them. It's not good. Lime, that's the king flavor. How you doing, champ?
Oh, I'm feeling just fine as frog hair.
fine as fuck. Oh, it's exactly what we said it would be. Kyle unable to speak for hours at the end. What are you drinking, Tucker? Beer, or you're always having something fun?
Yeah, just a beer. La Fin du Monde. It's my favorite beer.
La Fin du Monde. What kind of beer is that?
I don't know. A triple, but it's from Ontario, I think, and pretty good beer.
It's not one of those like gross, way super high alcohol content.
It is.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
Those are horrible. You know what I tried recently was soju, which is
soju is dangerous with like peach or like mandarin or whatever.
I've never had that.
Very good.
I just bought a bottle at the store, and it's called the brand was like Janisu or something. Like, I guess they're a big brand of it, and it is. I think you're supposed to take shots of it, and so I was like excited to try it, and so I took a shot of it, and it's disgusting. It is no, it's really bad. Like my wife and I tried it.
Was it cloudy?
No, so it was clear, and so we both poured a shot of it, and I was like, this is supposed to be like a fun Korean drink, and it's only 20% alcohol, and so a vodka shot is 40%, but it has all of the bad taste of a 40% shot of vodka, and you're getting half of it. And we both agreed. I think it's still sitting in there. I'll probably just throw it away. It was horrible.
Yes, this is my favorite. All right, so you're spot on, right? Like rice wine. It's because it's rice wine. Soju and sake are kind of, no matter how they're made, they kind of all do inevitably taste like a watered down vodka shot, right?
Yeah.
But without the flavor. So you got to throw lemon in there at the very least. But also they make flavored soju and flavored sake that I swear to God, I mean, you're gonna drink the whole bottle yourself. You're gonna get wasted. It is the most dangerous thing, I think. You go to Korean barbecue. Yeah, get that. One. Get the flavored version. It's a whole different ballgame.
And they come in little bottles too.
Yeah. But that little bottle is like a bottle of wine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I knew immediately how alcoholic it was when I thought it was way more than it was.
Oh yeah.
When I tried
but I mean, oh my God, awful hangover because there's so much sugar to make that taste good. But
give it sugar goes with hangover, hand in hand. That's the
100%. You literally could not convince me otherwise.
No,
even if
you're
there
right.
was a scientific study that came out that was like, no, I'd just say I'm dying on this hill. Anecdotally, I can't do it.
That would be the fakest news ever. It's everybody knows this. If
you're sounding a lot like Trump.
If you were, everybody talks about it. Lots of people.
I was doing the Hutch
I got fucked up on soju. And I hated it. That's what it is. It's not you get fucked up on vodka, just regular ass vodka. The same amount of alcohol,
right?
You're gonna feel way less terrible than you would if you drank Mike's Hard Lemonades. That's the one I can think of, the sweetest thing. You drink a bunch of those, you're gonna feel
It's that and dehydration. Yeah, it's that and dehydration. You got to make sure you're hydrated. That's why I preach to the day that I die, you drink vodka waters. Vodka water is the sole drink you should drink when you're out with your purpose. Because there's two types of drinking. There's drinking because you want to enjoy it, etc. And then there's drinking because you're going to be drinking for a long time. You're going like you're at a right.
Sometimes you drink so you don't get so high you can't talk on your podcast.
Right, exactly. so then here you are. But yeah, it's not good, but it gets the job done.
So now I think with soju, I've tried all the main kinds. Because I've tried sake. Sake is just the grossest thing imaginable. It's fucking disgusting.
But wait, did you get it warm or hot or cold?
I got it warm at a Japanese place.
I'm down with it, right? Like I can get behind it, but it's not my personal choice. I just flavored though.
I don't know how strong sake is. It's like a vodka.
It's very similar. No.
It's like
I think it's also like 20-25%. But it's like if they melted down a like a ring pop of green apple and then make it alcoholic. I'm telling you, it's like that level of strong flavor. But
that doesn't sound bad.
It's
actually.
not. I mean, it's like Jolly Rancher in liquid form, but alcoholic. And you're like, all right, they nailed it. So good, so good.
Kyle, you've probably not been having drinks at all over there. Just enjoying the week. Not just
Probably
talking about tonight.
yeah.
The whole couple of weeks. You ever get like a nice dinner with the beer or anything?
Nope.
All right. Thanks for that.
All right, back to you, Taylor.
Back to you, Taylor.
No.
Woody, how are you feeling? Are you starting to you get engrossed in the high a little more?
Indubitably. Yeah, they're just.
I have to pee really bad, but I don't want to get up because talking.
Stay right where you are.
You just pee right there, Daddy Mullen.
Just give a topic.
No.
What's wrong, Kyle? Do you have to pee also?
No.
We just lost our talker. I'm pretty sure.
No, I'm pretty sure you're the most cogent one of us.
I'm trying to keep up. I swear to God.
Even drinking your
I know my heavy beer.
Or
I've got
fuck.
my Canadian French beer. They're just saying sorry every time I take a sip.
Does it come in one of those like giant bottles?
Yeah, with like
of
the cork
course
and
it
stuff.
does. Yeah, so it's way too strong.
Yeah, but it's so good, man. I love it so much because like all you need to do is drink this, and then it's like, all right, that's enough. There's no like you don't need. You're good.
I mean, it's like drinking a whole bottle of wine at that strength. Pretty much.
No.
You don't think?
Maybe.
Is it not the size of a bottle of wine? I don't know.
No, it's not anywhere near. But either way, it's definitely like it's 2 pints or a pint in like 9 ounces or whatever. So it's like
I've given up on liking wine.
I love it.
I just
Kyle,
don't like
do you
it
like
very much.
wine? No,
you're gonna. This is audio based, my friend. You're gonna have to give an answer. You're gonna have to. Yeah.
No, I don't like wine. No.
Do you like 1,000 milligrams of weed?
Oh, I'm just real goddamn high.
Yeah.
Expand. What's it like to be that high?
Oh, it's real difficult.
What if I used to hate being interviewed when I was like super high.
Yeah, I hate Woody's creepy interview voice.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
What if we did like a
Feels like he's luring me into a sedan late at night.
That's Woody's high voice. Don't blame him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Scary.
You know, we're fawning over Kyle with 1,000 milligrams. Woody, you're handling this way better than I thought you would. Like 25 off the cuff, not having any tolerance.
Well
like
done.
I thought you were gonna be
I'm not
done.
doing anything. I'm like doing the same thing Kyle's doing. Like,
no, you're not. Kyle's fighting for his life, Woody. Okay.
That's gonna be in the description.
I'm not talking like Kyle.
It'll be in the description at like 4 hours and 48 minutes. It'll be like Taylor and Tucker talk for an hour and 14 minutes or whatever.
I don't know where I put it. I wanted to prove it was real, but I kind of already.
You don't have to
you
prove
did,
it's
you
real.
did.
We all know you did.
It is visibly real.
Okay.
My favorite is that it looks like a
doing
condom
anything.
wrapper.
No, you're just stoned. How
big
are you
one.
feeling, Woody? Like you're not vibrating or anything. You're not that high. You're just feeling out of it, sleepy.
Nah, not. I mean, I don't know. I'm just like the anxiety is a little gone. I feel less pressure to actually do this show while recording.
You almost said the F word right there.
There is a thing where if I twist my head, like I kind of feel the I don't know if I'd say delay like you did, but it's the best thing I have right now.
Mhm.
Like there's a sort of like, yeah, that was
just a warped perception. It's not the way it
Thank
should
you.
be. Yeah.
Yeah. And I don't know. Mostly I'm just like I got a case of the whatevers.
I mean, there's a reason that's like the stereotype for it is you get high as shit and suddenly you're like, I don't strictly have to do anything. I can just watch Trailer Park Boys.
Yeah,
I mean, ideal, right? Somebody used to joke around that it would make nothing like at least entertaining. So like if you didn't have anything to do, it would make something out of nothing. You could just do it, and like at least at the bare minimum, you could just kind of do nothing, and that would be better than whatever doing nothing you were doing before.
South Park says that they give the speech on the kids, and because at
Sure.
first they try to convince kids,
But
that
also like that will what?
that'll just about kill you, and they see that's not true. And at the end, he wraps up, and he's like, it's not going to kill you. You might like
It might
but
if you do it like Kyle is doing it.
But if you do it all the time or do it too much, then you don't do anything, and you're just okay with not doing anything. And you don't become what you could be. That's what it says.
Mhm.
I'll stop.
It makes you okay with complacency. If you do it too much, like if you're all the
Sometimes.
time, if you're high 24/7, you're probably not getting a lot done. And I know there are people out there going to be like, I smoke every morning a dab and I'm productive as shit. Yeah, those people are out there. People like Joe Rogan are out there who are high all the time and build $100 million podcast empire. But that person
You know
is
what?
not the norm.
That's not you, and that's
that's
not.
that's
I
not
promise
the,
it's not
that's
you.
not the norm. You are not Joe Rogan.
Those people
Like-
get to do it because they are that rich. It's not
Yes.
because you have the same work ethic. You can have the same work ethic, but like, he doesn't have to do much more.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, Joe Rogan was like a very successful actor and show host by the time he was in his mid 30s, and he didn't smoke weed until after that. So it's like, it's not like he was token up as
don't
he was
ruin your life,
ascending.
kids. Don't smoke weed. Or
Don't
if you
smoke
do,
weed.
Be responsible. Also,
Why didn't you
it's
tell
just-
me this 30 minutes ago?
Take your prescribed Adderall though. Yeah,
Yeah,
A
if
much
you're getting
stronger
30
drug.
drink, smoke if you take Adderall, just take as much weed as you take Adderall one time. Just see what happens. Some kid's like, I've got 80 milligrams to my name.
Dude, I remember in
God.
college,
So
like I was
gross.
never, I don't like any kind of stimulants or anything. I like mellowing out. But I remember like before tests and stuff, someone would give me like a 30 XR. I think 30 is a pretty common one, right? 30 extended release for Adderall. And I would take one and it would like get to be the end of the night. And I would always tell myself I can just smoke my way to sleep if I smoke if I smoke enough weed. But like the weed guy coming in to fight the Adderall guy, it is not even close to a match. The Adderall guy is pulling his eyes out like a chimp, just ripping his dick off, murdering him. And then I take another hit and I send in another weed guy. That guy gets fucked up the same. And you just take hits. I remember doing this. I remember I had a test at like 8 a.m. and I had taken the Adderall and it was like midnight. And I was like, there just has to be an amount of weed I can smoke that I can go to bed. And I couldn't. I didn't. I stayed up all night. I was high as can be. But like, it wasn't the kind of high I was enjoying. It was like just the bad parts of high because the Adderall was beating down all the relaxation.
Kyle's like, the bad parts you say.
The bad parts, yeah. Now, Kyle, you're looking pensive. I'm sure you have something to say.
Oh, so many things.
What's the first thing?
Very high. Very, very, very high.
Nice. What's the second one?
It's pretty much just the one thing, really, that I had to say there. It's gonna be a long night.
Are you having disjointed thoughts, like thoughts that don't make much sense, and then you have more of them, like racing thoughts, or no?
No, I don't know.
No thoughts.
Can't really put this into words at the moment. This is
You've taken the amount of weed like to fucking hallucinate.
I'm not having a good time.
It doesn't seem like you are. which I guess is what people wanted to see you so fucking high that you're just crippled by it.
But have you thought?
We're gonna take a break after this.
Yeah, you are. have you thought about what you want to do when you're done with the show? Because you've got a lot of time to maybe relax and.
I'm going to go get in the bed that's over there behind the camera in the sheets and chill the fuck out.
And try and fall asleep.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah.
But what about snacks?
I want any snacks. I just want.
Don't want snacks, huh?
What's that like?
Wow, that's crazy.
I feel so sick. Can't eat.
Sick.
Yes.
Oh, that sucks.
Do you feel like you're gonna? I'm genuinely surprised you haven't vomited. I called that you would vomit from it, but
I'm pretty shocked.
Now you're too deep into the digestion for vomit to even matter.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's really
So are you feeling nauseous or just
Yeah.
upset general? Okay.
Oh yeah, all of that.
You got Pepto Bismol?
We're not moving. We're stationary.
I'm so not jealous of where you are right now.
I'm trying to walk the
Sounds
line between
awful.
because like, oh no, if it isn't the consequence of my own actions. like who could have seen this coming? Yeah. But also at the same time, you got some water around because you've been drinking the carbonated cream soda.
It's going to continue in that way. I'm not moving. I'm not moving. The water is just as far as the coffee, and I'm not going there for a long time.
Can you have any of these fellas bring you something?
No. I'm too paranoid for that right now. I can't have them creeping around on me.
I messaged them on Discord.
No, don't do that.
Don't do that. No, this was hours ago.
What are you paranoid? Like, what could possibly paranoid you because you are legally allowed to do everything
it sounds like Taylor's got some kind of a plot against me to send.
No, I
understand people in here.
I thought you were gonna fall asleep way earlier, and so like a while ago, I messaged the Discord and was like, if anybody has the number of someone there right now, can you please text them and have them make him a cup of coffee? No, this was hours ago. If it was going to happen, it would have happened.
No, I know. I was up there getting the coffee, and like Fish was like, he was running in there to like make some coffee. I'm like, I'm okay. Like, I'm really fucking high, but I'm able to do like normal things.
Do you think you'd be able to enjoy like a show or anything at this level? Or
are you out of your goddamn mind?
Wait,
I can't enjoy sitting still.
Oh,
Kyle, are you gonna want to have your eyes open or your eyes closed?
It's gonna be a mixed bag.
What do you wish you were doing right now?
So hold on, I have a good rec.
Yeah.
Have you watched Samsara?
I'm not watching anything.
What is
no.
Samsara?
There's no speaking in it.
I don't want to watch anything. I think I want to watch
play.
like.
It's 4K cinematic shot.
Oh no, that'll terrify me. I can't deal with that. Can't deal with that.
You're right. There is like a meatpacking industry part. you might just be
Jesus
like,
Christ.
What do you wish you were doing right now, Kyle?
Lying in my cool sheets, listening to this YouTube video that I go to sleep with. That's like thunder and lightning, and like a rainstorm.
Yeah,
that's a good one.
Yeah,
Kyle.
Okay.
Do you want to hear about the only time that I think I've been as high as you?
Hit us up.
Yeah.
I hope it's scary.
So it's not scary, but it's I think it's pretty interesting. So my best friend Cheney was playing a music festival called Hard Summer in the middle of July in LA. It was at this place called the Glen Helen Amphitheater. It's kind of like in San Bernardino, so an hour away from LA in the desert, an hour east towards Nevada. And it's up in this nice little amphitheater. It's in like a mountainside. There's one road in, we're on one road out. She's playing at like noon. It's fucking hot. It is what it is, but we get there early because I love her. She opens the festival. Of course, once she's done at 1, we rip some shots. I haven't eaten. She hasn't eaten. We go backstage and they have artist food carts and some other stuff. And there's a weed stand. And I'm like, oh my God, free weed? Like, yeah, of course. It's Snoop Dogg's weed company. Apparently he's going to come through, but it's his weed company they're sponsoring. So they give each of us a goodie bag. In there is a bag of chips, a soda,
like this like tincture thing, whatever. I'm hungry. I'm hanging out. Like I'm not really thinking too much about it, and so I drink a soda and eat 2 bags of the chips. And I'm like, oh man, these probably do have weed in them, maybe like a 25 milligram or whatever. And I look at the bag, and the bag is 250 milligrams.
Wait, of chips?
Of chips.
There's
right?
weed chips?
Weed chips and the weed soda. The soda was
Did they
80
taste
milligrams
gross?
each. No, I mean, I don't know. I was kind of drunk at that point, but it doesn't matter. So I'm eating 2 bags of these. It's not 250 milligrams. The whole amount that I ate was 250 milligrams, the 2 bags and the soda. So I'm like, oh man, this is going to be a real problem. It's 1 p.m. The festival ends at midnight. Like we have a very long time. Like around 3 p.m., I'm kind of out of it, whatever, like really seriously super tired, like kind of drooling on myself type beat. Never been this high in my entire life. And my friend Cheney's like, we got to get you home. And I was like, yeah, you know, it's probably for the best. I can skip day 1 of the festival. It's not that big of a deal. She walks me to the entrance of the festival and she goes, go get an Uber. And I'm like, okay, I love you. Thank you for taking care of me. The problem is that from that point on, I couldn't find the Uber lot. Yeah, I don't know what the issue was, but I remember being so high that I couldn't fucking find the Uber lot. And I kept walking and walking, and there were so many cars, like a huge line down this one road in. I couldn't fucking find the Uber lot. So I kept walking, and eventually I went to an intersection, and I finally got an Uber to pick up. And the lady was sitting right next to me, and she goes, what the fuck are you getting an Uber picked up here for? I was like, I couldn't find the Uber lot. And she goes, this is a highway home ramp. And I was like, okay. So I got in her car and she drove me back to the hotel. And I get there and I order a pizza. The pizza comes like 10, 15 minutes later because it was from the room service. And then my friends walk in and they're like, oh, so how you been? I was like, I don't know, man. I got here like 15 minutes ago. I got a pizza. And they're like, you left 8 hours ago. What happened? It's like, I couldn't find the Uber lot. I walked down the mountain and I finally managed to get an Uber to pick me up at the highway entrance. So I will never again do that much edible.
How did the rest of it go? How long did it take you to come down?
I don't know. I fucking ate pizza, went to bed. I can't remember. It was not great. I spent Kyle the ticker.
I'm high, very high.
I'm just straight up
I'm not having a good time. I'm empathizing with you so hard.
Me too.
That has got to be kudos
Probably
to you for eating that amount of weed for the show.
Should be a trophy or a belt.
Should be. We should give you a bat, like a
What
Pokemon
kind, you guys
badge.
should. How much could it cost to make one of those like WWE belts, but it's like a tasteful yet
I would like a badge. I would
do a
like
subreddit contest.
I would like
right?
a badge.
Who designs the best? You want a badge?
I want a badge. I want a
like
badge.
a pin badge that you can put on a jacket, right?
What do
We
you
should
want it
give
to
him
say?
a ribbon for every time he gets.
I don't know. Have you ever seen like the SS
Biggest retard
caps?
in Colorado.
How they have the
the SS caps. Super stoned. No, I'm wearing my. No, I just have a dozen super stone tattoos. After a certain amount of time passes, though, you'd know if the cat was alive.
Yes, that's true, right? Like you can
Yeah.
just wait 21 years or something. Cat's certainly dead by now.
Yeah. What an idiot.
I mean,
You solved the conundrum.
fuck
We
you!
know.
You fucking figured it out. Where's the
Fucking
mountain
idiot.
start?
Just wait 20 years till the cat dies, dumbass.
Like, where does Theseus's ship end?
Is it Theseus or Theseus? I don't know.
Theseus.
Yeah,
Theseus the
Theseus.
ship.
Oh,
Yeah,
thanks.
when does his ship become fucking not new anymore? Or
So
not
what they
his?
do is you've got Theseus's ship. They replace one.
Oh wait,
plank
this
on
is
it.
great, Kyle. When does Theseus explain the solution to Theseus's ship?
Are you out of your goddamn mind?
He doesn't know what
I
Theseus'
think the
ship
audience
is
might
anyway.
not know what it is. I was trying to. So,
Oh, go for it, Woody.
so you have his ship, and
Yeah.
you take one board off it, you put it to the side, and replace that. It's the same ship, right? It hasn't changed boat. You take two boards off it, you put a new one in its place. Same boat, right? We all agree you didn't get a different boat. Keep that process going until every board is replaced. At what point is it a new boat? Is it ever a new boat when every part has been replaced? And then
Yeah.
if you say, no, I guess you can repair a boat indefinitely and it's never a different boat. Roger that. What if we took all the boards that we used that we got from it and rebuilt it? Would that be the boat? or it's not the boat because the original one is the boat, even though it's been repaired indefinitely.
Yeah, I mean, you can think about that with people too. Like, aren't all of our cells regenerated like fully every 7 years or so?
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, yeah.
Oh, all the cells in your body that die and get replaced every 7 years. Yeah.
I wonder, like every bone cell, But anyway, I've heard that before.
It's probably true. The internet wouldn't lie to us about that.
Yeah.
True.
But it's also there's like an easier one. It's like, where does the field stop and the mountain begin? Like if you have a field that goes into a mountain, at what point
At the tall part.
The mountain
that's the
begins
top
at
of the mountain.
at the peak of the mountain.
No, the part that, well, I guess it's when it turns to rocks.
That could be
Okay, but imagine that it is
line.
all the same surface.
Okay.
But what if the grass goes quite a bit up the mountain?
All right, so a hill. Let's say a soft grassy hill. Where does the field start and stop, and where does the grassy hill?
I'd say a third of the way up.
A third. It's at the bottom.
But where's the bottom? Is the bottom?
It's so bewildering to Kyle.
Sure as fuck not a third of the way up though.
I'm pretty sure these are all like those like.
I want to
grade,
contribute with a better conversation. I know this one's awful, people, but I can't. I can't.
Well, then do your best. What do you got?
What do you got? Give us something.
I don't have anything.
Zach desperately wants to know what the weirdest thing he'd find in your cabinets is.
A human head.
I don't know, just sticky spots mostly.
Yeah.
Sticky spots? That wouldn't be weird to anyone, though.
Well, why do you have sticky spots?
Yeah,
If you're
there's
putting
that, like-
dishes back up there, it should
there's
just be
like-
water.
I was thinking of like the drawer where you throw all the like extra condiments and like a little packet of honey.
That
Pop
ain't
back there.
sticky onion.
And there's a little sticky
I don't-
spot, and you want to
relate.
clean it, but like nobody knows. So
Yeah, there's nothing fun in my drawers.
Close the
It's
drawer.
just dishes and maybe like a junk drawer. You might find some rubber bands to play with. Like I don't know.
We have some.
That is a good
leftover
question,
canine
like-
antibiotics.
What is something that's like genuinely weird that you would even keep in your home in the first place? Like I have a baby sconce. Like that's the weird.
What does that
thing.
mean? I know a sconce is what goes on the wall.
A light, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
right.
But it's like a baby. It's a cast iron baby where the head is the screwed in light bulb. But that's that
pretty
came
cool.
with the house. That wasn't the thing that I have. But that's the weirdest thing in this place.
It's mounted
And
to the
not-
wall right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't think of anything that. If something is like upsetting, I don't want it in my home. You know, like that baby head thing. It sounds funny for you, but I don't think Kyle exhaling vehemently.
Kyle's going through it. You know, I think you like have 12 minutes till the end of your suffering
Sentence. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like I feel like you're really getting the whole.
You
nine
fool! Do you think this ends in 12 minutes?
No, but I think it could be much better. Yeah, I think it can be much better.
I'll eat another
Although
one. I'll be.
I think you should have
Goodness.
better ideas
Goodness.
than just be in the bed.
Oh my goodness!
Maybe get a glass of water.
Go
You know
sleep.
what?
a,
I'm definitely going to get some water.
What is
Yeah.
what is the most that you think you could do right now? Like if you had to go buy a packet of crisps from
No,
the
you
the
then you have to
supermarket,
interact with people. That's
do you
too
think
hard.
you could get through the line normally, or like is walking even a struggle right now?
I would be worried that I was stumbling so much that like people would start worrying.
Yeah, I think Kyle. If it would be more like, all right, if
Like I can stumble like my way to the kitchen right now, like by leaning on walls and stuff. I'm sure,
Mhm.
and I'm not just like fall down fucked up, but I'm going to stumble a little around the corners. But if I had to like go to a Quickie Mart or something, no,
Too daunting.
yeah.
no, that scary.
You're literally built unlike any human I've ever like. I don't think I would be I would be catatonic if I had half of what you had. I would be drooling on myself, and you'd probably kick me off the call. It would be
My
awful.
mouth is so dry.
There's a 0% chance I could do half of that. I would have kept my camera and mic on, and I would have gone to bed. Like I
Yeah,
guarantee,
but
like
he's coming back.
I would have got up for like a pee break, and I would have laid down and fallen asleep and just passed.
Yeah.
out. Or I would have vomited. Like that's probably what I
Kids, you
would have
can
done.
do weed responsibly, and it doesn't have to be this way. All right.
Yeah, but
Look at
do
the
you wanna be
dangers of
cool?
weed?
Don't ever do this.
Yeah,
right.
don't ever do this.
Don't listen to Kyle. All right, Kyle is only saying this because he wants to keep this experience to himself. Kyle wants everyone to stay away from his precious experience. He doesn't want any of you to experience the glory, the euphoria that this man is going through. Look at his eyes.
Run.
He's loving it.
Look at all the life truths he's discerning right now.
He's lies.
Is God real?
He's speaking with Bob Marley.
A zombified Bob Marley. That's scary.
How'd Bob Marley die?
Bob Marley died from taking 1,000 milligrams of marijuana.
Oh shit!
Don't you remember that classic story?
Yeah, about that one.
He flew too close to the sun.
How
and
did Jimi
died.
Hendrix die?
Same thing. I don't know. Probably heroin.
I think it was drugs.
All the young artists who die, I assume heroin. I think even didn't Chris Farley die because of heroin?
You know what? It's got to be pretty fun if everybody keeps dying from it, right?
It's got to be meth a little too, right?
Well, no, you don't necessarily. You don't have to cross pollinate those at all. Like meth and heroin.
Meth is far too.
But you were
aggressive.
saying they all die.
If I'm gonna go
heroin.
out, it's gonna be on heroin. Like if I had to make the choice, it's not gonna be meth.
I don't think about celebrities dying from meth because meth is so like cheap and everything. Like maybe they'll have like a coke overdose or something. Like seems like it's mostly pills and heroin though.
Opiates. That's why we gotta make America smoke more weed.
We do. We got to get rid of that
opiates.
That huge opiate problem all over the country. People
Oklahoma, you listen to me.
Yeah, Oklahoma. Jesus Christ! I
I'm
think they're like
coming for you.
Aren't they
Yeah,
like the
they're-
worst in the country with it? Like
they're so bad.
So many, like more people are dying from that than like fucking probably car.
What are we
accidents or
talking
something.
about?
The opiate, the opiate epidemic with like people. taking so much
Idaho.
Opiates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty significant reduction in opiate addiction or opiate related deaths or hospitalizations once weed is legalized. Lead is legalized.
I would have guessed the opiates hit like the Kentuckys and
yeah, oh yeah,
states
all
like
of that.
Tennessee.
All of the flats is what I call them. All the flyovers, disgusting.
All the
I don't
flats.
Kentucky's not a flat.
I swear to God,
It should be.
I'm gonna
Okay.
talk
All
to
the
all my
squares.
I'm gonna talk to all my trucker friends. Tell them to stop shipping to wherever you are.
Liberal California.
All those liberals in California eating. Yeah, that's funny. Like, California is actually a huge farming state. It's like, really?
Yeah,
Are you
it's
going to
actually,
subsist on? Are you going to subsist on almonds, moron?
Yes, $7 billion in almonds every year, and it only takes up all of the water in 4 of our states. Okay, all right, and I don't want to hear anybody complain about it. All right?
And I won't because I love almonds. I love the smokehouse almonds from Blue Diamond.
listen,
So
there's
I won't.
Oklahoma is not bad at all with regards
for
to
opiate. Look up Idaho.
Idaho.
Or just look at what are the worst opiate states. I know it's like Missouri's terrible with meth.
Missouri's not great.
Baltimore's heroin.
The worst
For
is
sure.
Ohio, West Virginia, Maryland.
I don't
Connecticut,
believe.
and
Don't
New
believe the
Hampshire.
stats. Don't believe the lies. These are all wrong.
Are we sharing this, Zach? No, I guess not.
No, it's got to be the Midwest. They have nothing else.
Oh
This is
damn,
bullshit.
we're in a bad color.
It has to be
You know
those
what?
Midwest states that are not the worst.
These
at
are
all.
deaths. These people don't know how to take opiates. Look, that's why the lowest is in the mid. All right, they've been taking opiates for years. They're veterans. Nebraska, what else are they doing over there besides Oxy? Not
Why is-
included.
why is
not?
Missouri
What are
so
they
bad?
What are they hiding? They're hiding shit.
Right?
I knew it.
They would have been included in this. if
What
had
are they
nothing to
hiding?
hide.
They're hiding the fucking data.
They could break their little freaking shade of red
son of a
measuring
bitch.
stick and come in solid, darker red.
How the hell is Iowa so great and Missouri so terrible in this one? Is it coming in from Ohio through Kentucky?
Well, they could just not stop in Louisiana or.
I don't believe this. Who, cite your sources on this.
Zach, can you delete all the state names and we can play the state game again?
I feel pretty confident
We'll
in
just
this.
play the
I'm not
state
gonna
game
lie.
to round out the 6 points. That's so
Let's
funny.
play-
You had people
can we play
saying
GeoGuessr?
You had people saying that was the best part of the show. Even as we were doing it, I'm like, this is awful.
Dude, I was into it. I'm like, yeah. That's Wisconsin. That's Louisiana. And you're like, this is terrible content.
That's
And
my
I was
content
like,
every
oh.
Friday.
On GeoGuessr, except they don't know where you are.
Yeah, no, but I've done the Guess the States game. You should have
Alright.
every guest do this, and this is their like
the show IQ test. Yeah.
Jericho's tough because he's lived on both coasts, but
I can name every state, no problem.
Tucker, what's 2 states above Texas?
We're doing
above
it.
Texas.
Yeah.
Nebraska?
Mike?
Wrong.
What?
2 states above Texas, that is Kansas.
It is Kansas. Yeah, it is very long. I was there.
Wait, what? That's Kansas?
Yeah,
Where's
Oklahoma and
Nebraska?
Kansas share that large border.
No, you said 2 states. Oh, I'm so dumb. I did 3 states. My bad.
Okay, what's the next state up to him?
What? South Dakota and then North Dakota.
No, 3 states up, you were correct. 3 states up.
Yeah,
is
I know.
Nebraska.
You said that. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You said 2 states up, and I
I meant Nebraska, but I can see how.
Believe it or not.
What's the next one could have been taken? either way.
You know what? I can't do it anymore. Take it off. Get it off the screen.
No, I had more.
I'm addicted to opiates. Don't laugh. Been taking Oxy since I got my wisdom teeth removed.
Every time we don't know what to talk about, we should pull up a map of the states and quiz each other on them.
It's like, hey, what's the capital of South Dakota?
Bismarck.
My Twitch stream took great offense to the fact that Kyle didn't do his edible last week, and it was 4 hours and 20 minutes long. They felt like that was insult to injury.
I feel like it's abusive.
I didn't even
to
realize
keep
we
Kyle.
did that.
Kyle strategically disconnected his camera so he could leave right now. Oh no, he's just resting slowly. Oh,
no. How you doing, Kyle?
You know, I just taking it one step at a time.
You know what's great about this is that when you really think about it, you only have 8 more hours.
It's only a full work day.
Wait. Oh, after this, his flight's 8 hours away?
No, how high he's going to be high for 8 hours.
How long he'll be high.
Yeah.
But he won't be like shitty high for 8 hours. Like
he'll be shitty high for like 3 hours. Yeah,
he'll taper off like 3 hours.
In 3 hours, I'll be able to do things again.
Maybe. You better hope. It might happen. You might be like this forever.
Simmer down.
Simmer down.
Simmer down. You're right. I'm sorry. That was rude. Jeez.
Saying he's gonna be like this forever.
Is it gonna be
But,
like
you
this
know,
forever?
He could be.
Well, let's hope not, right?
I hope
Imagine
not.
how shitty this show's
Yeah.
going to be if Kyle's
Sometimes.
a vegetable the whole time. You
Oh,
have to
God.
wheel him in.
Sticks.
Well, you gotta start making a joke of it then after a while. Like
You know what? What was funny though is like I made some like low effort bad jokes while you were stoned. I'm getting huge laughs from Kyle on these shitty low effort jokes, and I like that. But you should be somewhat high on every episode.
See, if we just moderated this,
it's gonna be a while after this. It's gonna be a while.
no, you say that, but you're going to be high in 2 days. So
No,
just,
no. It's gonna be a break.
That'll be just
This has been
Be a tolerance break until he gets home.
eye-opening experience, a sobering experience. That's so ironic when you say it's going to be a sobering experience for you.
whew, this is very intense.
Yeah.
I'm sorry for you,
I
man.
underestimated.
Me too.
I underestimated just how intense.
Isn't
this
he
was
having
going
a
to
good
be.
time?
No, Kyle's having a horrible.
Everybody knew it would be a bad time, but I do apologize that you're not having a good time.
Kyle, what type of fun do you think you're having?
Woody, could you explain to me?
No,
That's a trap.
No. No, we're not doing that. What type of fun are you having?
That was pretty quick-witted for
Yes.
guys high as you are.
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know what the different types of fun are, and I don't want to know. I hate that there are different types of fun.
There's not.
I frankly don't believe that there are types of.
You're not alone.
Woody, can you imagine taking 40 times as much as what you took? because that's where Kyle
No,
is
his
at.
mind can't grasp it. It's like explaining like the magnitude of the Richter scale. Like you have like a 4.0, yeah, 5.0 is 10 times worse. And you're like, I don't get that.
Well, then this is a bad scale. Make it of 100.
Yeah, and it's like, all right, it's fucking awful every time. It's 10,000
Does the
times
Richter
worse.
scale do that for real?
Yeah,
it's a
like
logarithmic scale.
Yeah, and so it's like orders of magnitude bigger every time, but that doesn't really sell it. Like they need to have a scale that goes to 100, or even better, a scale that goes to 1,000. So they can be like, this is an 897.
Yeah, but the problem is that if it goes to 1,000, it need to go like 10 million because like the difference between a 1 and a 5 is
That's
5
even
magnitudes.
cooler.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's logarithmic. So
It's a
so you're
9
literally
million earthquake.
and you're just like, shit, we're all gonna die. And it's like, nah, man, you're only half up the scale. It's a 5.0 from the old one.
There's a 500 million.
Yeah, it's just like an anime at this point, like Giga Death. You're like, oh man.
Yeah, like when you would like I've never gotten into anime very much, but I even remember watching Dragon Ball Z after school.
Oh,
And
yeah.
all the time, like an episode would end with one of them like, and like
cliffhanger.
then the next episode would start, and they'd be like, and the thing that they said was world destructive power would be like, and it pales in comparison to what he can do, and then it would be some other guy who can make an even bigger ball of power. Not a very good show.
No, incredible show because it taught you that no matter what happens, you could just die and get resurrected again, and rules
Yeah.
didn't really apply to you.
What show is this?
Dragon Ball Z.
Oh.
Yeah, way
Also,
past
Bulma
Woody's
was
time.
hot as fuck.
Yeah, but it's pretty meme heavy. 9,000 over 9,000. That's from
Yeah.
Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Probably.
Yeah.
It's probably.
Probably.
Super
More
Saiyan.
Nailed it. You nailed it.
I'll say more
Yeah.
likely than not that it's from there.
I was
So-
pretty sure. I didn't see it.
All right, you guys want to call
Let's
it the
get-
show and let Kyle,
let's get Kyle
go to
to
bed.
disappear.
All
He's
right.
got the snake bite.
So you got to check out.
565.
But yeah, I don't know when I sobered up. I do know that. So I'm going to do everything in Colorado time. I think we finished the show at about 9 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
I had to be at the airport at 4 a.m.
So you got 7 hours to recoup.
But it's an hour drive according to my phone. Turned out it was only like 30 minutes, but the driver was like, "Is it okay if I just run a few errands?" And I was just like, I was so high, I agreed.
What a bizarre driver.
She's like, I need to gas up and I need to,
to
do
go to
this
the
and
bank.
that. I'm going to stop by she stopped by the Dollar General or something like that.
And you're just so high in the
I'm
back.
just in the back of the car.
Are you in the parking lot by
Yeah.
yourself in the back of an Uber, high as shit?
And just like when you got a kid in the car, she's like, "You want anything?" And I'm just like, "No, I'm good. I'm just high, I'm just so high right now. I hope you eventually get me to the airport." But yeah, when I walked out the door to go to the airport at, I believe, 3 a.m., like something like that, 3 or 4 a.m., somewhere in there, the guys were like seeing me off. We were all outside. I smoked cigarettes when I'm on vacation. I smoked my final cigarette of the vacation, and I was out there, and I just remember looking at the guys and just being like, I'm so fucking high right now. They're like, you got this. I'm like, give me my drink. They're like, give me my drink. I'm like, finish the cigarette and throw it on the ground. I'm like, all right, goodbye. And then
All right, goodbye.
I staggered into that fucking car, and so began my morning. And it felt like a day's travel just getting to like the airport, like through security and everything. like every step of the way, there's this dumbfounded, stoned brain moment where it's like, travel documents. I need travel documents.
Well, I got my boarding pass. What's that other thing? All right, everybody else has their license out. I'm going to do that. Like,
Yeah, I'm really leaning on like looking around and seeing what everybody else is doing, like a child or something like that. I'm like, is this one of the ones where they take the shoes off or no? Shoes off? Yeah, shoes off.
Meanwhile, you like are looking probably like sweaty, like like you died and someone reanimated you with a spell.
Yeah, I don't know, man. It was one of the scarier things I've ever done. Thankfully, it went really smoothly. And once I got on the aircraft, I flew back first class again, and because I couldn't have dealt with like the stress of being like crammed up with two other people and not having a TV and not having like a charcuterie board. Like that's what, like that was the option for my meal was like this cool cheese board with dried salami and stuff.
Nice.
But when I landed in Atlanta it would have been, I don't know, like 9 a.m., 10 a.m. Atlanta time.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still high. It's
been over
all
12
night.
hours.
It's been 12 hours now.
Are you still uncomfortably high at that point, or just you've faded out a bit to just regular stone?
When I passed out the night before, I felt like I was like a 9 out of 10. On my way to the airport, I felt like I was a 7 out of 10. When I landed in Atlanta, I felt like I was like a 5 out of 10. And so I got my shit and I parked in like the long parking thing, like the long-term parking. It's significantly cheaper. And by the time I got to my car, I was still like a 4 out of 10, I guess. So I just sat in my car for like an hour and a half, 2 hours or something like that. I would just like got outside my car, started walking around and like puffing on my vape and fucking around on my phone. I wasn't good to drive. I had to sober up. I waited until I felt like 100% good to go again. And then I got in my car and got home. And I felt like days had passed. It was like a Lord of the Rings type experience. like it was that moment where like Gandalf comes into the bedroom and Frodo's all happy to see him.
One does not
awful.
simply walk into Denver International.
Oh my fucking God. Not when you eat a fucking pan of brownies. I ate a pan of fucking brownies essentially and then stumbled into Denver airports like 6 hours later. It was so scary. Like
I don't know why Woody and I were both like, dude, delay your flight just a few hours, just a little bit.
It would have cost $500. No, like extra.
Oh shit. Okay, well that's
At
real money. You
least.
don't want to do that.
At least, and I felt like I could do it. Like I felt like if I just put my mind to this and keep putting one foot in front of the other, eventually I'll be in Atlanta.
As an ex-athlete, every now and again I'm reminded that some of this ability was just taken from me when I wasn't looking. Kyle, you are an ex-stoner. You can't do the things you used to do anymore. You don't. You can't just do a gram and go to the airport. You're not the stoner you used to be.
I bet if you were to test Kyle right now with how low his body fat is, he'd piss clean.
There's no way. I smoked so much. I smoked so much this week. I've been taking it really easy since I got back. But I did buy Delta 8. I bought like the disposable like Delta 8 vape things, and I bought some of the gummies. I think I'll go back on what I said. I think at this point they don't get me as high as like lots of weed was getting me, but it is still like a really powerful high. From this brand in particular, I had a different brand that wasn't as there we go. It wasn't as strong. But yeah, I think that shit's like the Wild West right now, and
some of the brands are definitely better than others. Like you go in there and you ask the lady, or I do, that works at the store, and she'll straight up be like, "This brand of gummy, everybody says that they're not getting nearly as high. This brand, this Moonwalker brand, everybody raves about it. That's why when you come in here, it's always gone." And last time I went in there, this is like a week or two ago, and I was like, "So I know these are good. Are you going to be getting another shipment for a while?" She's like, "I don't know. It's up in the air." I'm like, "Yeah, why would you know when your next shipment is? You're only the proprietor." And I was like, "Okay, I'll take all of the watermelon ones." And she's like, "So like 2, 3?" And I'm like, "The whole line, all of the watermelon are mine." So I got 4 of these 50-piece gummy containers.
How much were they?
A long time.
Is this like $150 worth of weed?
Like $150, yeah. For an amount that's good. I'm still on the first container and it's got a lot in it, so it'll last a while. I wanted to ask Kyle, because like as you were stoned as shit on the show, you kept making little passing comments like, I'm gonna have to take a nice long break from this. for a while, like a nice long break from weed. And I know that's the same as being like so drunk you feel like you're gonna vomit, and you're like, I'm never drinking this poison again. And then like, you know, time passes. Did you take that whole next day off just to like reset yourself, or by that night were you like, oh, I'll get a little toasty?
Yeah, I didn't smoke right away. I think I skipped that whole day for sure. And then I've just been like sort of tentatively using this Delta 8 because I don't want to be like high all day, but just like getting high at night mostly, and like it's really good for going to sleep. But I've never been as scary high as that edible. I did not enjoy that.
It didn't look fun at all. Like the like last hour of the show, like Tucker and I would start talking about something, and I'd be like, Kyle, what do you think about this? We're trying to get you back in, and you'd be like, I don't know. I'd be like, all right, thanks for that. And so Tucker, what else do you think about this? And Woody's sitting there like, you know, I don't feel bad, but I've got a case of the whatevers right now. like, do I want to talk right now? Whatever.
Yeah, Taylor had. Would you have an alcohol or something to keep you chatty?
Yeah.
I did not have that.
I had coffee and it did nothing.
This clock is going to tick whether I talk or not.
Yeah,
and I'm not a good host. High, I don't think.
I'm not that high. Good God. Like oh, that was awful. I was in a coma. I was in a coma. I'm very high and I have a good time. Yeah. Yeah. That is what I said, and that's what I meant. I was trying to like at least form like cogent thoughts. So I would be like, all right, we've got a thing to say. Let's start working on it now.
Like 5 minutes later you say it and it's like, what are you talking about? Like
yeah, I kind of missed the train. I had that crazy like I could feel it. Like kind of thing, like hallucination type thing. It was really wild. I hadn't been thinking about just how bad it was going to be. Somehow I had just kind of convinced myself that it wasn't a big deal. And you know, when you've got something big coming up like that like you don't want to do, like jury duty or a court appearance or fucking you know, anything like that. I don't know why it always goes back to that for me. It's something you really don't want to do.
Most people say job interview, but not you.
No, prison.
No, when you've got something coming up and you're avoiding it, and there's somebody in your life who's like, hey, that thing's tomorrow, right? Hey, that thing's tomorrow, right? Why aren't you talking about that thing that's tomorrow? That's how Fish was. He's like, oh, you're eating that poison tomorrow, right? You're eating poison tomorrow, right? In front of all the people. I was like, I don't want to talk about it. But it's tomorrow, right? He's like, yeah. Did you get everything? I'm like, yeah, I got it.
Fish is just hounding you, trying to stress you out. What do you think it's gonna be like when you're high? I bet it's gonna be horrible.
It's gonna be real bad, huh?
I was thinking about you. Oh.
Like, what if you're in there and you just start seeing demons and all the worst things that have ever happened to you in front of all those people, Kyle? Won't that be awful? What if you cry?
I guess it doesn't do that. I don't know. I've never had.
No, it doesn't do that. It doesn't. But like, you don't want to put that evil on yourself, right? You know, like if you're gonna take something that's impairing.
Kyle,
yeah,
your legal troubles first started like 4 or 5 years ago. I forget. We looked it up. Was it 2018?
I think it's 4 years ago.
Okay, and then all that time, there's been, you know, a guillotine hanging over your head and a finish line at the end of this. You have finally crossed the finish line. The Colorado trip you've been looking forward to for ages has happened. Is there any kind of letdown now that like now what?
No, I'm so like, this has been a good few days. Like this last couple of days, I've been really happy because it's like I am sort of getting. It's like when like a dog's been like locked in a kennel and you open the door and for a while he's just kind of like sniffing, like, hey, what's this? See this? I can go out there, huh? So right now I'm sort of like thinking of the places. Yeah, right now I'm sort of like thinking of the places that I can go now because I was like, oh yeah, I'd like to do that. I could. I mean, I could book a flight right now and go and do that thing or this thing or the other. So yeah, part that's been a big part of it. I've got such bad dry mouth from this shit though.
Is that Delta 8?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been that's been a big part of it. Sort of like getting comfortable with like the idea that it is kind of over now, and I can kind of go about my business on a daily basis. And if I wanted to, I could have a beer, or go see my dad without asking for permission, or just I don't know, for the fuck of it, drive to Tennessee like I used to. Just stuff like that.
Well, I know how much you've been looking forward to a nice cold beer.
Not
so
really,
many
no.
months. No,
Although,
of course not.
although when you're not allowed to have something, you kind of do, right? Like I bet if I told Woody, like, if I was like, Woody, do you want a beer? And he was like, no. I was like, good, because you're not allowed them anymore.
Right, and then for the next 3 years, I'm denied them. At the end of it, I'd want margarita.
And like I start making like lots of backyard barbecues part of his life as a demon. Like hey, Cinco de Mayo. Everybody's popping their Dos Equis at the same time. Now everybody's like cool thing is lighters. You're looking at everyday carry lighter bottle openers, trying to get into bottle culture. It's not working. You're not allowed. You're not allowed to have the beer. So you're always thinking about it. I wish Kyle would let me have that beer.
Have you seen those bottle openers that you can put on top, and then you open it, and then you can hit a button and it shoots it?
Yes.
It shoots the bottle out.
Yeah.
Seems like a bad idea.
Terrible idea.
At best, you're littering. So, Kyle, you've been kidnapped.
Hell,
it appears.
They took me to a house with terrible acoustics.
They took you to the echoiest house in whatever fucking state you're in.
When you're on the phone with a Karen and she's like, "Oh, the internet is so fast. You don't even know. You don't even know." And I was just like, "How fast is it?" She's like, "Oh, real fast."
Over a megabit.
And it was like 10 a.m. in the morning, and I needed a place to stay at 10 a.m. in the morning, as in like right now. So I was like, all right, I can be there in 2 hours. And she says, this is what she's done to me. And then on top of that, like I packed. So what I did was in the middle of the night, I decided to go on an impromptu vacation. Literally left my home at 1 a.m. And I haven't told anyone where I am. Woody and Taylor don't know.
You sent us clues, and
he sent us clues, but
we were guessing wrong.
It's a state with trees that's flat.
Yeah, it does not helpful.
Yeah. And I drove there overnight.
And he drove there in one night, so it has to be between like, I don't know, New Jersey, Missouri to Texas, like that arc.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so it's like we've got it down to half the states.
So let me
not Utah.
So let me continue to make excuses. Not really excuses, just to like shit on myself, really. So I packed my bag. I hadn't really unpacked from the last trip. Like there was like my luggage was still sitting like in the hallway. I haven't put it away yet, and in it was like, like my nail clippers and extra hairbrush and like travel toiletries. So it was kind of easy to pack. And I packed everything, all my equipment here, except for my laptop. I left my laptop hundreds of miles away. And I realized 10 minutes from where I'm sitting, I was like going through that. I'd been through the checklist 1,000 times in my head during the overnight drive.
You just didn't get the most important thing.
I literally realized it 10 minutes from being here instead of an hour from being here. So I had to go buy a laptop today, and the laptop was so cheap that I bought that it doesn't have an Ethernet input.
So you're going to have to return this one and then get one with an Ethernet input tomorrow?
And if I'm being honest, I think that the reason I'm laggy is the laptop is having a hard time running Logic Capture software. I'm not sure that it's
laptop.
I really don't think it's internet. I bought a $200 laptop, not realizing that there were laptops so weak anymore that they couldn't do what we're doing right now. So I'm going to try to return this laptop maybe tomorrow and buy an even more expensive laptop and see if that works. Because this is a $200 laptop that I had intended on like using overnight, resetting to factory, and then returning. But nonetheless, I apologize for how laggy my video is. I hope my audio isn't too fucking garbage. But yeah, I was sitting there on the couch, and I was like, I could just go somewhere if I wanted.
We have
1
these
a.m..
amazing jobs that let us go on adventures and explore, do whatever. All you got to do is bring your laptop.
Just remember your computer.
It's literally it's literally the most expensive piece of equipment that I carry around. This microphone's setup's $500, $600 when you, I don't know, maybe a little more when you start factoring in cables and nonsense and mixer and bullshit. But the laptop's the expensive thing, and I left it. There is a 1 in 500 chance that I left it on the roof of my car.
Oh no!
That would be so funny.
It didn't occur to me. You brought your boom mic, your microphone, your audio interface, just not the laptop.
See, and I brought the lights. I've got lighting.
You've got lighting?
I got 2 big tripods over there. I've got a tripod over there that I'm looking at right now. I've got I was telling somebody this earlier today. Like I brought lube. I brought condoms. I brought.
Didn't forget those.
I brought dress shoes.
What kind
gonna
of cosplay is happening over there?
I have loafers in case there's a nice restaurant. Okay, and yet I left my fucking brand new $2,600 laptop sitting on the couch. 499 out of 500 times it's sitting on the couch. There is a 1 in 500 chance that I literally put it on my roof, and I meant to then I closed the trunk and I meant to grab it off the roof, put it in the passenger seat, but I just got in the car, opened the garage door, and sped off into the night.
I hope that didn't happen. That would blow.
Oh, I'd laugh so hard. That'd be I told you
it would be funny, but that would suck.
You know, I did that.
A $2,200 joke.
Yeah, $2,600. Yeah.
Oh, is it? I get it wrong.
That I don't think I'll come back here.
Oh no, that sucks.
The weed is.
I didn't even consider that different states would have different prices, significantly different.
Yeah, I think Illinois is expensive compared to even the other legal states. I don't know why.
So I want to say that so in Colorado, a 1 gram vape pen, right? Like one of these that's disposable, and has, I think they're like $60. And I don't remember if that's with tax or without tax. Here, with tax, they're like $100 or something, or $110 or something crazy.
That's outrageous.
Wow.
Like maybe more. I don't even actually, I don't think you can get 1 gram.
You're gonna have to get so high before you go home. You have to take 85 pulls on it to get your value.
Thousands of dollars of just to get to your level where you like to be.
No,
well, that sucks. The state closest to you with legal stuff is so pricey.
They're so strong.
What's the next legal state in terms of distance? I'm not saying it clearly.
Virginia is closer, but they haven't gotten their stores in place yet. Florida has medical.
Is it easy medical?
Yeah, super easy medical. And off the top of my head, I think that's about it. I'm aware there's other places, but they have the distances aren't advantageous, or the laws aren't advantageous over either Illinois, Florida, or the burgeoning industry in Virginia, which buy it.
Sometimes legal means different things too, and medical can mean almost anything. New Jersey had medical. Now I think it's better now, but it had medical that pretty much applied to one girl.
Yeah.
that shit's so stupid, where it's like, yeah, if you're actively dying, you can use tiny bits of it.
Of Hodgkin's something else combo together. There was a girl who was really, really suffering, and for whatever reason, pot was the golden ticket for her. And when I say really suffering, it's worse than, I forget what it was, but it maybe painful Tourette's with spasms or something awful. And then a hit of pot, and she's just fully cured for the next 2 hours.
Yeah, I've seen those videos on YouTube with Parkinson's patients where they're they can't even grab a cup of water, and they take a couple tokes, and it's so drastic it looks fake. I'm not saying it is, but it's so quick that you're oh, that looks like it's not even real, because now they're doing mazes and playing Operation. Kyle, how much longer are you in your new home, or your temporary home? Are you heading out in the morning? Maybe staying?
You never know.
Never know. Might just live in Illinois.
Can I get the 2-second backstory?
on that?
I'm in Illinois right now. The other night I was in Georgia and I was thinking, wish I was in Illinois. So I got in my car and I started driving to Illinois, as you do, and then I got here and I found an Airbnb, and so now I'm in Illinois. It's pretty nice.
Illinois
here.
is right near Iowa because they both start with I.
Is it?
Yes. No.
They are actually really close, but not for that reason. I don't think. I mean,
Yeah,
maybe.
From where you are in Illinois, you're
Tough
not
to
gonna
rule it out.
You're not going to zoop to Iowa from where you are.
You could. I bet
From
he's
southern Illinois. That'd be quite the drive.
one day. You get there. Same day, I bet.
Well, yeah, same day, but that would be a pain in the ass. And they don't even have legal weed in Iowa. So no
No, they
incentive.
do in Illinois though.
Nope. They do in Illinois, it turns out. It's very expensive here. And in my look, I get annoyed when people are like, "Oh yeah, the weed in Cali, it's so strong," or "No, it's about the weed in Washington State." I hate that because I'm just
It's
like
different.
Exactly. That's kind of where I've always kind of stood. It's like, how is your weed actually going to be different? I get that there are different kinds of weed, but how is like the weed from a certain state just going to be hands down above like weed from another state? This weed here kind of sucks.
It does.
Like, not only is it overpriced, but I ate 100 milligram candy bar last night, and I will say this: it was delicious. If they sold these at the store, they'd be popular. Like
because there was like no weed in it.
Yeah, that's how they make it taste good. They take the weed out.
Yeah,
it was.
It doesn't have that weedy taste.
That's why traditional candy is unmatched. You know,
It was
no
like
weed. In it.
it was like some sort of toffee bar, but it sort of looked like a Hershey's bar or something like that, like square and everything. And it was
didn't get you
100
high?
milligrams, and I ate the whole thing, and I didn't notice that I had eaten it. I didn't. I never felt
100
like
milligrams, and you didn't notice.
Yeah, I didn't notice at all.
I had 50 of Delta 8, the legal stuff, and I definitely noticed until I fell asleep.
Well, I've been eating 1,500 milligrams of Delta 8 at a time. 1,500 milligrams. Yeah.
I wonder if ours could have been different.
I wonder if it's all dosed the same. I wonder if it's all processed the same. I wonder how quickly tolerances build up. I don't know any of that information, but I know that I eat 1,500 milligrams of Delta 8 at a time, and I don't notice that either, really.
The guy at the counter acted like the edible I bought was the like Mac Daddy Strong edible at that store.
I'd love to know the brand. I'm going to do some more research.
I threw the wrapper away.
Yeah, I'm going to look around. But yeah, so far my experience with recreational Illinois weed is that it's weak compared to what I was getting in Colorado and way more expensive. Granted, I'm not I know the tax is included here in all the prices. So like they have this process here that's real interesting. You go in and there are kiosks like touch screens, and you go through like a touchscreen menu and you order what you want and you write your name, and then you're allowed to go into another chamber where the business is done, and someone's already got your order like put in a little bag and ready to go, and you just exchange cash for your weed. But like it's a little more like locked down in Illinois than it is in Colorado. Like there's armed guards and shit, and it's I don't know. The employees seem all really friendly, but like the process is a little sketchy.
How hard is it? I don't know how to answer this if I were you, but Florida has medical marijuana. Can any non-Florida resident just go to a scam doctor and get his card like they're buying?
So I don't know what a
Bubblegum?
scam doctor is, Woody. That sounds like that sounds like a dark.
Just a doctor who makes a business out of giving out medical marijuana cards.
Oh, you mean
I thought you meant like a. I thought
Oh
you meant
yeah,
like a chiropractor.
so you just go to weeddoc.com and no, absolutely. So
I thought I was about to go to weeddoc.com.
If it doesn't exist, I'll suck your dick. So
Immediate Google.
like come on, it's gonna exist. So the deal with Florida is
curious.
I would need a at least a temporary residency so that I could say that I was a temporary Florida resident, and then I could get a medical license in Florida. So I would
that's
need
not
an
easy.
address there.
Yeah. Hey, SS YouTube money coming back again.
Do you know that I've considered that? Like, I was like, oh no. If I had the fucking boat, I could get a Florida medical marijuana license and like just drive like the 4 hours south and just smoke anytime I wanted, like little vacations. Like that, like 4 hours is nothing.
Does everyone know the backstory on SS YouTube Money? Kyle bought a sailboat to keep in Florida to give him a Floridian address, and I think the goal was to legally not have state taxes.
Mhm.
But it never really happened because he started getting these more advanced firearm licenses that required Georgia residency and sort of stability, so he couldn't just change up his address crazy. Am I on target?
No. All right, so all memes aside, I didn't lose a lot of money, but I lost some money. But I did not have to pay the way it works is you don't have to pay state income taxes for the time that you're in Florida, which would be half the year. So you don't have to pay state income taxes for 50% of the year. So
The days you upload videos.
Yeah,
Make
sure.
it joke.
You know, whatever's the proper thing to do. And but no, it worked out fine. It had the firearms license never entered into it. There was just a point where it was like, we're not like saving a ton of money here or anything. We're just like bleeding $10 a month here on slip fees or something when it's all said and done. And I just wanted rid of it. And I definitely lost like a few thousand when I sold it. But like all in all, when you consider like the tax benefits, I think it cost me like $3,000 to own a boat for a couple years, something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
But no, if I had that thing still, it counts as a residence because there's like a few check boxes you have to check, right? Like a bathroom, a bedroom, etc. And the marina where I had it slipped at, you've got like a PO box there, so that's your address.
What's the lamest house you could have? Could you invest in a tent in Florida?
I'm going to look
$300.
into what the lamest house I could buy in Florida is. And like what if there's a rental property that's literally like $50 a month or something like that for like that I could just have like, I don't want to do anything like sketchy. I want it to be legal. Like I wanted to stand up to like the rule of law and everything, but like I don't know.
So your definition of sketchy is a little different than mine here. It sounds like.
I want what legally qualifies.
I just want to legally play as little as I can.
I just sublet
you're missing the
a
point.
rental tent with 5 other people, but it's a 6-man tent, so it's not sketchy or anything.
Oh, and I don't care about the taxes. I just want to be able to like go down there and smoke weed whenever I want and not have to drive to Illinois.
Yeah, you're not far.
Illinois, the closest?
You're not super close, but you're not far from
Illinois is 7 hours away. Virginia doesn't have a way to purchase it yet, even though they're legal, and it's roughly 7 hours as well. But it would, obviously it depends on which part of Virginia you're going to. Like maybe the part that's 7 hours away is never going to be any good because it's so rural. And then Denver is really far.
It is quite a trek from you, yeah. Kyle,
Did
have you
move,
found?
Kyle, again? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh no. Kyle has not moved again yet. He's still tracking around. Kyle, you haven't.
So he's still in Georgia?
Yeah, still in Georgia.
You can watch that while you're watching Dune.
Yeah. Well, I'm watching that. Kyle can catch up on Dune.
I might actually watch Dune tonight.
I hope you like it because I know you've been wanting to like it.
I think I will like it. I won't love it. It's a pretty good environment to watch it in right now. It's so quiet here. I can say it now because I'll be gone in the morning, but I'm on this lake, and I think it's like a vacation spot here in Southern Illinois, but for the summer, obviously, so no one else is here.
Mhm.
So like, there's no one here on this big finger that like goes out into a lake, and I mean, if I scream for help outside, there's no one here. There's no one anywhere near me, like miles away. Like there's houses, but no one's in them because they're all like vacation houses.
Sometimes it's neat to take an off-season vacation. We're going to the beach, my family, in a time that's coming up that I'm not telling everyone in advance. And it'll be cold. And it's like, I did it last year twice when my friend got those places, and I really enjoyed it. Just maybe fly my paramotor from the beach, hand it some tandem rides, do whatever.
Yeah, that'll be fun. No, I've often done that. I think a lot of people like going up to like Gatlinburg when the leaves are changing, but I usually go up there when it's like snowing or something like that. Like I don't know, I like little winter vacations, and I've always liked being really spontaneous. I'm so glad my fucking probation is over and I can do that more, because like sometimes I'll just be up late and like see a commercial or something and be like, hey, I want to go there. And I used to just do that, and the last couple of years it's been locked down. But it was fun to just get in the car and go.
And with this job, you can do it. Like, if you remember your laptop.
Yeah, we said this on PKA, and I guess I'll catch PKA up a little bit. So, like, I decided to go to Illinois at midnight with no prior thoughts of going to Illinois. I was just like, hey, I want to go to Illinois. I'm going to do it. Packed my bags in 10 minutes, got in the car, left, and drove 7 hours in the middle of the night. I got here when the sun was coming up, and I packed everything in those 10 minutes. I got like my surge protector and my mixer, my boom, my microphone, lighting, cameras, all the wiring, extension cords, all my toiletries, everything I could need. I even brought sodas. I was like, you always stay somewhere you need soda or like whatever you're gonna drink. I brought 2 12-packs of soda so I wouldn't have to stop at a store. I left my laptop, my brand new laptop that was bought for trips like this. I left it sitting on the couch. I brought the charger, left the laptop.
Well, you're halfway there.
I know.
So I went to Walmart yesterday and I bought a $200 laptop, and that was being real sketchy. So I thought that maybe it was the performance of the laptop. So I bought a $500 laptop today, and it is still real bad. So either $500 laptops still aren't good enough, or it's the internet connection. I don't know, but I'll be back home the next time we record anything. So
for now, until you find another commercial playing at 2 a.m. and visit New Hampshire, I think I will.
I mean,
it was a particularly effective marketing campaign that really nails Kyle. Like,
yes,
Northern Illinois. Well, I mean, what else are you
like
doing?
It honestly wasn't the weed, but it was this sort of happenstance. But where I am now, though, I was thinking like, I'm already here. I almost did like whenever I visited you that time, Woody, like years and years ago when you were at the Apex house. I remember I left your house and I was like, I'm in North Carolina. I got friends like in Pennsylvania. Maybe I'll just drive all the way to Pennsylvania. And I
come from Boston.
Yeah. Like, oh no, not that time. The time when you were when I stayed a couple days and we watched like the UFC fights and we did like a laser tag.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that trip. Like when I left your house, I actually considered like continuing a little silly trip and just driving to Pennsylvania and hanging out with some friends up there. I'm already in Illinois. Where could I go to from here?
Well, what's on
St.
your
Louis.
on your docket? Yes, St. Louis. Visit St. Louis. Look at all the sights. You can see the crime. You could go up into Minnesota and see the true cold.
I go see Mitty. Mitty's up in Minnesota.
Yeah, that's.
I'm trying to get us to do some kind of PKA meetup episode.
All right. So if we
clamoring for,
if we want to do a PKA meetup, let's make it fun.
Yeah, let's go lazy.
Not Minnesota.
First of all, here's what we should do with our PKA meetup. One, not plan it here. 2, we should like make it an event where like I don't mean an event where others join, but like where we go do a thing, like make one of Woody's type 2 fun memories. And
I'll slash your tires,
but no more camping.
I was gonna slash your tires.
Oh, thank you.
Then we're all in the rental car
giving
with
and
me.
receiving PKA, huh?
Yeah. And just do it that way because I'd like to do a thing.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Things. I don't know.
I'm
what
excited
thing.
for you. All your freedom now. Like you can just pick up and do whatever. Because I've been watching. Kyle's a very close friend of mine. Watching him get anxious and like not be able to do shit, and to be able to just 1 a.m. Fuck it. I'm driving across the country. Like that's great. I'm so glad that wasn't longer than 2 years. Jesus, can you imagine if it was like 4 years?
I think it was. I think it could have been 5.
Have you really been out for 2 years, Kyle?
Yeah.
How long is probation? Yeah, wow. It does feel like longer than that. No, it feels like your prison stay was more recent. I said it backwards.
Yeah.
No, I followed.
I
No,
was
it's
having
been
to.
25. It's been 25 months almost to the day.
Holy shit.
Huh.
Yeah, 25 months. Yeah, it seems recent to me too. I've still got my Talladega Federal Prison Camp pin. My
They give you a pin?
Yeah.
No,
Enjoy this day. Like,
it's a writing utensil, right?
Yeah.
oh, that was like a pin. Like, you know, you got one from the shop on the way
yeah. Like a badge.
I still got my pen.
Gotcha.
No, it seems recent to me too. So yeah, I'm glad that's fucking over. But yeah, I believe that I could have been sentenced to 6 months in prison and 5 years of probation.
Fucking hell.
Yeah.
Well, if you decide to hang out in Southern Illinois any longer and you want another 3 hours on your trip, let me know.
I'll let you know.
We can say hello.
We can get the bows out.
Ooh, we can get the bows out.
Ooh.
My dogs can bark at you. Kyle's coughing a lot.
Yeah, I'm sorry. It's this.
Yeah, Kyle. What could it be?
It's this Delta 9 vape that I hit way too aggressively. It's very strong. Like this is 90% as strong as marijuana.
Delta 8.
Does Delta 8 make you cough more than pot?
I can't tell
It
the difference.
depends. So like, there's so many ways, as we've talked about many times. There's so many ways to intake this stuff. When I do a dab, I cough a lot. It's for a newcomer to doing dabs. It's scary because you're like, am I having an asthma attack? Like I've never had an asthma attack. I don't have asthma, but I've seen people have them on TV. Like usually every cough, you sort of feel a little better because like each cough is clearing something out and getting fresh air into your lungs and inflating them more fully than they were before. But it seems like when you take a dab, your lungs are like, what the fuck have you done to us? Turtle mode. And it's almost like getting punched in like the solar plex, how it takes a while. Like you can't forcibly inflate your lungs all the way right away. You're kind of gasping for those breaths.
Yeah, it sucks.
It's a panicky.
This does not sound like a good way to get high.
It is the best way to get high.
What's the best way to get high?
You suffer through the first 60 seconds, and then you are out of your goddamn gourd. You are actually what I consider to be stoned. And but
Kyle's a gatekeeper when it comes to
look, I'm being a gatekeeper here. Look, I guess it depends on tolerance, of course, and a lot of other factors. But when you do concentrate, you are getting stoned. You are fucked up. But no, like this is like, I don't know, probably like the third best way to intake this stuff. But this stuff is different than marijuana, like you said. I think it does hit a little bit differently. But they all make me cough if I take big hits like I just took of this. When I was in Illinois last week, I had a lot of those vape pens. What's interesting, the same company that makes these for Delta 8 makes them for THC. Because like
I'm sure probably an easy little transition on their line.
But think about how weird that is, that like visually speaking, they're identical. Like you completely identical. Like this item and the item that I would purchase in Illinois that has THC in it. Like it's, I don't know. I wish that this was like fucking Disney letters and cartoon shit on it, and it didn't look like what the real shit looked like in Illinois.
You want it to be like a children's toothbrush with like Captain Marvel on there.
Yeah, I cleaned my luggage out so many times, making sure I didn't have like a cartridge or something in my pocket before I fucking came back.
You were talking about dabs. Like when I was in college, like pretty much all everybody smoked was flower, and I had a bong at my apartment, and I would rip that and smoke flower, and I liked it. I remember the first time I took a dab, I went to a buddy's place, and it was before a party. Pretty sure it was the first time I took a dab, and we're at his apartment, and like, you know, those like almost little towns they make on college campuses with tons of like apartments and villas and things. We were at one of those, and it was maybe 30 minutes before people were scheduled to arrive. And he's like, dude, we're all going to do a dab before people get here. And I'm like, oh, I've never done that before. And already I see the blowtorch on the table and I'm intimidated. This is a level of drugs I'm not prepared for.
Yeah.
And so they're like, don't worry about it. You smoke out of your bong, like with flour. Just imagine taking like 3 big hits of that. And I'm like, oh, okay, well, this is less scary. I guess it's just a more economical way to do it. They gave me way too big of a dab. And I think I coughed the entire 30 minutes until people arrived. And I had the most stressful, probably hour after that point before I came down to a reasonable, okay level. Where like delayed, like I'd reach to like get a beer or like a glass of water. And I feel like my hand should be 4 inches ahead of where it is. Like it was terrible. And I didn't do a dab for a long time after that. Cause I was like, fuck this. This is like Everclear to what Bud Light is.
Do you remember how big?
Roll.
Do you remember how big the dab was? Like compared to
someone did it for me. I wasn't even looking at it. They had it on the little thing, and it was a ceramic nail, and they were just saying like just hit it like a bong, and I just kept hitting it until they stopped moving the thing. When in reality they should have like put a little bit on there, and like maybe a little more, just kind of dabbing it instead of doing that like swirly scoop where you're trying to get the whole thing off of like the dental tool that you use to put it there. Or whatever that thing is. You know what I'm talking about.
It's called a dabber.
A dabber, okay.
Yeah.
That's still too intense for me. I don't want to do those. I'm fine with just the little vapes. That's all good. And look at how much the powerful vape of yours is making me cough.
That was too much. I haven't hit that particular one in 2 weeks or something. It's been sitting on this desk, and for whatever reason, it is that is a stressful amount of high I am right now, and that is making me cough way too much. I don't know. Maybe sitting here made it more potent, but yeah, I know what you mean. Dabs are my favorite way to get high.
It's too much. It's too much.
You just do less. You just do less, and that helps with like how intense they are as well. Like if you just do less, it's not as.
It does taste nicer. I noticed that the first time I did it is that it tastes a lot. It tasted like cleaner and sweeter almost, whereas you kind of got some nonsense with flour. So I'm sure I was getting bullshit quality flour in Missouri in 2010.
Yeah, you never know if someone has grown it indoors and sprayed it with a pesticide or some sort of miracle grow nonsense and not cleaned it off. That was always like the biggest fear, like buying weed from just some dude. It's like, oh, yeah, weed? Yeah, give me some. He didn't grow this in his apartment and spray Miracle Grow on it, did he? Probably not. Like, you don't know. You don't know what you're smoking.
No clue. But I mean, the Miracle Grow, don't you spray that on the base of the plant to make it grow faster. You're not dusting the nugs with that.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. I've never grown.
I've heard of stuff like that happening. Like when you look at the idiots who grow meth and how they're always blowing themselves up.
Who grow meth?
Yeah,
my meth plant is coming along nicely. Yeah, this fucking toothless retard growing meth in a potter in the corner of his living room.
Is Miracle Grow bad for you?
If you smoke it.
Well, no, Miracle Grow is good for gardens. Yeah,
that's why I'm stuck. Because like as a kid, I used Miracle Grow on my tomatoes and whatever. And Kyle's like, I hope he didn't use Miracle Grow, and I'm like, that's what you put on plants. I didn't consider that you burn it and inhale it differently. And
I'm more worried that he's getting some Miracle Grow spray, like cross-contaminated, like right on the thing I'm going to smoke, like the bud. And I'm going to smoke like some sort of really any kind of pesticide or chemical that you would add to any sort of plant.
I wash my nugs like a tomato.
Are you still hitting that thing, or has it just been 16 minutes and you're still coughing?
It's been about 4 minutes, and I am uncomfortable. I don't know why that hit so hard. That's what I was saying a minute ago. Not feeling well. It'll go away in a minute. It'll go away in a minute.
Yeah, this is awful. This is a terrible thing.
This is not a good selling point to Woody, who's like, oh, you know what? He's coughing a lot. He's having to mute. I think I'm good over here with my coffee. Or I don't know if yeah, this is
type 2 fun.
It'll be type 1 fun in just a few minutes once you stop coughing. Don't you have a water or something next to you? Jesus.
I've been drinking the whole time. It doesn't help. It's like in my lungs.
Have you considered pouring it into your lungs?
Yes. It's going to be difficult. It would be hard to force yourself to like inhale drinking.
Yeah.
Like the same way you can't poop your pants on purpose.
Sure you can.
Wait, hold my beer.
Okay, well, it's supposed to be very hard to poop your pants or pee your pants on purpose. Like,
I do it all the time.
If you're standing there sober as a bird, and someone's like, all right, I'll give you $100 to piss your pants right now. That's not going to be a 1 minute thing. You're going to have to get yourself in a mindset and be like, okay, it doesn't want to go because it knows I'm wearing pants. Shitting would be even harder than that.
I think it's easier to shit than piss.
How so?
I don't know. I can push. I'm gonna push, and if I gotta go, I gotta go. I think it's coming out. But
okay, I guess that's true.
Yeah, and I think it would be. It is harder to piss because sometimes, like, I don't know, like especially after. It's kind of like after sex, how you're like, come on, go, go. What's in there?
Calcified cum is what's in there.
2 streams, god damn it.
What if your cum came out like one of those string cheese things that had been peeled really thin?
You have to like pull it out when
Yeah.
you're done. Well, that
We'd
sounds
all
horrible.
pee after sex for every time after that. Like you'd never allow that to happen a second time.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
not
So
an
so
anti-vaxxer.
I'm not an anti-vaxxer. Like, look, if,
Kyle,
if,
it
if
literally
they will
looks-
sell it at the gas station, then I will do it.
Dude, Kyle, it looks like THCO is a hemp-derived compound similar to Delta 8, but it's 3 times stronger than THC, which is wild because like Delta 8, the thing with it is it's much weaker than THC. Like you have to take a lot more to get the same effect.
I've been telling everybody to smoke this stuff because it is very, very, very strong. And I'm just getting like a $20 vape pen from my gas station. I think the company is called Cannabeast. Like it comes in the here it is. It's fucking Cannabeast. No, we're
Do
not
they
sponsored
have
with
it in edible format?
Those are the best.
Maybe, but like I just get these vape cartridges. I would go on Reefer's Bay if I were getting any kind of like Delta 8 like type thing anyway. I guarantee.
Can I pause you?
Yeah.
Reefer's Bay is a website where you can legally get THCO shipped in the mail.
All these things, yeah, Delta 8 and like that's a Reefer's.
I just bought.
This is all right. Let me just stop and say this is rapidly starting to look like a veiled sponsored ad read. That is not the case.
No,
Like,
we're not getting paid for this.
What it is that Mitty turned me on to this place to get cheaper Delta 8, and it's 50 cents a gram, by the way, for concentrate. Like it blew my mind. I've been over. I wasted hundreds of dollars. Like it's now like Delta 8 costs pennies. It's absurd how cheap it is. But I recommended them to Taylor, and he grabbed some of their edibles.
Yeah, I haven't had any yet. I'm going to take some tonight before I go to bed and see how I feel. But they showed up super quick. Like I ordered a couple of these to see if they'd be good. Because up till now, I've been doing these Moonwalker ones that I get from a local store. The brand is just called Moonwalker. They're another very large Delta 8 brand, I guess. I think Moonwalker, I was like, I think it's one of those brands that like made all the THC stuff before the Delta 8 and then was like immediately, oh, Delta 8, we're selling this in all these in all these states where we can't sell our initial shit.
It's wild how big the market has gotten. There's stores cropping up all around me that sell the stuff, and I just don't understand how law enforcement deals with it. We were talking about this the other day.
It's like, federally legal.
Yeah, it's federally legal. It's state legal. Like it's legal everywhere, but it's mixed in with like marijuana, right? Because I've bought for a while. I was trying the flower. It looks like nuggets of marijuana, and they've got it in So I've been to a lot of different legal states, and they keep the flower in like these little glass jars locked up, and sometimes they're even in like a time lock thing in the back. Almost it seems like they're real secure with this shit. There's a store about 5 minutes from me where they have like 10-pound bags of the Delta 8 nuggets, like bushels of them. Like
Jesus Christ,
you know, and like an old timey general store, they'd be those big things like candy, like on the.
That's how they in yourself.
They just scooping big, like, oh, what do you want? 3-4 pounds? Like they don't really sell you that much, but they've got that much. He's got like 30 pounds of what looks just like marijuana right behind him. And he'll, grab you an 1/8 of an ounce or a half an ounce or whatever you want. But what it is I guess it's hemp nuggets that they've sprayed with Delta 8. And I haven't smoked much of that in a while. It's a little harsh.
Do hemp nuggets get you high?
Not on their own.
Not on their own. So they're just spraying it with Delta. I'm very confused about why this is even pot.
It's just a medium for Delta 8, really. It's just another way. And so I'm like
French fries with ketchup. They're just ketchup.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm wanting to skip the French fry entirely. I'm like, just give me the bottle of ketchup. Actually, boil the ketchup for 3 hours, and then
Make a brownie out of it.
Then
or something.
distill it, and then take the distilled ketchup and add some lye. And when that turns into crystals, give me those and let me smoke those crystals.
So you said that you find that Delta 8 hemp thing to be harsh to smoke. Do you find that in the vapes? Like, I don't have much experience with this, but when I vape Delta 8, like I'm coughing, I suck, it's harsh. And I have a friend who is a subject matter expert, and he seems to think Delta 8 is harder to vape too.
You know, I was thinking that, and like I think it depends on the brand, because I got these vapes that are Delta 8,
that vape.
and they like the thin white one that has the little thing that says like California Risk down here, or like, oh, there's weed in this. And up until this point, and I got one of these, I had been getting other like disposable Delta 8 vapes, like these dead ones, and these ones hit so hard. And I think the reason is that they have a setting in there that it's the heat that it's trying to dissolve it is way too high. Like it's heating it and like vaporizing it at a very high temperature, and then you're hitting
so hard mean? Or does that mean you're getting very high, or like it makes you cough?
Hit so hard means that like you're feeling it in your throat. You feel like you might cough, like you're, and so like this one, I pretty much awesome I don't stuff. Like this one seems to vape at a lower temperature, and so I don't get that. But all these other ones I've gotten, they vape at such a high temperature that like I'm always coughing. It wasn't until I switched to these white ones that it started getting better.
So one thing I've noticed is I think you build different tolerances for different things.
Compounds, yeah.
Compounds, maybe even like. So I've tried THCO and THCP and maybe THC 10 and 8 and or Delta 8 or whatever the fuck. I get confused after a while, clearly, because I think they're just making shit up. I know I tried this brand. It's I can't remember what this brand is called, but I've got two of them here. And
wait, hold that up.
It's got the little monkey.
Oh no, I don't have that one. No.
Yeah, it's got a little monkey guy on there, and the monkey's like wearing a hat and he's smoking a joint.
Does it say like grandma's cookies or something on
yeah,
it?
It's Girl Scout cookies. Yeah,
Girl Scout cookies.
Yeah, look at him there. And then like these are the same shit.
Is that right? Delta 8 or Delta O? Or THC?
I don't remember anymore. But it's always these little monkey guys on here.
It's the one that causes short-term memory
This
loss.
is the first thing I smoked. Yeah, this is the first thing I smoked. Like as soon as my probation ended, I had one of these, and as soon as like midnight rolled over, I hit this thing, and I was immediately shocked at how high I was after 2 hits on this. Like I was so high, I ran to the bathroom, and Woody was talking about the coughing. I coughed like I was going to die for a
like you were gonna like coughing so hard you like are on the verge of throwing up.
Yes,
like that level of cough. You hit it like a pro then. Like you really I try to strike the balance, and I don't know what I'm doing, between like if you barely hit it at all, then you don't cough, but you don't really get anything. Like it's a little bit of a wasted vape. If you really hit it, like you're imitating the guys from that 70s show, then like you cough hard, and I try to split the difference.
I know 1,000,000%. When I do the same thing, like I just hit it to the medium level, and if I want like one giant's hit worth, I just take 3 medium hits over the course of a couple minutes, so I don't have to cough.
No, I hit it hard. I will say I've noticed that like the way I can tell if something is truly potent is I'll salivate when it hits. So like when I hit this thing for the first time, I had to run to the bathroom, and I was like, it sounds a little gross, but I was like spitting into the sink. I was salivating so much, like my mouth was just like overflowing with like spit. I'm just spitting into the sink and coughing at the same time. It was very attractive. And then the same thing happens when I like take a big dab of something strong. The THCO like concentrate is pretty absurd. Like I can hit this pin and carry on a conversation mostly. It would appear, but I wouldn't.
It would appear hypothetically.
But I definitely wouldn't do that concentrate and try to like have a normal conversation with anyone, because like I'll get super dopey, and after a while I'll just get fucking tired and need to go take a fucking nap. When I work out, I'd use a completely different thing though. I've got a pin that's supposedly a sativa, and I get kind of like a head high for that. That's kind of like energetic, and it's kind of fun. and I'm doing my math and counting my reps and singing my songs and just dun 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 dun. But when I smoke this stuff, I'm more like just mellowed out and relaxed. I can't believe that they just sell it in the store. Back to my original point, like the fact that this is just at the store and the cops are driving past it, but still enforcing like marijuana law.
Yeah, it's nuts.
I don't know how that works.
I think society just laws can't keep up with where we're at for all the things. Like all the internet shit is always like that. Every time I look at this shit, I'm like, that law doesn't make any sense with how this world works anymore. So
my hope is that with regards to Delta 8, if the tide is stemming towards marijuana legalization, they just say, you know what? Never mind. Why are we going to make new laws when we're going in the other direction anyway?
Yeah, that's a thought too. It doesn't.
Yep.
It's legal in so many places. I mean, it's decriminalized from what I understand. Like in the city of Atlanta, like the fact that that's a thing, right? That
Can
like
you tell me how legal and decriminalized differ? I get confused.
yeah. So legal means do it all you want. There's going to be no consequences. Decriminalized means, hey, you can't do that. You're gonna have to pay a ticket now. But it doesn't mean put your hands behind your back. He's moving. He's got a gun. Taser.
Shoot
Taser.
him.
Pow pow pow. Pow pow pow. Taser. Taser. This isn't my taser. Well, he had put the joint in his hand. Yeah. Like that's what
Put the joint in his hand. About like weed is the drug they're planting.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna give 3 of these a go. I'll probably be feeling them by the end of the show.
I can't believe that shit kicks in for you in 30 minutes. I got to plan 2 hours ahead if I'm taking
Really?
Like if I want to be like, if I'm going to take edibles and like if I'm going to go to the movies or something, first of all, I get somebody else to drive because I ain't driving on edibles. But if the movie's starting at 8 p.m., I'm taking those at like 5:30.
Well, your tolerance, even you just jumping back into it recently, like it takes a lot more eds to get you high than it does for me.
He has that THC muscle memory.
Yeah. Like I just took 75 milligrams of it. Maybe I'll take another 25 one later if I want to get silly.
Good God, really?
Yeah,
75?
Yeah,
It's not as
but no,
potent.
it's Delta 8, and so like
it's a
Delta
quarter
8 does
strong.
get you to where weed will get you with edibles, at least. With the smoking, it's a little more different, but you need like 3 to 4 times as much to get it. And so basically, what I just took was like 20 milligrams of THC.
So
Which
I
is
was
still a
eating
fucking lot.
Yeah.
So I gave up on edibles or Delta 8 edibles at like having any sort of potency for me because I was eating like I think around 1,500 milligrams at a time and just
1,500.
Dude, I might have a fucking heart attack or like a pain. I would absolutely have a panic attack if I took that much.
Like I was eating whatever comes in a bottle. Like I would get a $50 bottle. And I want to say they were like 60 milligrams each, and there was like 70
sugar high. That's
in
it.
there. I don't know. It was
Jesus
a bunch.
fucking Christ,
It's like
dude.
roughly 1,500 milligrams.
Dude, I took this past weekend. I took. We weren't doing anything, and I was just going to play Magic all night and hang out. I think I took over the course of hours like 250 milligrams of Delta 8, and I was. Like I remember getting up to go get another Zevia from the fridge, another cream soda, and like feeling like I was the first person player in a video game. Like even reaching into the fridge, like it was a weird reach. I'm like, is that my arm? Oh, it just felt foreign and weird.
So
but I felt great.
I think I was eating 3Chi, that brand's edibles. I just don't find them to be potent at all. Maybe I may look at something else, but I gave up on edibles to even work. That shit I ate
Edibles
in Colorado,
are the way to go, man. It feels so much better than smoking it.
Yeah,
that it's a completely different feeling. I'd rather smoke it. I like that feeling more. That 1,000 milligrams
like
I ate on the show, like
burning.
Filthy, did you see that nonsense, or have we talked about me eating that edible? We did, right? We talked about that.
I haven't heard that.
I promised that I would eat this ungodly edible on the show, and so I did. When I was in Colorado, we made brownies, and like you can like do the math if you want like 1,000 milligram edible, you can do the math. Once you've got the potency of the marijuana and and the weight and everything. So we did the math and made 1,000 milligrams of brownies, and I ate 1,000 milligrams of brownies
Over the course of 8 cupcakes.
Like I made them.
Another
I made
sugar
them as
high.
potent as I could, but like when you're trying to eat 1,000 milligrams, you're gonna have to eat a lot of shit unless you just want to be eating straight.
It was so funny, like seeing comments after that episode of people who like don't know you the way like Woody and I do. They'd be like, Kyle clearly faking, and I'm like, no, Kyle's one of my closest friends. He was not faking. He was having he was trying to mitigate a full-on panic at one point.
I've not seen the episode, and I haven't heard about this. So give me the 2-second TLDR.
Oh, it was just it. You know, I got them all eaten about 2 hours into the show, and just slowly had a meltdown. I was like this, and I think someone asked me why I was doing this, and I was like, I'm holding on. like I felt like I was vibrating, like throughout my whole body, and like I would have these long periods of like time dilation where I couldn't tell if a moment had passed or 3 seconds or 10. It was really like discombobulating.
Was
like
your voice coming out warbled to where like you would say something and then a half second later in your memory the way you said it was goofy and weird?
It was hard to like. It felt like my voice was doing stuff. It was really awful. Like we were talking about it in a call the other day, and somebody was like, "That was wild," and Dirty was like, "You should have been in the other room. He had to walk past us to get to the bathroom every time." Dirty's like, he was hanging on the wall getting to the bathroom. I was like, I could barely walk. That was silly. That was awful. I'll never do that much again.
That feels like super high dose of THC. That's what it does to me too. I did a trip up to Colorado with my brother. We met him out there. My wife and I and my brother's wife and him, and we met out and hung out there and did a lot of that, and then went out and saw a concert. And I just tried to keep up with him. I'm not super experienced with that. Try to keep up with him, and he's a big guy, A, and B is much more experienced in that than I am. And it was just like by the end of that concert, I was just like sitting there. I'm like huddled, like trying not to fall over backwards. I'm not hating it, but like it's too much, right? Like you're just like overwhelmed by the experience of being there. So that resonates with me.
There were people like who responded to that episode where Kyle did it, where they're like, "This isn't even a punishment. He likes weed." It's like, okay, well,
first of all, it wasn't supposed to be a punishment.
Yeah, right.
I know. It wasn't supposed to be a punishment, but people perceived it to be kind of like the drinking episodes. But it was like, yeah, Kyle loves weed. Let's imagine for a minute that Kyle loved alcohol.
Yeah,
and we said over the course of an episode, he had to drink a handle of vodka. Like, yeah, he might. Well, first of all, he'd be dead. I think. I don't think you can drink that much in that amount of time and not die.
So.
But like, yeah, even if he was the biggest like connoisseur of vodka, if he had to drink that much of it, he'd be vomiting and feel like dog shit. Like same thing with weed.
Yeah. No, that was awful. That was a real shitty. Because that was our last night there too, and I had to be at the airport at like, I don't know, like 11 hours after I started eating those things. I was so high on the way to the airport.
I love getting high. Like weed is my drug of choice, but I don't like waking up the next day still feeling high, because then it's like, even though it's not like a hangover where you're waking up like, oh my goodness, my head hurts and I'm dehydrated and I don't feel great, but it's still enough. Like that weed hangover, and it's only from edibles. I can smoke as much as I want the night before, and then you're fine by the morning. But if you take a bunch of edibles, like you wake up still tired. You could sleep for 10 hours.
I don't even remember if I did
keep sleeping.
Like I can't remember if I slept. I there wasn't a lot of time between like the end of the show and like when I had to be like up to get ready. So I don't remember if I slept or not. I just felt awful. The when it was over, like there was a little bit of a hangover the next day. I wasn't sober when I got in my car at the airport, like back in Atlanta. Like I had to sit in the car for a while.
That sucks to get home and then have to sit in your car and sober up, like listening to music or whatever.
Like I didn't feel necessarily high. I had been high for so long that I wasn't sure if I was still high or how high I was. Like I did. It was almost like I didn't have a concept.
You know what a good test for that is?
That's what sobriety was.
Get on the highway and just gun it.
Dude, what I've found over time, and it was because a friend told me this when I was much younger, like where I was like, I don't know if I'm still high the next day if I take a bunch of edibles or whatever. He was like, if you wake up and you are thinking over and over about, am I high? Am I not high? You're high. Like the fact that you're having that little debate in your head means you're still fucking high.
I do that a lot. I do that with alcohol too.
Really? You wake up next morning wondering if you're still drunk?
The aspect of it where you're like wondering, like, am I drunk? Am I faking drunk?
Oh, I see.
Like, you know, like that. I do that a lot.
But I feel like that's almost like foisted onto you by the fact that the only time you drink is when you're doing this show, right? Like if you and Jackie decided you wanted to watch a couple episodes of The Witcher and you both wanted to have some wine or something with it, like you wouldn't be thinking throughout the process, like, am I buzzed? Am I drunk? Am I feeling
also,
this?
like, there's something about like doing this show and kind of being like on and like doing our thing here that like you almost turn off like a little part of your brain that's even like keeping track of how you're doing. If I was just chilling on my couch, I'd be much more cognizant of how high I am right now. I'm pretty high right now though. Like this is what I do is I mix the THCO and the THCP, and well that's
combined OP.
It's two made up things that are probably like all just some sort of Chinese goo that I'm smoking that has no anything in it. God knows what this is. We're all going to die of cancer if we keep smoking.
Dude, it's
this.
just extracted from hemp.
Yeah, if you say so. I don't know how they got all that juice out of hemp.
I don't know about THCO. That might be synthetic, but Delta 8 isn't.
I don't know what I'm smoking, but it works, I suppose. But yeah, I think there's different like tolerances and tolerance breaks or whatever for maybe like THCO versus THCP versus like, you know, when I go to a legal state now, like, am I going to have no tolerance? Like because I haven't been smoking weed.
You will have no. I can tell you this for a fact. Like for a long time now, I've just been doing Delta 8, not regular weed, because regular weed isn't legal here. So I was like, you know, I just take more of this and it does the same thing. May as well do that. And so I'd been doing Delta 8 for months. And then I went to my brother's bachelor party in Florida, and a bunch of guys flew down there and we were all having a great time. And I thought like, oh, Delta 8 tolerance will translate to Delta 9 tolerance. Like it's got to be some of those same receptors and shit, you know, Delta 9 being normal weed. And I smoked a lot of regular weed that weekend and I got unreal high off of like, no, I'm serious. Like a couple hits off of a blunt in a
Delta
circle
8 doesn't build a tolerance at all.
I thought it would. And then I smoked regular weed and I got like borderline uncomfortably high off of like 4 hits off of a big blunt. Well, I guess 4 passes, so 8 hits off of it. But like I was not expecting that. I remember I was sitting there. We were all at this area like by the water in this little like cabana, and everyone's passing it around. And I get it and I hit it again and pass it, and it's all normal. And then I get it for probably the 3rd time, and I take my 5th and 6th hit. And then I like do that lean back thing when you're high in one of those like naturally lean back plastic chairs, and immediately realized like, oh, you're way too high right now. Like you are basically a virgin, you know, tight butthole bitch right now when it comes to Delta 9. And so like I had to sit there and I was like doing that, like almost crawling out of my skin, but we're all just hanging out talking. And so I was like, all right, I need to sit here for like 20 more minutes. And then I can get up and leave naturally. And like I even had that reminder voice in my head where it's like, Taylor, game time. You've been too high more times than you can count. You know how to handle this. And if anything,
this is what we trained for.
If anything, that little internal monologue gave me hope where I was like, yeah, I've been way higher than this and handled it just fine. I'm good. I'm good. Like, and then I went, this was the last night of his bachelor party. So like we'd been drinking and getting fucked up for a while. That was at like 7:45 p.m. Took my 5th and 6th or 7th and 8th hit, handed it to the next guy and was like, I'm going to bed. And I stood up and did that like first person shooter walk. Like that, like that Doom walk where everything in Doom isn't quite moving at the right paces, like as you're walking.
What's the most inappropriate? What's that most inappropriate and or scary place you've ever been too high?
Oh, I remember
work.
I don't even remember the situation it was, but I had to fly through O'Hare, and I was way too high to do like airport things, you know, like even the thought of like I was high when I showed up at O'Hare, I think I was hanging out with friends in Chicago. This was like 10 years ago or something. And I went to O'Hare to fly back. That must have been it. And I was high out of my mind. And going through was the most uncomfortable thing I ever did, because I know in my mind that everyone there, all those, because when you're stoned as shit going through TSA, those are no longer retards who couldn't get other jobs. They are CIA agents on the lookout for your malfeasance. They are on the lookout for your malfeasance. I remember walking through that and multiple airports where they have that area where you're in line for security, and the 2 lanes becomes one, and there's a big area where there's a guy with a dog, and he walks back and forth. And I remember being so high, being like, he's gonna smell my breath, and so I walked, and so I walked through that area.
Is that a thing?
No, it's not a thing. And so I was like waiting at the area where he let you through, and I was like, he's like, all right, next person, and I'm like. And then I hold my breath through the whole thing, and I'm like, I'm glad we made it through that one. And then
couldn't have held on much longer. Glad that didn't take too long.
Yeah, that's what it was. Like, that was probably being high in the airport before security, horrible. Being high in the airport after security, great.
So remind me to tell you of the number one scariest after the show.
Okay.
But number 2 is the airport as well, I think. And I give myself a pep talk before something like that, because I need to talk to all of the me's.
Yeah,
we need to all get on the same page on this.
Yeah,
we
you're saying like we, referring like the royal we, referring to yourself.
Yeah, all of us in here. We need to know. Like there's like maybe there's like 3 Kyles. Like, I need to talk to those other 2, and we need to be on the same page. And so I'm basically like, look, the average person is so fucking stupid that it's not going to matter that you're slow, you don't understand instructions, and they have to tell you 3 times, because they deal with this on the daily. No one will think you're high. They'll think you're stupid. You're stupid today. Be stupid. Don't be embarrassed. You're stupid. Oh, you didn't understand? You take the shoes off? Ask them why you take the shoes off. Quiz them about it. They'll know you're stupid. And so that's what I do. I just be stupid me. She's like ID, and I'm like, you're who? Your ID. No, I'm Kyle. we have a whole fucking thing of like she legitimately asked me to like show her my ID, and because I'm so high, this is after that edible, like, I don't know what she wants. If she wants me to hand it to her, there's a bit of plexiglass between us. Do I mash it against it like you might at a club? Like, I don't know what she wants. And so I'm just like, I hold it up and smile. The whole thing. But like every step of the way, I was fucking up, right? Like, I didn't grab my tray and like fast enough. I think I had put.
You were holding up people because you were like taking your shoes off.
No, it wasn't that
on.
busy, but like, I was bad at getting to the airport, and I had this real awkward conversation with like a TSA guy, like where I thought I was like still playing stupid, but I need to play stupid because I am stupid. The quote unquote playing stupid is just me having an excuse for why I'm so high, really, and making and now that I have an excuse for being high, now I don't panic because I'm so high. And I remember not being sure if my mask was going to be like appropriate, like if they had like if they were going to allow my mask, because I've got one of those that it's like a neckerchief that you like pull up and it looks like a bandana, like a half mask type thing. Yeah, the gator thing. I like
that's a cool look. I like that.
Someone said that was the douchey look, and I just thought it was I just thought it was
a Kyle.
Look, I just think it's easy.
I mean,
to like pull the thing up.
Would I lead you astray to make you look foolish? No.
Look, if that's the douchey mask, then the fucking left ear is the gay ear. Because I just picked the one that fucking fits well and like is easy to not lose. And now you've made me lose my train of thought because I'm stoned.
No,
you were playing stupid, not sure. You were scared, and your mask wasn't appropriate because it's not.
See, the reason I was confused is because that even though I was wearing that like neck gator douchebag Kyle mask, they handed me this little like the cheapest temporary paper mask you've ever seen.
Throw that in the trash. Garbage.
We'll see what what stoned me took. And keep in mind, there's the chatter of the airport line part. I thought she was like, what it was is she wanted me to wear that one for the scanner for some reason. Like she didn't want me to wear mine to do this. Maybe it was bunched up. I think that is the case. But she didn't explain that, or I didn't hear that. So I kept wearing it, and I thought she was like, your mask is no good here. Don't wear your mask. That's what I heard. You've got an illegal mask. And now I'm thinking, like, if I were to wear this mask any deeper in the airport, I might be subject to further questioning, and I will not stand up to such a questioning. So I like walk up to this TSA guy, and I'm like, is my mask okay? Am I wearing the wrong mask? And he's like, what are you talking about? I'm like,
you think that guy gives a fuck?
I had the most awkward conversation with him ever. He was like,
is this mask okay?
Pretty much,
man. Whatever. Yeah.
We should sell something like a hoodie that you wear backwards. So you just walk around with like a little hoodie in front, and then when you need your mask, you can go to the
and it's got a cutout band.
Yeah,
for
it's like
eyes.
a balaclava type thing.
Yeah,
you pull it
like
in.
you're a
Maybe it has a
Ninja
cool
Turtle.
face. Makes you look something, I don't know, like the Joker.
I like this.
I didn't know where we were going for a brief moment.
It gives you like one of those Mexican death masks. Ooh, one of those.
Yeah,
Those
yeah,
are cool.
yeah. Right? Or I'm not opposed to the Joker. We could do a couple different ones. But the idea that it's like a backwards hoodie and then and your mask ready, I like it.
Thieves love them.
Wait, so
what if we were the backwards hoodie to for COVID, but criminals in like South America just rows.
Yeah.
They're like,
that shit's already happening. Have you seen all the videos in like South America where it's like subject breaks into a convenience store and robs it, but was wearing a mask, so we don't know who it is.
when I go to the pharmacy to pick up like drugs for Kitty, I wear my mask, which is it really a douchey mask? Am I not supposed to wear that one? Did someone decide that mask is lame?
I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Okay, this is
This is what we should sell.
I don't see the joke. This is cool.
I just want to go through the airport like
and they're like you give them your ID and you just refuse to zip it down.
No. The ID is
that. Yeah.
The ID is a picture of that, and you're like, I'm so sorry. Let me fix this.
I take it off and reveal myself to be pushing 50 in that fucking thing.
I didn't know. Kyle, are there like that? They were saying there were masks that you're not supposed to wear anymore.
No, he was high.
He was worried about that. He was worried because he knows.
Oh, so you really so that was whole cloth invented by you in
well,
the
like
moment.
I said, it was a misunderstanding, but like now the sober me in retrospect believes that as I went through the scanner, they wanted me to put on that little thin papery thing so the scanner could scan better. And they fully intended me
hiding a blade in your crazy man.
Yeah, but what I heard was like, you can't wear that here. What she meant was like, take it off because the scanner, blah, blah, blah. But I heard like, don't wear that in the airport or we'll interrogate you, druggie. So I was like having a whispered conversation with some random TSA guy about, is my mask okay? She said my mask wasn't okay. I don't know if my mask is okay. And he's like, we do not have a mask policy. I don't know where he was from, but he said
I do not care what you do. What do you think I care where you wear a mask from?
That's basically what I got from him. He was like, I just do not care if you wear a mask. Any mask we do, and that's why
that's how I would be if I was an airline employee.
No,
just fucking put a sock in front of your mouth. I don't give a shit. Just something so I don't have to get involved.
But like I'm afraid of like getting into an instance where I have to explain myself because I know I'm going to be bad at doing that.
You're allowed to be dumb. Like I've taken that same strategy, right? It's not illegal to be stupid.
Is brought to you by Death by Gummy Bears. Believe it or not, guys, our audience responded in a mighty way to the people at Death by Gummy Bears. Yeah, Kyle's got the hat they sent us. I got a message from the guy that before the episode went live. It had just gone live for patrons, and he messaged me like, "Oh my God, like so many people are ordering these gummy bears." And then I got some follow-up tweets from people that were like, "I didn't listen to your disclaimer," but we'll get to that. Are you or a loved one sick of mediocre or even bad THC alternatives? I know I am. We've got a great deal just for you. Death by Gummy Bears has you covered. Death by Gummy Bears was founded by a group of passionate professionals who were sick and tired of low-quality Delta-8 products that are spray-coated and very often incorrectly dosed. That's the big problem, incorrect dosage. That's why Death by Gummy Bears had the boys in the lab cook up a high-quality, powerful 100-milligram Delta-8 gummy that's accurately dosed and actually tastes great. These gummies are no joke, folks. DeathByGummyBears.com offers a range of delicious and unique flavors that will have you saying, "Wow, I sure am high right now." With 7 delicious flavors and customers all around the USA, American-based Death by Gummy Bears serves all state. Kyle, I added some stuff to the ad, but it's available.
I'm enjoying it.
American-based DeathByGummyBears.com serves all states where hemp-derived THC is legal. So whether you're a current gummy enjoyer or just interested in trying something new, go to deathbygummybears.com and use code PKA20 for 20% off your order. Once again, that's deathbygummybears.com, code PKA20 for 20% off your order. That's a great deal, 20% off. That's a huge
like
deal. Everyone's
off.
talking a fifth of it. My God, you can get these ones. This is they sent us a new package configuration. There's 25 gummy bears in here. Each one has 100 milligrams each.
Jesus
and
Christ.
So it's very dense. I'm telling you, I said it on the last time they advertised with us a couple weeks ago. If you don't have a tolerance, start with 1 foot. 1 foot of the gummy
I want to
bear.
go bite a foot right now.
Wait until like another hour into the show and then do a foot. I'm serious. Wait and then do a
It
foot.
takes an hour to kick in, though. That'll be it. The show's
go eat a
over.
foot.
Go grab it, bring it back, and eat a little. Just
great.
1 foot. This is good content. This is good content.
Because here's the
Anybody
thing:
hear
the spray coating is legit. Like I've seen in products I'd buy before, you could see where it was like it was like spritzed on there. You could see it.
Mm-hmm.
These things are legitimately 100 milligrams, and apparently I'd never experienced that before. They are so goddamn strong.
They're very
I've
strong.
worked
So
my
what is gonna
tolerance up to 3. I eat 3 if I want to get really high.
Don't take 3, anyone, please. Please, no one take 3. And I'm not joking. You're gonna have a rough day. You're gonna have a rough next 16 hours if you take fucking 3 of them.
Yeah.
But I'm
Don't eat
telling
3.
you, if you're someone with a tolerance to weed and stuff like this, you know what you're doing. I won't insult your intelligence. If you're someone who's like, I want to try this new product, get a little nice buzz while I'm relaxing at night, just something gentle. Literally 1 foot off of the gummy bear, not from the waist down, you maniac. Not both feet. Quarter out 1 foot. And that's genuine. And I say 1 foot because that's such a low dose that there's no way someone's going to eat a foot and get too high. Like, if anything, you're going to eat it and be like, oh, that, this is less intense than I thought.
Well, I mean,
I'm a little less intimidated
real.
now. That's the same gummies. Yeah. That's just different packaging.
All right, so here's how to think of it. The thing's 100 milligrams, obviously. Like you could easily put it on a kitchen scale and slice it into 10 slices and have 10 milligram doses. And 10 milligrams is a good starter dose. 1/10 of that fucking bear is a starter dose. Definitely.
You have to reach your thumbnail in and peel the actual secured part. It is childproof. Yeah.
I was like, I work out all the time. Oh, it's easy now that I've had instructions. Okay.
Like Woody's all show.
Those are all show muscles. He can't even get his legal weed gummies
Should I
out
bite
of the
off
pack.
both feet?
1 foot.
You're serious about 1 foot?
I want people to see that like 1 foot's not
I think
scary.
you should eat I think you should eat both feet, but not the whole waist. There's a difference between the feet and the whole waist.
Dude,
if
both
he had a
feet.
dick, you do not eat where his dick would be.
Eat where his ankles would be.
Well, I mean, go up to the thigh, but just don't go any higher.
Okay,
than that.
I
Get
think
the
that's
leg.
fair. So that's
All right.
that's like a fifth of it, or a
Yeah, I would
probably.
roll with that. I think
let's roll with that. Yeah.
Okay,
Let's
well,
stop
now
nibbling on it.
well, he did exactly what I told him not to do. So
Wait, what did I do wrong?
He enjoyed the flavor.
You ate
I
where
told you.
You ate where the
They
dick
just
would
like
have been.
watermelon.
It tastes like watermelon.
No, this is really
dude. The birthday cake flavor rocks. It's great.
Does it?
No,
Okay.
all right.
Yeah.
So,
Oh, this is
so I
strawberry
disagree
jam.
with
Birthday cake's better.
I disagree with all of that. I think the peach is the best flavor by far. It is the one that tastes the closest to actual candy, if you even care about that sort of thing. But I don't know how the stuff is priced on their site, but they send us this big boy box that's got like many little 1,000 milligram packets in it, and then like Taylor showed you before, the 2,500 milligram jar is pretty legit. I don't know if they're gonna. Do they have the other products up yet?
I'll tell you guys about that after the show. For this, just the gummies for now.
Okay.
Yeah,
cool.
just the gummies for now. But yeah, they're very strong. If you don't have a tolerance, start with 1 foot so that you feel, because I've done that with edibles before, where I take, like, you get high in the minute and you're like, I'm gonna get blasted, and you take a bunch, and then 5 minutes later you're like, oh, maybe I was too aggressive, and then you're kind of waiting for it to kick in too hard. It usually doesn't, though. You're like, oh, I got worried about nothing. But yeah, start slow. Start slow. You wouldn't start out a night you wouldn't go to a friend's barbecue and drink half a fifth of vodka as soon as you got there. That'd be an insane thing to do. And so, start slow with the gummies. Very high quality. I hope you guys like them.
Yeah, I actually told my Uber driver about them today. He was like, really?
Nice.
And they're just legal? I used to love edibles.
Yeah, well, get ready to take off, motherfucker. Because
I was taking edibles while I was moving, so I had this really steep driveway, and I walked up and down that steep driveway, one thing at a time. I really wish I'd had a pedometer on. I would guesstimate 15 miles, like yesterday.
Why would you do that to yourself? Getting high before moving?
Oh, it's easy. My feet were so swollen. I literally wanted something for that. I forgot. I hadn't taken edibles in a while. I mean, like a month and a half, 2 months, or something like that. I've just been vaping. I've had fun with that, and the edibles can ruin your whole day, or like yesterday
they fuck you up.
Hey, yesterday I found a package of them. I hadn't seen them around in a while. I've got them like laid about everywhere in boxes and stuff. They sent me so many, and I was like, I wonder if these are fresh. And I pop them open. Sure enough, they are. Because if you leave them open too long, they'll get like hard. I bet you can still use them.
It's a gummy bear.
Like, you could like soak them in like hot water, I guess, if you wanted to. Look, they're drugs. You'll figure out a way to take it, right? We're not going for... No, we never said they tasted good.
Low key, they are suppositories.
They do taste pretty good.
Some of them taste good. Some of them,
the strawberry ones, I like.
The strawberry ones are actually okay. Anyway, I popped 2 in my mouth, and I was chewing them up as I walked up the stairs to my office here, and I started thinking, your tolerance is probably gone. And I walked into the bathroom, and I like opened the toilet, and I spat out the vast majority of what was in my mouth, like well over 3/4 of what was in my mouth. I spat it out because I was thinking, like, this is too much.
Yeah.
I'm playing Tarkov, and I'm in the Discord, and like I don't know, there's half a dozen people in there, maybe more. There was a big crowd later on in the night, and I start feeling so weird, and the game starts looking funny. Like there's there's a field of view bug you can do right now, so that the game does have a kind of a different look to it that I do. It makes it, I feel like it's advantageous. And the game looks amazing as well. I'm playing in 1440p and I'm getting 144 hertz, and I'm using a flashlight, so you kind of have those God rays going, and I'm running, and I'm feeling so weird. It feels real. It feels like I'm on a SWAT team and I'm clearing a building, because you can see the dust particles in the beam of light, and like the sort of fisheye thing as I'm moving makes it sort of feel like I'm like, I don't know, there's so much depth. It looks so good. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with me? I'm like, the edible. The edible. They're so goddamn strong.
Thank God you spit the other half
imagine
out.
you ate that entire thing.
I've
been
dosed to the max before. Like, I've had some maximum dosages before. Like I used to watch Joey Diaz on Rogan brag about his 200 milligram gummies. And at this point, it's like, all right, I'm not going to be like his friends that are scared of like a corner of his edible. I'm on the same level as he is when I'm in the swing of things. But nonetheless,
those things are super fucking strong. So to eat them with caution.
Yes,
Start
and
off small.
the ones
they
over
really
at-
are. I
Yeah,
mean, if
they're-
you
they're
were to
very
take too much
fucking-
and then start driving, like don't drive and take any amount. But you get what I'm saying. If you were to like take 2 of these and then go for a drive because you forget, right? You take 2, forget, and then I need to go pick up little Billy, dude. Let's hope you're not gonna make it. If you're not gonna make it. You're not gonna make it.
Yeah.
There's no way.
You're gonna be on the
would
side of the
feel
road
like you're driving
crying.
a spaceship. Yeah, it would
Yeah,
feel,
you don't want to do that.
goddamn
And these are the Death by Gummy Bears that Kyle's talking about. The Wonky Weeds gummies that we're promoting tonight. Those are cheaper. Those are 30 milligrams a pop. Still pretty strong, but not anything close to the 100 milligrams a pop that the Death by Gummy Bears pushes. So
Yeah.
check them
Great
out.
stuff.
Check them out. It's high quality stuff. What is your preferred of the THC alternatives, Josh?
So I actually did a like alternate cannabinoid tier list recently, and I think HHC, I would agree, is probably in terms of like strength up there. THCO is also, I think, like psychoactively probably one of my favorites. But I've always been a fan of the because I'll consume normal weed and then mix it with Delta 8, and it's like it gives almost that CBD quality where it's very body heavy, very just like almost sedating. So I've liked pretty much every like alternate cannabinoid that's came out recently.
Okay.
I'm still, it's funny. Kyle years ago changed the way I smoked in some way because like I dabbed for a long time. Flowers never really got the job done. I heard this motherfucker talk about the way he smoked, and he basically said like it's pretty much he sits down with flower, smokes. He's trying to achieve something very specific in that single sitting session. And I never really smoked like that. I'd be like, hit a little bowl here, hit a little bowl there. So like if I consume flower at any point, I'm sitting down with the intention of like 3 or 4 bowls, just fully relaxing and consuming for that specific intention, not just like one little hit here, one there.
I don't like this sort of make-believe thing that like proper, respectable adults do when they consume things like caffeine, alcohol, and then slide it on over to cannabis and other drugs where we pretend like we're not here to get a desired effect. Don't act like that booze tastes good. Don't act like that fucking big dick of a cigar you're puffing on just makes you feel like such a manly man. Suck it deeper, Arnold. You bitch. You smoking it because it tingles and it feels good and it makes you like
because you want the nicotine.
It's a buzz. It feels good. So let's get all that bullshit out of the way and let's dose the way it's required to immediately achieve those effects. I'm not going to sip your fucking sweet nonsense over the course of half an hour until I get a weird headachy hangover. I'm going to drink the purest vodka I can, and I'm going to drink 3 fucking fingers of it because that's what it takes to get me trashed.
Right. Yeah. You're looking for a specific intended
3 fingers in a fucking like glass like that. And I'm going to down the whole thing right now and chase it with some orange juice because I'm classy like that. And I'm going to be drunk because that's what I want to be, is drunk.
That's literally how Kyle drinks. Like he's not doing a joke. Like he will literally just be like, I'm going to drink and then just drink a 5-ounce glass of vodka and be like, yeah, that was my drinking. Maybe later I'll drink another 3-ounce glass. But
and I do that for 2 reasons. 1, I'm over the pretense that I'm not here to get drunk if I'm drinking.
Yeah. Right.
And 2, now I can keep track. Now I'm never going to overdrink again. I got sick so many times when I was like, I don't know, younger, like in my 20s and
try to make it
so many and early 30s even. It wasn't that long ago. I've had some
where you
rough
just
nights.
lost track. Of
This
how much
show
you
forced us to do some stuff that we know is like, well, this is gonna suck as you just keep drinking more.
Yeah.
But like in my in my personal life, I don't do that anymore. I don't drink till I vomit. But yeah, if you're going into something like if you're trying to get high, for example, on like weed, cannabinoids, whatever the fuck, why am I sitting here like putting all that harsh smoke in my lungs with some mid-grade marijuana like I'm a connoisseur smoking my hand-rolled like non-bleached paper? No, get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna smoke some weird chemical out of this thing that I heat up with a blowtorch, and in one hit, let me tell you how what it's like. You get such a hit of THC that you salivate to the point where you have to spit.
Mm-hmm.
It's so much spit in your mouth that it feels gross to swallow it, and it's your spit. Like you're like
Like, I don't know if as a kid, if you were ever gross enough to sit there and like save your spit up till you had like a mouthful. I never did. It just seems like a thing kids might do. But I'm just
was doing that.
I remember when kids would spit out that snotty shit and suck it back up over and over. Kids do weird things. You remember it? Come on, they did it. You had a shit bandit. Don't
no,
act like
I
you
know
didn't
exactly. I know exactly. I'm picturing
filth.
Joe doing that on the playground and wanting to vomit. I hate
the bully thing is how I picture it. Right?
Oh, that's awful.
I've never seen that in a bully context. I
No.
just saw people in like the
When
gross out context.
One guy's pinned down, the other one's doing.
Yeah.
When I hit like a big dab, and I haven't in shit. I haven't in so long. I was smoking some like Delta 8 stuff like a while back that was concentrate. And I've stopped doing that because it was so harsh, and the vapes are so good from our boys.
This stuff.
But it's such a. I smoked that stuff. That was just okay, if I'm being honest. I was getting some stuff.
Well, it's Delta 8, so it's not as strong.
Yeah, but it's concentrate, and I was smoking huge like strings of it, and you would get this huge like hit of THC. And again, you would like salivate and have to spit. I'd be like, I'd run to the sink. I ran to the sink to spit. Like it's that much of a huge punch. I remember my girl. This guy came to my house. This guy came to my house. He was visiting, and he was like, "Hey, have you ever done dabs?" This is the first time I ever did dabs. He came to my house. He's like, "You ever done dabs before?" And I'm like, "Isn't that some kind of a fucking like lame ass dance move or like planking or something like that's some cringy shit, man." No. He's like, no, not
You're
that.
just
He's like,
it's time.
No, it's drugs. It's drugs.
He did. He said that, and I think he said something like that. So I was a little sketched. I was like, "Are we talking about methamphetamine? Get the fuck out, because I don't like that at all." To me, that's a little sketch. That's another white trash drug. I'm sorry.
It is.
Wow, skeeved out by meth. Pinkies
true.
up, Mr.
Real
La
businessmen do Adderall.
Like
fancy pants over here. No methamphetamine in my house, please. But he's like, "Have you ever smoked?" And he explains, "No, marijuana concentrate." And I'm like, "How do you do that?" And he's explained there's like 3 or 4 ways, but long story short, the cheap, dirty way is to run, I think, butane through ground up flour, and you extract the concentrate thereby, and then you're able to like scrape it up. The butane, it all evaporates away, as butane's known to do. But you've got this oil now. You scrape it up. You do it in a dab rig like we've described before. It's a bong, but hyperheated by a blowtorch, and instead of glass, you've got aluminum or quartz as your bowl. We heated that motherfucker. I had some weed. I had like 3/4 of an ounce of weed or something, half an ounce. I'm like, "Cook it all up, big man. You know what's up." And he did. And it made such an appallingly small amount of concentrate because I didn't know what I was looking at.
Yeah.
That I was immediately angry at him. I didn't say shit because I didn't want to act. The problem was it was so hard to get half an ounce of weed. I just had procured that weed that day. This was my like weed for weeks.
Yeah.
And he just turned it into like such a small amount of
Like a
brown
quarter.
sticky shit. And I was like, I'm not gonna make a big deal out of this because he's gonna think I'm cheap. But what it is it's gonna be hard for me to get more. So I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. And then we hit that shit. And it was such a fucking kick in the teeth that my girlfriend ran to her bedroom and like overheated, had to like strip down to her underwear, turn the fan on, and she's like hyperventilating, overheating, can't breathe. And I'm as stoned as her, and I'm trying to comfort her, and I'm spitting everywhere.
I've never had such a bad spit experience, and I've taken plenty of dabs, but I've never dealt with that.
I salivate, god damn it.
Yeah, I don't know
And,
what causes the overheating effect though, because dab sweats are like notorious, and it's I think it must just be that many cannabinoids hitting your body at that time or something.
Theory,
it's just no human was meant to consume that much at once.
My theory is that you are hitting your lungs with it's either the hot air or specifically that hot kind of vapor, and you're having a reaction to that because your body thinks that maybe it's damaged its lungs, and it's like having an involuntary sort of reaction of some kind. I think it's that, which is a little alarming if you think about it.
I don't. That's scarier than the alternative.
I say that because I've never had that overheating, melting down reaction after taking in marijuana in any other way.
Yeah,
you know
no,
what I
same.
mean. And I've gotten a lot of it in a lot of different ways. But yeah, that was the first time I ever did dabs, and I was immediately like, "Holy shit!" How? Because we'd done such a tiny speck of this shit, right? It was like, what the fuck? We got a whole jar. Now you look at this little. Holy
now you're
shit.
looking at it like, oh my
Go,
god,
Jerry, go!
that's gotta be 2 grams.
Yeah, it made like 1.5 grams or so. I don't really remember exactly, but it was like a significant amount. And man, I was like, that's how you do weed. Because I wanted to get high because I love getting like out of my mind high and then playing an adventure video game or a role-playing video
Right.
game. Because I want to slay the dragon. I want to for
game.
real. Or a board game, anything you can zone out of. And I'm getting super duper baked to play Tarkov because it's so like, you're sitting there clicking for hours.
So the PKA is brought to you by pharodistro.com, pharodistro.com. Do you want to get high? Like really, really high? Then get your ass over to pharodistro.com, linked below, and try out the new Dab X Go. Say goodbye to messy dabbing with its sleek magnetic titanium design. This revolutionary electronic dab rig will take you to highs you've only dreamt of. Getting it exclusively at pharodistro.com with discount code PKA20 for 20% off. And if you are searching for the perfect concentrate to put in your Dab X, dive into Pharodistro's THCA Diamond Sauce or the fan favorite HHC is Better Dabs. Fly high, mess-free. Get yours at pharodistro.com. Don't forget, use code PKA20 for 20% off your entire order, including the Dab X, which is a fucking awesome way to smoke concentrate. It's vape concentrate. It's excellent. I really enjoy it. Clean, easy, charges super quick, get you pretty fucking high, no matter what you put in there, for what I've experienced. If you are interested in that, PKA20 for 20% off the Dab X Go. Also,
I made a great
of course,
discovery about the Dab X. Let me
Yes.
jump in real quick. I didn't know this. You know how a lot of people don't know that in the bottom of a grinder there's that catch full of keef, and you'll be if you didn't know, then you've probably saved up a ton of it down there, and it's like this little treat when you finally find out. The Dab X has like this little reservoir in the very, very bottom. Did you know about it?
I must have a full reservoir.
You have a full, so it has this silicone catch down there, this rectangular, this little square silicone pad that's capturing anything that ran off, and it's saving it down there. It's the very, very bottom, like maybe a 1/2 inch of material of the device pops off magnetically and reveals that it's been drip dropping concentrate this whole time. So I was out the other day and I was cleaning the thing and I was like, oh my God, there's so much down here. This is so much. I was blown away, very happy. It was just like when you find out how a grinder works. I was very happy. So anybody who bought one when we first suggested it, look in the bottom of your Dab X. You got a whole bunch of goo down there. It's just delicious. Waiting
a whole bunch of delicious goo to get your ass high as hell. So PKA20, 20% off pharodistro.com. Get yourself the Dab X. If you are interested in the vapes, get yourself an HHC is Better vape or a Delta 8 is Better vape. If you want something a little stronger, go ahead and try the 25 milligram HHC or Delta 8 edibles. And if you're an absolute high tolerance, king who can handle it, folks, you can try the 300 milligram of pop edibles. You can try the 500 milligram of pop edibles. You can try the 2,500 milligram ropes that they have. And again, as we've said every time, and I don't know how I still have people tweeting at me being like, you were right, it was too much. But start slow. You can always take another bite later, folks. Don't go bananas with it. Start at a level. If you've been taking gas station garbage and you're like, I take 120 milligrams of gas station Delta 8. Do not start with 120 milligrams of this Delta 8. It will be very, very strong. In what Kyle's holding right there, there are 1,250 milligrams in Kyle's hand.
That's insane.
Take it.
It would
take
kill
it
me.
slow. Take it easy. Don't be insane.
This would put me
accurately dosed. It's very strong. We have to say it every time. Start slow if you're nervous about it at all. And if edibles are intimidating to you, just use a vape to start.
Jesus.
Yeah. It's, oh, come on, man.
That's the amount.
Oh, I guess you only have an hour and 35.
Do you ever think about buying a home? I don't know if it's a good idea financially. Like I'm.
Yeah, I was going to do that this year, but obviously the market was so funky, and it seems like it's going to like fall off the cliff. And so honestly, like what I've been doing is waiting on the market to fall off that cliff. So, God, I don't want to throw.
Go to Texas.
No, because I don't want to throw like
What's that weed?
$500,000 at something, and then next year that $500,000 house could have been a $750,000 house. It's like, man, because the difference is huge. Like, I don't. There's first world problems here, but the difference between a $250,000 house and like a $400,000 house really isn't a ton. But when you go from 400 to like 600 or 700, it's like, y'all added like another house and made everything nicer.
Yeah,
it's a big step up.
But Texas is really crazy, and I don't imagine that the prices would drop there, because it's like, I can't believe how big these houses are for the amount that the people like are paying.
What did you mean by
Plus,
crazy?
you could get guns again.
Not sure about that. What did you mean, Texas?
What do you
is crazy?
mean? Oh, Texas is like, I've seen like $700,000 houses that would cost $5 million in Canada. Easily.
Exactly. Because all right, so what you're starting with the piece of land that you're sitting on, right? Like, so I grew up in that you've been there, little Franklin County, Georgia, and so property there, like where my dad is, like when I was growing up, that land was $5,000 an acre. It's still only like $10,000 an acre or something like that. But if you buy property right there on the lake, it's $250,000, and they don't even cut it into acres anymore. They cut it into like quarters and halves of acres. It's the same thing. You go out to Texas and they're like, yeah, we got plenty of land. Like what do you it's probably $5,000, $10,000, $15,000 an acre. It's not like building a house right in the suburbs somewhere where like the piece of property that I'm sitting on right now, God knows. I bet
it gets really cheap. I was watching a YouTuber. Now this isn't where you'd want to live because it doesn't have utilities and everything's 40-minute drive away, but it was $287 an acre. $287. Like that is an acre is a little over free.
Yeah. There at that point it becomes, what kind of utilities can we expect out here? What kind of internet capabilities?
Where's the Costco?
The cost? Oh, the Costco.
Yeah, the store.
Yeah.
Well, I see a place and I'm like, you could have nothing. You got a Costco and a Walmart, and I'm like, let's go, bro. This is a viable location to begin a life.
I'm packing for the move, so no July 4th celebrations for me. I actually threw away a bag of pork rinds I found in the cabinet.
I asked this before. How far away is your move? Like in minutes?
I guess it depends how fast you're moving.
A light jog.
What kind of vehicle? Maybe are you walking? Yeah, there's a lot of.
With traffic, like 30 minutes or something like that. Just other side of town. Cool. I like it better there. It shouldn't
Have
be
you done any procrastination, or are you looking around at boxes and the tape's on there and you're just waiting for the truck to show up, or are you gonna have that wild panic tonight of do it?
So yeah, I've got 4 movers, a gigantic truck. I just have to have everything in boxes, and it's 90% done. The remaining stuff, it's like, I'm not going to pack up my coffee maker until the last minute. It's shit like that. There are boxes that need to be taped together, but that's because I'm waiting on tape to be delivered right now. And then the cleanup, like the going around and picking up wrappers and broken toothpicks that fell during the couch move and like that, just junk off the floor. That's the real time consuming thing. Because everything else is pretty packed up except for this. All this is sitting right here. All of this goes as soon as we're done here,
I imagine him pointing to like 19 empty soda cans. Like, except this. This is the same as it always is.
Except for my Pepsi Zero collection. I'm bringing that with me.
I got a dumpster last week, and I got every bit of trash that could be gotten out of the house, like out, because every time I move, I'm not bringing you. You're going out of here. Like socks get thrown out, old shoes and shit. Got rid of a couch. Moving on to couch 2.0. I'm gonna get this like pit couch. It's like it's like a big cube on the floor. Mm-hmm. It's as deep as it is wide. So the dog's gonna love that. It's gonna be just beautiful. I think I got leather. I think I did. I don't really remember. Buying a bunch of things this week for the new house. I'm pretty excited though. This is gonna be the easiest move I've had in a while because I do have the movers. It's not even
You
that
said you
expensive.
had 4 people, but I couldn't
Movers,
gather if they
professional
were
mover men.
professionals.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I got
Yeah,
that's like your buddy and his wife and like a kid.
Who
You're
doesn't
like,
want to
"Oh,
be there? They're
God."
going to be late. They'll instantly criticize how much you put into boxes.
Dude, it is so similar to any form of group work in school. Every time you go to help someone move and there's like a group of 4 guys, it is baked into the cake that one guy will not touch anything and another guy will mostly socialize with that guy, sometimes putting a hand on it. And then of the 2 remaining movers, one of them is doing it begrudgingly because he doesn't want to be affiliated with the 2 lazies. And the other one is, I want this to be done as fast as possible. There's always one competent, fast as possible guy.
The fastest possible guy is not always the best guy for the job. Like, I'll get that he gets a lot of work done, but he creates a lot of stress and trouble as well.
Yeah. Let's say this. If you're moving, Woody, and I'm helping you move, and Kyle's the let's get it done guy, I'm a fan of Kyle. You, as the person having your shit moved, want someone being more careful. But me as the mover is like, Kyle kind of bangs that into the corner of the wall there, whatever.
I can line up with that. But also, like, I don't want the fastest possible guy who's just fussing and not happy that things aren't going faster. Like, that guy's got a social problem.
We all got to stay calm during a move. It's hot, sweaty work. And
you know what I don't like? I don't like the girl that tries to be the guy. That's my least favorite mover.
I got this end.
It's like, listen, sweetheart. Your job is to organize people. Every time you see someone carry a box, you tell them what room it goes to. You're going to have a vastly improved unpacking experience if you have everyone put the box in the. If every box goes in the dining room, which is what's going to happen if you carry a fucking lampshade because that's all you're capable of carrying, then this isn't going to be a good move. Instead, direct traffic. It'll be so much better.
Yeah, direct traffic and unbox. Take care of the nitpicky stuff. I would so much rather deal with 5 minutes of horrible annoyance, getting a couple bruises on my forearms with a really heavy couch, than unbox shit and put it away for an hour. And I think every man would rather do that. Would you rather sit there and like open up the fucking put?
I hate that part.
Yeah,
I've been on both ends of really bad moves. Like my buddy Sergey, when I was a kid, when I was like 19 or 20, it was like, "Oh yeah, you come help me move," and I was like, "Yeah, I'll come help you move." And me and another guy went over there and we worked all day so hard. He had this oak furniture, this heavy shit. It kept reminding me of that scene in Pulp Fiction where he's like, "You like oak, Jimmy?"
That's the
he had
wood on earth. Yeah.
Oh my god! And he was Ukrainian, so he had this ornate dining table that I assume had some religious significance. Like it looks too fancy for him. Yeah, and you had to carry it so carefully. There was crystals jiggling inside of things. Then the other time was when I moved out here to Atlanta, and Eric from Iraq Veteran 88888 and his cameraman Chad came here, and they brought another guy who I don't remember, but they worked so fucking hard for me all goddamn day. I know I compensated them somehow, but I don't think Eric would take money. Like, they worked so hard.
Cool guy.
It was all day. They drove the truck. They brought the truck to me and then drove it to the place. Eric's a great guy.
He's gonna call in that favor. He's gonna have a giant mansion that needs like a pool table moved.
I mean, I guess I would show up.
Kyle, I need to come.
No.
Hey, you owe me one.
Every once in a while when you're moving shit, do you get annoyed because you don't feel like the other person realizes how heavy what you're dealing with on your end is? Like, I had to help a friend move a pool table. It was a 9 foot. If you don't know, pool tables come in like 7 feet, like 7.5, 8 foot, like all the way up to all the way up to like 9 feet, and 9 feet is a big boy. And he bought a 9 foot pool table with like the slate, like where it's got really high quality slate under it. And he told me like, they're dropping it off in my front yard. And so I went and met up in his house, and there's like stairs to get up to his house, and it is. I see it sitting there, and I almost laugh looking at it. It's the heaviest object
it's a symbol
I've ever seen. It's just a full table. There's no legs on it. Just the table part. The legs had to be put on.
Does it have that that skirting along the side that's sort of decorative to hide the pockets and stuff, so that you can't grab it from the underneath.
Yes, yeah, and
Great.
it's like the whole time. It's not like all right, we picked up a bullshit pool table from Walmart, kind of get it in there. It's like this is a really nice pool table. You can't jitter it, you can't mess with it. You don't want to. The pockets are all ornate. The slate under it is like the highest quality, densest
How did
slate
you do
they can find. It slowly, and it was.
What did you grab?
It was maybe. We grabbed the like flat area in between the like in the middle, so it was almost balancing too, and trying to move it up there. And he's a at the time he was personal training. He's a very fit guy, and so he and I were our strongest friends. And it took the two of us like 30 minutes of like barely moving it and having to stop. Barely. I don't know actual if cuts on my hands from like the amount of pressure. It was. I have never like been more emotionally torn up after moving something physically. Jesus. Because there was a time where we got it like part of the way up the stairs, and he was like stopping on his end, and I was at the bottom. I'm like, we can't stop, we can't, like because it's like gonna fall on me, and I was like trying to move it up. It was the most.
You're not supposed to move those like that. So I've got. I don't know if mine is 9 feet.
You're supposed to hire someone to move a pool table.
You have
I thought
to.
it was going to be like a
You
7-foot pool table, like a small bullshit Walmart one, like I have.
Even
No,
those.
He's like got a fucking training.
Well, not the Walmart
Olympics one. Yeah.
So I've got a slate pool table. I don't know the length. I don't remember that, but it's longer than 6 for sure. I know it's longer than I am. And I had that thing assembled in my shop, and then it had been sitting there for like 3 weeks, and I was like, oh, it's time to put a machine in. Pool table's right in the way. So I had to pay a second time for the professional pool man to come. He disassembles the thing. He defelts it. You know, that felt is tucked in and tightly like pulled into the corners like perfectly. Felt comes off. The slate is in 3 pieces. It's a 3-piece thing. Each piece of slate weighs like
how far did you move
pounds.
it for this?
You could. 50,
well, you said it was in the way. I'm picturing.
50 feet.
He had to do all that, huh?
Because if you reached under it, you would start applying pressure to pick it up, and you could feel the skirting breaking with the pressure of your hands. And we're not even close to lifting. We're not even close to lifting. This
There's
thing
no
weighs
way to just
300 to 500 pounds, something like that.
Absolute nightmare.
That sucks.
If you're gonna requisition friends to move, make sure that like the fridge, the pool table, gym equipment. Like, can you imagine, like, you go to move someone and they have like a lat pull down machine?
Yeah, that's happening tomorrow.
Going home. That's why I would be too embarrassed to invite. If I had to move to a new house and move all my gym stuff and everything, I wouldn't allow friends to help me. I'd be like, "That's kind of you. I don't want to waste your time."
I feel like once you cross 30, you're not supposed to be moving your carrying your own shit anymore. That should be in the. I am moving in 4 days, but it's not me. It's Hope who's moving. She asked me to help.
That's less.
And on one hand, like I've been lifting weights for a couple of years, and I can kind of pick up heavy things. On the other hand, I'm 50 and my back always hurts. It's like you don't ask 50-year-olds to help you move. Everyone knows this. Who's like, who do I know that'd be good for moving? Grandpa. Like that's not a.
I've got a counter. I got a counter
her in your physical prowess at 50.
So, like, there's a number you can call. I mean, there's an app even that last. So I moved my shit by myself last time because I thought it was a good idea, and it was such a fucking nightmare that I ended up having to call movers just to unload the truck. Like I was like, I'm not unloading that truck. I'm not doing it. I can't. Maybe I might not be able to. But the number on the side of the U-Haul just got me in touch with people who were like, "Yeah, you ready now?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I'm ready now. Where are you?" Because I just called an 800 number. Like, we're like 5 minutes away, man. You need us? Yeah, both of you. Like, you Cash App? I'm like, for sure. And they were there, like lifting shit, heavy shit, and being careful. You could supervise guys like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be. When we moved into this house, we did some deconstruction on the stable. It was hit by a tornado, so I had to like throw stuff away and rebuild it. Cool. Well, there's a big pile of debris, and I hired these 2 guys. It was like 2 guys in a dumpster, and they come. One of the guys is just jacked, stronger than I could ever possibly be, and I was like, dude, like. You look like you're built for picking shit up. Apparently, That's the most racist thing you can say.
Wow. Actually, what he said was, "You look like you were bred for it."
Like, he looked at his friend, and I was like, "I just mean you're strong." And they're like, "All right, hunky," and they just like went to work. But
you shouldn't have been wearing that plantation owner's hat and chewing on a piece of straw.
They didn't mind that because it was sunny.
My
It was
God, I ain't never seen somebody whole or dry the way you doing it right now, boy.
It was sunny out. They didn't mind the hat. It was the whip. It was the whip that turned them off.
Yeah.
After you finish dropping off that dryer, bring me something cool to drink.
A little lemonade.
Little lemonade to make it snap. You're snapping at them.
I'm getting the vapors.
Yeah, I'm getting the vapors.
They were like, "Are there any snakes in this pile of debris?" And I was like,
"Oh yeah,
I can't say for sure there's not."
Well, number one, speak when spoken to. Now, number two.
Don't you hate when people don't have a sense of humor? Because I would have wanted to be like, "Oh yeah," and make sure you catch them. Don't let them get away. There should be 8. There should be 8. You can come back with 7. We gotta have words.
Said that there should be 8. Don't let any slip.
You know what you should have done? Like next time they came up carrying something, you should have been like, "Whoa! If it isn't the fucking toothpick twins with their little legs and their bullshit on."
Dude.
Hey, do you guys want to put that down? I don't want you to hurt yourself. Let me get a couple of girls. I just turned down a couple of cookie boxes. Let me see if I can grab her.
I swear
told
I'm
him
just
to say
getting
big
more
guy.
racist. But he was built like a silverback gorilla. He was just so
Holy
strong.
shit.
His arms were long. His biceps were huge.
And he hated when you said that, didn't he?
It was when you started rubbing his sloped forehead. He didn't care for it.
Yeah.
He felt his fabric.
I was trying to bond with him when I picked up my poop and threw it, but he didn't get the joke.
Man, you guys.
I would do that. Like, I'm never gonna move my shit again. I was talking to Scum about this. He's doing a move of one kind or another, and I was like, "Dude, why are you moving your shit?" He's like, "You know what? At some point, you just have enough money for movers, and then that switch doesn't flip in your head, but it has now, Kyle. Thank you. I don't have to move my shit anymore." I'm like, "Yeah, you don't, because it's not even that expensive. It's like $1,000.
Switch.
It's like $1,000, and now you don't hurt yourself."
Is Hope is she at the phase where it's real deal furniture? You'd have to move like a nice couch, or is it like from an apartment into a house?
Yeah, like she has a desk in particular that's really heavy, but like it's a desk that I bought her years ago. Like I think when we bought this house, I got her a nice desk, and that's going with her. Yeah, that is a mix. There's like some bullshit. She's grabbing a couch that we used as a like outside on the porch type couch, and it's sitting in the stable right now. And I guess it's clean. And she's like, "If you're not using it, we could use that."
Check
like,
for
all
mine.
right, cool. So that weighs nothing, but then other stuff weighs a ton.
Yeah. Just when you're helping people move like out of apartments, that phase was easy because it'd be like, "We got to move my couch," and it's like, "That's a futon." Like, "We gotta move my dressers. This way this is gonna shatter when we lift it, dude. Like this is gonna
Yeah.
These
All of these things are
board-
held together with the cam locks from IKEA.
Dude, I had that happen, like just like trying to move like out of my old apartment, one of those like tall IKEA bullshit slat ones. Literally, I took so little time to assemble it that the back had been on incorrect, like on reverse the whole time. I like went to like move it, and the whole thing fell like a prop. like a breakaway board, because there was like, if you don't have books or anything on there, everything had been removed. Like you don't realize like the weight of the books or board games or whatever, that's what's actually holding that up, the weight of the things on it. You take that off and you like move it, and it just accordion style just falls on itself.
Kitty and I bought 2 of those IKEA desks like forever ago because we were just we need 2 desks now. God, like terrible decisions. We put those bitches together, and I remember one of them, I can't remember how. I think I spilled a drink on it, like a big drink. And that just ruined it. Like it got wet. Like it turned into like, it sort of like degraded the structural integrity of the whole desk after that. It was soggy now.
It just soaked up like a sponge.
I was like, is it going to be super hot when I move her? No.
Oh yeah.
Rain. It's going to be real deal rain on Saturday. So
that's the worst.
That stink.
That's the worst. Rain's bad. It's slippery then. Yeah, I'd hire movers for sure.
I think it's mover time. And tell them you do not want anything to get wet. Or I will not be paying.
Here's a roll of paper towels. Put it over anything that might get exposed to air.
No, you've got umbrella hats for all of them.
I'm sorry, I didn't know I called Tsunami Steve's moving company because all my stuff's ruined. Kick them out.
Moving. I thought I was done with that.
Nope. Nope. You're never done.
Just keep on coming back for more. Nobody. I usually. My dad never helped me move. I think he was mad the first time I moved, and the second or third time I moved, it was always something. I either had help but he's never assisted in one of those moves. He's got it off easy.
You wouldn't think to ask my father. Like he always worked really hard, you know. And
yeah.
I bet he averages like 100 hours a week. You're gonna ask that guy to carve out some time to move you, like carry shit?
Yeah, no.
I just don't want to inconvenience
all his free time is reading about Israel.
And the other thing is, like, when
now
I
he's
do call
retired.
him, when I do call him and I need a favor, I want it to be a rare occurrence. So he's like, "Oh yeah, hell, it's been years since you've asked for anything." I want it to be hard to turn me down when I need something. It'll be like, "Hey, Dad, I need you to go to the tag office for me and do some paperwork, so I don't have to drive 5 hours today." Oh yeah, I'm on the way now. But it's I get addicted to things. I'm moving this week, so that's gonna definitely keep me off the game a little bit.
How far is your move?
That'll be a good tea break for you.
You mean in distance? Oh, like
or
20
minutes.
minutes or something like
Okay.
that. It's such a better area. For the
What makes
dog,
the area better?
it's all about the dogs. I've got right now I've got a small backyard and I have to run them on a lead because I can't put up a fence here. Where I'm going has an enormous yard with like a basketball court in it. I have my own little, not like I shouldn't say basketball. There's a hoop with like a concrete pad out there.
You're gonna get into the game. You and I are gonna talk stats and stories on the show.
No, I'm not even gonna buy a ball. I'm not. I won't do that to myself because I know it won't get used.
5-pound dumbbells through the hoop.
I remember every time I've ever played before and just really hating it, but I will be able to play with the dogs out there because and just go crazy and get a bunch of dog toys. I'm gonna get one of those ball things that launches the ball for them and get a fucking. It's gonna be fun. But
I used to play with a lacrosse stick because they bring the tennis balls back so slimy and disgusting. What's the thought?
Yeah, you scoop them up and sling them. Have you seen those things that the dogs like load with the ball and then it launches it for them?
I have, but I've never trained a dog to load one.
I'm afraid the fear isn't spending $250 on a dog toy. It's spending $250 on a dog toy that your dog is too stupid to use. Because then people come around like, oh, does he know how to use it? No, he's fucking stupid. Not as stupid as me for buying that, though.
My dog trained me to put it in there for him.
So I thought getting high while moving would help. Just like tolerate how awful it was. Because like, I don't know, it's been a while.
I'd be worried it would make me unmotivated. Like I'd be like, ugh, now I'm feeling like tired.
No, if anything, it's like, we gotta go. I kept looking at everything to do and being like, you're not even fucking out loud. You're not even fucking close to being close, you bitch boy. I was like I would take I would overheat. And so I was shirtless the whole time wearing a cowboy hat and sunglasses, like doing this shit because the sun's beating down on me. It's
Looking
100 degrees.
very cool. Yeah.
I look pretty fucking sick. I'm gonna be honest. I look at myself in the mirror. I was like, fuck yeah. I was overhead.
You were feeling yourself.
I was overhead pressing a TV at the time, and it was a good look. But I was, and I'm drenched in sweat. And anyway, I got a little hard, and but I think that's just all the blue chew.
Yeah, there's all.
I had the worst time I've ever had.
Can I interrupt you,
moving
Kyle?
Yeah, please do.
Where is it? Oh, so I said. Kyle said he's moving, and I'm like, I'm in the gym hitting PRs. I was really excited because and he replies, "You don't know what a workout is until you muscled a king size Casper mattress down a hill into a U-Haul."
That's harder than any bench press. Oh yeah.
You know what I did today? I moved. I grabbed that thing like a goddamn ant, put it on my back, and took it up the steepest flight of stairs you've ever seen. And then a hairpin turn. And then set it up. I did that before we started the show.
Well, you're all set up for after show, right? Your TV's not set up though.
Everything but the TV. I've drilled the thing in. I'm gonna hang it as soon as the show's over. I can hang it by myself now. Like I just underestimated how strong I am, if I'm being honest. Like when I first hung
You can
the
hang
TV,
it by
was
yourself.
Yeah.
I thought you had to have someone back there to like screw it in for you.
So it's the way my thing works. The TV has a bracket with hooks like this. I'm trying to like do fingers.
Oh,
and,
yeah.
And those just like hook into the other bracket, and then when you let the TV go, the bottom bracket bumps into the part on the wall, and then put a couple bolts in here and here, and it's all locked in, and then you can
Mine works like that.
articulate.
Oh
yeah,
mine's like all screwed.
Very easy to hang. Yeah, you've got the base.
Yeah, he has a base on the wall, and then the other part hooks into the base, and the rotation and the gravity holds it in.
Yeah.
Huh.
How
Well, that would have
you
been
can't
easier.
screw behind the TV? I'm curious if you did it wrong.
No, like I
Oh, you
had to
didn't?
have a
Okay.
guy come over because and I had it was one of those brackets that you obviously mount to the studs, and then it has like those two bars. And I bought it from Samsung because I'm like, I do not want a fucking one that's not going to work. So I got one that was like not from Samsung, but like Samsung recommended, and that's what it was. It takes four, because there are 6 screw holes in the back of the TV, and they all line up with it, and so you needed to like bolt them all in. So I had to hold it up while this fucker was like back there.
The
fiddling
ones
with it.
I've seen, half of it goes on the wall, half of it goes on the TV. Then you put them together. So that put it
Yeah, I
on a
must have got a
TV
shitty
stage
one.
you're talking about happens on the comfort of your bed while you attach it.
Oh, okay. No, I don't even have a TV in my bedroom. I never watch TV as I'm going to bed. Like, it would just keep me up longer. Like when I go in the bedroom, that has to be my time to sleep. Otherwise, I would just fiddle around. and just be watching shit.
I've always had one. I've always had one in the bedroom. Obviously, when you're a kid, when I was a kid, did you guys have TVs in your bedrooms as kids?
I did.
As like an older kid, yeah.
It depends. As a young kid, I did, and then when we moved to Ocean City, I lost it.
I got like a
So
big
my
glass screen TV when I was like 15, I think.
My entire childhood, I had a TV. As long as I had a room, like maybe second grade, had a TV. Like it wasn't a cool TV. It was pretty small. It was like one of those TV VCR combos. And then that I got better TVs as the years went on. But I've always had one in the bedroom. It's a new bedroom though. I haven't decided. I kind of want to take this enormous heavy motherfucker, like I was telling Matt, stick it on the wall over there. So I've got lots of screens like Fahrenheit 420 or whatever. Not Fahrenheit 420. That's a different book. 451. and that would require a new TV or a projector. I'm real big on the idea of a whole fucking projector system in the bedroom, like hanging down above the bed, beaming into the wall. Some movie
That could be neat.
quality shit.
We're totally in the
Nerd Rock.
putting cannabis into anything phase of legalization. And if there was cannabis infused lubricant, that
there is, and it works.
I thought
Again, this whole butthole thing is not just me making jokes. I'm telling you, it'll get you high as fuck. You got to put some weed in your butt, Woody.
Okay.
Yeah, get after it.
Dude, guys,
Say less.
They literally take
Woody's got like a big piece of flour. Oh, the stem's really hurt though, Kyle. I don't know.
You know what we could do?
I'll
We
come
could do,
back next week. Kyle, my stems were so pokey and pointy. How do you do it?
We could talk to him about making up that product. Like we could brand it like Kyle's. What would be a good like Kyle's butthole bonanza? Kyle's
Uncle Kyle's tranny fluid.
No.
This is a
No, I'm not that. I'm not doing that. I'm gonna have to fucking hard pass that one.
Oh God. I don't know what we call it. As far as what I'm gonna take when it gets here tomorrow, I'm gonna start small like always with a new, provider or anything like that. If I'm changing brands or checking out something new, because you never know what the potency is gonna be.
You know how you test it is you take 8 of these at a time, and you go. Oh,
So I take 5 of those at a time. Those that you've got right there, and those take me to a real happy place.
Yeah, the
Like where
HHT is strong.
my head is pounding with highness when I take 5 of those. That's the only way to describe.
And that's
high.
125 milligrams compared to 300, because these are 25.
Those are
apiece.
dosed
5
lower.
of these
Is that the HHC or the Delta 8?
These are HHC. The
I
HHC
take
and
the
the Delta 8. Oh, okay.
I find the Delta 8 to be stronger, but a different high. Like the HHC is more of a, and I hate when this is that girl fucking high on Zima shit maybe, but when I took the HHC stuff, I was in a very giggly, happy mood and watching like old TV shows and just having a real sweet time. But when I take the Delta 8, I'm getting blacked out high. Like we're going, we're not going to remember most of the movie we watched tonight. And that's kind of nice. We talked about removing memories of movies last week. When you watch a movie super duper high, you know you like the movie, but you don't really remember it that well. So you get to watch it a second time and kind of for the first time.
Did I tell you I went to go see it must have been like 2009 when Django Unchained came out. So I was like 18 and me and some buddies were gonna go and see the movie. And so we get in my buddy's big SUV and we go out there and we pregame, we get a little drunk. Well, probably a little too drunk that we should have been before going to see Django Unchained. Not like rowdy drunk, just like that, like the drunk enough that if you stop drinking, you're going to get tired. And then we combined that with a shit ton of weed. And I remember sitting in the back, like hitting a vape high out of my mind at Django Unchained and like loving it. Absolutely, like in my mind, loving Django Unchained. And like the next day, I was like, dude, that movie was awesome. Like talking to some buddies. And I realized like I had no memory of the movie itself outside. I was like, yeah, that part where like Leo got to the plantation and fuck, what else? I went back and I watched it again sober. And I was 100% blacked out by the time he rode his horse into that plantation for the first, like 22 minutes into the movie, I like blacked out. And so I had no memory. I got to enjoy Django Unchained fully twice.
I watched Super Troopers 2 with Chiz, and we were so blacked out high that I don't know what happened. I think it was funny. Not as funny as the first.
It was funny. Yeah.
I got some laughs. I remember that, but it was when they took the state charges off me, and they're like, the feds are building their case. I'm like, Jesus. What do you mean? The charges are already there. They're not going to just charge me the same shit. Oh no, they're looking for new stuff. They're interviewing people. And it's like, oh no. So like during that time, I asked my lawyer, I was like, can I like go to Colorado and get fucking high because it's legal there? And they're like, huh? Yeah, don't bring anything back though. Don't bring anything back with you. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna bring the fucking thing back. Well, of course not.
I'm not stupid. I'm gonna mail it.
And so the next week, I was gone on a weedcation with Chiz. I went on 2 weedcations with Chiz during that interim between the charges. We went to Denver one time and to Washington State one time to, I don't know, somewhere in Washington. But I don't remember any of that.
Rarer and rarer. Like, yeah, well, I mean, there's just so many people don't have a reason to go. And then even if you're in a state where you can't get legal weed, it's like, you can get Delta 8 and really HHC, good. Which is the same thing.
What'd you say was getting rare? I missed the word.
Like these, like what weed like people used to be like, oh, we're all going to go to Colorado and like get high and it'll be so novel. And now it's like, whatever. Like,
we would make
become so
of it,
normal.
We would make a thing of it every year. We would rent a cabin or a place. So we went down to Telluride one year. It was fantastic. Had a blast there. But there's no reason to really do it now. I mean,
unless you're skiing. You'd have fun getting high as shit and then being on the mountain. Yeah.
Kyle hates skiing, but there might be something else he likes.
He'd like it.
No, his ankles aren't built for it. But snowmobiles exist, sleds exist, tubes.
I would love to do
snowboarding.
Fast
snowmobiles in there.
Like I want to rent a snowmobile and say goodbye to the snowmobile rental man and leave with his snowmobile and buy all the insurance.
In Vermont?
Oh my fucking God, no. You were so lucky you weren't there. That was a guided tour.
Like I missed out.
Oh, it was horse shit. We told you at the time. I remember you feeling bad you didn't get the snowmobile, and I was like, dude, they kept us at this stupid fucking pace. It was like being led on one of those horse tours in the Southwest, like a donkey tour of the Grand Canyon, except it was dark and snowy. So there's nothing to see. I would wait, I would stay in the back and let the group get almost out of sight, their taillights. And then I'd gun it down the hill and finally get to enjoy what this thing could do. Because they were, I don't know anything about snowmobiles. That's the first and only snowmobile I've ever been on. But it felt like a hot rod to me. It felt really fast. And but yeah, maybe 2 or 3 times like that, I got to gun it from the back and like see what the thing would do and hear it growl, but the rest of the time it was a putt-putt tour. It was bullshit. I was mad. It was expensive.
Yeah,
Horse shit.
snowmobiling sounds fun. It looks fun, and people who are good at it make them look light, even though they're clearly not. There's a
Yeah,
dirt
and it could
bike
be part of
parallel.
snowmobiling could be part of a greater adventure. You know, it could just be the way to get there to the cool thing. You know, if you wanted to, I don't know, do some sort of hunting, camping, fishing, just going to see a view
camping
on
your
a mountain
thing?
type thing. You know, it's not. I
didn't think it
I like
was.
my creature comfort so much, man. I really do. It's one of those things. It's like manual labor. Can I do it? Yeah. Do I want to? No, not at all. I'm not a fan of it. You know, I love being around all my little gadgets and toys and fucking conveniences. I moved yesterday and everything's not settled yet, so it's like, fuck, where's my pocket knife?
So you're
Where's
in
this?
your new
Where's that?
place right now.
Yeah.
How do you like it?
I like it a lot. There's no carpet here. I had carpet in the last one in a couple of the rooms. Did not like that, and I've got a better backyard here for sure.
I think
really love
carpet's better. I don't know.
Really?
New carpet, I think, is the ultimate flooring. If you've ever bought a new carpet, you almost lay on it. The pad is so squishy. The carpet's so clean. It smells nice. It's so uniform in color and everything. It's the greatest. I have always kept my carpets too long. You know, we have pets, so you know the carpets are soiled here and there.
They ruin it.
And you may even clean the carpet if you try hard, but the pad underneath it, like you just pretend it's not pee filled, but it is. So I'm bad at I keep carpet too long, but new carpet is fantastic, and the whole world agrees hardwood's better. And I don't get it. It's noisier. It like you have to do that thing where you like sweep off the bottom of your feet sometimes.
Do you have a little bot? A little cleanie robot?
Yeah, we have a couple of them, but the house, it's really big. Like we have a lot of square. I don't know how big my house is. I think it's less than 7,000 square feet, but not far.
Still enormous. Yeah,
it's a lot
for a
to
little
vacuum.
You need a lot of those. What are they? Oh, I think I have a shark.
We have a Bob and a Roomba, if I recall.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know the tiers of those things, but the shark does a pretty decent job of getting, like, dog hair is a problem, and just keeping that out. I can handle the dusting for the most part, but no, I really do like it here. I have a lot better grocery store in this area. You didn't see the video on WhatsApp?
No.
Oh yeah, I sent some videos of the backyard and the gym and stuff. I've got this. It's in a sunroom. And the windows are tinted in the sunroom.
Ooh.
And it faces the yard. It's got its own air conditioner already installed there. Like it's one of those like wall unit air conditioners, not
Is
the
it big
square
enough?
ones, but
Sunrooms are often really.
everything's in there.
But
I haven't assembled everything yet, so I need to see how it's going to look put together. And there may be an instance where I decide to
demote
because that big yellow thing, to dump a piece of machinery, like maybe, or so my elliptical doesn't need to be in there all the time because I only do cardio when I'm cutting, really. So the elliptical could probably be wheeled out of there, and in that case, yeah,
I was gonna go buy that motorcycle yesterday. Like that was my intention to go get it.
Close.
And I felt so fucking shitty that like when I got home from like doing my stuff and like took a shower and like sat in bed and like the cold sheets, I was just like, this is where I need to be. And then I had to do PKN with Taylor. We got that knocked out. So there just wasn't any time yesterday. And then I was looking, I was like, could I do it today? I slept until 11. I went to bed last night at like midnight and slept until 11 p.m.
That's good. When you sleep a bunch, means you're hopefully
I'm
getting
sleeping
better.
so much because I'm so fucking sick. I'm really
you
dopey
right
right
now?
now. I'm super doped up on like Dayquil. Like I drink
Mhm.
way too much, and I've got like cloudy brain right now. It's hard to like do anything. I was having such a hard time sharing that file with Zach before the show. I'm an idiot right now. But yeah, I think tomorrow I'm gonna go by and at the very least like figure out what the price would be and negotiate a bit, and also try to like bundle like all my gear with the bike and then get like an out the door price on everything. And if like that number is pretty good, I think I might just buy it and like I'm sure they'll deliver it to my house. I guess
I wish you could break it down.
I'll start from the very beginning. So I went what day was it? So my motorcycle training course was this past weekend. I got that done Saturday and Sunday. So on Thursday, I went and bought like helmet and gloves and boots and all that stuff. And
did you get a discount on that stuff?
Yeah, I got a 17%, 17.5% off. He said 15, and I was like, "Come on, you do better than that." He's like, "I do 17."
Good. All right.
So yeah, I got like a good bit of gear, and I think I was out the door like for like less than 700 for like helmet, boots, and gloves, and a jacket, like a pretty good jacket. I don't think it's the jacket I would wear on a long trip, but for like tooling around town at like normal speeds, like below like interstate speeds, I think it's fine. It's like a mesh thing with like padding in the shoulders and elbows and shit. Anyway, so I went to the class on Saturday. There's 8 of us in this class. 2 of them were these Puerto Rican brothers who like their English was a little like shaky, and they had never used a clutch before. Forget a motorcycle, like never used a clutch before. Like that's the first question he asked. He's like, "Has everyone ridden a bicycle before?" No. Everybody's hands up. Who's ridden a motorcycle before? 2 hands go up. Who
was yours someone? Yeah, you've ridden one.
I didn't raise my hand because it's like
a little.
You don't want to get called on.
Yeah, don't. Don't get carried away. Don't be thinking too much.
We got a wise guy in today's class.
Oh, why don't you lead the class? You're a writer. Tell everybody the do's and don'ts of taking turns.
I'll start you off. They call them the 37,
press and roll.
37 B's of driving.
Slow look, press and roll. Anyway, yeah. So you had right. You did carry on.
And finally, the clutch question came up, and like 3 or 4 of them had never operated a clutch before, including the 2 Puerto Ricans. And the instructor was awesome. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. And I think he was genuinely trying to be like a good guy. But every time he would instruct us something, he'd be like, "Juan, Pablo, y'all hear me? Y'all following?" like almost like they were like slow-witted or something. Like, "Hey, Juan and Pablo, you paying attention here? You catching all this?" And for all I know, they were like lazily like looking at butterflies or something. And I couldn't tell because they got helmets.
We get it, man.
It seemed weird that he was like singling them out that much. But
they don't speak English, so it makes sense.
They spoke English. It was just like,
just badly.
I speak 100% English. We all do here, right? Maybe 105. Reneg. And but these guys, that's a word. These guys spoke like 97% English. Let's just say that. Like every now and then you'd be like, you weren't all the way there.
That's an A+.
So, and we've got to do that thing where like in high school where each person reads a page out of the book, right? And that's when you really see who's who. Because, like, not to pat myself on the shoulder here, but I can read aloud. and the guy sitting across from me, like, reminded me of, like, Woody. He's, like, about Woody's age. He's an engineer who, like, runs, like, building sites in Atlanta. And he's some sort of a software architect before that. So, like, he does something with, like, the internet infrastructure that's going in these buildings,
sounds like a man who can read aloud.
Yeah. Man can fucking read aloud, and I've never seen note taking like this. Like he took notes like it was the calculus final the next day, and I'm like, dude, this is 25 multiple choice questions, and he, let's be real, he's giving us the answers. All this stuff we highlighted, those are the answers. Wink, wink, nod, nod. Like,
yeah, when you're braking, when you're braking behind a semi, how many feet? What do you think? What do you see when you're behind a semi? What do you see when you're behind a semi?
You want to be careful on
you don't see aardvarks or bumblebees.
It was kind of like that. I missed one question, and frankly, I think it went over on the second day when I was so tired and out of it that I was just not even paying attention anymore. I figured I
can't be the only one wondering. Do you remember what you got wrong?
Yeah, it was when you have a passenger on your motorcycle, you should do blank. And one of the possible answers was communicate with them whenever you're going to like do a thing. Like, hey, if like let them know that you're going to turn or stop or something. And I thought that was the answer, but apparently the correct answer was to adjust the tire pressure and suspension. And
seems like you should let them know what's up.
I thought so, but I was wrong. But it doesn't matter if you make a 70 or a 96. It's a driver's test, right?
Yeah.
And but anyway, this class is $425. We're riding all day, like 5-6 hours of actual on motorcycle time the first day in the hot ass sun, sweating my ass off, drenched. 3 hours in the books. Mm-hmm. Day 2 comes around. 3 of the guys don't show the fuck back up, including the 2.
Juan and Pablo weren't there?
Juan and Pablo, who had driven from Chattanooga down to Fayetteville, Georgia, which I don't know, 3.5 hours, something like that.
Good haul.
3.5, 4 hours, something like that.
So
did
do you
not
think
show up.
they failed the test? That means.
Well, they didn't even get to the test is day 2.
Oh, that was day 2.
Oh, the written was also day 2.
Yeah, first thing in the morning on day 2. And we gave them an hour. We waited an hour for them to show up.
Damn.
Like I said, this guy's really nice. On day 1, one guy didn't bring boots. He's like, "What size do you wear?" And the guy's like 10.5. He's like, "All right, let's swap shoes." Like the fucking
He's
instructor.
really nice. This is a nice instructor.
I went to the DMV today to get my license, and they were like, "It's not going through. It says you haven't taken your written exam." And I'm like, "Hang on a second." And I call this guy on the phone, put him on speaker, and he like walks her through the system, how her new they've got a new DDS system in place, and he warned us that sometimes the new people wouldn't be able to use it. He's like, "Just call me, put me on speakerphone, and I'll get something done. And if I got to call down to Conyers and get the fucking Grand Poobah on the phone, I will." And sure enough, like I put him on there, and he's just like, I don't know, he bitches her out and like sets her straight and gets my license.
Wow.
So anyway, got my license early this morning, and my intention was just to go straight to the dealership and buy this bike, and then drive home, Uber back, ride it home. And the bike is $7,700, which includes like a $300 destination fee.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, obviously, I'm aware that taxes are going to be there, and I assume there'd be some kind of a dealer fee, like maybe $500 to $1,000. The first numbers he shows me, he's just like, "All right, and this will be your interest rate, and that's your down payment, and 72 months." And I'm like, 72 months? Let's do like 12 months or 20. I'm like,
fucking Woody's age when this bike is paid off.
I'm like, first of all, I'm not paying this bike for 6 fucking years. Like, let's do 12 to 36 months somewhere in there, wherever like the lowest interest rate is amongst those rates. But second of all, where's the out the door price? Like, you've just shown me a monthly payment. Like, I'm supposed to agree to that. I'm like,
6 years at how much?
I just started doing some math here, and I'm gonna paying like $16,000 for this motorcycle. I'm like, no. So like, he goes back and still doesn't come back with the out the door price, even though that's the reason he left. And I'm like, no. I want the out the door price broken down, MSRP, and like whatever else you're plugging in here. And it turns out they have $2,100 worth of nonsense on top of MSRP.
So is that like dealer fees you said you were anticipating?
So like, I'm gonna get like what they call them, and like the varied amounts incorrect a little bit along the way, but roughly there was like a $500 crate fee, which is like getting it there, and I'm like, no, there's a $300 fee for destination, and it's in the MSRP, and then there was like a $300 or $400 assembly fee, like taking it out of the crate and putting it together, which is like, that's nonsense.
I don't know about the amount, because I think mine was $250.
Yeah,
but an assembly fee is typical.
It's typical. I've seen how they come in those crates. You got to put the handlebars, and you got to put the bike together a little bit. And then there was a documentation fee that was $200 to $400, and then there was obviously tax tag and title. That's expected. That's common. And then there was something else.
But sometimes tax tag and title is like $600, and you're like, whoa. You have a secretary do 12 of these things at one time. Why are you charging me $600?
Yeah, I think they were only charging like $50 for the title, which is like standard, I guess, more or less. It could have been if they'd been 25, I would have thought that was more appropriate. But I'll pay you $25 extra. But yeah, there was $2,100 worth of extras on there, and I was just like, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I was like, I sold cars for years. I'd sell a $70,000 car, and the fee would be $600. I get that that's been a little while ago, but where are they now? $1,200? I'm buying a $7,700 motorcycle, and it's $2,100 on top of the thing. And he's like, "Well, we don't sell cars here. We sell fun."
We sell fun. What an asshole!
Yes, yeah.
So,
I don't like
a
it.
motorcycle guy. Have him come kick the shit out of him.
So I was like, well, I'm not going to buy any fun here. I was like, give me your best out the door price, and that's what I just quoted to you. I think they were willing to come off like $200 or something like that, and it's just like, no, we're done here. So I just walked out, and I don't plan to do business with them. I do plan on buying a motorcycle this week, though.
Let me jump in. Does he have your phone number?
Yeah.
Because sometimes there's the walk out the door, and then they call you and say, "Oh, Kyle, we just wanted to make sure you were serious about walking out. We have a new price for you." But they
No,
haven't
that's
called yet.
okay. If anybody wants to leave a Google review for Freedom Power Sports over in McDonough, Georgia, though, I'm sure
We
they
actually
appreciate.
got Mr. Suzuki on the line, and he said we can knock that down.
No, because I actually thought that might be the second half of this story, that they call you back and say, we have new pricing for you.
That would be very odd because like when I was selling cars, like, God, you don't let them get out of the dealership. Like maybe you let them stand up, but it's like, hey, we work this out. Yeah, let me go talk to somebody about this. Maybe we can get Mr. Suzuki on the line. Like you tell whatever lie you got to have. But I think that's just
okay. Well,
what they like. Maybe the market is like so good right now that that's just what they're doing. I just wish they'd be like, yeah, we're selling our motorcycles at a $1,500 premium plus a $500 docking fee. Like if that was like on the thing, I'd be like, shit, is everybody doing that? Like, can I get $500 off? And I'd have probably agreed to that. Like,
yeah, they tried to bamboozle you.
Yeah,
I didn't like the dishonesty.
I hate that it took you multiple tries to get the out the door price.
Yeah,
because that's a term that people know what that means. What's the out the door price? He comes back with another monthly payment. Like, oh fuck, shit. I asked for something specific. You went back there and you didn't return with it. Now I feel like you're trying to scam me. And
oh, absolutely, it's fully a scam. Like there's no way, I'm paying whatever it was, $10,200 for a $7,500 motorcycle. It just seems like nonsense. So
he needs to be. I'm sorry to cut off it. Like,
no, you're good.
There are times in this world when it's like, you know what, the brand new Corvettes just dropped. We can't keep them in stock. They're selling for over MSRP. Like that's a thing that happens sometimes.
I mean, it was the only one there. Like, it's not like they had a row of SV650s. If he had told me that, he'd be like, hey, just so you know, like, it's going to cost like $10,000 out the door for this bike because we've got one. I don't know if you looked around. There aren't a lot.
There's two of
them
these
around.
in Georgia. This is half of them. That's the market. Welcome to COVID. If he had said that, maybe it'd be different.
It would have been a different story. I'd have bought the bike, but I felt like they were kind of greasy and dishonest about the whole thing. And the manager didn't come to speak to me, so I don't want to do business with them.
So Kyle, we were saying before the show, I don't really care about motorcycles too much, but the fervor and excitement that you and Woody have in our group chat, just talking about it, is like, I'm glad they found something they like so much. Like, that's good. And you passed your test, smartest in class, and
tied for smartest. Yes.
From like how long did it take from like the first takeoff with the license, real motorcyclist, to the crash?
12 minutes. 12 minutes. It took me 12 minutes to crash. So I guess we should start from the beginning, though. But I like that we did that thing that like movies do now, where they start with the part where like some awful shit happens. And they're like 3 days earlier. Yeah. And you're like, go back to the crash. Go back to the crash. So if you guys watched PKA, I got my motorcycle license, from the DMV after I passed my MSF course, and I went to go buy a new motorcycle at my local dealership, and I'm not going to trash them anymore. I trashed that dealership pretty hard during PKN, but since then, the owner of like the whole chain of stores has called me on my phone, and me and him talked it out, and I think they're going to retrain that salesperson. And try to make sure that doesn't happen to anybody else.
Get retrained at Wendy's. It's what's going to happen.
I need to jump in with there was a roast of me that I thought was amazingly good, and so it goes like this. Kyle was negotiating with the man. They had thousands of dollars in add-on fees.
Over $2,000 in like dealer fees. Yeah,
like the documentation fee, the assembly fee, that like the stuff that the dealer kind of makes up on their own. Thousands. So Kyle walked away. Not out of cash, just not wanting to be anybody's fool.
Not ripping me off. Not happening.
Right. I'm nobody's victim. Cool. So as Kyle was doing this, he explained, I used to sell cars, and this is the kind of add-on fees that we would have. Yours is out of this world. And the guy goes, well, we don't sell cars. We sell fun. The reviews poured in. Guys like, you sell type 3 fun.
Yeah. The Google reviews on their thing are hilarious. Some guys like, I came there for type 1 fun. I would have settled for type 2 fun. But no, this is type 3 fun that you sell here, sir. And I'm not buying. And then one guy was like, this is Jordy McGravy here. I came in to buy a gold wing the cup holders were far too small. The cup holders were far too small for my Wendy's chili. walked out on the spot. Type 3 fun. But like
just 1-star reviews all over this board.
Lots of 1-star reviews. So like I guess that got back to like the guy who owns like the whole chain of stores.
Yeah.
And you know, they had my cell phone number because I'd done a credit application and everything. And I had already purchased a new motorcycle by the time he called me. And he's like, hey, you know, how can we make this right? After I explained everything that happened. And I wasn't like douchey on the phone with him. I was trying to be real professional about it and like, you know, explain to him like my side of the thing and be nice about it. And he was very professional as well. So I did appreciate him calling me and, you know, apologizing for like everything that went down. I have no ill will toward him or his company at all. And I hope you guys don't either. It's really just that one salesperson whose name I don't even remember who probably just had a bad day or just isn't a very good salesperson or whatever. But I think they're going to address that.
Or he thought you were just like a rube that just fell off a turnip cart and was going to take advantage of you.
I don't know. Maybe.
Clearly not. You don't give off that vibe. I feel like you would
I
walk
didn't
into a
mention it
car
on-
dealership authoritatively because you're like, I know all the, I'm a gunslinger. I know, oh, you're trying to pull that?
He's an
I used to
assassin.
pull that. Yeah.
That's one of those little areas of expertise that I have. Like I'm looking at this paper and I'm just like, come on, what are you doing to me? Like this isn't gonna work. Like let's move on to like the type 2 fun at least, you know. But anyway, after I talked about all that on PKN, Zach pointed out to me that someone had posted a comment on the PKN YouTube video that said, hey, I'm at I want to get the name of the dealership right. I know it, but I want to make 100% sure I'm getting it right. It's in Conyers. I think
This is a different dealership.
Yeah.
Do you need the PKN link? Do you want me to help you?
No. It has nothing to do with that. I'm just going to Google.
Okay.
And this is a good one.
But he posted a comment on there, and he's over in Conyers. It's Conyers Mountain Motorsports. It's a dealership that's like a little over an hour from me. And but he posted a comment on PKN that said, "Hey, come here and we'll make you a good deal." So I was just like, I just had woke up when I saw that, and I was like, "Shit, let's go." So I took a shower, got dressed, and I drove all the way up to Conyers. And as soon as I walked in, it was a completely different experience, and not because I'm Kyle or whatever. It like I know they have a receptionist there who's immediately like, "Hey, welcome to Conyers Motorsports. How can I help you?" And she's just like, I don't know. I think I want to buy a bike today. Oh, good for you. It's like a really nice lady. And then like a completely different salesperson who doesn't know who I am comes over and he's super nice. And he's like, immediately, he's like, a naked street bike, mid-sized. All right, we got 3 great options for you. And he's like running me through the 3 options. Like he immediately narrows down what I'm looking for, directs me to the 3 best options for what I'm trying to achieve. And then starts contrasting and comparing really effectively, telling me things I didn't know about these bikes. And I've done a lot of research, but I still didn't know this stuff. And it was awesome. I was like, this is so much better. I'm going to buy a motorcycle from this man. And we settled on the Honda. I want to get the name right. Is it the CBR?
No.
This is a CB, right? CB 650
ABS.
Yeah, it's 650 ABS. It's fucking sick, beautiful motorcycle. And I'd already decided like, I'm going to buy this motorcycle. And then like a couple more guys walk over and they're like, "You're Kyle." And I'm like, yeah. We've been trying to get a hold of you. We've had our general manager calling the other store that you dealt with. They will not give your number up, by the way. We've been doing this and that and looking everywhere. We're so glad you're here. And so I dealt with Dustin, who is a patron. And Dustin works with the internet sales team there in Conyers, and his partner there was like, "Hey, if you're going to mention that anybody made this happen, it's the internet sales team at Conyers." And all right, I'll let them know. I've let them know that you're the people responsible. And so I dealt with those 2 guys, mostly Dustin. Dustin like came over, like ran my credit, presented me the numbers. He's like, "As you can see, this is the out the door price."
For people who don't know the previous story, the other dealership really hid the out the door price. And even when Kyle asked for it, they came back with monthly payments at least once or twice. So it felt a little sneaky.
Yeah, and that's like, I've sold cars. That's what you do when you're trying to be sneaky. You know, you're like, "Hey, here's $400 a month for 3,000 years. Go ahead and sign right there. Your ancestors will pay this Honda off in no time."
It's like a student loan.
Yeah, and it's like, and in my case, I don't care at all how much the monthly payment is. I mean, obviously I don't want to pay $2,000 a month for a motorcycle. That's absurd. But like anywhere between 100 and 300 a month, which all makes sense, I'm fine because it depends on the rate and it depends on the term. And I don't care. I care about the out the door price. I care about not getting ripped off. So they gave me a great deal there. There was a small dealer fee, like a very acceptable dealer fee, the kind of thing that I'm accustomed to and that I've seen before. And I walked out. I was just like, yeah, that all looks good. I bought the bike, went through finance, standard finance thing. I was like, I don't think I really need a warranty. No
Did they
problem.
try and push it on you, or were you like VIP where they're like, don't fuck with this guy?
No,
He's gonna make fun of us on his show. I should have done this with the fucking contractors. God damn.
That's her job, right? That's her job is to try to sell a warranty, and I think in some cases, depending on who you are and like what you're doing, like maybe a warranty is a good idea. But for me, it just wasn't great because I'm kind of handy. Like I've got a little bit of a mechanical issue with the bike right now that I caused that I'm gonna fix this evening or in the morning. And I really didn't feel like I needed a warranty. So, but I let her do her whole spiel. Maybe there's something I hadn't heard of before, some new kind of warranty that I might be interested in. But they did want. What was the thing he told me to tell you guys? Because this is kind of cool. They'll give you guys a discount if you go and mention my name.
Oh, neat.
Yeah. If you go to Conyers, I keep forgetting the name.
Do they have to mention
Conyers Mountain. Conyers Mountain Motorsports. If you go in there and tell them, Kyle or FPS Russia or whatever, they'll give you $200 off, whatever you buy. But I really enjoyed my experience.
I'm getting a $200 helmet.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure they mean motorcycles. I just probably specify that.
I'm gonna drive 7 hours.
I'd like these $130 boots. I'll take that $70 in cash.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure they mean motorbikes and probably Polaris and ATVs and shit like that. But I really appreciated the whole situation. We got the bike delivered that day, and so I got the bike shows up, and I'm like ready to go. I'm like just park it by the mailbox because I'm gonna go get my gear on, and I'm going out riding. So like I immediately get on the bike after they leave, and I'm like, oh, I'd sat on it already, but like once I start operating the clutch and riding, I'm like, this is different.
This is powerful.
So Kyle rode light and easier to ride 250cc motorcycles in his training course. If you guys don't know, he took this weekend long training course from the Motorcycle Safety Foundation. It's a good way to get your license and how to, they learn to ride a bike. They teach you smart things.
Yeah, we rode 8 hours the first day and like 3 or 4 hours the next day. Like all day we're riding. And but we're on these smaller bikes, and they're like the traditional style bikes that kind of look like a Harley with like the teardrop tanks and kind of low and saddle seats. And I bought a sport bike or something close to it anyway.
A naked sport bike, I think is what it would be called.
Yeah. And so immediately I'm like, well, this is different. We're sitting up a little bit higher. The handlebars are nice and narrow. And when I fucking rev this bitch up, it's a 4-cylinder bike. And it sounds completely different from the little thing I was putting around on. It's so angry. The motorcycle is so fucking angry. It's like, you ready to do this, Kyle? Because I'm ready to fucking go. And I'm just like, nah, man, no, let's take it. Let's just chill out. No, let's go. It's so hyped up.
You went from like a lab to a pit bull.
I'm in first gear, and this bike is just like, let's fucking go. It wants to be in 6th gear at 8,000, 9,000 RPMs or something. Like it wants it so bad. And I'm just like, I want to putt around. Let's putt around. So I go on this little ride. And immediately I'm feeling a little awkward. I'm like, I'm not afraid, but I'm like, I feel stiff. I feel stiff. Like I really should have taken it to a big parking lot so I could have like wiggled it around and gotten used to it and really like leaned it over and found what was going on. I made it down the road. I drove 60 miles per hour all the way to where I was going through some light curves, nothing where I had to like really lean over anything, just some like light leaning, just like this sort of thing. Easy, slow curves, through some stoplights, through traffic, through like a downtown area. I had no problem with any of that. But then when I got to like the end of my journey, I had to make this left turn with traffic oncoming and a car already in the intersection that I was going into. So I have to go like, there's a car parked here and I have to come and go around that car and up a hill. And they had left me, they were like on the line. So I had slightly less space and I didn't make it. I did this. You're supposed to look at where you want the bike to go. So I should have had my head turned over here and like not worried about what was directly in front of the tire. But instead I was just like, I just got tunnel vision and looked straight ahead. And that's where I went. I went straight past the car. I hit like a big mud hole that's off road here. Kind of like started coming off the bike, revved the bike up crazy. And like the bike falls over, I fall over. Now I'm laying on the asphalt.
Was it an enormous scene that you made?
It was a medium scene. It was
how many people saw you? How many?
Two carloads of people like got a real good look. They were sitting there. They were just like sitting right there, and they were kind enough like not to. They just like I'm sure they were like, what if he's gonna die? But then there's the oncoming traffic who's like sliding by right past me.
So
Going,
you're at an intersection making a left, and there's cars sort of parked to your side. So were you at a standstill when this sort of scenario started?
I don't remember. I think I was sort of like at like 10 miles per hour. Like
I was
was
sitting at a red light, and then it was
no. I
time to
had
go.
gotten into like a turning lane, and I was kind of trying to like a rolling start into the turn. I don't think I started from a stop. It worked out that I didn't have to stop in the middle of the road. I wanted to avoid that, and I just didn't make it. I hit the fucking ground pretty fucking hard, but I had all my gear on and like didn't feel a thing.
What do you think you landed on?
Asphalt.
What part of your body do you think you landed on?
My left hip hit, and probably like my shoulder, like probably my, I didn't put my hands out because I'm not, I don't know. I've got this thing I built into my head long ago about like breaking your hands, like if you catch yourself like that. So I always try to catch myself with forearms and shoulders and stuff when I actually do take a tumble. And I've taken a few doing the stupid shit I've done throughout life. And so I caught myself with mostly like shoulders and forearm and my left hip, which is all like areas of my body with like thick like padding and armor on them. So I didn't feel a thing. And I made sure not to bounce my helmet off the ground because I didn't want to spend another $400. And yeah, I immediately like jumped up, looked at the cars and went, well, I knew it was going to happen. I didn't know it was going to happen 10 minutes into the ownership, but here we are.
You got like your whole visor down, so you're just like, you don't know who I am. And then you just drive away.
They had dark tinted windows, and I've got my visor down, and I'm like, this is saving me a lot of embarrassment right now because like I bet they're in there, like there's children
just like lying. Oh, this is my first day on the motorcycle.
There's probably like children in there, like, Mom, that man retarded? Yes, honey.
Well, he is now. Do you see his head bounce off the pavement?
And then I had to like get the bike back up, right? And it's not laying on asphalt. It's laying like in a mud hole. So I've got to it's 470 pounds, I think, and then plus fuel. I don't know, 3 gallons is 24 pounds.
It's heavy.
Did you do the thing where you like put your back to it and kind of deadlift, or did you just grab the handlebars like a bicycle and ride it?
I considered the thing you just suggested, but I was like, I want it up now, and so I just deadlifted the bike and like popped it up super easily. Probably had a little adrenaline going because it felt like nothing. It felt like 100 pounds.
Yeah,
and got it up, got on it, got it started, and rode through I was just like, we're going now, and just like rode through the mud hole, over the curb, like up the hill, made the next 2 turns.
There you go.
And
2 for 3.
And I pull into Kitty's yard, and I get off, fucking park the bike, examine myself, examine the bike. Bike's fine. The handlebar's a little wonky now. I gotta like straighten those out. Nothing's bent. It's just there's some bolts that need to be loosened. Straighten it back out, you tighten the bolts back up. I just talked to a Honda technician on the phone. Thanks to Dustin again. Big help from that guy. And when the handlebars came in, I dented the tank slightly, but I don't give a shit about that. It's a super tiny dent. It's not like creased or anything. I think I'm the only one who will ever notice it. And I'll probably get it popped out anyway. And that's about it as far as damages to the bike. The bike's got these like sliders on the side, which I'm sure kept the nicer parts of the bike from hitting anything. So, I mean, I was going to fall. I told him when I bought it, I'm like, I'm going down. Like, this is happening. I was like,
of course,
this is happening. And he's like, well, you never know. I'm like, I know.
Yeah.
I know. I'm going to drop this thing this week and next week and the week after that. The only question is how fast I'm going when I'm doing it and if someone hits me when I do it.
Yeah, little did you know it would be later that day.
I mean, I figured it could be. It could be. I'm going to ride tomorrow. I expect to fall.
You think it'll be easy to, like, you sent the video in our group chat of everything seems fine other than the kind of wonky on your steering. That'll be just a quick, like, whoop, whoop, whoop. Just
I think it's the 4 bolts right there by the
yeah,
by the handlebars.
It's
Maybe I
deceptive.
can
It's actually
find
2
a way
bolts.
to share that.
Yeah, it's actually 2 bolts, not 4. Like it's
Okay.
4 on top, but it's 2 on the bottom. So I think that's like a clamp that you're looking at. But yeah, I'm going to. The technicians seem to think that loosen the 2 bolts on the bottom, straighten the handlebars out, and it'd be all good.
Well, that's good. I
Yeah,
mean,
no
and
big
part of
deal.
it is like you're probably a little less afraid of falling now that you got one out of the way.
No, I'm
you're-
more afraid.
You're more afraid.
Oh, yeah,
never
more
mind.
afraid for sure. Yeah, definitely more afraid. Yeah.
Because like you saw the potential for danger at such like a reasonable speed on a reasonable
Yeah, I could have
curve.
died. I could have died there. If like because the cars were coming like right next to me because like I turned across a lane of traffic and that lane was busy and continuing. And when I got the bike straightened up, it rolled backwards a little bit before I grabbed the front brake, and it almost rolled with me into traffic. And then I would have died. Then I just
it would be tragic if you died, but it would be kind of funny if you were talking about it on Tuesday and then before the show on Thursday you're dead.
So that's
There it
Kyle's
is.
bike, and that's 2 bolts, which surprises me, but okay. And everything in that picture is in alignment except for kind of the handlebars and the clamp. So Kyle says nothing's bent; it just needs to sort of be loosened, put back together.
Yeah, so it's I don't know what you're looking at. I see those 4 things up there that look like bolts, but they're just smooth. On the bottom, you have 2 bolts that are like sticking through, and 2 nuts and with washers that attach to them. So there's probably more to that mechanism than meets the eye, but 2 bolts on the bottom should get it loose enough to turn. And if that doesn't, I've watched those videos about getting the yoke like straightened out too. Just those hex, I think they're 20 or 22 millimeter hex bolts. But I went to go buy some wrenches a minute ago because I don't have metric wrenches here, but I forgot my wallet. So I didn't have enough time. I slept all day today. I was up all night last night playing poker in the $50 Discord with the boys, and didn't make it. But I'll go later. Get it straightened out, and because I plan to ride some tomorrow. I got nothing else going on. I'm gonna hit up a big parking lot, and I'm gonna practice my turns.